Chapter 22, Collect some interest first. Although the willow tree escaped, it had a significant disadvantage: its massive size made it impossible to conceal its tracks. Therefore, no matter where the willow tree fled, Mingying could catch it if he wanted to. Of course, once the willow tree reached the 6th rank, it could create independent clones. At that point, no matter where it hit a clone, who could find it? At that point, the willow tree would be practically immortal, becoming a true nightmare for humanity. Therefore, to kill this willow tree, it was crucial to strike before it reached the 6th rank. Mingying was very clear about this. Moreover, Mingying also knew that the willow tree's evolutionary speed was extremely rapid. Without intervention, it might even reach the 6th rank before Mingying. There was no way around it. Everything in the world is balanced. Humans had dominated this planet for millions of years. For other races to catch up, their evolutionary speed would inevitably surpass that of humans. This was the result of natural selection. Find it, destroy it again, reduce its evolution to 0, only then can I ensure its suppression in the future. Mingying raced through the thick fog, his mind racing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun had already entered the mysterious space. Their strength was too weak to deal with the willow tree. They were of no help whatsoever. 3 or 4 kilometers away, the willow tree was frantically fleeing, its mind filled with regret. After being defeated and burned by Mingying last time, it fled all the way to Flower Mountain. It was already severely weakened, but it had a fortuitous encounter there. As its roots extended, it captured a magical ore, causing its evolutionary speed to skyrocket. This time, the willow tree was full of confidence, wanting to kill Mingying in one fell swoop. Who knew that as soon as they clashed, the willow tree despaired, discovering that Mingying's strength had improved again. If it fought head-on, it would most likely suffer the same fate as before. At this moment, the willow tree had only one thought in its mind: to return to Flower Mountain, take away the ore that hadn't been fully absorbed, leave its main trunk to fight Mingying to the death, and let its roots carry the ore away underground. In this way, if the main trunk died, it could immediately transfer its consciousness, and a section of its roots could rise again. It had done this last time, saving its life. Mingying sped along, chasing for about 30 or 40 kilometers, when suddenly a series of whistling sounds came. Mingying's eyes narrowed instantly, and he grinned. Finally, they're not running away anymore. Thick branches came hurtling through the air, surrounding Mingying from all sides. Mingying then took out an alloy spear from his mysterious space, and his entire body tensed instantly as he slightly bent over. With a resounding boom, Mingying's footsteps sank the ground several centimeters, and then he leaped out like a black panther, his speed instantly reaching its peak as he flashed through the dense willow branches. As Mingying charged forward, countless willow branches immediately changed direction, continuing to entangle him. The alloy spear in Mingying's hand transformed into a series of hazy spear shadows, instantly shattering countless branches and carving a path through the dense willow thicket. 3 kilometers away, a colossal willow tree, approximately 100 meters tall, stood majestically, its countless branches now extending in one direction. But beneath the willow's massive trunk, countless roots began to spread wildly into the ground, eventually touching a dark yellow rock more than 40 meters below the surface. Instantly, dozens of roots converged, tightly binding the rock and pulling it towards the surface. When about 2 meters from the surface, all the roots abruptly changed direction, splitting into 4 directions and fleeing horizontally. Meanwhile, Mingying, along with his spear, had already reached within 700 or 800 meters of the willow. The willow's attacks had clearly intensified. "Willow, it's useless," Mingying shouted. "You're doomed this time." The willow understood Mingying's voice and could only try to slow him down with even more ferocious attacks, buying itself enough time to escape. It's definitely escaping, Mingying realized, but he wasn't in a hurry. This time, he didn't intend to completely destroy the willow, but rather to find a way to destroy its main trunk, severely weakening it. Once he reached the 6th rank ahead of the willow tree, he could then completely annihilate it. With a whoosh, Mingying finally reached the willow tree. Looking at its terrifyingly thick branches, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, and its towering shadow hidden in the thick fog, Mingying's killing intent intensified. "Die!" Mingying directly pulled a large can of gasoline from his mysterious space and kicked it over beneath the willow tree's trunk. This caused the entire willow tree to emit terrifying hissing sounds, like a night owl. Suddenly, the wildly flailing branches stopped, and the willow tree became still. "Oh, it gave up resisting?" Mingying laughed. He knew that the willow tree's lack of resistance meant its roots had found a safe place. Mingying then took out another large can of gasoline and kicked it over on the other side of the willow tree's trunk. With a snap, Mingying lit the lighter in his hand. Instantly, the massive willow tree trembled violently, countless branches twitching, instinctively showing fear. "You're afraid of death too?" Mingying sneered, tossing a lighter onto the gasoline. With a deafening roar, flames shot into the sky. Mingying quickly retreated, vaguely seeing flashes of fire through the thick fog, and hearing the howling sound of the raging flames. "Nice shoe, I'll collect some interest for you first," Mingying thought to himself, moving Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun out of the mysterious space. As soon as Zhang Yun emerged, he saw the distant flames through the thick fog and felt waves of heat emanating from them. In an instant, tears welled in Zhang Yun's eyes. He looked deeply at Mingying beside him and whispered, "Mingying, thank you." Mingying waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. Nai Shu is also my companion. Besides, this willow tree isn't dead, its roots escaped." Zhang Yun nodded, then took a deep breath and looked at Mingying solemnly, saying, "Mingying, I will also work hard to reach the 6th rank as soon as possible and take revenge myself." Beside them, Zhou Fang and Lu Jun nodded thoughtfully. This time, while Mingying was dealing with the willow tree, the others had hidden in the mysterious space and couldn't help at all. This made them feel very uncomfortable, increasingly aware of the growing gap between themselves and Mingying. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Mingying immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will be opportunities." Mingying was currently providing the same resources as himself to the others. With Zhang Yun's terrifying cultivation talent, he might actually be able to reach the 6th rank before him. Just as Mingying and the others silently watched the fire burn the willow tree to ashes, 4 or 5 kilometers underground, a root, wrapped around a yellowish-brown stone, moved rapidly forward. Suddenly, the soil loosened, and the root burst forth from the soil, arriving at a dark, damp environment with the faint sound of water. This was an underground river. The root trembled with excitement, burrowing directly into the river and severing itself, leaving a 2-meter-long root tightly bound to the stone, drifting away with the current. The root remaining in the underground river cave slowly retreated, returning to the soil, as if it had never been to this underground riverbed. Chapter 23: Mysterious Willow Core. The power of Mingying's 2 large barrels of gasoline far exceeded everyone's expectations. Flames and thick smoke shot into the sky. If the willow tree hadn't been so dominant, and if there hadn't been no other vegetation within a kilometer radius of it, the fire would likely have ignited the entire flower mountain. The fire gradually subsided by evening. About an hour later, Mingying and the others tried to approach the willow tree's trunk. As soon as they got close, they felt a wave of heat wash over them. The ground was littered with charred branches. Just 20 or 30 meters away, the willow tree's massive trunk, 7 or 8 meters thick, was completely charred, reduced to only 20 or 30 meters in height, and was still crackling. The trunk was so thick that it hadn't been completely burned through even after 4 hours. "Should we wait until this trunk is completely extinguished?" Lu Jun asked. Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang also looked at Mingying. "No need, I'll help it." Mingying patted his alloy spear, his gaze fixed on the willow branch, thinking to himself, "In my past life, after a 100-meter-tall willow tree was blown apart, a mysterious crystal fell out. I wonder if this willow tree has any." Mingying took a deep breath, retreated about 10 meters, and then sprinted towards the willow trunk. His alloy spear moved like lightning, embedding itself in the massive branch with a thud, penetrating more than a meter deep. Then Mingying grabbed the end of the spear. With a hum, the spear vibrated at an eerie frequency, and then with a thud, about a fifth of the trunk cracked, revealing the not yet completely charred core. Mingying pulled out the alloy spear, retreated another 30 or 40 meters, and repeated the process 7 or 8 times. Finally, with a deafening roar, the entire willow branch shattered into pieces, and the not yet completely burned core burst into flames. However, Mingying's gaze was drawn to something. In the center of a branch, a vibrant green hue was visible, like a gemstone embedded within. Upon seeing this, Mingying's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with delight, "There really is." Nearby, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun were all startled and quickly gathered around. Seeing the dark green crystal in the branch, they also marveled. "There's jade inside this willow branch?" Zhou Fang asked doubtfully. Mingying smiled and said, "This isn't jade, but the heart of the willow tree. It's edible, and it's a good thing." Mingying still couldn't forget how, after the giant willow tree was bombarded by human nuclear weapons, it sent 9,900-meter-tall willow trees to retaliate, launching a frenzied attack on the human base. The human base launched a full-scale counterattack, ultimately killing most of the willow trees, and discovering a vibrant green willow heart in the trunk of every single one. Subsequently, humans produced 7th and 8th-tier evolved beings. Mingying learned through inquiries that these evolved beings had all consumed the heart of the willow tree. It was said that this heart of the willow tree, if consumed, could greatly enhance the cellular activity of an evolved being, easily helping them advance to a higher realm. "Zhou Fang, give me the dagger," Mingying said. Zhou Fang quickly handed the dagger to Mingying. Mingying, wielding a short knife, swiftly extracted the emerald green willow heart embedded in the branch. The willow heart, only the size of a fist, emitted a hazy glow. Those who approached felt a sense of comfort. Ignoring the heat, Mingying grasped the willow heart in his hand, only to find it soft and warm to the touch, unlike the hardness of ordinary crystals. "Let me try it first," Mingying said, cutting off about a fifth of the willow heart with his knife and putting it directly into his mouth. The solid willow heart instantly liquefied upon entering his mouth, easily swallowed by Mingying. As soon as the willow heart entered his stomach, Mingying felt a cool energy rise from his abdomen and flow throughout his body. At that moment, every cell in Mingying's body seemed to awaken, filled with a ravenous desire to devour this cool energy. The soothing sensation lasted for over 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. At the same time, Mingying clearly felt the primal force within his body stirring, seemingly ready to break free of its shackles at any moment. It works! Mingying beamed with joy, immediately dividing the remaining willow heart into 6 portions, giving one to each of Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun. He also moved Rong Saru and his parents out of the mysterious space, giving each of them a portion. Just swallow them directly, then each of you drink a dose of the potion. Mingying took out a large bottle of well water from the mysterious space, took a large gulp himself, then put the bottle down and walked aside to carefully sense the primal force within his body. As the well water entered his stomach, a warm current filled Mingying's entire body, and the already restless primal force suddenly surged and began to circulate rapidly, turning Mingying into a large, cooked shrimp. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, Rong Saru, Ming Yuxian, and Li Rulan had also swallowed the willow heart, each immersed in a state of blissful tranquility. 5 minutes later, Mingying's eyes snapped open, a faint light emanating from them. At the same time, within Mingying's mysterious space, the more than 100 rescued individuals sat idly on the ground. Some chatted, while others wandered around the mysterious space, eager to explore. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Everyone cried out in alarm, "Earthquake!" The entire mysterious space shook, and then, to their horror, they saw dark cracks appearing in the distant sky, like streaks of black lightning dancing wildly in the air. Boom! A series of deafening roars echoed, and the mysterious space trembled even more violently. In that instant, everyone felt an unprecedentedly terrifying aura descend from the sky. Enveloped by this aura, everyone felt as if they had become ants, humbly crawling on the ground awaiting their fate, utterly powerless to resist. The great tremor lasted for several breaths, then slowly dissipated. By this time, everyone was lying motionless on the ground. A full minute passed before someone dared to cautiously raise their head, their eyes widening in shock. The space has expanded. Someone slowly stood up, their eyes filled with disbelief. The mysterious space expanded tenfold, reaching a length and width of 10 kilometers. Outside, Mingying also felt himself evolve once more, feeling a great sense of relief. He thought to himself, "I've reached the 5th rank. I'm only 1 rank away from my peak combat power in my previous life." In the first month of the apocalypse, Mingying had already become a 5th rank evolver. In his previous life, at this time, Mingying was still hiding in the Baiyuan residential area, trembling with fear. After a while, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and the others had also completely absorbed the willow heart. Having cultivated their own primal force, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and Rong Saru all felt their primal force boiling within them, seemingly ready to be unleashed. The 4 of them immediately grabbed some well water and began to gulp it down. Meanwhile, Ming Yuxian and Li Rulan felt much lighter. The gray hairs that had previously appeared on their heads had now turned jet black, and the wrinkles on their faces had disappeared. They had practically rejuvenated. Mingying, what's this? Ming Yuxian felt as if he had returned to his 20s or 30s, his body brimming with boundless power. "Mom and Dad, you should drink some of the medicine too," Mingying suggested. He could sense that his parents' bodily functions had returned to their peak. If they drank the well water now, they might very well become evolved beings. "Mingying, I think I've broken through." Zhou Fang was the first to wake up, her face filled with disbelief. Lu Jun and Rong Saru also woke up, their eyes showing the same expression, clearly having broken through to the 2nd tier. Following her, Zhang Yun also regained consciousness. Unfortunately, she hadn't broken through to the 3rd tier, but she was on the verge of doing so, only 1 step away. As for Ming Yuxian and Li Rulan, their faces were flushed, and their bodies were starting to ooze a thin layer of dark yellow oily substance. Fortunately, they had drunk the well water several times before, so drinking it again wouldn't cause diarrhea, otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. 2 or 3 minutes later, Ming Yuxian and Li Rulan both shuddered, their eyes wide with disbelief. They exclaimed, "We've developed internal energy." Mingying nodded, "Yes, you've become evolved beings." Ming Yuxian and Li Rulan were incredibly excited. Mingying looked at everyone, but then thought of Naishu. He silently vowed that from now on, he would never let any of his comrades suffer harm again. Chapter 24, The Mountain was moved. After everyone consumed the willow heart, Mingying went to the mysterious space. Upon arriving, Mingying found over 100 people kneeling on the ground, like devout believers. It makes me look like a religious leader," Mingying murmured, somewhat regretting that he hadn't lied to the cement factory workers about sending them to another world. Now these people had become Mingying's fanatical followers, regarding him as a god or divine messenger. No, this situation must change, Mingying resolved. He knew very well that a superstitious, religious society had no hope, ultimately leading only to ignorance and decay. However, Mingying didn't have a good solution for the time being, nor the energy to teach these 100-odd people not to be superstitious. Professionals should handle professional matters. Mingying lacked management skills, so these tasks would have to wait until the city was established and handled by specialists. As for Mingying, he could simply be a tormented city lord, constantly agonizing over whether steamed or braised mutant beasts were tastier. This hardship was something Mingying had to bear without hesitation. The mysterious space stretched for 10 kilometers in length and width, already incredibly vast at a glance. Even in the past, during peacetime, the actual urban area of Linha City was only about 10 kilometers in circumference. Now, the mysterious space could truly accommodate millions of people without feeling too crowded. Mingying checked the well water again and found that the current usage had reached 20 buckets, producing about 200 kilograms per day. I need to find a way to bring in water. Before, for a kilometer of space, I could rely on manpower to fetch water, but now that the mysterious space is 10 kilometers long, relying on me to fetch water repeatedly is not a long-term solution, Mingying thought to himself. Such a large city really needs proper planning. Mingying didn't understand planning, and hadn't found any talent in planning and design, so he could only speculate. Using a quarter of the land for growing grain is essential, and fertile land is the most important. It must be protected, Mingying thought to himself. He controlled himself to slowly ascend, looking down upon the entire mysterious space from above. However, the moment Mingying took off, the 100+ people who were just about to stand up immediately knelt down again, shouting God, Divine Messenger. Mingying was dumbfounded. What was going on? He had just said he would find a way to teach these people to believe in science, and now he had performed a miracle. Mingying quickly controlled the surrounding light to conceal his presence. The people on the ground, seeing Mingying disappear, became even more excited, showing signs of growing increasingly fanatical. Mingying had no choice but to ignore them. Looking down at the mysterious space from high above, Mingying discovered that its structure was unusually simple, just a series of cubes. In the central area, establish a 4-kilometer long and 4-kilometer wide zone specifically for farming to provide food. Also, the field should be surrounded by walls. These are the most crucial resources and must be well protected. Mingying's mind raced. The land within the mysterious space began to rapidly divide, the soil churning and forming 4 straight trenches, ultimately carving out a square area 4 kilometers long and wide in the center. Then, even more soil surged, and under Mingying's control, a network of crisscrossing rivers appeared within the mysterious space. This is a miracle. Over 100 people were stunned, prostrating themselves on the ground, too afraid to rise. Seeing this, Mingying was immediately overwhelmed and quickly teleported out of the mysterious space. Next, there was one more crucial task: moving mountains. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, Rong Saru, and Mingying's parents, upon learning of Mingying's intentions, were all speechless with astonishment. Moving mountains to build a city was something even in humanity's glorious past wouldn't have been conceived. How much manpower and resources would this require? And now, Mingying alone intended to accomplish this. The group felt Mingying had gone mad, yet they also sensed he wasn't joking. They were all incredibly curious, eager to see how he would accomplish this extraordinary feat. Mingying stepped over the ashes of the willow tree remnants and headed towards the foot of Flower Mountain. The others followed cautiously. While Flower Mountain wasn't a super mountain range, it still stretched for over 10 kilometers, with 4 or 5 kilometers of exposed rock alone. Mingying and his group hurried forward in the darkness for 20 or 30 minutes before slowly entering the main area of Flower Mountain. Because the commotion Mingying had made fighting the willow tree during the day had frightened away the surrounding mutated beasts, the journey proceeded surprisingly smoothly until they reached the foot of a mountain. "Stop," Mingying suddenly said, then walked towards the mountain alone. Mingying bent down and placed his palm on a rocky outcrop. "This is?" the others asked, puzzled. Mingying's eyes narrowed, and he growled, "Withdraw." Immediately, a series of muffled thunderous roars erupted in the darkness, rumbling and echoing far and wide. Humans hundreds of kilometers away heard it, waking in shock, bewildered by what had happened. To the utter horror of Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others, the main body of Huashan Mountain, stretching 4 or 5 kilometers, trembled violently. Then, with a whoosh, the portion of the mountain they could see vanished. Moved the mountain. Zhang Yun's heart pounded, and he stammered. Because of the thick fog, they hadn't seen the entire Huashan Mountain disappear, but from the commotion, they could guess what had happened. Roar! A deep, beastly roar echoed from afar. About 4 or 5 kilometers away in a small ravine, a terrifying tiger over 10 meters tall leaped out and fled without looking back. Following closely behind were terrifying roars of beasts, the mutated creatures lurking in the mountains fleeing in panic. If it were broad daylight, and if there hadn't been the thick fog, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others would likely have witnessed a terrifying yet spectacular sight. In this sight, there were terrifying tigers over 10 meters tall, enormous black pythons tens of meters long and thicker than a person, jet black leopards running with lightning speed, and terrifying beetles 4 or 5 meters tall covered in sturdy carapaces. Meanwhile, these terrifying mutated beasts, utterly panicked, scattered like birds, fleeing into the distance without looking back. Finally done. Mingying clapped his hands and stood up, having moved Huashan into the mysterious space. A major task was completed, and his mood lightened considerably. If he didn't actively materialize the mysterious space into the real world, Mingying couldn't freely move life forms into it. Actively materializing the mysterious space into the real world, while allowing him to take everything within it, had many limitations. For example, it placed too much strain on his body. For example, he couldn't use it a second time for a short period, and so on. Therefore, after using it once when dealing with the Zombie King and Baiyuan community, Mingying hadn't wanted to use it a second time. Next, it's time to officially begin city construction. Mingying looked at the vanished Huashan, his heart filled with anticipation. One day in the future, a colossal city with walls 2,000 meters high and 800 meters wide will appear out of nowhere, causing a sensation upon its unveiling to the world. Mingying, did you really move Huashan? Zhang Yun couldn't help but ask, still unable to believe it. Beside him, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, Rong Saru, and even Mingying's parents all fixed their gazes on Mingying, looking at him with expressions of disbelief. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Mingying was speechless. He said, "You all don't believe me that much? Come on, let me send you into the space to see." With that, Mingying told everyone not to resist and directly transported them into the mysterious space. Upon entering the mysterious space, everyone saw that it was 10 times larger than before, and a massive mountain range appeared in the distance, occupying almost half of the space. You really moved the mountain in." Lu Jun swallowed hard, looking at Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and the others beside him in disbelief. The others were also dumbfounded and speechless. Chapter 25, Big changes are coming. Before Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others could react, Mingying had already moved them all out of the mysterious space. "Now you believe me, right?" Mingying said, smiling at the three of them. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun all nodded repeatedly, asking in unison, "How did you do that?" This, Mingying didn't answer. He didn't know how he had done it either. The mysterious space clearly exceeded the limits of normal human comprehension. Mingying even suspected that it was something from a mythical world, or perhaps a product of a super civilization. Seeing that Mingying didn't speak, the others didn't ask further. "Everyone should get some rest early tonight. I'll be on duty for the first half of the night, and the three of you can take turns for the second half," Mingying said, taking out several sleeping bags from the mysterious space. These sleeping bags were ones Mingying had bought long before the apocalypse. Fortunately, he had bought them in advance. After the apocalypse, these supplies had been taken over by the Linhu city government, and not only were they unavailable for purchase outside, but their sale was also prohibited. Of course, if you have the ability to survive alone outside the safe zone, you can also break through the encirclement of mutated beasts and zombies to scavenge for supplies in the city. The group found a sheltered spot surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and rested there. During the first half of the night, Mingying was on duty, while Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun slept soundly. In the second half of the night, the three got up on time to change shifts. Mingying stretched, crawled into his sleeping bag, and fell into a deep sleep within seconds. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun laughed as they watched Mingying fall asleep quickly, then began to carefully guard their surroundings. Mingying slept exceptionally well, but just as dawn was breaking, he suddenly felt someone shaking him. Mingying, wake up." Zhang Yun's voice was urgent. Mingying thought the mutated beasts had arrived. His eyes snapped open, and he jumped out of his sleeping bag, a long alloy spear appearing in his hand with a whoosh. But all around was quiet, there was no sound of fighting whatsoever. Mingying's gaze suddenly sharpened. The surrounding fog was rapidly dissipating. The fog was dissipating. The fog that had lasted for 8 months in his previous life had only lasted a month in this life. Mingying was stunned. Everything had completely deviated from the trajectory of his previous life. Could it be that because of my rebirth, the course of history has changed? Mingying was shocked. He then thought of Naishu's death, which further confirmed his suspicions. In his previous life, Naishu lived well until the 9th year of the apocalypse, but in this life, he was killed prematurely by Lu Shu. It seems some of the experience from my previous life is no longer applicable. Mingying became wary. "Mingying, the fog is dissipating." Zhang Yun and the others were overjoyed. This fog had brought humanity far too much inconvenience. Mingying showed no joy, for he knew all too well that once the fog lifted, everything would be exposed to the sun, and the mutated beasts would launch an unprecedented attack on humanity. In his previous life, during the 8th month of the apocalypse, humanity had failed to withstand the first wave of mutated beast attacks, suffering heavy casualties. "I need to get the message out quickly," Mingying thought to himself. The dissipation of the fog wasn't without its benefits. For example, human communications would be restored quickly, allowing for instant contact. The fog dissipated rapidly, thinning to almost nothing in just half an hour, and then the first light of dawn appeared in the east. In the distance, the group vaguely saw that the entire flower mountain seemed to have been cleaved in two by a giant blade descending from the sky, a large chunk sliced away, leaving only a small section of its tail. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others were still deeply shaken by this sight. Mingying silently watched the sun slowly rise in the distance. After a moment's thought, he decided to tell the others what was about to happen. He said, after the fog dissipates, the mutated beasts might launch an unprecedented attack on humanity. We should hurry back to Linhu City. Everyone was startled by Mingying's words. Really? Are you sure? Zhang Yun asked doubtfully. Mingying nodded solemnly. As if confirming Mingying's words, roars of beasts echoed from afar. Hearing the beasts roar, Mingying's expression froze. He smiled bitterly. Perhaps the situation is more serious than I thought. Our move today has already alerted a large number of mutated beasts both on and below the mountain. Now that they have nowhere to go, they will definitely attack humans frantically. In fact, just as Mingying had suspected, Huashan Mountain had a large number of wild animals before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, these wild animals underwent terrifying mutations. To be honest, the mutated beasts here are far more terrifying than those in the city. After all, the mutated beasts here are all wild, and inherently very strong. We need to hurry, Mingying said in a deep voice. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun all nodded solemnly. After packing their sleeping bags, they all entered the mysterious space. Then, Mingying took a deep breath, and his primal force surged rapidly within him. He transformed into a black shadow and raced towards Linhu City. This stretch of road in Huashan was completely unsuitable for driving. They could only rely on running. Fortunately, Mingying was now a fifth-tier evolved being with incredibly strong stamina, and his running speed was no slower than a car. Mingying sprinted along the path he had come from, each step making a loud thud and leaving deep footprints in the ground. Mingying's running was extremely noisy and his method was very rough, but from a distance, his movements appeared exceptionally graceful, each stride covering more than 10 meters, as if he were flying through the air. After running for more than 30 minutes, Mingying arrived at the place where everyone had gotten out of the car. The road there was relatively smooth, so Mingying immediately took out the pickup truck and moved Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun out of the mysterious space. A few dozen seconds later, the pickup truck roared and sped off onto the asphalt road. Just as Mingying was frantically rushing towards Linhu City, the residents of Linhu City woke up to find the fog had dissipated, and they were all overjoyed. That damn fog is finally gone. Someone posted on a forum. Everything is back to normal, this crisis is finally over. Others posted on their WeChat moments, assuming that with the fog gone, everything would return to normal. Meanwhile, Yu Dongchuan stood beside one of the few glass windows in the official fortress, his brow furrowed in deep thought. As the highest-ranking official in Linhu City, he couldn't possibly think of everything in the same positive light as ordinary citizens, so Yu Dongchuan was deeply troubled. The fog has lifted, which is good for humans, but what about the mutated beasts and the zombies? Yu Dongchuan muttered to himself, then suddenly his eyes narrowed as he realized a terrifying reality. Now that the fog has lifted, will the previously scattered and disorganized mutated beasts gather together? The thought made Yu Dongchuan feel his blood run cold. During this period of fierce fighting between the security team and the mutated beasts, they had discovered that some of the mutated beasts possessed considerable intelligence. Thinking this, Yu Dongchuan grew increasingly uneasy. Hua Yu, get Hua Yu here. Yu Dongchuan shouted, unable to wait any longer. He pushed open the office door and strode towards Hua Yu's office. Commander, Yu. Secretary Lu burst out of the adjacent office, a bad premonition rising in his heart as he saw his superior's panic state. Quickly, all security teams must tighten their defenses, using the fortifications as a barrier, and hold the line at all costs. Yu Dongchuan pushed open the door to Hua Yu's office, his eyes bloodshot, and ordered. Hua Yu was startled, then immediately understood Yu Dongchuan's meaning. He rushed out of his office and sprinted towards the security team's command center. 2 minutes later, sirens blared throughout the security zone, and all security teams were on high alert. Meanwhile, loudspeakers began broadcasting repeatedly. Please stay home and do not go out. Please stay home and do not go out. Just as the residents of Linhu City were bewildered by the government's baffling actions, a few minutes later, as the fog dissipated, a frenzied roar filled with murderous intent echoed from afar. Immediately afterward, a colossal, terrifying rhinoceros charged from the eastern part of the city towards the safe zone in the north. This rhinoceros, entirely silver-gray, stood over 10 meters tall, its single, menacing horn gleaming menacingly. It charged relentlessly, utterly destroying everything in its path, smashing buildings to pieces and sending countless fragments of rock flying into the sky. Even more despairing was the fact that behind the rhinoceros, a terrifying giant ape, also over 10 meters tall and entirely black, followed unhurriedly. Unlike the rhinoceros's madness, this giant ape was utterly calm, its eyes devoid of any madness, only displaying a chilling tranquility. Chapter 26 Officials of China. Mingying's move of Huashan into the mysterious space acted like a fuse, triggering a series of chain reactions. Everything seemed like a coincidence, but whether there was an underlying connection remained unknown. Of course, no one cared about this at the moment. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming army of mutated beasts. In Tai County, Secretary Zhang Yan was initially in a good mood. After Mingying killed Zhou Ling, he took over Tai County and immediately began to implement his policies, recently eliminating several of Zhou Ling's former subordinates. Furthermore, following Mingying's advice, Zhang Yang had designated a safe zone, gathering over 30,000 residents. Fortifications were being constructed rapidly around the perimeter, and everything was moving in a positive direction. However, upon waking this morning, Zhang Yang discovered the fog had dissipated. Soon after, the distant roars of frenzied beasts and the howls of zombies echoed through the air. Then, Zhang Yang's initial enthusiasm cooled instantly. He frantically mobilized the security forces and unloaded all the firearms and ammunition from the armory, distributing them to every civilian. The entire population of Taxian was mobilized, over 30,000 people went to the front lines. Half an hour later, intense gunfire erupted in Taxian. In Linhe City, a concrete fortification over 10 meters high had been erected on the outermost edge of the safe zone. At this moment, Yu Dongchuan also emerged from the official fortress, standing atop the concrete tower, his gaze fixed intently on the terrifying figure in the distance. "What are the tank losses?" Yu Dongchuan asked. Beside him, Hua Yu, his face ashen, said in a deep voice, "For tanks lost. We fired 16 rounds at that rhino, all armor-piercing shells, but that rhino is intelligent and agile, only one hit. Continue the attack. We must stop it outside the safe zone," Yu Dongchuan said firmly. The rhinoceros was over 10 meters tall, and the 10-meter-high concrete wall of Linhe City probably couldn't withstand a single charge from that beast. If this rhinoceros were to break into the safe zone, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Mingying were here, Yu Dongchuan thought again. Meanwhile, within the Linhe City safe zone, all the residents gritted their teeth, their attention focused on the terrifying rhinoceros outside the city. 7 or 8 kilometers away from the Linhe City safe zone, a massive rhinoceros was charging wildly towards it. In the distance, 7 or 8 tanks roared, firing shells, but flesh and blood are ultimately more agile than machines. The rhinoceros maneuvered left and right, dodging most of the shells, with only one ultimately hitting its target. It's been hit twice. Yu Dongchuan clearly saw 2 huge, bloody holes in the rhinoceros's body through his tactical binoculars. With each step the beast took, copious amounts of blood splattered. This monster's vitality is too strong. 5 minutes have passed, and it's still not dead, Hua Yu said bitterly and helplessly beside him. Yu Dongchuan didn't speak, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. Suddenly, a gigantic, jet-black figure slowly emerged from the dense cluster of buildings in the distance. Yu Dongchuan's heart skipped a beat upon seeing it, his pupils constricting. The terrifying giant ape had appeared. Unlike the rhinoceros, the giant ape didn't act frantically, it stood still. This sent a chill down the spines of both Yu Dongchuan and Hua Yu. It wasn't the frenzy of the mutated beasts that was frightening, but their composure. This was a bloody lesson learned from the past month of battles between humans and mutated beasts. The jet-black giant ape silently gazed at the safe zone 7 or 8 kilometers away, its eyes filled with icy killing intent. Suddenly, the beast roared, pounding its chest and howling to the sky. This roar was like a drumbeat, and instantly, a chorus of beastly roars echoed from the dense city buildings. It was truly 1,000 beasts roaring together. One after another, enormous mutated beasts emerged from the dense buildings, appearing in an open area on the outskirts. The beasts, led by the giant ape. In the safe zone, Yu Dongchuan, witnessing this scene, felt all his strength drain away. In Linhe City, how many mutated beasts were there? It was said to be a chorus of 10,000 beasts, but in reality, there were probably hundreds of thousands. And how many people were in Linhe City? While the population was considerable, over 2 million, only about 200,000 were combat-ready security personnel. "Commander, please leave this place quickly." "Leave this to Commander Hua Yu," Secretary Lu said anxiously. Beside him, Hua Yu nodded repeatedly, trying to pull Yu Dongchuan away from the city wall. Yu Dongchuan grinned and said, "We're already fighting a desperate battle. Whether I leave or not makes no difference. Let me stay with the soldiers." Upon hearing this, Secretary Lu and Hua Yu were both stunned. They glanced at the densely packed mutated beasts in the distance, and a surge of courage welled up within them. Humanity will prevail. Suddenly, someone shouted, as if a spark had fallen into gasoline, igniting the entire defensive line of the safe zone. Humanity will prevail. The soldiers' shouts soared into the sky. Yu Dongchuan smiled, and with a command, a deluge of bullets rained down on the distant mutated beast army. Meanwhile, outside the hastily constructed safe zone in Tai County, before any fortifications could even be built, the mutated beasts had already attacked. More than 10,000 security personnel were placed on the front lines, gunfire and artillery fire deafening. However, Zhang Yang's heart was filled with despair. He could already see the future of Tai County. Because Zhou Ling had usurped power for so long, Tai County hadn't built any defensive fortifications. At this moment, relying on more than 10,000 security personnel to hold off this horde of mutated beasts and zombies with their bare hands was simply impossible. Alas, I, Zhang Yang, have failed the people of Taxian. At this moment, Zhang Yang's heart was filled with endless regret. Perhaps, before the apocalypse, Zhang Yang, for the sake of his career, would have engaged in intrigue, deceit, and sycophancy. But at this moment, he had cast all those thoughts aside. In his mind, there was only one thought to ensure the survival of more people in Taxian. In China, it is precisely because of countless officials like Yu Dongchuan and Zhang Yang that the people were able to lead the arduous struggle and survival of the people in the apocalypse, creating the miracle of the highest survival rate in the world. Zhang Wei! Zhang Yang shouted. Beside him, Zhang Wei immediately responded loudly, "Here, I appoint you as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Taxian County. If the situation deteriorates, please immediately organize the people to break out." Zhang Yang issued an order. Zhang Wei was stunned upon hearing this, then hurriedly asked, "Secretary, you, what about yourself?" "Me? I'm here to have a good talk with these beasts." Wearing glasses, the usually refined Zhang Yang suddenly burst into laughter. He grabbed the rifle from his comrade beside him, staring intently at Zhang Wei and shouting, "You must lead everyone out of this. You can die, but everyone else must live, do you hear me?" Zhang Wei's eyes instantly turned red. He snapped to attention, gave a crisp military salute, and roared, "Zhang Wei of the Taxian Public Security Brigade, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." With a deafening boom, on the battlefield not far away, one of Taxian's only 3 main battle tanks suddenly overturned, then burst into flames. Beside this main battle tank, a terrifying crocodile over 10 meters long lay prone on the ground. Just now, it was this terrifying crocodile that had whipped its tail, bending the tank's gun barrel and causing it to explode. Immediately afterward, the other 2 main battle tanks also exploded with a deafening roar, sending flames soaring into the sky. Seeing this from afar, Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Zhang Wei, prepare to break through." Zhang Wei was taken aback, looking at the tall, thin Zhang Yang, his eyes instantly welling up with tears. He roared, "Mission accomplished." Zhang Yang then shouted, "First team, second team, follow me to the front. All other teams, obey Zhang Wei's command and do everything in your power to ensure the evacuation of the civilians." At this moment, the 3 giant crocodiles were already rapidly crawling towards the group. A hail of bullets struck them, leaving only shallow marks on their dark scales. The crocodile's massive tail swept across, instantly turning countless security guards into mincemeat in their wake. "Hold them back! Hold them back!" Zhang Yang stared intently at the 3 giant crocodiles, his mind filled with only this one thought. Chapter 27: Killing the 3 giant crocodiles. Where the giant crocodile passed, it was a scene of carnage, with limbs strewn everywhere, a sight that horrified Zhang Yang. These were human lives. A dense hail of bullets rained down on the crocodile, but Taxian was, after all, a small town, completely unarmed, possessing only some old-fashioned rifles and ammunition. These old rifles couldn't even penetrate the crocodile's hide. The crocodile quickly tore through the defensive line, charging 200 or 300 meters away. Suddenly, Zhang Yang glanced behind him, and his blood ran cold. He saw that in the direction Zhang Wei had led the people in their escape, another terrifying giant crocodile had appeared, and this one had already charged into the crowd, unleashing another bloody massacre. "It's over," Zhang Yang roared in despair. But just then, a long howl drifted from afar. Hearing the whistle, Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with wild joy as he shouted, "It's him! He's here!" A figure rushed in from afar, accompanied by a blur of gunfire. This figure was Mingying. Mingying, alone with his gun, instantly charged into the horde of mutated beasts. Wherever he went, gunfire swept across, sending mutated beasts flying through the air, as he charged towards a giant crocodile with terrifying speed. "All units, fire! All fire on the ordinary mutated beasts, be careful not to harm Mingying." Zhang Yang immediately gave the order. Zhang Yang's order was quickly relayed to the commanders. Within seconds, the firepower on the defensive line shifted away from the giant crocodile, clearing a path for Mingying. Meanwhile, Mingying's charge into the mutated beast horde enraged them, who charged at him relentlessly. However, these mutated beasts were mostly first and second tier, with only the giant crocodiles being third tier. They were no match for Mingying. Mingying wielded his spear, sometimes sweeping horizontally, sometimes thrusting straight forward, like a bulldozer breaking through the mutated beast encirclement. In a flash, he appeared beside the giant crocodile. "Die!" Mingying roared, his arm visibly thickening several notches, his spear resembling a dragon as he fiercely thrust it towards the giant crocodile. The giant crocodile also noticed Mingying, its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Its terrifying 4 or 5 meter long tail lashed out at Mingying with a whooshing sound. "Ha!" Mingying sneered, leaping from the ground with a whoosh, dodging the crocodile's tail, then breaking through from another direction to face the crocodile. His spear plunged into the crocodile's skull with a thud. Goodness, this defense is really impressive. The alloy spear pierced the giant crocodile's head, immediately feeling immense resistance. At the same time, the giant crocodile went berserk, its massive body directly crushing towards Mingying. Die! Mingying roared, grabbing the alloy spear with both hands and giving it a sharp twist. Instantly, the alloy spear spun like a drill, and then Mingying exerted all his strength, driving the spear into the giant crocodile's skull, more than half a meter deep, penetrating its brain. Instantly, the still raging giant crocodile shuddered violently and became completely still. In the distance, Zhang Yang, seeing this, immediately brightened up and shouted, "Dead!" Mingying killed the giant crocodile. Everyone, hold on. We're saved. Upon hearing this, all the security team members were overjoyed, their fighting spirit soaring, and they surprisingly managed to turn the tide. Quickly, civilians! Civilians! Zhang Yang shouted through a megaphone. Upon hearing this, Mingying glanced into the distance, pulled the spear from the giant crocodile's head, stored the crocodile in his mysterious space, and then, in a flash, rushed towards the direction where the civilians were breaking through. A minute later, Mingying stepped onto the giant crocodile's head, raised the spear still embedded in its body, and roared to the sky. Mingying's roar was so powerful it pierced through metal and stone. All the mutated beasts who heard it fell silent, feeling as if they were ants facing a dragon, experiencing a life-threatening pressure. Instantly, some mutated beasts turned and fled. With one mutated beast leading the charge, it was as if a domino effect had been toppled. The other mutated beasts immediately began to flee in panic. We won! We won! Zhang Yang was overjoyed. Mingying also laughed, his figure flashing as he chased after the last giant crocodile. Mingying had encountered this kind of giant crocodile many times in his previous life. Its defense was extremely strong. Once it reached the 5th or 6th tier, even being hit by armor-piercing bullets wouldn't necessarily kill it. Therefore, in his previous life, Mingying was always brutally hunted down whenever he encountered this kind of giant crocodile. Once, he was even chased for a whole day and night, almost dying of exhaustion. Damn it, this time I'm definitely going to boil you. Mingying's figure flashed, transforming into a black shadow as he chased after the last giant crocodile. Once this kind of giant crocodile grows up, it will be difficult to kill. Now that he had encountered it, and its strength far surpassed its, how could he let it go? The giant crocodile wasn't particularly fast, and the distance between them closed rapidly the moment Mingying moved. The crocodile realized the terrifying human was closing in, and panicked, frantically running for its life. However, its legs were simply too short, and even crawling at full speed, Mingying quickly caught up. Die! Mingying retrieved a short spear from his mysterious space and hurled it at the crocodile, embedding it in its tail. Mingying continued to retrieve short spears from his mysterious space, raining them down on the crocodile. In less than a minute, the crocodile was transformed into a porcupine, its body riddled with wounds, bleeding profusely, leaving a deep trail of blood on the ground. Finally, Mingying held his alloy spear horizontally, took a step forward, his entire body arching, his legs and right arm suddenly growing several times thicker, and hurled the alloy spear with all his might. The alloy spear flashed past, skimming the ground at breakneck speed, and with a whoosh, pierced the giant crocodile's back, penetrating more than a foot into its body, the spear's end still trembling. Immediately, Mingying's figure flashed, catching up to the giant crocodile behind it. He slammed his palm down on the end of the alloy spear, forcing it more than half a meter deeper into the crocodile's body. Get up! Mingying roared, grabbing the alloy spear and, with a shout, hoisting the giant crocodile onto his shoulder, slamming it aside. In the distance, everyone who witnessed this scene stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this even human? The giant crocodile roared in despair, its 4 short legs thrashing about frantically, but being airborne, it was all in vain. Finally, it was slammed heavily to the ground, many of the short spears on its body knocked off. Before the giant crocodile could react, Mingying drew his alloy spear, flashed to the crocodile's side, and with a swift movement, pierced through its eye socket and into its brain. The last giant crocodile died instantly. Boom! All the surrounding mutated beasts scattered like birds, not daring to flee from Mingying's direction. Thus, a strange phenomenon appeared on the battlefield. Mingying stood alone beside the giant crocodile's corpse, surrounded by fleeing mutated beasts, all keeping a safe distance from him, creating a vacuum zone several tens of meters wide around him. Moments later, all the mutated beasts had vanished, leaving only a scene of utter devastation. We're saved. Zhang Yang tossed his rifle aside, collapsing to the ground, his eyes brimming with undisguised joy. Tai County was saved. A deafening cheer erupted from everyone, some even kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly to Mingying. Mingying, seeing this, was speechless. He was increasingly resembling a charlatan. Zhang Yang quickly organized the troops. I'll leave you some weapons. Mingying walked to Zhang Yang's side and immediately took out all the anti-aircraft machine guns, bullets, and rocket launchers he had brought from Linhu City. Zhang Yang watched Mingying conjure up a large quantity of weapons as if by magic, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. But he didn't ask any questions, simply nodding and saying, "Okay, with so many weapons, I'm confident." "Good." Mingying nodded. There were tens of thousands of people in Tai County. For Mingying to collect them all into his mysterious space at once, he needed to materialize the mysterious space into the real world. However, once the mysterious space materializes, it will be unable to materialize again for a considerable period. Meanwhile, 2 million people in Linhu City are waiting for Mingying to save their lives. The difference in priorities is obvious. Just as Mingying and Zhang Yang were rapidly communicating, a security guard suddenly shouted, "Secretary Zhang, the communication is working. The communication is working." Zhang Yang was overjoyed upon hearing this. The security guard added, "A message has arrived from Huaju. A message has arrived from Huaju." Mingying was also taken aback. He immediately took out his phone from the mysterious space, and instantly the phone had a signal. Dozens of missed calls popped up. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. It was Yu Dongchuan calling. Chapter 28 Crisis in Linhu City. Communication had just been restored, and logically, Yu Dongchuan should have been busy contacting Huaju immediately. However, at this moment, Yu Dongchuan was glued to his phone, his eyes fixed on the call screen, afraid no one would answer. The phone vibrated slightly, the call had connected. Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly pressed the phone to his ear, even more nervous than when he first spoke to a high-ranking official in the central government. "Mingying, is that Mingying?" Yu Dongchuan asked quickly. Mingying could sense Yu Dongchuan's anxiety and tension, and immediately said, "I'll be back in Linhu City in half an hour." "Can you hold out? Half an hour?" Yu Dongchuan was taken aback, then nodded firmly and said, "Okay, alright, I'm leaving now. I won't say more." Mingying hung up the phone and told Zhang Yang, "You guys shouldn't go to Linhu City. Find a tall building to house the people. The weapons I gave you should be enough to hold it. I'll be back in 2 hours." Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly. At this point, it was indeed impossible to go to Linhu City with Mingying. You see, Linhu City currently has at least hundreds of thousands of mutated beasts. If Mingying repelled these mutated beasts, they would likely leave Linhu City in droves and immediately encounter Zhang Yang, who was heading there to rendezvous. At that time, Zhang Yang's tens of thousands of people wouldn't be enough to satisfy the mutated beasts of Linhu City. After quickly giving Zhang Yang a few instructions, Mingying drove his pickup truck and sped towards Linhu City. Lu Jun and Zhang Yun emerged from the mysterious space, standing in the back of a pickup truck, clearing a path with heavy machine guns, killing countless mutated beasts in their way. Back in Linhu City, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Over 200,000 security personnel were stationed on concrete fortifications, unleashing a deluge of bullets towards the distant mutated beasts. In the distance, an endless array of mutated beasts, primarily first and second tier, with occasional third tier ones, were visible. As for fourth tier beasts, only the rhinoceros and the black giant ape had been identified so far. Linhu City, being a large city, possessed relatively sophisticated weaponry. Outside the concrete fortifications, over a dozen tanks were lined up, all locked onto the terrifying rhinoceros. On the concrete fortifications, a heavy machine gun was positioned every 100 meters, relentlessly spitting fire. Behind each machine gun, 4 men were providing support, 3 carrying ammunition, and 1 cooling the red-hot barrels with cold water. Tanks, push forward. All armor-piercing rounds, aim at the rhinoceros. Bomb that beast to death. Hua Yu, the brigade commander, directly ordered the tanks. With a series of roars, the tanks started up and charged directly into the mutated beast army. This king of land warfare finally revealed its ferocious fangs in this offensive and defensive battle. Tankers, each weighing tens of tons, roared at full speed, rampaging through everything in their path. Some of the smaller first and second tier beasts were instantly crushed or run over. With a deafening boom, the cannon of one tank spat fire, piercing through a distant bore and killing over a dozen mutated beasts in succession. Lock onto the rhinoceros. Fire a volley. Hua Yu roared, his eyes bloodshot. 10 seconds later, all the main battle tanks fired a volley, instantly showering the rhinoceros with over a dozen armor-piercing rounds. The rhinoceros now had 3 gaping wounds, through which the white bones and writhing internal organs were faintly visible. However, even with such severe injuries, this 4th-tier mutated beast had not lost its fighting ability. Its running speed increased, while it swayed left and right, dodging the numerous armor-piercing rounds. Finally, the rhinoceros was hit by an armor-piercing round, creating another gaping wound and causing a large amount of blood to splatter. But it charged straight at a tank. With a single lunge, the rhinoceros's menacing horn pierced through the bottom of the tank, and with a roar, it flipped the tank over. Simultaneously, the rhinoceros charged again, reaching another tank and ramming it sideways, rendering it immobile. The rhinoceros leaped up, its terrifying weight of tens of tons crashing down on the tank. Instantly, a burst of flame shot into the sky, and another tank was destroyed. In the distance, Yu Dongchuan's eyes narrowed at the sight. He subconsciously glanced at a spot not far away. There were 7 or 8 people there, all silent. The leader was masked, with 7 or 8 alloy short spears strapped to his back and a long alloy spear in his hand, almost identical to the one Mingying carried. This man, without a doubt, was Wang Yufei, now Mingying's incarnation, providing the last shred of hope for the people of Linhu City. The security guards on the city wall also felt a chill run down their spines after witnessing 2 tanks destroyed instantly. Linhu City's greatest asset was these dozen or so tanks and armor-piercing rounds, yet they couldn't withstand this terrifying rhinoceros. How could this not inspire despair? Why hasn't Ming Shen appeared yet? Only you can handle this kind of mutated beast. At this moment, a security guard finally remembered Mingying, the invincible war god, and began to pray. He wasn't the only security guard praying for Mingying's appearance. In fact, most of the more than 200,000 security guards were anticipating that great figure wielding a long gun and carrying a short spear. The rhinoceros, after destroying 2 tanks, was less than 300 meters from the concrete fortification. It roared to the sky and charged straight at the fortification. At the same time, the terrifying giant ape in the far distance also moved. It reared up, pounding its chest, and with a thud, uprooted a thick concrete pole from the roadside, hoisted it onto its shoulder, and charged towards the safe zone. The rhinoceros roared in response, and the 2 attacked simultaneously. Ignore the ape for now, surround the rhinoceros. The Hua Yu Brigade quickly issued the attack order, their hearts filled with bitterness. This ape is incredibly intelligent. It knew to use the rhinoceros as cover while charging straight in. At this point, the rhinoceros was less than 300 meters from the fortifications, forcing the security team to surround and attack it, thus buying the giant ape a significant amount of time. This was a blatant, calculated strategy. The remaining 11 tanks immediately turned around, forming a semicircle to surround the rhinoceros. A few seconds later, another volley of fire followed. The rhinoceros roared to the sky, struck again by armor-piercing rounds. One of them even pierced through the previously gaping wound. It's done! Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up. But the next second, the terrifying rhinoceros charged straight at the tanks blocking its path, crushing them, and continued its relentless pace, now only 200 meters from the defensive fortifications. These 200 meters were the most crucial moment. God, why haven't you appeared yet? Finally, one of the security guards broke down, unable to hold back his cry. The anticipation for Mingying's appearance instantly spread throughout the entire security team. Many members fired their guns while shouting his name. Ming Shen! Ming Shen! On the fortified position, Yu Dongchuan's face showed bitterness. He was the highest-ranking official in Linhu City, and he had always been deeply concerned for the people of Linhu City. Who would have thought that at this moment, the security team members would be calling for Mingying? Hey, Mingying, hurry up! Yu Dongchuan's face was bitter, but the same thought had crossed his mind. Not far away, Wang Yufei also sensed the security team's admiration for Mingying. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Everyone, we're charging." Behind Wang Yufei, 7 or 8 men nodded emphatically. These 7 or 8 men were Yu Dongchuan's special forces team. Each of them was a master who had cultivated their own force, and each wielded a long spear, over 2 meters long, with one end incredibly sharp and engraved with a menacing blood groove. "Charge! Take down this rhinoceros!" Wang Yufei shouted, leaping down from the concrete fortification several meters high, hurling a short spear with a whoosh. "It's Mingying!" One of the security team members saw Wang Yufei and was overjoyed, cheering to the sky. Instantly, the entire security team's spirits lifted, an invisible force surging from within them. Wang Yufei fired one short spear after another at the rhinoceros. However, he had only recently begun practicing with short spears, and his accuracy was far inferior to Mingying's. Of the 8 spears, only one finally struck the rhinoceros. With a deafening boom, the high explosive shell at the end of the spear detonated, sending a violent burst of flame skyward. "It's done!" Wang Yufei thought with overjoyment. In that instant, all the security team members focused their attention on Wang Yufei's spear strike, praying that the rhinoceros would be killed. But the next second, the rhinoceros's massive form burst through the dust, its head mangled beyond recognition, and charged straight at the concrete fortification. Chapter 29. Old Master Wang Chong. What? It's still alive? Wang Yufei was stunned, then instantly despaired. At this point, the rhinoceros was only tens of meters away from the defensive fortifications, making it impossible to stop it any longer. A deafening boom resounded, and everyone in the safe zone felt their hearts leap. The rhinoceros finally crashed into the defensive fortifications. Its massive body towered 3 meters above the fortifications, and the violent impact cracked the ground. A torrent of flesh and blood rained down from the sky. The rhinoceros's head was smashed open, exposing its stark white bone, a gruesome sight. However, Yu Dongchuan's eyes widened in horror, because the defensive fortifications had been breached. The rhinoceros was terrifyingly large. A defensive wall only 10 meters high and 2 or 3 meters wide was utterly no match for this behemoth, smashing a gaping hole 20 or 30 meters wide, scattering concrete chunks everywhere. Moo! The rhinoceros shakily stood up, letting out a low growl, then slammed its massive body to the side. Instantly, the gap in the defensive wall widened, and the rhinoceros charged straight towards the safe zone. In the distance, the giant black ape, seeing this, roared to the sky, carrying a terrifying concrete pole, and charged forward at high speed. Quick, kill the rhinoceros. Yu Dongchuan panicked when he saw that the rhinoceros was still alive. If this rhinoceros were to break into the safe zone, the consequences would be dire. Such a terrifying beast could topple a building with a single ramming attack. Given the current density of people in buildings, that would mean tens of thousands of deaths and injuries. The people in the safe zone also witnessed this scene and immediately let out desperate screams. It's over, the security team can't hold them off. Someone saw the terrifying rhinoceros, over 10 meters tall, through the window and was immediately stunned. Then, suddenly remembering Mingying, they cried out, "Ming Shen, where are you?" At that moment, the entire population of the Linhu City safe zone was plunged into unprecedented panic. Outside, the rhinoceros's deep roar was chilling. Every step it took felt like a hammer blow to the hearts of the people. Some of the more vulnerable even collapsed to the ground, weeping. Security team, plug the gap. Yu Dongchuan roared, leaping several times and sprinting towards the breach in the defensive wall. Chief! Behind him, Secretary Lu cried out in alarm. But Yu Dongchuan practically became a blur, disappearing from Secretary Liu's sight in a few leaps. Chief, he's also an evolved being. Secretary Lu was deeply shocked, as if he were meeting his long-serving leader for the first time that day. Not far away, Wang Yufei was leading his special forces team in pursuit of the rhinoceros when he suddenly caught sight of Yu Dongchuan rushing towards them. He really is an evolved being too, so strong. Wang Yufei's eyes narrowed. Give me a gun, Yu Dongchuan shouted. A special forces member tossed an alloy rifle to Yu Dongchuan. Yu Dongchuan caught the rifle, leaped forward, and quickly pursued the rhinoceros. Wang Yufei roared and hurled his last short spear, embedding it into the rhinoceros's hind leg. With a flash of light, the high-explosive round at the end of the spear detonated, instantly blowing the rhinoceros's hind leg into a bloody mess, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Yu Dongchuan seized the opportunity to catch up, his alloy spear transforming into a streak of lightning, piercing with pinpoint accuracy into the rhinoceros's already bloodied and mangled eye socket. Yu Dongchuan felt as if something was blocking his spear after it pierced the rhinoceros's eye socket. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only push the spear in about an inch into the wound. Is this rhinoceros's defense that strong? How did Mingying manage that before? Yu Dongchuan was shocked. Others might not know, but Yu Dongchuan knew perfectly well. He was a genuine second-tier evolved human, yet he couldn't pierce the rhinoceros's defenses? Go in! Yu Dongchuan kicked the end of the spear, forcing it in even deeper. I'll help you. Wang Yufei had also arrived at this moment. The two of them gripped the spear together, and with a thud, they finally pushed it in more than a foot further. This time, the rhinoceros's massive body jerked violently, then remained completely still. Dead! Yu Dongchuan gasped for breath, then turned to look at the breach in the defensive wall. The security team was already in position, using their own bodies to re-guard the breach. However, the number of mutated beasts outside the city was increasing, charging towards the breach like madmen. We must hold it. Yu Dongchuan quickly leaped onto the city wall, his gaze sweeping across the area, and he saw the giant black ape already a kilometer away. The giant ape, gripping a concrete pole, directly shot the cannon barrel of a tank into the air, then skillfully dodged the fire of other tanks with several maneuvers. Yu Dongchuan's eyes narrowed at the sight. This giant ape was far more agile and stronger than a rhinoceros. Commander, I don't think we can hold out much longer. Wang Yufei stood beside Yu Dongchuan, his heart heavy with bitterness. Protect the civilians and evacuate. Evacuate? Yu Dongchuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mutant beasts are everywhere now. Where can the 2 million people of Linhu City go? Hold on, we must hold on. Hold on for another 15 minutes, and Mingying will be here. Yu Dongchuan said in a low voice. Hearing this, Wang Yufei's eyes lit up. Really? He exclaimed. Absolutely. Yu Dongchuan nodded. In that instant, Wang Yufei felt a surge of power welling up inside him. His previously despairing heart was instantly revived. This battle is going to be fought. We have hope. Wang Yufei roared inwardly. Let's go, Dongchuan, let's go and meet this giant ape. Suddenly, a voice drifted from afar. A white-haired figure rushed from the safe zone. Passing a 7 or 8 meter wide river, instead of heading towards the small bridge to the east, the figure stepped into the water. Contrary to everyone's expectations of sinking to the bottom, the white-haired figure only sank a few centimeters after stepping onto the surface. Then, with a few quick movements, the figure vanished across the lake, crossing the river. This. Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up at the sight. Single-handed, the water barely reaching his knees. More than 10 years ago, Grandpa Wang Chong, whose kung fu had reached its peak, had demonstrated this skill to Yu Dongchuan, leaving him speechless with astonishment. To walk on water in mid-air, with the water barely reaching one's knees, represents the pinnacle of martial arts, a state of perfect mastery of strength, skill, and spirit, all three indispensable. Even Mingying, if present at this moment, would likely be speechless with astonishment. If Mingying didn't possess 5th-tier strength, performing this technique as an ordinary person would be nearly impossible. In recent years, Old Master Wang Chong's physical abilities have declined, and rumors circulated that he could no longer perform this extraordinary skill. Unexpectedly, today, the Old Master performed this move again, and even surpassed it, the water level barely reaching his ankles. Old Master Wang Chong's speed was even faster than Yu Dongchuan's. After crossing the river, he leaped several times onto the city wall, his gaze sharpening as he looked at the terrifying giant ape in the distance. Then he laughed, a tremendous fighting spirit erupting from his body. Yo! Old Master Wang Chong roared to the sky, the sound soaring and instantly echoing throughout the entire battlefield, even subtly drowning out the sounds of gunfire. Beside him, Yu Dongchuan was overjoyed upon seeing this. He clearly sensed that Old Master Wang Chong's cultivation level surpassed his own, most likely reaching the 3rd tier. Chapter 30. Mingying has arrived. Give me the gun. Old Master Wang Chong exclaimed with unparalleled dominance. A short distance away, a Special Forces soldier rushed over and respectfully handed the old man a large alloy gun. Old Master Wang Chong grabbed the gun, flicked his wrist, and the gun emitted a clear ringing sound. The tip of the gun drew circles rapidly, each circle no bigger than a little finger. In spearmanship, the more skilled the practitioner, the smaller the circles, resulting in terrifying power. A light poke could create a bloody hole. Old Master Wang's spearmanship was likely already at a state of perfection. Let's go! Old Master Wang, gun in hand, leaped off the city wall and plunged into the endless horde of mutated beasts. As soon as he entered the mutated beast horde, the alloy gun in Old Master Wang's hands seemed to come alive like a dragon, thrusting and sweeping with incredible speed, as if it were nothing. The large spear spun wildly in the old man's hands, its terrifying drilling force easily piercing through the mutated beasts. Shortly, Grandpa Wang Chong had carved a bloody path, rapidly approaching the giant black ape. Beast, take this! Grandpa Wang Chong roared, fiercely thrusting his spear at the giant black ape. The giant black ape, already a 4th-tier mutated beast, paid no heed to a human. It simply swung its cement pole horizontally, aiming for Grandpa Wang Chong. Grandpa Wang Yufei, seeing this, was extremely tense. Yu Dongchuan's eyes were also burning with anxiety. Whether Grandpa Wang Chong could withstand the giant black ape's attack would determine the last hope of Linhu City. Ha! Grandpa Wang Chong's face flushed red. The alloy spear barely grazed the sweeping cement pole, sending countless cement fragments flying. Grandpa Wang Chong's body trembled rapidly, his alloy spear surging with power, bending into a bow shape. Then, like a kite in flight, he was propelled into the air by the black giant ape's concrete pole. Excellent! Wang Yufei's eyes lit up at the sight. The Wang family's boxing style includes a technique called the entangling technique. At a high level, it allows one to stick to their opponent almost effortlessly, using their force against them with ferocity. At this moment, Grandpa Wang Chong was undoubtedly applying the entangling technique in real combat, firmly adhering to the black giant ape's concrete pole. The black giant ape was merely a newly awakened mutated beast, it had no knowledge of such advanced techniques. Grandpa Wang Chong, stuck to the concrete pole, grew faster and faster, his potential energy accumulating ever greater. Suddenly, he dodged, his spear brimming with power, and with a flash of lightning, thrust it straight towards the giant black ape's abdomen. Caught off guard, the giant ape was instantly struck in the abdomen by the spear, the shaft penetrating a full meter into its body. Had it not been for its enormous size, it would likely have been pierced through. From afar, Yu Dongchuan was overjoyed at the sight. However, the next second, the giant ape, writhing in excruciating pain, went berserk, its cement pole crashing down towards Old Master Wang Chong. At this moment, the old man was unarmed and unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the cement pole. He quickly dropped to the ground, narrowly dodging beneath it, then used his hands and feet to escape the giant black ape's attack range. Grandpa! Wang Yufei's face lit up with joy upon seeing the old man was unharmed. Grandpa Wang Chong, however, remained grave, shaking his head. This giant ape is too large. My shot didn't seriously injure it. And now it's on guard, it'll be difficult to hurt it again. Hold it off. Mingying is almost here, Yu Dongchuan said in a deep voice. Oh! Grandpa Wang Chong's eyes lit up. Mingying's evolution speed was simply unbelievable. Grandpa Wang Chong had compared himself to Mingying many times, and each time he concluded that this person seemed to be evolving at a terrifying speed every moment. I wonder what level he's reached now. If he's a level higher than me, there's hope, Grandpa Wang Chong thought to himself. He himself was currently at the 3rd rank. If Mingying could reach the 4th rank, he could confront this giant ape head-on. At that time, with Mingying's help, they might be able to kill the giant ape. What Grandpa Wang Chong hadn't expected was that Mingying wasn't 4th tier, but 5th tier. Alright, let's 3 of us team up and give this beast a good fight. Grandpa Wang Chong laughed heartily, his expression carefree, still faintly revealing his former domineering presence. Everyone, special forces, assist the security team in defending the city wall. Old 9, throw a gun over here. Yu Dongchuan quickly assigned tasks via communicator. On the concrete fortifications, an exceptionally tall young man, upon hearing Yu Dongchuan's order, grinned and suddenly sprinted forward, hurling his long spear horizontally. This alloy spear, weighing at least 100 pounds, soared into the sky in the tall young man's hands, flying towards Yu Dongchuan. At the same time, the giant black ape roared and charged directly at Wang Chong, Yu Dongchuan, and Wang Yufei. Old Wang, I'll go first. Yu Dongchuan roared, walking side by side with Wang Yufei, charging towards the giant ape from the left and right. A second later, a spear shadow descended from the sky, landing more than 10 meters in front of Old Master Wang Chong, embedding itself more than a meter into the mud. Old Master Wang Chong's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the alloy spear, and with a slight shake, pulled it out of the mud. Wang Chong's figure flashed, covering dozens of meters like a ghost, rushing to the giant ape's side, and fiercely thrusting his spear into its abdomen. The giant ape, with a spear still embedded in its abdomen, was already in excruciating pain, swinging a cement pole wildly at the 3. The 3 hurriedly retreated, then immediately surrounded it again. The giant ape roared repeatedly, while Wang Chong, Yu Dongchuan, and Wang Yufei moved swiftly around it, occasionally firing a shot before retreating, avoiding direct combat. Good, let's stall like this, we've got it. Yu Dongchuan glanced at the breach in the concrete fortification, noticing the security team holding their ground, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The humans breathed a sigh of relief. The killing intent in the giant ape's eyes was indeed growing stronger. Suddenly, the giant ape swept across, forcing Wang Chong, Yu Dongchuan, and Wang Yufei back, then its massive body leaped away, disappearing from the battlefield and heading straight for the breach in the fortification. Damn it, stop him! Yu Dongchuan cried out in alarm. Grandpa Wang Chong's figure flashed, instantly catching up with the giant ape. His spear once again transformed into lightning, aiming straight for the ape's back. But unexpectedly, the giant ape seemed to have eyes in the back of its head, suddenly turning around, a smug smile on its face. It swung its cement pole directly at Grandpa Wang Chong. Not good. Grandpa Wang Chong's expression changed drastically. He felt a dark shadow loom over him. Without thinking, he raised his alloy spear to block. With a thud, the cement pole struck the alloy spear. Grandpa Wang Chong's arm trembled visibly, trying to absorb the immense force of the cement pole. However, the power of a 4th-tier mutated beast was not something that could be easily neutralized. The alloy spear was instantly deformed, and then a series of rapid, cracking sounds suddenly emanated from Grandpa Wang Chong's body, sending chills down one's spine. These were the sounds of muscles snapping. Grandpa Wang Chong's arms suddenly thickened several feet, finally dissipating most of his strength. He then staggered, instantly retreating several meters, before being caught by Wang Yufei. Grandpa, you! Wang Yufei cried out in alarm. Grandpa Wang Chong's face was flushed, his arms hanging limply at his sides, unable to move. Seeing this, the giant ape revealed a human-like smile again, turning and attacking the 3 of them. That cunning beast! Yu Dongchuan roared. Grandpa Wang Chong gave a bitter smile and said, "Run quickly, we can't win." Yu Dongchuan's face immediately filled with intense resentment. He cried out in anguish, "Only 9 minutes left. Mingying is coming. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled to Linhu's city disappearing like this." Suddenly, a loud boom echoed as a monstrous boar broke through the security team's defenses and charged into the safe zone. Instantly, despair filled Yu Dongchuan's eyes, and he trembled as he said, "It's over, everything is over." With a boom, the giant ape took a step forward, charging towards the 3 of them. The other mutated beasts scattered in all directions, not daring to approach the area. Wang Yufei and Grandpa Wang Chong also looked grim upon seeing this. However, Wang Yufei's expression immediately turned serious, and he shouted, "This is hopeless. We must get out of the battlefield immediately." But before Wang Yufei could finish speaking, a long howl echoed through the air. Upon hearing this howl, Yu Dongchuan's body trembled, then his face lit up with wild joy. He quickly turned to look. He saw a figure leap out of a pickup truck 3 kilometers away, skimming along the ground. "It's him! He's here!" Yu Dongchuan roared to the sky, his whole body trembling with excitement. Chapter 31. Quickly call your companions. Mingying is here. One man, one gun, charged into the horde of mutated beasts with terrifying speed. In an instant, the carcasses of mutated beasts flew everywhere. Mingying was like a cannonball, tearing through the mutated beast's defenses and charging directly at the black ape. Although Grandpa Wang Chang's arm muscles were broken, his expression remained nonchalant. He stared intently at the charging Mingying, laughing loudly, terrifying, terrifying, wonderful, wonderful. Grandpa, let's go. Wang Yufei quickly rushed to Grandpa Wang's side, and together with Yudong Chuan, they protected Grandpa Wang as they quickly escaped the battlefield. But the black giant ape wouldn't let the three of them have their way. With a single step, it caught up with them, and a terrifying concrete pole crashed down, engulfing them. Not good. Yudong Chuan panicked immediately, dodging to the side and quickly fleeing. Wang Yufei and Wang Chong, however, were directly engulfed by the concrete pole, their deaths imminent. Yufei, get out of here. Old Master Wang Chong suddenly roared, his figure blurring as he shoved Wang Yufei aside, sending him flying. Grandpa! Wang Yufei cried out in alarm, seeing that Old Master Wang Chong was about to die. The giant black ape also revealed a cruel, cold smile. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed, and a short spear shot from a great distance, skimming the ground, before crashing into the concrete pole with a loud clang. Instantly, rocks flew everywhere, and the thick concrete pole was knocked more than half a meter to the side by the spear, slamming heavily onto the ground beside Old Master Wang Chong. Seeing this, Old Master Wang Chong's eyes narrowed. He took several quick steps, using a strange footwork technique, and in a few leaps, escaped the giant ape's attack range. The giant black ape swung its cement pole again, but this time it didn't pursue Grandpa Wang Chong and the others. Instead, it stood upright, silently watching Mingying. It instinctively sensed the presence of someone no weaker than itself. You guys retreat first. Mingying shouted, his figure flashing as he blocked Grandpa Wang Chong's path. Yudong Chuan immediately caught up, asking, Mingying, are you confident? Confident? Mingying grinned, saying, you can tell the logistics team to start cooking. Today's main dish is braised pork. Yudong Chuan's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Beside him, Wang Chong and Wang Yufei also laughed. They hadn't expected Mingying to say something like that at this crucial moment. Rumors say that the war god Ming enjoys eating mutated beasts, and it seems they're true. Old Master Wang Chong laughed heartily, grabbing the alloy spear from Wang Yufei's hand. Need my help? He asked. Mingying's arrival had immediately drawn the giant ape's attention, and Wang Yufei had finally found an opportunity to give the old man a small bottle of well water. By now, the old man's arms had almost fully recovered, and a fighting spirit was gradually igniting in his eyes. No need, Mingying waved his hand, looking up at the giant ape, which was over 10 meters tall, his eyes gradually hardening with killing intent. The giant ape did the same, roaring to the sky and pounding its chest. Shut up! Mingying snorted coldly, then suddenly roared, who told you to come here? The giant ape was startled. Its intelligence had awakened, and it could vaguely understand Mingying's words, and it was immediately puzzled. Mingying, his face contorted with rage, charged directly at the giant black ape, roaring, don't you have any chickens, ducks, or fish to keep you company? Don't you know I don't eat humanoid apes? Too useless. You're inedible, what use are you? The giant black ape was stunned. Nearby, Grandpa Wang Chong, along with Wang Yufei and Yudong Chuan, who were preparing to leave, were also stunned. Inedible? So useless? And you're angry? What kind of idiot is this? The giant black ape instantly flew into a rage, grabbing a nearby concrete pole and swinging it directly at Mingying. Is that all you know? Mingying dodged quickly, then pushed off the ground, charging directly to the giant black ape's side. Mingying swung his alloy spear, sending it arcing through the air before slamming it into the giant black ape's shin with a loud thud. Hair flew everywhere, and the ape's shin was ripped open, revealing a gaping wound. The giant ape, in pain, gripped a cement pillar in one hand and swung its other, attempting to kill Mingying with a single blow. But Mingying sneered, his figure blurring as he rapidly moved around the giant ape. Now a fifth-tier evolved being, dealing with this fourth-tier mutated beast was a piece of cake. Mingying nimbly circled the giant ape, occasionally striking with his spear, quickly leaving 4 or 5 bloody holes in its body. Too strong. Grandpa Wang Chong, Yudong Chuan, and Wang Yufei, having also noticed the battle, widened their eyes in astonishment. The three of them had already witnessed the giant ape's strength, even combined, they were nearly killed. Yet, Mingying was now single-handedly overwhelming the beast, seemingly with complete ease. In that instant, all three had a completely new understanding of Mingying's power. The giant ape, realizing it was no match for this human, roared to the sky. The next second, a clear, melodious cry drifted from afar. Mingying turned and his eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Wonderful!" A colorful cloud rapidly approached from the south of Linhu City. Upon closer inspection, Mingying immediately recognized the mutated beast as a multicolored pheasant, 4 or 5 meters tall, significantly larger than Aji from the mysterious space. What? There's a mutated beast. Yudong Chuan and the others were stunned, their spirits plummeting. But Mingying burst into laughter, finding the giant ape increasingly pleasing to the eye. He chuckled, "Well done. Quickly call your companions over." The giant ape, somewhat understanding human speech, flew into a rage, lashing out with its paw at Mingying, who easily dodged. "They're here! They're here!" Mingying's attention was now entirely focused on the rapidly approaching pheasant. The giant ape could even clearly see Mingying swallowing hard. For a moment, the ape froze. "What are you looking at? Who told you to be so useless, unable to be eaten?" Mingying glanced at the giant ape, then swiftly thrust his spear, piercing the ape's right leg. He then withdrew the spear and swept it horizontally, shattering the ape's entire kneecap. "Ouch!" The giant ape cried out in pain. "Shut up! Don't scare away my pheasant!" Mingying roared angrily. The giant ape was stunned by his words, filled with grief and rage. However, its right leg was now useless, and it could only frantically pound on Mingying with its paws. "Alright, considering you brought your companions, I'll grant you a quick death." Mingying swung his spear, instantly breaking through the giant ape's attack, thrusting it into its skull through its jaw, killing it instantly. Then, Mingying withdrew his spear, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the rapidly approaching five-colored pheasant. Seeing Mingying kill the giant ape with a single spear thrust, the five-colored pheasant began to squawk wildly, hastily flapping its wings to a stop. Just as it was about to turn and flee, it found Mingying had already caught up. A streak of light flashed past. The five-colored pheasant was about to take flight when it felt a sharp pain in its right wing. It had been pierced by a short spear. Then, Mingying charged forward rapidly, hurling short spears at a time. In just a dozen breaths, the poor, multicolored pheasant had over a dozen short spears stuck in its wings, rendering it unable to fly. "Where do you think you're going, you drooling chicken?" Mingying shouted, increasing his speed to only 70 or 80 meters away. "Run!" The multicolored pheasant was instantly terrified, forgetting about flying, and began to run wildly on the ground, cursing the giant ape 18 times in its mind. However, what awaited the multicolored pheasant was a long alloy spear that fell from the sky, impaling the 4 or 5 meter tall pheasant on the ground. Then, Mingying leaped onto the multicolored pheasant, pulled out the alloy spear, and gazed into the distance. In the distance, Mingying could see, nestled among the dense buildings of Linhu City, lay 6 enormous mutated beasts, all of them 4th tier. These 6 4th-tier mutated beasts sensed Mingying's gaze and howled. They all turned and ran, fleeing into the distance without looking back, fearing that if they were a step too slow, Mingying would catch up with them and put them in a pot to be stewed. Chapter 32 Secret Recipe Spicy Chicken, by Sichuan Dong Chamber of Commerce in Shentians. With the giant ape and the colorful pheasant dead, the mutated beasts on the battlefield, leaderless, crumbled completely. Before Mingying could even charge in, they scattered like birds. The crisis in Linhu City was finally and completely resolved. "We won! We won!" The security team members, watching the fleeing mutated beasts, roared to the sky, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "Ming God! Ming God is mighty!" Security team members near the breach saw Mingying and immediately shouted wildly, their voices spreading rapidly from one to the next. In an instant, all 200,000 plus security team members in the entire Linhu City safe zone erupted in cheers. "Ming God! Ming God!" Standing atop the concrete fortifications, Mingying felt the excitement of the security team members and smiled. He then took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, a resounding victory. "Chicken dinner tonight!" Immediately, thunderous cheers echoed from the defensive concrete walls. In the distance, the security team was already clearing the battlefield. Swarms of mutated beasts were being lifted by cranes and loaded onto trucks. This mutated beast horde was estimated to have involved hundreds of thousands of mutated beasts driven by the giant apes, with tens of thousands likely killed, significantly alleviating the food crisis in Linhu City. Mingying suggested chicken for dinner, and Yu Dongchuan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The security team acted swiftly, collecting a large number of mutated beasts and distributing them uniformly, averaging about half a pound of meat per person. With this matter settled, Mingying, not wanting to cause any more trouble, said goodbye to Yu Dongchuan and went straight back. Yu Dongchuan quickly followed, accompanying him the whole time, and said with a smile, "Your apocalyptic fortress is ready, shall I take you to see it?" Mingying's eyes lit up at this, and he smiled, saying, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Commander." Yu Dongchuan rubbed his hands together, a rare awkward smile appearing on his face, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Beside him, Secretary Lu was stunned by the scene. In all these years, this was the first time he'd seen his boss with such an expression. Mingying, of course, understood Yu Dongchuan's meaning and was also moved. Yu Dongchuan was now the highest authority in Linhu City. For him to show such an expression, it was clear how critical the situation was. "Chief, thank you for building this post-apocalyptic fortress for me. In exchange, I will pay you 50 kilograms of medicine," Mingying said directly. Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. 50 kilograms. Mingying had only given him 100 kilograms when he left. Thinking of this, Yu Dongchuan's mood instantly improved, and he walked with much lighter steps. After taking the medicine, Sichuan couldn't wait to rush towards the city wall. Many security team members there had been bitten and scratched by mutated beasts and were waiting for the medicine to save their lives. Secretary Lu was left to accompany Mingying. The head secretary, realizing that Mingying had now become someone even his superior relied on, felt a little uneasy. "Secretary Lu, give me the keys, I can handle it myself." "You go ahead with your work," Mingying said with a smile. "How can I?" Secretary Lu quickly shook his head, saying solemnly, "The commander specifically instructed me to make sure you are well taken care of." Mingying, seeing Secretary Liu's bureaucratic manner, shook his head and smiled wryly, letting him be. Secretary Lu was incredibly enthusiastic, running around frantically, opening doors and explaining everything about the post-apocalyptic fortress, making Mingying feel a little uncomfortable. "It's so great to be an official. This feeling of being high and mighty is truly addictive," Mingying thought to himself. After a while, Mingying finally saw Secretary Lu off and let out a long sigh of relief. With Secretary Lu gone, Mingying could finally properly examine the post-apocalyptic fortress, and at the same time, he moved his parents, Song Saru, Zhou Fang, Zhang Yun, and Lu Jun out of the mysterious space. When everyone reappeared, they were surprised and delighted to find themselves back in Baiyuan residential area, feeling like wanderers returning home. "What's this?" Ming Yuxuan was stunned to see an oval-shaped building on the site of his former villa. "Come on, this will be our new home from now on," Mingying said with a smile. Everyone's eyes lit up at this. Secretary Lu had just given Mingying a tour of the post-apocalyptic fortress, inside and out. Now, Mingying was immediately putting his newfound knowledge to use, introducing it to everyone. This post-apocalyptic fortress had 3 floors above ground and 5 below, a vast space. Although the entire building was completely enclosed, without a single window, it featured projected scenery and an air circulation system, so living inside wasn't stuffy at all. In fact, it was even more comfortable than his previous villa. Mingying had set up the 3 floors above ground as a study, kitchen, and training room, while the 5 floors below ground were planned as living rooms and storage rooms, totaling over a dozen rooms, fully meeting Mingying's current living needs. The only thing that disappointed Mingying was the kitchen. Although it was large enough compared to his previous villa, his current food consisted mainly of enormous mutated beasts. Left with no other choice, Mingying had to set up his cooking pot in the open space outside. Just now, inside the post-apocalyptic fortress, Mingying had gone into a mysterious space and cleaned and chopped the colorful pheasant. Today, Mingying decided to make a dish he'd been craving for a long time: Sichuan-style spicy chicken. This dish is slightly more complicated to prepare than braised pork or roast chicken, which is why Mingying hadn't made it before. Now that he had the rare opportunity to use high-quality ingredients and had plenty of time, he was determined to fulfill his wish. Mingying set up 3 large pots in the yard, one to boil water, one to add plain water, and one to prepare his secret recipe chili oil. The water in the first pot boiled quickly. Mingying immediately chopped 2 large chicken legs into large pieces and threw them into the pot, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine. After blanching them briefly, he covered the pot and started simmering. Then, Mingying began preparing the chili oil, the very soul of the Sichuan-style spicy chicken. 70% of the success of Sichuan-style spicy chicken depends on this chili oil. Bright green scallions, white minced garlic, vibrant red chili peppers, and bright yellow minced ginger, along with fragrant cilantro, were all chopped by Mingying and tossed into the 3rd large pot. These seasonings, all from the mysterious space, were inherently fragrant, their aroma alone enough to make one's mouth water. Then, Mingying added sugar, salt, and chicken bouillon, and poured in some balsamic vinegar. Finally, Mingying retrieved the sole ingredients for the Sichuan-style saliva chicken: Sichuan peppercorn oil, chili oil, and sesame oil. These 3 oils, each with its own unique characteristics, are all indispensable. As soon as the 3 oils were added, Mingying stirred them slightly, and a familiar aroma immediately filled the air. "This is it." Mingying's eyes lit up. Sichuan-style spicy chicken. Mingying hadn't had it since the apocalypse. The chicken in the first pot was almost cooked. The meat couldn't be overcooked, so Mingying quickly turned off the heat, let it simmer for a while, then scooped it out and tossed it into the second pot. This pot was filled with water. Mingying had taken ice cubes from the refrigerator in his mysterious space beforehand. As soon as the chicken pieces hit the water, the ice caused the skin and meat to contract, instantly making the meat springy and chewy. After the chicken pieces cooled, Mingying scooped them all out, chopped them into small pieces, and placed them in 3 or 4 large basins, conservatively estimated to weigh over 100 pounds. Finally, Mingying used a spoon to ladle spoonfuls of the secret spicy oil from the 3rd pot over the chicken pieces. In an instant, bright red chili oil drizzled down, garnishing the chicken pieces with emerald green scallions and cilantro, vibrant red chilies, and minced garlic. The chili oil released a rich aroma that tantalized Mingying's taste buds. "This is life," Mingying exclaimed, looking at the finished, mouth-watering chicken. "Wow, Mingying, you actually made this amazing thing. Zhang Yun and the others, having just finished touring the post-apocalyptic fortress, exclaimed in delight upon smelling the enticing aroma. Chapter 33 Eating Meat and Drinking Wine. Just as Mingying's spicy chicken was ready, two figures, rifles in hand, strolled casually from the Baiyuan residential complex, arms around each other's shoulders. Tians, you were awesome today, single-handedly taking down 6 mutated beasts. The tall, thin man patted the shoulder of his companion and grinned. This tall, thin young man was none other than Jeans-clad Awesome from the Baiyuan residential complex's residents group chat. Perhaps inspired by Mingying, Jeans-clad Awesome had also joined the security team and gone to the outskirts of the city to fight off the mutated beasts today. The man next to Qi Yanbao was named Shen Tians. He was of medium height, slightly overweight, with a round face, and gave off a very approachable vibe, like a small business owner. However, the seemingly amiable man had stood atop a concrete fortification, single-handedly taking down 6 mutated beasts. Qi Yanbao, stop laughing at me. Look, I overdid it and got hurt. Shen Tians raised his bandaged right hand, still somewhat shaken. After I was scratched, the captain told me that Chief Dongchuan was out of medicine. I was desperate. Luckily, Ming Shen came back in time, otherwise I would be dead today. Qi Yanbao grinned, saying, if Ming Shen hadn't come back, it wouldn't just be you dying, we'd all be dead. That ape, and that 5-colored bird, who in Linhu City could stop them? Speaking of Mingying's battle against the giant ape and his pursuit of the 5-colored pheasant, both of them were filled with longing and excitement. Ha, what's that smell? Suddenly, Shen Tian's nose twitched, then his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, oh my, it's the smell of Sichuan-style saliva chicken. Damn it! I haven't had a single bite of this dish in ages. I've been missing it terribly. Shen Tian slapped his thigh, pulling on his arm and howling in pain. Qi Yanbao, however, was taken aback. He knew the direction Shen Tian's was pointing in very well. Every time the security team returned from a mission, he would walk that way to see if Mingying had returned. Unfortunately, lately, he had always returned disappointed. But today, the aroma of Sichuan-style saliva chicken suddenly wafted from that direction, and he immediately became excited. You see, in the entire Baiyuan residential area, besides Mingying, who else enjoys cooking outdoors and has the means to cook for themselves? Thinking of this, Qi Yanbao grabbed Shen Tian's and ran quickly, saying, come on, let's go see. Ming Shen is back. Ouch, slow down, you're hurting my arm. Shen Tian's winced in pain as Qi Yanbao grabbed his bandaged arm, but he was still excited to hear that Mingying was back. A moment later, Mingying was squatting at the entrance of the Doomsday Fortress, enjoying a large bowl of Sichuan-style chicken, when 2 disheveled figures, one tall and one short, appeared not far away, staring wide-eyed at them. One of them was bandaged. Ming Shen. Qi Yanbao stammered, then exclaimed with immense joy, I'm Jean's awesome boom boom, Ming Shen still remembers me. Mingying, of course, remembered him and laughed, of course I remember you. However, Mingying's attention was focused on the person beside Qi Yanbao. Mingying vaguely recognized him, but couldn't quite place him. He thought to himself, I think I saw this person in my past life. What's your name? Mingying asked, looking at Shen Tian's. Me. Shen Tian's was taken aback, then overjoyed. He hadn't expected the renowned war god Ming to ask such a lowly person like him a question. He immediately replied, my name is Shen Tian's. Oh. Mingying remembered. This Shen Tian's used to be a small businessman. After the apocalypse, while most ordinary people hid in safe zones to survive, he was bold enough to start a supply trading business with a few people. Unexpectedly, Shen Tian's business grew bigger and bigger, eventually establishing a sizable chamber of commerce, something like the Far East Chamber of Commerce, becoming one of the top merchants in the Linhu City base. This is a talent. Mingying's eyes lit up. He wanted to build a city, to accommodate 1 million people, and the supply of resources had to be in place, therefore, his thirst for talent was strongest. Thinking of this, Mingying couldn't help but smile, his satisfaction growing as he looked at Shen Tian's. Shen Tian's was startled when Mingying suddenly stared at him and then smiled, thinking to himself, damn, what kind of look is that from Mingying? Does he have a thing for that kind of person? Thinking this, Shen Tian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Come, eat something, Mingying said with a friendly smile. Instantly, Shen Tian's became even more frightened, almost to the point of tears, offering help for no reason. Tian's, are you injured? Here, I have some medicine. Drink some, and you'll be fine soon, Mingying continued, tossing a bottle of well water to Shen Tian's. Shen Tian's caught the bottle with his unaffected left hand, his face turning even paler. Mingying was being far too kind to him. Come on, try this freshly cooked Sichuan-style chicken. It's meat from a 4th-tier mutated beast, incredibly nutritious. Mingying patted the steps beside him, laughing and becoming increasingly enthusiastic. Qi Yanbao's face lit up with joy, while Shen Tian's, standing nearby, was inwardly cursing. He thought to himself, damn it, I should have just stayed away from this smell. Now look what's happened, my manhood is in danger. For a moment, Shen Tian stared at the delicious-looking Sichuan-style chicken, his mind a mess, almost in tears. This Sichuan-style chicken smells so good. To hell with it, I'll just eat my fill first, then I'll complain later. Shen Tian's ultimately succumbed to the "it smells so good" principle, shedding tears of humiliation at the tempting spicy Sichuan-style chicken. He downed half a bottle of well water in one gulp, then plopped down next to Mingying, grabbed his chopsticks, and began to devour the chicken. What's up with Shen Tian's? I invited him to dinner, and he's acting all melancholic. This saliva chicken isn't poisoned, is it? Mingying wondered, observing Shen Tian's seemingly sorrowful and indignant demeanor. Genes are awesome. Qian Bao, oblivious to the danger, couldn't resist Mingying's offer of meat. He plopped down next to Mingying and began to devour the food. Meat without wine, what a waste. Mingying laughed, taking out 3 bottles of Beiju, Chinese white liquor, from his mysterious space. The bluish-white bottles looked quite high-end. This liquor was something Mingying had collected in a small town near Tai County. He'd heard of it before. It was produced by a famous winery in Tai County called something like May Something Spring. This particular bottle was their top-of-the-line product, called Old Master, supposedly even more expensive than regular Moutai. Xiao Lin Yuan swears to heaven, I haven't received any advertising fees, and of course, no company will come to me for advertising. Mingying had drunk in his previous life and knew a little about it. As soon as he opened the bottle, his nose twitched, and his eyes lit up. This liquor is good. Shen Tian's was a businessman and naturally drank a lot. He was quite the drinker. The aroma made him forget about the meat, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the bluish-white bottle of Old Master. 1 bottle each. Mingying tossed a bottle to each of them. Damn it, Mingying, I can't possibly drink a whole bottle. Qian Bao chickened out. Despite his big size, he figured his alcohol tolerance was terrible. Drink as much as you want. Mingying didn't like to force people to drink and said with a smile. Qian Bao immediately laughed, opened the bottle, and started drinking. Shen Tian's also opened his bottle and started drinking. Seeing how readily they drank, Mingying smiled and said, "Come on, have a sip." The 3 exchanged smiles, especially Qian Bao and Shen Tian's. They hadn't expected Mingying to be so approachable, and they were both excited. Without another word, they tilted their heads back and drank. Chapter 34 Big Shots of Huaju. The 3 ate and drank. Qian Bao and Shen Tian's had recently made significant progress in their cultivation of the 8 extremes collapse technique, and their alcohol tolerance had unexpectedly improved. They each downed a bottle. The 3 drank until they were completely drunk. By the end, Qian Bao's slurred speech was thick, and once he started talking, it was like a never-ending torrent. One moment he was praising the might of the gods, the next he was boasting about how he single-handedly killed 5 mutated beasts that day, calling it incredibly awesome. But then, in the middle of his story, Qian Bao suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, "Mom and Dad, I can't bear to leave you. Why didn't you hide better back home?" Mingying was shocked that this usually carefree, cool guy in jeans had encountered such a devastating ordeal. "My condolences," Mingying patted Qian Bao on the shoulder. Qian Bao wiped away his tears and chuckled to himself, "It's all right. I've joined the security team, and I'm practicing my boxing diligently, at least 10 hours a day. One day, I'll be as strong as you, Ming Shen, and slaughter all these mutated beasts and zombies." Mingying, hearing this, was filled with respect and repeatedly said, "Good." Qian Bao, having touched on his painful past, didn't want to say anything more. He shakily got up and bid farewell to Mingying. "Ming Shen, thank you for your hospitality. I'm going home now." With that, he turned and headed straight for his house. Seeing this, Shen Tian's, fearing that Mingying would keep him there for something unspeakable, quickly stuffed the last bite of meat into his mouth, patted his backside, and was about to leave. "Hey, Tian's, wait a minute," Mingying said, still hoping he would establish the Chamber of Commerce soon. Hearing Mingying's "wait a minute," Shen Tian's almost cried. Damn it, he really is a freak. "I'm going all in, I'll turn on him." Shen Tian's took a deep breath and whirled around. He saw Mingying laughing. Any interest in doing business? Dealing with supplies. Shen Tian's was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with elation. "Mingying, so you wanted me to do this?" he exclaimed. Mingying nodded, puzzled. "Otherwise, why did you think I called you?" Shen Tian's hesitated, shaking his head repeatedly. "Nothing. Suddenly, Shen Tian's whispered, "Ming Shen, dealing with supplies is illegal now. I can tell you're suited for this. How about it? Get ready, I'll be your big buyer." Mingying clapped his hands and took out a bottle of old man's liquor. To be honest, this old man's liquor tasted pretty good. It had a unique aroma, similar to soy sauce, but with some differences. Overall, it was quite good. Given Mingying's current physical condition, it was unlikely he'd get drunk from drinking Beiju. Shen Tian's, already 6 or 7/10 drunk, had grown bolder. Seeing Mingying take out another bottle of wine, his eyes lit up, and he snatched it, laughing, "With war god Ming backing me up, I'll do it." With that, he grabbed Mingying's bottle and ran off. That guy, Mingying chuckled wryly, taking out another bottle of Old Master's wine and slowly drinking it. You seem to think highly of this Shen Tian's. Two figures appeared not far away. It was none other than Old Master Wang Chong and Wang Yufei. Wang Yufei said with a smile. Oh, Mingying was filled with emotion upon seeing Wang Yufei. This old comrade in arms from his past life seemed much more distant in this one. Mingying, I have a feeling that we're like old friends, Wang Yufei suddenly remarked. Mingying's eyes lit up at this, and he smiled. Then consider me your old friend. As he spoke, Mingying looked at Old Master Wang Chong, stood up, and nodded, saying, I've long admired you, Old Master, as one of the world's top martial artists. Old Master Wang Chong shook his head and laughed. With you here, I wouldn't dare call myself one of the world's top martial artists. Mingying shook his head, however, and said seriously, Old Master, your skills are superb, especially your spear technique, which is unparalleled. I've been wanting to learn from you. Old Master Wang Chong, at the initial stage of the third level, was able to fight against a fourth-level giant ape and even injure it, demonstrating his terrifying combat power. If Old Master doesn't mind, you can stay here for a few days. I'll keep you company with some drinks. Mingying extended a sincere invitation, genuinely wanting to learn spear techniques from Old Master Wang Chong. Mingying's martial arts skills originated from Zhou Fang's father, but Zhou Fang's father only taught Mingying for a month or two. Later, Mingying mostly learned through his own experience in battle. However, battlefield martial arts emphasize momentum and efficiency. While powerful, they are ultimately somewhat crude and lack advanced techniques. Oh, Old Master Wang Chong's eyes brightened. He initially thought Mingying was being modest, but seeing Mingying's sincerity, he was somewhat surprised. Alright, I'll trouble you then. I'll stay nearby. The old man thought for a moment and agreed, pointing to the villa where Wang Yi had previously stayed, and said with a smile, Perfect. He also wanted to spar with Mingying to see what this young man's true abilities were. Mingying was overjoyed upon hearing this. While Mingying was talking with Old Master Wang Chong and Wang Yufei, inside the official stronghold of Linhu City, Yu Dongchuan, who had just returned to his office, was gripping the red phone with a serious expression. The voice on the other end was calm and indifferent. Standing Committee Member Dongchuan, the survival rate of the people in Linhu City has reached 73%, ranking first in the country, far surpassing other cities. You've done a good job. Huaju is very satisfied and intends to let you take charge of Linhu City. Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although he was now the de facto ruler of Linhu City, he still hadn't gained Huaju's approval. The person on the other end of the phone was a powerful figure in Huaju. If he could gain his approval, his position would be practically secured. Thank you for your kind offer, old leader. I will certainly do my best and fulfill my mission, Yu Dongchuan replied respectfully. The calm voice on the other end of the line sounded again, Dongchuan, the medicine you sent over last time is very useful. Yu Dongchuan's gaze sharpened immediately upon hearing this. He instantly understood his old leader's intention. Linhu City alone, with only 2 to 3 million people, has recently consumed several hundred kilograms of the medicine. Huaju is a megacity with tens of millions of people. Just how desperate would they be for the medicine? Please rest assured, senior leader, I have already arranged for someone to escort 50 kilograms of the medicine to Huaju. There are also 20 kilograms, I asked Mawan to carry them with him, Yu Dongchuan mentioned cryptically, a hint of unease in his heart. 50 kilograms of medicine were for the Huaju government, and while Yu Dongchuan hadn't explicitly stated the 20 kilograms, it was undoubtedly for this old leader. However, Yu Dongchuan worried that this old leader might find it insufficient, even though he had already squeezed out all the medicine he could muster in Linhu City. Sure enough, the voice on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before speaking. I heard that the medicine in Linhu City is all supplied by a man named Mingying? Yu Dongchuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. For some reason, the images of Su Kadai, Chen Yu, Lu Fei, and others instantly flashed through his mind. He inwardly groaned, thinking, oh dear, old leader, don't be so careless. This is a killing machine, I can't afford to offend him. Although Yu Dongchuan thought this, he couldn't possibly say it aloud. The bigwigs in Huaju were always used to being powerful. If Yu Dongchuan said that, it would probably have no effect at all, and might even backfire. Dongchuan, these are extraordinary times. Every Chinese citizen should dedicate their full strength to this country. This ideological work should be successful, and I believe the comrade who provided the medicine will understand. Yu Dongchuan gripped the red phone, his face showing difficulty, unsure what to say. If it really doesn't work, I'll arrange for someone to assist you immediately. Dongchuan, you're still not decisive enough. These are extraordinary times, and extraordinary measures are needed. The voice on the other end of the line sighed and hung up. Yu Dongchuan also hung up, a wry smile on his face. Chapter 35 People from Huaju have arrived. Am I, Yu Dongchuan, not decisive enough? You've been stuck in Huaju, haven't you seen Mingying kill people? Even now, Yu Dongchuan still has nightmares whenever he recalls Mingying charging into the government building, braving hundreds of guns, and finally crushing Chen Yu and Lu Fei. Let him be. Yu Dongchuan stopped thinking about it and started worrying about the food problem in Linhu City. Linhu City's food supply is only enough for 10 days. Although they killed many mutated beasts this time, there are just too many people in Linhu City. 2 million people, the daily food consumption is astronomical. Without a continuous supply, even the largest reserves will be quickly depleted. But Mingying's mysterious space can perfectly solve this problem. At this moment, Mingying had just finished cleaning up the large iron pot outside the Doomsday Fortress, dusted himself off, and prepared to return to the fortress to explore his mysterious space. During this time, Mingying had been constantly on the move, not daring to stay in the mysterious space for long. Now that he was back in the safe zone, he naturally wanted to make good use of it. Mingying returned to his bedroom in the Doomsday Fortress, leaving Lu Jun to guard the door before entering the mysterious space himself. Inside the mysterious space, the more than 100 people he had rescued earlier had scattered. Some of those rescued from the desert were practicing martial arts, some were planting crops, and others were gathered in small groups, chatting quietly. Mingying felt a sense of unease. He vaguely sensed that he couldn't let these people remain idle any longer. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, the clucking of the mutated chicken Aji rang out. A large hen, over 2 meters tall, stood in its cage, looking expectantly at Mingying. Mingying smiled upon seeing Aji. Aji was now much smarter, its feathers as smooth as silk. The other 2 mutated chickens, on the other hand, looked rather pitiful, their feathers patchy, huddled in a corner, shivering. Mingying released Aji and chuckled, "Just wander around nearby, but don't hurt anyone, understand?" Aji nodded repeatedly. As soon as Mingying opened the iron cage, Aji dashed out, startling the crowd in the distance who screamed in terror. Aji, seeing this, became even more excited and chased after the group. "This Aji," Mingying shook his head and smiled wryly, then glanced at the cow, Dabai, not far away. Dabai lay lazily under the apple tree, occasionally nibbling on the sweet potato vines the group had prepared, completely at ease. It didn't even bother to get up when it saw Mingying. Mingying circled around, just about to check on the newly moved flower bushes, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. Beside the well, a vibrant green willow branch was stuck askew in the ground. "It's alive?" Mingying was startled, then flashed to the side of the willow branch. The willow branch sensed Mingying's presence and trembled slightly. "It's really alive, and it's conscious." Mingying felt a jolt in his heart, and his whole body surged with excitement. If this willow branch can live, it will become a willow tree. Moreover, with the help of the well water, Mingying was even confident that he could cultivate it into the strongest willow tree. Then, it would be an incredibly powerful and formidable assistant. Quickly, water it with well water. Mingying suddenly remembered that he had watered the willow branch once when he first brought it back to the mysterious space, and hadn't paid any attention to it since. Thank goodness it didn't die, or I would have suffered a huge loss. Mingying filled the bucket halfway with water and poured it onto the willow branch. Instantly, the willow branch trembled slightly and began to grow at a visible speed. Originally only as thick as a thumb, it quickly grew to the thickness of a little wrist before stopping. Mingying watered it with a little more well water, and finding that the branch had stopped growing wildly, he stopped as well. If the willow tree can grow at this rate every day, it won't take long to reach maturity, Mingying guessed, his heart filled with anticipation. Excitedly circling the willow tree for a long time, Mingying reluctantly left to get down to business for the day building the city wall. Huashan Mountain occupied almost half of the mysterious space, it should be enough for building the city wall. Mingying summoned the man named Wang Dejin, whom he remembered knew how to mix cement and sand. Upon hearing Mingying call his name, Wang Dejin became incredibly excited, wringing his hands nervously. "Don't be nervous. Do you know how to mix cement and sand?" "It's for binding stones," Mingying asked. Wang Dejin, surprised by this question, immediately nodded. "Yes, I do." "Good. Mix the cement and sand for me. I need to build a city wall." Mingying grabbed Wang Dejin and in a flash, sped towards Huashan. In the mysterious space, Mingying was invincible. With a thought, he could accomplish anything. Under Wang Dejin's guidance, Mingying mixed all the collected cement and sand with water. Then, looking at the Huashan stone formation lying across the mysterious space, Mingying focused his mind, and with a series of booming sounds, the entire Huashan was sliced into countless large stones, each 10 meters on each side. "Rise!" With a thought, Mingying caused the earth to tremble and the soil to churn. A massive trench, 100 meters deep and 800 meters wide, appeared at the very edge of the mysterious space, encircling it. Immediately, Mingying controlled massive boulders to fall from the sky, neatly filling the bottom of the pit. Then, Mingying controlled cement and sand to cover the boulders, and then controlled countless boulders to be stacked one on top of another. My God, what is he trying to do? Wang Dejin and the others in the mysterious space also noticed Mingying's actions, and they were all stunned. Both boulders continued to fall from the sky, and the gaps between each boulder were perfectly filled with cement and sand. A wall 1,000 meters long and 800 meters wide was rapidly taking shape, and in the blink of an eye, 6 layers had been stacked, filling half of the 100-meter deep pit. Suddenly, Mingying frowned, stopped all his actions, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. We're running out of cement. He had obtained several hundred tons of cement from the cement factory, but he hadn't expected to use it all up after only laying 6 layers of boulders. And this is only 1,000 meters of wall. Mingying's goal is to encircle the entire area within a 10-kilometer radius, a total of 40 kilometers, and a full 2,000 meters high. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Mingying sighed, leaving the mysterious space, increasingly aware of the importance of resources, and the insignificance of his own strength in this era. I need to have a serious talk with you, Dongchuan, Mingying thought to himself as he lay in his bedroom after returning to the Doomsday Fortress. Outside the door, Lu Jun silently withdrew. The next day, a whooshing sound suddenly echoed on the asphalt road outside the safe zone of Linhu City. A uniquely designed, all-black aircraft descended from the sky. Yu Dongchuan and the others had been waiting for a long time, and their eyes lit up when they saw the black plane. China had never publicly displayed this type of aircraft before, but now it had been directly deployed. This was undoubtedly a form of deterrence, and it also showed how much importance Huaji placed on controlling the situation in various regions. After the aircraft ladder was lowered, a young man in black walked down the ladder, a gentle smile on his face. Yu Dongchuan quickly went to greet him, and the young man smiled and said, "Congratulations, Secretary Dongchuan. Today I've brought Huaju's appointment decision." Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The young man in black glanced around, then frowned and said, "Isn't Mingying here?" Yu Dongchuan's expression froze upon hearing this, and he quickly said, "Director Qin, Mingying isn't part of the system. It's not appropriate for him to be here." The young Director Qin didn't say anything, then smiled and said, "Secretary Dongchuan, it's not too late to invite him now." Yu Dongchuan's face turned bitter. He had a bad feeling when he saw Qin Chun step off the plane earlier that day. This Qin Chun was not an easy person to deal with. This is troublesome, Yu Dongchuan thought to himself, but smiled and said, "All right, Director Qin, go and rest for a bit. I'll send someone to invite him right away." Chapter 36. Let Mingying come over. When Mingying received Yu Dongchuan's call, he was squatting at the entrance of the post-apocalyptic fortress, holding 2 roasted sweet potatoes, with 7 or 8 boiled eggs and a large bowl of milk beside him. The sweet potatoes were from the mysterious space, the eggs were from the mutated chicken aji, and the milk was from Dabai. Each one was exceptionally high quality, incredibly nutritious. Mingying quickly devoured the 2 sweet potatoes, then ate the 7 or 8 fist-sized eggs in one go, and finally gulped down the entire bowl of milk. He wiped his mouth, let out a satisfied sigh, and began to consider discussing supplies with Yu Dongchuan that day. According to Mingying's estimation, Linhu City was likely facing a food crisis soon. Actually, it's not just Linhu City, other cities are probably also facing a food crisis. This is something I can take advantage of, using food to exchange for some supplies, Mingying thought to himself. Humans are ultimately social animals. No matter how strong an individual is, there are some things they can't accomplish. Take cement, for example. No matter how powerful Mingying is, how much cement can he procure alone? But millions of ordinary people can produce hundreds, even thousands of tons of cement in a short time. Mingying's strategy of exchanging food for supplies is feasible. Now, the mysterious space has expanded again. Mingying has allocated a 4-kilometer wide area in the central core region for farming, a total of 24,000 mu, approximately 16,667 hectares. If all of this were used to grow super high yield crops like sweet potatoes, with irrigation from wells, yields exceeding 10,000 jin, approximately 5,000 kilograms, per mu would be easily achievable, and crops could be harvested every 5 days. 24,000 mu of land, harvested every 5 days, would yield over 200 million jin, approximately 100 million kilograms, absolutely terrifying. It could easily feed millions of people. If this news were to get out, Mingying estimates the entire country of China would be in an uproar. Just as Mingying was pondering, his phone rang. He answered, and Yu Dongchuan's voice came through. "Mingying, a leader from Huaju is here and wants to see you." Mingying's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected Huaju to send someone so quickly. However, he quickly realized that the survival rate in Linhu City exceeded 70%, a figure likely higher than in Huaju. Furthermore, Yu Dongchuan had previously sent well water to Huaju, and they probably hadn't yet been able to analyze it, so their thirst for well water was probably even greater than their thirst for food. "Well, Mingying, if you're coming, come with Zhangyun," Yu Dongchuan added after a moment's thought. Mingying smiled immediately. It seemed the leader from Huaju this time was difficult to deal with. "Let's bring Mom and Dad along." Mingying returned to the post-apocalyptic fortress, storing his parents, Rong Saru, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, Xiao Susu, and Xiao Tong in his mysterious space. Then, he and Zhang Yun drove towards the official fortress in Linhu City. As the pickup truck drove along the asphalt road at the edge of the Baiyuan residential area, Mingying's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a jet-black fighter jet parked on the main road outside the residential area and immediately smiled. They've even deployed the latest Xia-class fighter jet. It seems Huaju is intentionally trying to intimidate everyone this time, Mingying chuckled. In the passenger seat, Zhang Yun was also seeing this uniquely shaped fighter jet for the first time. Hearing that Mingying recognized it, he was utterly puzzled, saying, "I've never even seen this kind of fighter jet before, how do you know it?" "What? You underestimate me?" Mingying said dismissively. Zhang Yun curled his lip. The pickup truck quickly arrived at the official fortress. Secretary Liu, Yu Dongchuan, was anxiously waiting at the fortress gate. Seeing Mingying's car, he hurried over. After getting out of the truck, Mingying frowned upon seeing only Secretary Liu and a few unfamiliar armed personnel at the fortress gate. Secretary Liu quickly stepped forward and greeted him. "Mr. Mingying, I'm sorry, I was notified to come at the last minute." Mingying waved his hand and smiled. "It's alright, I was originally going to talk to the commander about something important today." "Something important?" Secretary Liu was taken aback. Mingying chuckled softly. "What's the biggest crisis facing Linhu City right now?" Secretary Liu was taken aback, blurting out, "Grain." Mingying nodded with a smile. Secretary Liu was stunned, inwardly exclaiming, "My God, he has a way to find grain." Thinking this, Secretary Liu felt his heart pounding. Mingying and Zhang Yun led the way forward, but just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by several armed men. Outsiders entering, all disarmed, the men said silently, Mingying frowned, looking at Secretary Liu, and asked, "Is this a new rule set by Yu Dongchuan?" Secretary Liu looked troubled and quickly explained, "Director Qin from Huaju is here. For his safety, these comrades are just doing their duty." "Alright," Mingying smiled, opening his arms. He was only wearing a loose tracksuit today and wasn't carrying any weapons, but the armed men still searched him thoroughly. Beside him, Zhang Yun pulled two short knives from her calves and thighs, tossed them to Secretary Liu with a disgruntled expression, and snorted, "Keep an eye on them." Secretary Liu caught the knives, nodding repeatedly with a wry smile. Zhang Yun was then searched by two female armed personnel before being allowed into the official fortress. Meanwhile, inside the official fortress, Yu Dongchuan was sitting with Director Qin. On the large television screen in front of them was the scene of Mingying and Zhang Yun being searched. Director Qin smiled when he saw Mingying voluntarily being searched. He sensed that Mingying didn't seem like a very assertive person, and thought that a strong intimidation followed by appeasement would be more effective. "I didn't expect Miss Zhang to be here too," Director Qin said, smiling as he also saw Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was one of the four beauties of Huaju. Whether in terms of personal ability, appearance, or family background, she was top-notch. Even Qin Chun was quite smitten. "If I can get closer to Zhang Yun this time, that would be great," Qin Chun thought with a faint smile. The thought of resolving the mysterious potion issue and becoming more familiar with Zhang Yun made him feel that coming to Linhu City was the right decision. Of course, his arrival in Linhu City was also due to the considerable effort his Qin family had put in behind the scenes. Mingying, led by Secretary Liu, walked towards the reception hall of the official fortress. Along the way, heavily armed personnel were everywhere, and the atmosphere within the official fortress was unusually serious. Finally, Secretary Liu pushed open the door and entered. Mingying and Zhang Yun walked into the reception room, where they immediately saw Yu Dongchuan sitting upright across the conference table, and a young man in black beside him. "Mingying, you've arrived." Yu Dongchuan quickly stood up. Beside them, Qin Chun frowned upon seeing this, thinking to himself, "This Yu Dongchuan is getting increasingly incompetent. He's so eager to please me, how am I supposed to establish my authority later?" However, Qin Chun wasn't a fool without shrewdness. He also stood up, quickly walked to Yu Dongchuan, looked at Mingying, and smiled, "Mr. Mingying, hello. Thank you for providing the miraculous potion to Huaju." As he spoke, Qin Chun extended his hand and shook hands with Mingying. "No need for thanks, I'm also Chinese," Mingying said indifferently, simply extending his hand to shake Qin Chun's. Seeing Mingying's nonchalant and unconcerned attitude, Qin Chun felt a surge of displeasure. Under normal circumstances, as a powerful department head in a core Chinese government department, even when shaking hands with a powerful figure like Yu Dongchuan, the latter would be extremely respectful, bowing low. Qin Chun snorted inwardly, then turned his gaze to Zhang Yun, his smile widening as he said gently, "Zhang Yun, I didn't expect to see you here. It's truly a pleasure." Zhang Yun, however, didn't respond, coldly retorting, "So it's you, I was wondering who was being so domineering." Chapter 37. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Mingying's gaze sharpened, thinking to himself, Zhang Yun seems to have a grudge against this Director Qin. Thinking this, Mingying's gaze towards Qin Chun turned colder. Yu Dongchuan, having spent years climbing the ranks at the grassroots level, possessed far greater shrewdness and intelligence than Qin Chun, a son of a high-ranking official in Huaju. He immediately noticed Mingying's expression and felt a headache coming on. None of these people present were people Yu Dongchuan could afford to offend. Faced with Zhang Yan's sarcasm, Qin Chun's expression froze for a moment, but he still retained some composure, waving his hand and smiling. "I didn't expect to meet you here either. I came to Linhe City this time on an important mission entrusted to me by Huaju." Yu Dongchuan was overjoyed to see Qin Chun change the subject and quickly said, "Then let's begin." Qin Chun nodded, sat back in his seat, and looked at Mingying, smiling. Mr. Ming provided Linhe City with a large quantity of mysterious potions, saving countless lives. Your contribution is immense, and the leaders of Huaju were very concerned about you. Mingying, unimpressed by Qin Chun's worthless flattery, simply smiled and said, "I've only done my bit, but unfortunately, my strength is limited and I can't help more people." Qin Chun immediately shook his head, saying, "Mr. Ming, you're underestimating yourself. This potion can treat the X virus. If it could be widely adopted, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it saved all of humanity. Such an achievement would be worthy of being recorded in human history." Here it comes, Mingying thought, knowing perfectly well what Qin Chun meant. He simply wanted Mingying to reveal the potion's formula. Moreover, Qin Chun seemed unwilling to pay any price, merely trying to deceive Mingying with accusations of humanitarian righteousness and historical achievement. Thinking this, Mingying was unwilling to say more and replied directly, "I also hope this potion can be widely adopted, but unfortunately, experts haven't been able to analyze its ingredients yet." "Oh? Mr. Ming doesn't know the ingredients of this potion himself?" Qin Chun asked curiously, his tone already somewhat off. Upon hearing this, Yu Dongchuan quickly explained, "Director Qin, I already inquired with Mr. Ming. He obtained this potion by chance. It was a gift from a mysterious person." Qin Chun ignored Yu Dongchuan, his gaze fixed intently on Mingying, seemingly awaiting his reply. Feeling Qin Chun's gaze, Mingying smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm just an ordinary person, a white-collar worker before. Do you think I could develop such a potion on my own?" Qin Chun hadn't expected Mingying to say that, so easily belittling him, leaving him speechless. Indeed, he wasn't a scientist, just an ordinary white-collar worker. Could he really develop such a drug? Who would believe it? Beside him, Zhang Yun was also stunned. She hadn't expected the usually assertive Mingying to pull such a stunt, a feigned retreat that left Qin Chun's punch landing on empty air, rendering many of his subsequent countermeasures impossible. Looks like he's not just someone who acts recklessly, he's probably just too lazy to think things through, Zhang Yun thought to himself. Zhang Yun's idea was actually quite accurate. Previously, Mingying acted decisively and brutally, seemingly utterly unreasonable, killing without blinking an eye, completely disregarding law and rules. Calling him a lawless madman wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even Yu Dongchuan always thought Mingying was the kind of person who would kill in a fit of rage and was completely incapable of reasoning. However, they had no idea that Mingying had struggled for 9 years in the apocalypse in his previous life, and had long been weary of all intrigue and scheming. The longer someone survives in the apocalypse, the more pronounced this style becomes. If a problem can be solved with violence, why bother with reason? It's just asking for trouble. Even Yu Dongchuan in his previous life, by the 8th or 9th year of the apocalypse, acted much like Mingying now, completely unwilling to resort to intrigue and scheming. Of course, this style was incomprehensible to many at the very beginning of the apocalypse. These included the current Yu Dongchuan, Zhang Yun, and Qin Chun, who was now sitting opposite Mingying. "I meant nothing by it. I believe Mr. Mingying, if he had an analysis of the potion, would certainly disclose it publicly," Qin Chun said, dodging the question. He then asked, "But I heard that Mr. Mingying seems to have a way to obtain the potion continuously." As he spoke, Qin Chun glanced at Yu Dongchuan beside him. Yu Dongchuan, seeing this, quickly said, "Mingying hasn't hidden anything. As he just said, the potion was a gift to him by a mysterious person." Qin Chun turned to Mingying, his expression sincere, and said, "Mr. Ming, the X virus has broken out nationwide, and countless lives are hanging by a thread. If you can contact this mysterious person, we will try to find a solution, even at a great cost." Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell silent. Even Yu Dongchuan was waiting for Mingying's reply. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Mingying gave a wry smile and said, "Director Qin, Chief Dongchuan, as I said before, I also have no way to contact that mysterious old gentleman. He's always the one who contacts me first. However, Director Qin is right. Next time I see that mysterious old gentleman, I will definitely relay Huaju's message to him." Yu Dongchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was afraid that Mingying would directly refuse and then fall out with Qin Chun. Qin Chun, however, was unsatisfied. He sneered inwardly, thinking, "You've met so many times before, and you still say you can't get in touch? Nobody believes you." But since Mingying hadn't turned hostile, Qin Chun couldn't afford to be either. He smiled and said, "That's wonderful. I'll have to trouble Mr. Mingying with this matter. Mingying waved his hand and said, "It's what I should do." As he spoke, Mingying looked at Yu Dongchuan and stood up, saying, "Chief Dongchuan, is there anything else? If not, I'll head back now." Yu Dongchuan shook his head and said, "The main reason I invited you here today is about this matter." Mingying nodded and was about to turn around when he saw 7 or 8 fully armed security guards appear behind him. "Chief Dongchuan, what's this?" Mingying turned to look at Yu Dongchuan. Yu Dongchuan was also taken aback, then looked at Qin Chun, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, and asked, "Director Qin, are these yours?" Ultimately, this is still Yu Dongchuan's stronghold. For a special envoy from Huaji to act so arrogantly here is a slap in the face to Yu Dongchuan. Zhang Yun was also furious, glaring at Qin Chun and shouting, "What do you mean by this? Mingying is my friend." Seeing Zhang Yun so protective of Mingying, Qin Chun was immediately displeased. He sneered inwardly, thinking, "Just a peasant." However, Qin Chun maintained a calm smile. Facing Yu Dongchuan and Zhang Yan's questioning, he quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Mr. Mingying, please don't misunderstand. You are currently connected to that mysterious old gentleman. If anything were to happen to you, it would be an unbearable loss for our entire country. These are the most elite soldiers in Huaju, they will protect you and your family for the next few days." Mingying smiled upon hearing this, ignoring Qin Chun and looking directly at Yu Dongchuan, seemingly waiting for his reply. Yu Dongchuan was surprised that Qin Chun would pull such a stunt. At this moment, Mingying's gaze swept over, and he instantly recalled the look in Mingying's eyes when he crushed Chen Yu and Lu Fei to death that day. Chapter 38. Let's talk it out. That idiot Qin Chun. How could Huaju send someone like this to my office? Yu Dongchuan cursed Qin Chun 1,000 times in his heart, but dared not show it on his face. He could only try to smooth things over, saying, "Director Qin, don't worry, this is a safe zone. Mingying will be fine here." "Hey, Standing Committee member Dongchuan, you're wrong. This matter concerns all of humanity. None of us can afford to be careless. Before I came, the leaders of Huaji repeatedly told me that this mission could only succeed, not fail," Qin Chun said directly, giving a wink to the 7 or 8 armed men behind Mingying. The men, receiving Qin Chun's signal, quickly surrounded Mingying. "Oh." Mingying smiled. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and an armed man strode in, whispering a few words in Qin Chun's ear. Qin Chun frowned upon hearing this, his eyes turning cold as he looked at Mingying. "It seems Mr. Ming is quite wary of us. You came prepared today, having moved your family. Or perhaps you didn't intend to talk to us properly before you came?" Mingying remained silent, coldly staring at Qin Chun. Seeing Mingying's unyielding attitude, Qin Chun knew he needed to establish some authority. His face hardened, and with a loud thud, he slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "Do you know what you're doing? Are you going against the entire nation of China? Don't think that just because you have some achievements, you can act recklessly. This is China. What you're doing is anti-humanity, treason." Qin Chun's face flushed red, his eyes blazing with coldness. But Mingying remained calm and collected, looking at Qin Chun as if he were an idiot. Beside him, Zhang Yun couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Qin Chun, you know this is China. What you're doing seems illegal. Law? We're in wartime now." "For his actions, I could shoot him on the spot," Qin Chun retorted, then stared intently at Mingying and said, "Since Mr. Ming has already settled his family, I think you should stay here for a few days. I'll also see if that mysterious old man comes looking for you. Don't worry, Mr. Ming, your freedom isn't restricted here. Your living necessities are provided at the highest standard in Linhe City." Qin Chun sighed, his tone softening, appearing quite disappointed in Mingying. Mingying saw Qin Chun's affected manner and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This Qin Chun seems too young. His tactics might work on ordinary people, but they probably wouldn't work on anyone with even a little social experience. At least, someone as cunning and calculating as Yu Dongchuan wouldn't use such methods against Mingying. Thinking of this, Mingying couldn't help but look at Yu Dongchuan, her eyes filled with a questioning look. Is this the kind of person Huaju sends? Yu Dongchuan understood Mingying's gaze perfectly well, and could only manage a wry smile. At this point, he also had to be more assertive and couldn't let Qin Chun run rampant. "You, Qin Chun, are indeed the son of a high-ranking official in Huaju, but in terms of official position, you're just a section chief. My usual respect for you is out of respect for the department behind you and the power of your family. When it comes to real power, I, Yu Dongchuan, am a regional warlord. Your position as a section chief in Huaju is not enough." Comrade Qin Chun, Yu Dongchuan spoke, his form of address now changed to a more formal and respectful one. Yu Dongchuan waved his hand and said, "This is Linhe City after all. Let's not fight here. Mr. Mingying has done a great service to Linhe City. His contribution to our successful repelling of the mutated beasts is immense. I trust his character." Upon hearing Yu Dongchuan's words, Qin Chun immediately flew into a rage, shouting, "Yu Dongchuan, what do you mean by that? Just because this is Linhe City doesn't mean you can control everything. Damn, this guy's a complete idiot. Hearing this, Mingying's impression of Qin Chun plummeted. He felt that Qin Chun's initial gentleness and composure were utterly fake. Isn't this kid afraid that Chuan will kill him here? Mingying wondered. Now, Huaju's control over all parties is weaker than ever. If Chuan wanted to kill, he could do it without anyone noticing. As for the Qin family's revenge, Chuan, as a regional warlord, wasn't without powerful backers. As expected, a cold glint flashed in Chuan's eyes upon hearing Qin Chun's words, but he concealed it well, maintaining a righteous and indignant expression. He said, "Since Director Qin distrusts me, Chuan, then I'll go with Mr. Mingying. If he runs away, I, Chuan, will take full responsibility." "Chief Chuan, that's not what I meant. This matter is far too important, I don't want any mishaps." Qin Chun directly rejected Chuan's offer of concession, waving his hand to signal the armed men behind Mingying to step forward. Upon receiving the order, the armed men shouted, "Behave yourselves." Immediately afterward, Mingying felt a gun barrel pressed against the back of his head, and simultaneously, his knee was kicked hard. Ha! The armed man's kick to Mingying's knee felt like hitting a metal plate. Mingying's leg didn't budge at all, and his expression changed drastically. He was a well-trained soldier from Huaju, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent on this extremely important mission. His kick was quite powerful, and his tactical boots even had steel plates inside. Even kicking a wall would have created a dent. However, when he kicked this man, he felt nothing at all. Chuan knew things were going terribly wrong when he saw the armed men make their move. Previously, communication between Huaju and other places had been cut off, so they had no idea who Mingying was. Now that communication had just been restored, people from Huaju had arrived. Although Chuan had repeatedly emphasized to Qin Chun that they must not use force against Mingying, clearly, Qin Chun hadn't listened, still clinging to the pre-apocalyptic "I'm the best" mentality. "Mingying, calm down," Chuan shouted urgently. But it was too late. Mingying slowly turned his head, looking at the armed man behind him, a smile appearing on his face. Bang! The armed man, a well-trained soldier, immediately turned his gun around the moment Mingying turned, avoiding his vitals and firing decisively at his shoulder. Swish! Everyone only saw a blur before Mingying vanished. Then, Qin Chun suddenly felt a figure appear in front of him, followed by a sharp pain in his neck as he was lifted up. It's over. Chuan's heart sank when he saw Mingying gripping Qin Chun's neck. Here we go again. Do you think you'll die if you don't grab someone by the neck? Chuan cursed Mingying inwardly. Beside him, Zhang Yun was also stunned, then shouted, "You did it again." Mingying instantly appeared beside Qin Chun and lifted him up like a chick. The other 7 or 8 armed men were shocked upon seeing this and immediately raised their guns to point at Mingying. However, they were horrified to discover that the barrels of their submachine guns were all bent like pretzels. "You were quite decisive in firing," Mingying said, looking at the armed men who had just fired. He held Qin Chun in one hand, and slowly opened his other hand, revealing a bullet in his palm. Everyone present was stunned. Catching a bullet with his bare hands, who was this person? Qin Chun was completely terrified in that instant, his face turning deathly pale. Beside him, Chuan said repeatedly, "Mingying, let's talk this out." Chapter 39. Let's make a deal. Qin Chun felt like a chicken as Mingying grabbed the back of his neck. Seeing Mingying catch the bullet with his bare hands, he immediately cowered. In that instant, Qin Chun suddenly remembered Chuan repeatedly emphasizing that Mingying was not to be trifled with and that he shouldn't be forceful. At first, he thought Chuan was speaking up for Mingying because he had received favors from him. Now he suddenly realized that Chuan had always been acting in his best interest. This Mingying was a killing machine. "Mr. Ming, let's talk this out," Qin Chun stammered, instantly cowering. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. The hint of killing intent Mingying had just revealed was terrifying. "You lot, put down your guns," Qin Chun quickly ordered the 7 or 8 armed men. The armed men looked at the gun barrels, bent by Mingying's grip, gave a wry smile, and threw their guns away. The barrels were bent like that, what was the point of keeping them? "I don't want to talk this out now," Mingying said coldly. Chuan's expression immediately changed drastically. He said urgently, "Mingying, calm down. Qin Chun is the young master of the Qin family in Huaju." Beside him, Zhang Yun also chimed in, "The Qin family has a lot of influence in Huaju." Mingying thought about it for a moment. He didn't really care about the Qin family in Huaju. The world had changed. Humans were no longer the sole rulers. These so-called aristocratic families and powerful figures were no different from ordinary people when faced with life and death. No matter how powerful your family is, you'll still die if you encounter a mutated beast. In his previous life, when that big willow tree besieged the Huaju base, countless members of powerful families died. However, since Chuan and Zhang Yun had both spoken, Mingying couldn't refuse them outright. Otherwise, Zhang Yun would accuse him of being a murderer and an executioner. Qin Chun, take your men and get back to Huaju within 10 minutes. Mingying released Qin Chun and snorted coldly. This. Qin Chun was stunned. He hadn't come to visit relatives, he had a mission from Huaju. How could he explain going back like this to his family? What? Do you expect me to accompany you to Huaju and hand over the medicine? Mingying frowned, his gaze then drifting to Qin Chun's neck. Qin Chun immediately felt a chill on his neck and didn't dare linger. He quickly nodded and led his men out of the conference room. Sigh. I'm sorry you had to see this. Yu Dongchuan smiled wryly. Zhang Yun echoed this sentiment, nodding and saying, there are plenty of people like this in Huaju, each one thinking they have unparalleled power and looking down on everyone. After escaping the conference room, Qin Chun's face immediately turned cold. He barked, he's gone too far. Captain Sun, go get reinforcements. Beside Qin Chun, the armed man who had just pressed a gun against Mingying's head looked distressed upon hearing this, pleading, Director Qin, calm down. Qin Chun frowned. Captain Sun quickly added, this isn't like Huaju. Yu Dongchuan is on his side, and this man's strength is terrifying, completely beyond our expectations. We can't confront him head-on. Qin Chun calmed down upon hearing this, but how could he possibly be willing to go back like this? He had many competitors within the Qin family. The price his family had paid to secure him the inspection tour opportunity in Linhu City was too high. If he were to leave in disgrace, it would be a huge joke. His family has been moved? I don't believe all his relatives have been moved, Qin Chun said ruthlessly. Several armed personnel nearby froze. Let's go. Qin Chun led the way out of the Doomsday Fortress. Meanwhile, Mingying was sitting in the conference room, smiling faintly at Yu Dongchuan, when he suddenly asked, Commander Dongchuan, your hair has turned quite white lately. Yu Dongchuan was surprised by Mingying's concern and couldn't help but smile bitterly, sighing, the livelihoods of millions in Linhu City depend on me, how can I not worry? Commander Dongchuan, how many more days can Linhu City's food supply last? Mingying asked. Yu Dongchuan fell silent upon hearing this, then truthfully replied, at most 10 days. I plan to start tomorrow by mixing refined rice, mutated beast meat, wheat bran, and rice bran to make wartime rations, which will then be uniformly distributed. Zhang Yun's expression immediately changed slightly. Wheat bran and rice bran, these are animal feed. How can they be fed to humans? Yu Dongchuan then smiled bitterly, even so, the remaining food in Linhu City will only last for another half-month at most. Now we can only hope that Huaju can find a solution. The other cities have experienced a sharp decline in population, their situation might be better, Yu Dongchuan said with a wry smile. Linhu City had the highest survival rate, and now it was the first to face a food crisis. Mingying shook his head and sighed. In his previous life, Huaju had cultivated a large amount of farmland at the base and deployed heavy troops to guard it, but it was only barely self-sufficient. As for other regions, they could only hope for the best. Yu Dongchuan's hopes for Huaju were probably dashed. Chief Dongchuan, we can't rely on others for food. People will go crazy if they don't have food, Mingying said slowly. Besides, now that communications have been restored, that country across the ocean will likely take action. At this, Yu Dongchuan was stunned. As a local official, his energy was focused on Linhu City, and he hadn't really considered international affairs. But Mingying's words made Yu Dongchuan think for a moment, and he immediately felt a chill spread from head to toe, leaving him feeling utterly cold. That country across the ocean was powerful, but the entire nation was exceptionally loosely organized. In peacetime, this system could encourage everyone's free development, allowing various industries to flourish and unleash tremendous creativity. However, once faced with a major social crisis, the enormous drawbacks of this loose social system would be instantly exposed, making it utterly unable to withstand the impact of any crisis. Moreover, that country had a predatory mentality at its core. If domestic conflicts couldn't be resolved, if there was a food shortage, it would almost certainly launch a war against foreign powers. I worry that nuclear war will break out in the near future. Humanity's living environment will become increasingly harsh, Mingying voiced her suspicions. Yu Dongchuan was taken aback, then shook his head, saying, impossible. With mutated beasts all around, humans won't kill each other. Is that so? Mingying countered. In his previous life, a nuclear war had broken out, the sky was filled with radioactive clouds, and even food couldn't be grown. That was true despair for humanity. This topic was too heavy, and none of the people present could handle it. For a moment, a silence fell over them. Chief Dongchuan, let's make a deal, Mingying broke the silence. Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up. Mingying had always given him too many surprises. Did he have something good to offer now? What kind of deal? Yu Dongchuan asked cautiously. I need steel bars, cement, and yellow sand, Mingying said. What? Yu Dongchuan's eyes narrowed, a flash of killing intent crossing his face, but he maintained a calm smile and said slowly, these things are strategic resources now. Don't be fooled. Mingying was extremely sensitive to killing intent. He had clearly sensed Yu Dongchuan's earlier rage, but now Yu Dongchuan was smiling calmly, as if joking with Mingying. He couldn't help but laugh. This man was truly a ruthless leader. He could turn on a dime and kill without hesitation. I have grain. Plenty of grain, enough to feed the entire Linhu city. Mingying laughed. What? Yu Dongchuan's expression changed drastically. He jumped to his feet, his breathing rapid. How much steel, cement, and sand do you need? Yu Dongchuan asked directly. To hell with strategic materials. As long as I have grain, I'll do anything. Yu Dongchuan roared inwardly. Suddenly, the conference room door was urgently knocked open by Secretary Liu. It's terrible. Director Qin has led his men to arrest Mingying's uncle. Secretary Liu said urgently. Chapter 40. You're asking for it. Upon hearing Secretary Liu's words, Yu Dongchuan's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden gust of wind swept through the conference room, and Mingying's figure flashed out, already rushing out of the room. That speed! Yu Dongchuan hadn't even caught a glimpse of Mingying, and was deeply shocked, sensing that Mingying's strength had increased again. Quick, to Baiyuan residential area! Yu Dongchuan shouted, cursing Qin Chun 1,000 times in his heart. That damned idiot, daring to target Mingying's family. Yu Dongchuan cursed inwardly, already thinking of how to persuade Mingying to spare Qin Chun's life. Meanwhile, outside the safe zone, by the asphalt road, stood a dilapidated house, no longer inhabited. In the living room of this dilapidated house, Qin Chun stood with a faint smile, several armed men guarding him warily. Beside Qin Chun, Ming Qinjin, Lu Xiaomei, and Ming Yuan were fawning over him with obsequious smiles. A little further to the side, over a dozen people from Mingying's 3 maternal uncles' families were bound hand and foot, their expressions filled with panic. Lord Qin, I know Mingying very well. He's closest to his second maternal uncle. If you can subdue his second maternal uncle, he'll definitely submit, Ming Qinjin said with a fawning smile. Qin Chun looked at the 3 men, feeling a surge of disgust, but he still needed to learn more about Mingying through them, so he could only smile and say, Oh, you're so sure? I guarantee it. Ming Qinjin immediately patted his chest. Beside him, Lu Xiaomei and Ming Yuan nodded repeatedly. Good. You 3 did a good job, Qin Chun said with a smile. Tell me everything you know about Mingying. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Upon hearing this, Ming Qinjin's smile widened even more, and he quickly replied, Yes, I know Mingying very well, I know him inside and out. Then, the 3 members of the Ming family recounted everything about Mingying in detail. Mingying's family was originally just an ordinary family. To be honest, Mingying himself used to be just a low-level employee, quite useless, Ming Qinjin said truthfully, while simultaneously recalling the events of the past few days. Oh, you mean he used to be just an ordinary low-level employee? Qin Chun asked. Yes, he worked for a small company in our city, earning only 5,000 or 6,000 yuan a month, making it difficult to even find a wife, Ming Qinjin said. Just a commoner, a peasant, Qin Chun thought with obvious disdain for Mingying. Ming Qinjin was still recalling the events of the past few days when he suddenly remembered something and said, Lord Qin, I remember now. About 5 or 6 days before the fog arrived, Mingying suddenly became very strange. What? Qin Chun immediately became interested. Ming Qinjin continued, 4 or 5 days before the fog arrived, Mingying suddenly said he wanted to buy a house, even selling the storefront. But later I heard that he didn't actually buy a house, instead, he bought a pickup truck. Ming Qinjin didn't know about Mingying's hoarding of large quantities of grain, but he couldn't hide the truck purchase from Mingying, so Ming Qinjin found out as well. Could it be, he knew in advance that the fog was coming? Qin Chun's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, it seems he really does have a mysterious person helping him. He deserves to die. Knowing the fog was coming beforehand, he didn't even report it. For that alone, he deserves to die. Thinking this, Qin Chun suddenly felt absolutely right to kidnap Mingying's relative. However, he didn't consider that all of this was just his speculation. Regardless of whether the speculation was correct or not, kidnapping Mingying's relative based solely on speculation was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. Director Qin, are we just going to wait here for Mingying to arrive? Captain Sun, still somewhat uneasy, couldn't help but ask, bowing his head. Yes, have you changed your weapons? Qin Chun, also somewhat afraid of Mingying, couldn't help but ask another question. Captain Sun nodded. We've changed them. 2 heavy machine guns and 1 heavy sniper rifle. Even those mutated beasts outside Huaju can't withstand this kind of firepower. Good, then let's wait for him to come and have a proper talk. Qin Chun smiled, feeling confident of victory. Meanwhile, Yu Dongchuan, while hurrying towards Baiyuan residential area, had already dialed a number in Huaju on his phone. As soon as the call connected, Yu Dongchuan said directly, This is Yu Dongchuan from Linhu City. Please answer the phone, Minister. After a dozen seconds on the other end, a deep, aged voice sounded, Dongchuan, why did you call me so quickly? Old leader, I have no choice, Yu Dongchuan said, showing no authority whatsoever in front of his old leader, and began to complain, saying, this time, Huaju sent the Qin Chun here, and he's been causing me nothing but trouble. Hee, the Qin family also paid a high price this time. What? Did that kid embarrass you? Dongchuan, you're not on the same side as him, just ignore him, the old leader said with a chuckle. Old leader, I understand the logic, of course. But this kid has gone too far this time. Do you remember Mingying? Yu Dongchuan said with a wry smile. He's the one who provided that potion. When Qin Chun arrived, he first used force to intimidate him, and now he's kidnapped his relative. This isn't an official, this is a bandit. On the other end of the phone, the old leader paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, go and stop him immediately. I'll arrange for someone else to go to Linhu City. Remember, you absolutely must protect Mingying, his potion is extremely important. Yu Dongchuan nodded, his heart filled with bitterness. He spoke his true feelings. Old leader, to be honest, I'm not worried about Mingying, I'm very worried about Qin Chun. What? The old leader was taken aback. Yu Dongchuan's car was already about 700 to 800 meters outside the Baiyuan residential area when Mingying's figure flashed and appeared in Qin Chun's sight. Seeing this, Yu Dongchuan was immediately at a loss. He quickly said, old leader, I can't guarantee whether Qin Chun will survive this time. With that, Yu Dongchuan hung up the phone, rolled down the car window, leaned out, and shouted, Mingying, don't kill anyone. Don't kill anyone. However, at that moment, Mingying's figure blurred, and he was already in Qin Chun's sight. Humph, as expected, they've come. Qin Chun sneered, about to reprimand Mingying, but was horrified to find that Mingying showed no sign of stopping. Qin Chun was stunned, then realized that Mingying hadn't come to negotiate at all. Captain Sun, Qin Chun shouted. However, Mingying had already charged 50 meters away, within range of his short spear. Captain Sun was also startled. They were all Chinese soldiers, not ruthless kidnappers. Although they had tied up Mingying's relative, they only intended to use him as leverage, not to kill him. These armed men would never kill someone at the slightest disagreement. But now, Mingying didn't even bother to negotiate, charging straight at them. As expected, these men didn't use Mingying's relative as a threat. Instead, they immediately turned their heavy machine guns and sniper rifles, aiming at Mingying. This was the fundamental difference between soldiers and bandits. Unfortunately, Mingying wouldn't show any mercy now. Qin Chun, you're asking for it. Mingying's eyes flashed with killing intent. He pulled a short alloy spear from his mysterious space and hurled it with lightning speed. Qin Chun felt a chill in his chest, followed by a tremendous force that lifted him into the air. What? Captain Sun's eyes widened in fury at the sight. He roared, fire! Kill him! Instantly, heavy machine guns and sniper rifles opened fire. But Mingying's figure flashed. With astonishing speed, he made 4 or 5 consecutive changes of direction, instantly leaping more than 20 meters away, dodging all the fire. At the same time, Mingying's steel needles moved rapidly, raining down on the 7 or 8 armed men like a storm. The battle ended instantly. Chapter 41. Yu Dongchuan makes a move. Not far away, Yu Dongchuan stopped, clutching his forehead, muttering repeatedly, it's over, it's all over. 7 or 8 armed men lay on the ground, each with at least 10 steel needles driven into their bodies. Moreover, these needles were embedded in their joints, instantly rendering them immobile. Mingying. The 3 members of the Ming family were stunned, immediately lying on the ground, too afraid to move. Mingying ignored the 3 men, slowly walking to Qin Chun's side and crouching down. Mingying, let's talk this out. Qin Chun's chest was pierced by a short spear, blood gushing from his mouth, but when he saw Mingying approaching, he struggled to back away. Oh, you have the potion too? Mingying saw Qin Chun tremblingly pull a small bottle from his pocket, and immediately understood that this bottle must contain the potion he had given to Yu Dongchuan, which had been sent to Huaju and probably distributed among the various families. Kid, this potion is mine. You want to use it too? Mingying snatched the potion from Qin Chun's hand, making Qin Chun roll his eyes in exasperation. Mingying, don't kill him! Yu Dongchuan shouted urgently from afar. Zhang Yun also rushed over. Mingying. Inside the house, the other relatives were stunned. Someone trembled as they reminded Mingying, some frightened by his ruthless nature, fearing he would cause trouble. Mingying was speechless. These relatives were still stuck in the mindset of peacetime. Mingying shook his head, stood up, looked at Yu Dongchuan, and said, he touched my sore spot. What was Mingying's sore spot? Clearly, it was Mingying's family. This had been proven countless times. Anyone who dared to touch Mingying's family died, and all died without hesitation. Mingying, this Qin Chun is a piece of trash, but the Qin family of Huaju is not to be trifled with. Yu Dongchuan finally arrived and hurriedly said. On the ground, Qin Chun was still alive. Hearing Yu Dongchuan call him trash, he flew into a rage, aggravating his wounds and causing blood to gush from his mouth again. Seeing this, Yu Dongchuan quickly took out a bottle of well water, intending to hand it to Qin Chun, but suddenly felt a surge of killing intent erupt from Mingying beside him. He abruptly stopped his outstretched hand. Yu Dongchuan, you. Qin Chun was stunned, then became extremely anxious. Yu Dongchuan glanced at Mingying, only to find his eyes filled with icy coldness. Mingying, Qin Chun's death is not a pity, but killing him will cause some trouble. Zhang Yun spoke up at this moment. Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up immediately. Zhang Yun and Mingying had an extraordinary relationship, her words carried far more weight than his own. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Mingying laughed and said, "Is it troublesome because of the Qin family of Huaju? I don't think so." Zhang Yun shook his head and said, "More than that. This Qin Chun was sent by Huaju, representing not only the Qin family but also the will of the Huaju government. If we kill him, regardless of right or wrong, the Huaju government will not let it go." Beside him, Yu Dongchuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. However, Mingying's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and he thought to himself, "In that case, I must kill him even more. If I don't kill him today, those high-ranking officials in Huaju will think I'm afraid of them." Zhang Yun, seeing Mingying's narrowed eyes, immediately realized he was in trouble. His persuasion had not only had no effect, but had backfired. Mingying, Huaju is full of hidden talents, far surpassing Linhu City. It represents the entire country, Yu Dongchuan added. Mingying smiled upon hearing this, but just as he was about to speak, Qin Chun suddenly shuddered, kicked his legs, and died instantly. "Ah!" Mingying waved his hand, forcing a bitter smile. This isn't my fault." Yu Dongchuan, also surprised that Qin Chun had been so resilient and had died so easily, was momentarily stunned. "Quick, save him." Yu Dongchuan hurriedly grabbed a bottle of well water and tried to force it into Qin Chun's mouth, but Qin Chun was already dead, there was no way to revive him. After pouring in half a bottle of well water, Qin Chun remained motionless. Yu Dongchuan sighed and looked at Mingying with a bitter smile. "This is troublesome." As he spoke, Yu Dongchuan slowly turned his head, looking at the surrounding crowd, the murderous intent in his eyes no longer concealed. "Brothers, it's my fault, Yu Dongchuan, who has wronged you all." Yu Dongchuan looked at the security guards, then fired several shots, instantly killing 7 or 8 of them. Then, Yu Dongchuan's gaze locked onto Mingying and his family of 3, glancing at Mingying again. The Ming family of 3 were terrified. First, a high-ranking official from Huaju was killed by Mingying with a single spear thrust, and now this official from Linhu City had suddenly gone on a killing spree. At this moment, the highest-ranking official in Linhu City had actually focused his attention on them. How could Mingying and his family not despair? They hurriedly begged for mercy. "Mingying, help! Help! Brother, save me! Save me!" Mingying was also frantic, quickly kneeling at Mingying's feet, pleading. This time, Mom and Dad sided with this director Qin. I didn't say a word. Upon hearing Mingying's words, Mingying and Lu Xiaomei were both stunned. Mingying immediately cursed, "Go to hell! You're trying to kill me!" With that, Mingying got up and kicked Mingying to the ground. Suddenly, Lu Xiaomei shouted, "You old hag! This was all our doing. What does it have to do with Mingying? He said he wouldn't come, but you forced him to." With that, Lu Xiaomei turned to Mingying, knelt down with a thud, and kowed out repeatedly, saying, "Mingying, I was wrong before. I'm begging you." This time, Mingying really had nothing to do with it, it was all Mingying and me who did it. Hearing this, Mingying suddenly came to his senses. He burst into tears, then laughed, and after this alternating crying and laughing, he remained silent, kowtowing repeatedly to Mingying. Mingying coldly watched Mingying and Lu Xiaomei kowtow to him, blood streaming down their foreheads, a pitiful sight. Beside them, Mingying was stunned, slumped to the ground, motionless. Sigh, Mingying sighed. A hint of pity flashed in Zhang Yun's eyes. Mingying and Lu Xiaomei certainly deserved to die, but they were undeniably devoted to their son. Just as Mingying was about to speak, 3 gunshots rang out. Yu Dongchuan had fired, and Mingying, Lu Xiaomei, and Mingying were instantly killed. "Ah!" Mingying was stunned, then gave a bitter smile, looked at Zhang Yun, and said, "This isn't my fault. Yu Dongchuan, what are you doing?" Zhang Yun immediately became furious. But Yu Dongchuan's face was ashen. Without saying a word, he looked at Li Kuaveng, Ming Rongfei, and the others, slowly raising his gun. Seeing this, Mingying immediately reached out and grabbed Yu Dongchuan's arm, saying repeatedly, "Commander Dongchuan, that's enough. These men won't betray me. Is that so?" Yu Dongchuan stared at Mingying and asked. Mingying nodded resolutely. "Good." Yu Dongchuan put away his pistol and turned to leave. Mingying and Zhang Yun watched Yu Dongchuan's departing figure. Zhang Yun felt an inexplicable chill emanating from that silhouette and couldn't help but ask, "How did Yu Dongchuan become like this?" "He's always been like this, you just don't understand him," Mingying said, shaking his head. In his heart, however, he silently thanked Yu Dongchuan. Chapter 42 Zhang Lai of Huaju. Mingying hadn't expected Yu Dongchuan to kill so directly, but he quickly understood. Yu Dongchuan needed Mingying, or rather, he needed the grain Mingying had promised him not long ago. For the grain, for the 2 million people of Linhu City, what did killing a few people matter? Qin Chun was dead, and to protect Mingying, Yu Dongchuan had to silence them. The armed men Qin Chun had brought didn't deserve death, but they had to be killed. Yu Dongchuan worried that Mingying wouldn't be able to bring himself to kill Ming Qinjin, Lu Xiame, and Ming Yuan, so he conveniently dealt with them as well. As for Mingying's uncles and other relatives, Yu Dongchuan couldn't easily kill them, but the look he gave Mingying at the end was clear. You'd better make arrangements for these people yourself. If you don't, I will. Mingying looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, and saw the gruesome deaths of Ming Qinjin, Ming Yuan, and Lu Xiame, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Did these three deserve to die? From Mingying's perspective, they had indeed done many bad things. However, when these three actually died before his eyes, Mingying found that he wasn't happy. The culprit is this Qin Chun. Mingying coldly looked at Qin Chun, scoffing inwardly, but then he thought of Huaju. Now he had completely controlled the situation in Linhu City, and even Yu Dongchuan wouldn't dare to have any ulterior motives towards him. But those high-ranking officials in Huaju were used to being high and mighty, and with the valuable well water, it would probably be difficult for him to live peacefully in the future. It seems I still need to continue using an iron fist to deter some people, but this time the difficulty will be many times greater. Also, the city construction needs to be accelerated. Once the giant city is completed, my confidence will be much stronger, Mingying thought to himself. Mingying walked around the dilapidated house, collecting all the corpses into his mysterious space. Then, he calmed the emotions of the other relatives and collected them into his mysterious space as well. These relatives had all witnessed Yu Dongchuan's murder and wouldn't be able to leave the mysterious space for a while. Zhang Yun watched Mingying quickly deal with the scene, her mind still reeling. She stared blankly at Yu Dongchuan's departing figure, as if she were seeing him for the first time. Upon returning to the official stronghold, Yu Dongchuan immediately called his old superior in Huaju, saying directly, "Old leader, things are settled." However, there was an unusual movement from the mutated beasts just now. Qin Chun insisted on commanding from the front lines and was surrounded by them. "He's been killed." "What?" The aged voice on the other end of the line paused, remaining silent for a long time before saying, "Okay, I understand. Zhang Lai has already set off and should arrive at your location in a little while." With that, the high-ranking official from Huazhou hung up, his brows furrowed. Yu Dongchuan's words were completely unconvincing. He hadn't even intended to fabricate a plausible lie. Everyone knew this. Even if Yu Dongchuan tried his best to weave a flawless lie, the Qin family wouldn't believe it, and they would still retaliate. However, this had to be done secretly. No one would expose the facade. After leaving the small house, Mingying and Zhang Yun returned to Yu Dongchuan's conference room. Yu Dongchuan's face was ashen. He was no longer willing to waste time arguing with Mingying and directly asked, "You say you have enough grain to feed the entire Linhu City. Do you know how much grain Linhu City consumes every day?" Mingying thought for a moment and said, "Linhu City currently has 2 million people. I'll only provide staple food, 3 million caddies per day. How about that? 3 million caddies, every day?" Yu Dongchuan's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. He stared intently at Mingying and growled, "Where did you get this grain? What are you planning? Hoarding grain in chaotic times, what are you plotting?" A smart person could guess without even thinking. Beside him, Zhang Yun felt as if Yu Dongchuan had transformed into a ferocious tiger, ready to devour someone. Almost instinctively, he stood up. Mingying also sensed Yu Dongchuan's killing intent. He sneered inwardly, lightly tapped the table, and said, "Chief Dongchuan, are you trying to kill me?" As he spoke, Mingying's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from within him. When it comes to killing intent, who can compare to Mingying? Yu Dongchuan instantly snapped out of his daze, composed himself, and couldn't help but give a wry smile. He said, "You really scared me, kid. Seriously, where did you get all this food? And what are you planning to do with all this stockpiled food? Don't be silly, this era doesn't have that territorial expansion thing anymore." Mingying was speechless, then laughed directly, "I have no intention of expanding my territory. In short, I have food. If you want it, trade it with me." Yu Dongchuan thought for a moment, then smiled bitterly, "What choice do I have? 2 million people in Linhu City, if they run out of food for even a day, they'll probably turn the world upside down." Mingying also laughed, and said directly, "I'll give you the food, but you need to mobilize all your resources to help me find cement and sand. 1 pound of food for 10 pounds of building materials." "Okay." Yu Dongchuan nodded. "It's a deal. Tonight, send someone to the basement of the Lianhua supermarket outside the safe zone to retrieve the food. After that, pile all the building materials outside the supermarket," Mingying said. "That's it? Don't I need to help you transport them?" Yu Dongchuan asked, puzzled. Mingying shook his head. "By the way, Mingying, how much potion do you have left?" They're sending people from Huaju soon, Yu Dongchuan said. Sending people again? Mingying laughed. This time, they probably won't send an incompetent like Qin Chun, right? Yu Dongchuan laughed as well, saying repeatedly, no, no, you'll get to know him well later. As he spoke, Yu Dongchuan glanced at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was stunned by Yu Dongchuan's gaze, but then remembered something and blurted out, is it Zhang Lai? Yu Dongchuan nodded with a smile. Mingying was taken aback upon hearing the name Zhang Lai, and then laughed as well. This Zhang Lai was Zhang Yun's elder brother, a celebrity in his past life, even more famous than Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was, after all, merely an outstanding evolver, while Zhang Lai was more than just an evolver, he was a figure of real power. Upon hearing that Zhang Lai had arrived, Zhang Yun immediately recalled the message his family had sent him not long ago, and his face turned deathly pale. Mingying sensed Zhang Yun's unease and asked. No, it's nothing. Zhang Yun shook her head, her expression still not good. Yu Dongchuan, a shrewd man with a keen eye, quickly guessed what was going on. He thought to himself, I didn't expect the young lady of the Zhang family in Huaju to have fallen for Mingying. Good, it's good to have someone keep Mingying tied down. Thinking this, Yu Dongchuan felt even happier. Zhang Lai's speed in arriving from Huaju exceeded everyone's expectations. While Yu Dongchuan was still talking to Mingying, a rumbling sound came from the sky. A Xiao-class fighter jet stopped on the asphalt road next to the safe zone, side by side with Qin Chun's. Then, a young man in military uniform quickly disembarked. My dear sister, I heard you don't want to go back. Upon seeing her, Zhang Lai ignored Yu Dongchuan and Mingying, instead laughing heartily at Zhang Yun, his eyes filled with affection. This Zhang Lai is still the same as ever, a doting brother, Mingying thought to herself with amusement. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Who doesn't want to go back? Zhang Yun quickly said, head down, face flushed. Haha, Commander Dongchuan, hello. Zhang Lai laughed and gave Yu Dongchuan a standard military salute. Yu Dongchuan quickly returned the salute. Then Zhang Lai fixed his gaze on Mingying and said, I heard that Qin Chun died here. Chapter 43 Zhang Yun goes to Huaju. Mingying nodded with a smile, saying, he was just unlucky. Mingying neither denied nor admitted to Qin Chun's death, but anyone could easily read one thing from his expression, that he was the one who killed Qin Chun. Sure enough, Zhang Lai's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he laughed heartily, saying, that good-for-nothing Qin Chun, it's good he's dead. Ahem, Yu Dongchuan quickly coughed, changing the subject, saying, Zhang Lai, it's not safe here, let's hurry back to the safe zone. But Zhang Lai waved his hand dismissively, saying, Secretary Dongchuan, no need, I'm leaving soon. Then, Zhang Lai looked at Mingying and went straight to the point. Mingying, I came here today to ask you for the medicine. Mingying smiled immediately, saying, are you so sure I'll give you the medicine? I believe you're an upright Chinese citizen. If you have it, you'll definitely give it to me, it's just a matter of price. And I'll offer you a price that satisfies you. Zhang Lai smiled. Zhang Lai wasn't a fool like Qin Chun. Before coming, he had thoroughly researched Mingying and knew exactly what kind of person he was. In Zhang Lai's understanding, while Mingying acted without restraint, he was fundamentally a person with a strong sense of justice. Moreover, Zhang Lai was willing to bet that Mingying wasn't a greedy or selfish person. Why? Just kidding, didn't he see his sister staring at Mingying with a lovesick expression? And who was Zhang Yun? How arrogant was she? If Mingying were a selfish person, would Zhang Yun even consider him? Considering all these deductions, Zhang Lai's direct approach of asking Mingying for the potion actually won Mingying's favor. Sure enough, Mingying laughed and said, I can give you the potion, but there are conditions. Go ahead, Zhang Lai said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. However, Mingying clearly saw his eyelids twitch undisguisedly, betraying his inner excitement. Haven't decided yet, Mingying shook his head and smiled. Zhang Lai was immediately stunned, thinking Mingying was going to beat around the bush, and quickly backed down, saying, brother, don't play me for a fool. If I don't bring back the potion today, the old man will break my legs. When have you ever been afraid of Dad? Zhang Yun directly exposed Zhang Lai's lie. Zhang Lai was immediately at a loss. Mingying glanced at Yu Dongchuan and smiled, I've already discussed it with Chief Dongchuan. This time I can give him 200 kilograms of the medicine, and 20 kilograms a day thereafter. You can discuss the specifics of the distribution yourselves. Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up immediately. To be honest, he hadn't expected Mingying to say that. Mingying's words undoubtedly elevated Yu Dongchuan's status dramatically. From now on, whoever in the Huaju area needed the medicine would have to go through him. Yu Dongchuan, that would be incredible. Thinking of this, Yu Dongchuan felt a surge of excitement. That's wonderful, Zhang Lai also laughed. He didn't care what kind of deal Mingying and Yu Dongchuan had, he was here for only one purpose: to obtain the medicine. He didn't care how they obtained it. Moreover, he gleaned from Mingying's words that the potion was readily available daily, with a substantial production volume of about 20 kilograms per day. This information was crucial. It meant that Mingying possessed the capability for mass production of the potion. For China, who possessed the potion was irrelevant. What mattered was the continuous production of the potion daily. This was the difference between vision and understanding. In this respect, Zhang Lai clearly far surpassed Qin Chun. Wait here for 5 minutes, I'll go back and get the potion, Mingying said, turning and walking towards the Baiyuan residential area. After Mingying left, Zhang Lai couldn't help but smile, saying, Secretary Dongchuan and this Mingying have a very close relationship. Yu Dongchuan didn't try to hide anything. There was no point in pretending with a smart person. Yu Dongchuan simply said, to be honest, I didn't expect him to ask you to talk to me instead of giving you the medicine. Zhang Lai laughed, of course. Secretary Dongchuan, you'll have to take care of me in the future. Yu Dongchuan waved his hand and laughed, you're joking. If you need the medicine, just say the word, and I'll have as much as you want. Chief Dongchuan. Zhang Yun's face immediately turned red. Zhang Lai was taken aback, then laughed, saying, that kid Mingying wants to woo my sister. I wonder if he has the ability. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yun pinched Zhang Lai and gave a low snort. Oh dear, that's not what I said, it's what the old man said, Zhang Lai exclaimed. Mingying returned quickly, this time in a pickup truck, carrying 2 large white barrels, one large and one small, filled with water. Zhang Lai was stunned to see Mingying so aggressively carrying the medicine. In his imagination, this kind of medicine was a high-tech product. Even if it wasn't stored in test tubes, it should at least be stored in bottles like saline solution. What was Mingying doing, using 2 large white barrels? Was it just tap water? Even for tap water, it wouldn't be this crude. Is this stuff so worthless in his eyes? Zhang Lai wondered. Chief Dongchuan, this large barrel contains 200 kilograms of medicine, Mingying said, pointing to the large barrel in the truck. Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up, but then he asked with some doubt, what about the small barrel? The small barrel wasn't small either, it probably contained about 100 kilograms of medicine. A small bucket? Mingying glanced at Zhang Lai upon hearing this and smiled, this is for the Zhang family. As he spoke, Mingying specifically looked at Zhang Yun. Wow, you're quite direct, kid. Zhang Lai's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he grinned, saying, I like your straightforward personality. I have high hopes for you. Brother. Zhang Yun cried out anxiously, but his heart was warmed. Yu Dongchuan also smiled, his opinion of the Zhang family rising even higher. Alright, Mingying, Secretary Dongchuan, my mission is complete. I need to hurry back to Huaju. Hundreds of thousands of people are waiting for the medicine to save their lives, Zhang Lai said, getting back to the point. Mr. Mingying, on behalf of the 12 million people of Huaju, I thank you. Zhang Lai suddenly straightened his expression and gave Mingying a standard military salute. Mingying stood straight and returned the salute. Then, Zhang Lai looked at Zhang Yun and said, little sister, you've been away for long enough. Mom and Dad are very worried about you, so they asked me to take you back with me this time. Ah! Zhang Yun was stunned, her longing for her parents intensifying, but then she glanced at Mingying, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes, appearing somewhat hesitant. Zhang Lai observed Zhang Yun's expression but remained silent. Mingying, why don't you come to Huaju with me? Zhang Yun thought for a moment, then suddenly mustered her courage and spoke. After saying this, Zhang Yun blushed and lowered her head. Mingying was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Yun to be so direct. However, he certainly couldn't go to Huaju right now, so he could only smile wryly and say, I can't go now. Oh! Zhang Yun instantly looked disappointed and remained silent. Beside him, Zhang Lai frowned upon seeing this, feeling that his younger sister seemed to be completely out of the loop in her interactions with Mingying. Don't worry, I'll go to Huaju after I've dealt with things here. Mingying's words instantly rekindled Zhang Yun's hope. Sure enough, Zhang Yun looked up immediately, a smile spreading across her face, and asked, when will you be able to come to Huaju? Mingying thought for a moment, then said, soon. Communication has been restored now, so we can keep in touch anytime. Okay. Zhang Yun nodded, Mingying, then I'll go to Huaju first. Mingying nodded and smiled, remember to take your medicine every day, and don't forget your fist technique practice. Okay. Zhang Yun nodded repeatedly. Alright, it's time to go. Zhang Lai, seeing Zhang Yun acting like a little girl, couldn't bear it any longer and quickly pulled his sister towards the fighter jet. A moment later, the all-black Xia-class fighter jet soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 44 The medicine arrives in Huaju. Mingying watched Zhang Yun depart from Linhe City in the Xia-class fighter jet, a sense of loss washing over him. Yu Dongchuan, noticing Mingying's expression, felt even happier, thinking to himself, a Mingying with concerns is the best Mingying. Mingying gazed at the azure sky, his eyes suddenly narrowing as he recalled the post-apocalyptic skies filled with radioactive clouds. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked at Yu Dongchuan. Chief Dongchuan, can you contact the top brass of China? Mingying asked. Yu Dongchuan was taken aback. After a moment's thought, he said, I can't reach the highest ranking officials, but I can get in touch with the heads of several departments. Mingying sensed something was amiss. Even if it was just the heads of a few departments in China, getting to see the highest levels of government wouldn't be easy. Some messages would be difficult to get to their ears. What is it? Is there something urgent? Yu Dongchuan asked. Mingying paused for a moment, then decided to share his concerns with Yu Dongchuan, saying, as we've discussed before, I'm worried about a potential nuclear war. Yu Dongchuan was taken aback, then his expression turned deeply worried. He said, I'll report this to my superiors immediately and hope it receives sufficient attention from the higher UPS. Mingying nodded, saying, I know China won't participate in a nuclear war, but once it starts, it's completely uncontrollable. Even if you don't attack others, they will attack you. So, what I want to say is that we not only shouldn't participate, but we must also prepare sufficient defenses to prevent nuclear bombs from falling on our land. Furthermore, if possible, we should try to prevent other countries from engaging in nuclear war as well. Mingying sighed, even he felt the idea was too difficult. Yu Dongchuan smiled wryly upon hearing this, that might be a bit difficult. China has always kept a low profile, quietly making its fortune, and never interferes in the affairs of other countries. In any case, we must prepare for the worst. Mingying added, that mysterious person told me last time that if a nuclear war breaks out in the apocalypse, the sky will be full of radioactive clouds, making it impossible to grow food. Moreover, mutated beasts will evolve at an accelerated pace. Mingying stopped there. Yu Dongchuan's expression changed drastically. He turned and rushed towards the official fortress, urgently saying, understood, I'll go back and contact the people in Huaji now. Watching Yu Dongchuan's hurried departure, Mingying took out his phone and sent his thoughts to Zhang Yun, hoping to use the Zhang family's influence to get the message to the highest levels of government in China. I've done what I needed to do, Mingying remarked, then walked towards the post-apocalyptic fortress in Baiyuan residential complex. Actually, Mingying was somewhat prepared for a nuclear war. In his previous life, a nuclear war had broken out, and China's preparations in that life had been inadequate. The situation was much better in this life. Mingying strolled through Baiyuan residential complex, seeing people everywhere, all diligently practicing martial arts, a vibrant and thriving atmosphere. Yu Dongchuan is indeed a good leader, Mingying remarked. Linhe City today was far better than in his previous life, and Mingying estimated it was far better than other cities as well. When Huaju issued the notice requiring the establishment of survival bases in various regions, Mingying even speculated that the Linhe City base would most likely become the strongest survival base besides the Huaju base. At that time, Yu Dongchuan's status would rise even further. Back in the post-apocalyptic fortress, Mingying moved his parents, Lu Jun, Zhou Fang, Rong Saru, and others out of the mysterious space, and the family began preparing lunch. Everyone was surprised and reluctant to see Zhang Yun leave, resulting in a rather silent lunch. After lunch, Rong Saru and Zhou Fang went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. When Zhou Fang stood up, a hint of worry appeared between her brows. Mingying noticed this and suddenly realized that communication had been restored. Zhou Fang must have contacted her father, the martial artist who taught him the Gahai fist in his previous life. Zhou Quan. Zhou Fang, what's wrong? Didn't you manage to contact Master Zhou Quan? Mingying asked. Zhou Fang nodded, her worry deepening. Where is Master Zhou Quan on his mission this time? Should we go look for him? Mingying suddenly asked. Zhou Fang's eyes lit up at this, but she quickly shook her head, saying, my dad said he was going to Huaji to meet an old friend, but I just contacted that friend there, and he said my father left Huaji a long time ago, and I don't know where he is now. Mingying was at a loss. Leaving Huaji, he should be heading towards Linhe City, but Huaji is 1,000 miles away from Linhe City. Finding someone along that route would be incredibly difficult. Don't worry, Master Zhou Quan is very powerful, he'll be fine, Rong Saru reassured her. Zhou Fang nodded. At this point, that was all they could do. After dinner, everyone rested for a while before going out to practice their martial arts. Meanwhile, on the streets of Huaju, the most magnificent city in China, security teams were everywhere, and tanks roared through the streets and alleys. Several army groups were concentrated in this city, with countless soldiers guarding the front lines. A large amount of weaponry was deployed in various locations, making the entire capital as impregnable as an iron fortress. Throughout the city, people hurried about, but there was no panic whatsoever, everything was orderly, a stark contrast to other cities. Suddenly, a jet-black fighter jet swooped down from the sky and quickly landed at the airport. On the airport, hundreds of people were already anxiously waiting. The jet's ladder extended, and a man and a woman quickly descended. The waiting crowd immediately lit up with joy and rushed to greet them. These two were Zhang Lai and Zhang Yun, returning from Linhe City. Director Zhang, how did it go? A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses quickly stepped forward and grasped Zhang Lai's hand, asking anxiously, Minister Tang, I have successfully completed my mission, the medicine has been brought back, Zhang Lai said with a smile. Good, good. Minister Tang's eyes lit up immediately, and he continued, how much medicine did you bring back? Faced with Minister Tang's question, Zhang Lai couldn't help but laugh and said, Minister Tang, don't worry, we brought back a full 200 kilograms of medicine this time. Moreover, we can obtain 20 kilograms of medicine from Linhe City every day from now on. Minister Tang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. 200 kilograms of medicine can treat over 4,000 people. If it's just for suppressing the virus, it could save 400,000. 400,000 people. Currently, only about 300,000 people in the entire Huaji city have been infected with the X virus. This batch of medicine can truly solve the immediate crisis. Moreover, 20 kilograms of medicine can be obtained every day. In this way, the X virus crisis in Huaju can basically be resolved. Thinking of this, Minister Tang, who was in charge of medical and health affairs, felt completely relieved. The mountain that had been weighing on him for the past month seemed to have vanished. Just as Zhang Lai's plane landed at the airport, in the core area of Huaju, 3 consecutive buildings belonged to the Qin family of Huaju, housing dozens of the Qin family's most core members. With a bang, a middle-aged man in purple robes, his face filled with astonishment, dropped the porcelain pot in his hand, shattering it on the ground. Chapter 45 Reunion with Wan Yi. Patriarch Qin, this is what happened. Director Qin Chun was a hero. China is preparing to posthumously award him the title of martyr. Please accept our deepest condolences, a young man in black said apologetically in a deep voice. To sacrifice for China is Qin Chun's honor. Our Qin family is proud of him, the middle-aged man in purple said, his face filled with sorrow, appearing much older. The young man in black said a few words and then turned to leave. The middle-aged man in purple was left sitting blankly on the living room sofa, his gaze gradually darkening. 3 or 5 other members of the Qin family were also sitting in the living room, all silent. Dad, Ah Chun died in Linhu City. This cannot be left like this, a young man in sportswear suddenly spoke up. What do you mean by being surrounded by mutated beasts? Nobody believes that. That's just Yu Dongchuan's story, a middle-aged man sitting next to the middle-aged man in purple said with a frown. This man was named Qin, a pillar of the Qin family, holding an important position in a ministry in Huaju. Yes, Ah Chun has been dead for half a day, and Yu Dongchuan hasn't even called to explain. It's obvious he's not going to explain to us, the young man in black continued. The middle-aged man in purple nodded, his gaze incredibly grim, and slowly said, we'll talk about Yu Dongchuan later. First, send someone to investigate who that Mingying is. I feel Ah Chun's death is inextricably linked to him. Even if Yu Dongchuan had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare do anything to Ah Chun. Upon hearing this, the other's gazes sharpened. I'll send someone to investigate. The young man in the tracksuit jumped up, turned and left the living room, then pushed open the door and left with a livid face. Ah Chun, I will find out the truth, I will avenge you, the young man in the tracksuit roared inwardly. That's how it is with the privileged children of Huaju's high-ranking officials. Whether they're spoiled or not, talented or not, they've all been fighting since childhood, sometimes even resulting in head injuries, broken arms, and legs. However, this doesn't mean they harbor hatred towards each other, on the contrary, their bond is exceptionally strong. As the saying goes, this is my brother, only I can beat him. Anyone else who tries to touch him, I'll kill you. The young man in the tracksuit was named Qin Yu. He and Qin Chun were cousins, childhood friends who would fight whenever they met as children. But after starting work, their bond grew stronger, becoming incredibly deep. Now that Qin Chun was dead, Qin Yu's murderous intent was instantly uncontrollable. If it weren't for the current tense situation, he probably would have flown straight to Linhu City and wreaked havoc. Back in Linhe City, after returning to the official stronghold, Yu Dongchuan immediately called his old superior in Huaju, conveying Mingying's concerns about the apocalyptic nuclear war. The old leader shared the same sentiment and, after hanging up the phone, immediately went to report to a high-ranking official in Huaju. Just over 5 hours later, news came from Huaju. All of Huaju's air defense systems were switched to maximum combat readiness. At the same time, China issued a call to action to all nations, urging them to help each other and jointly combat the apocalyptic catastrophe. Upon hearing this news, Mingying finally felt some relief and began to focus on building his city. That afternoon, Mingying went to the basement of Lianhua supermarket and moved 3 million jin, approximately 1.5 million kilograms, of sweet potatoes from the mysterious space, almost filling the entire basement. Then Mingying dialed Yu Dongchuan's number. 1 minute later, hundreds of security guards set off from the secure zone, escorting Yu Dongchuan's armored vehicle as it sped out of the secure zone. Standing at the entrance to the Lianhua supermarket basement, Yu Dongchuan looked at the mountain of sweet potatoes before him, feeling a sudden, overwhelming sense of joy coursing through his body. He really has grain. Yu Dongchuan muttered repeatedly, feeling as if Mingying were a myth, suddenly conjuring up so much grain. Quick, move it all. Yu Dongchuan turned and got into the car, then dialed the Linhe City Materials Bureau, saying directly, Yang Chen, quickly mobilize 1,500 tons of cement and sand, deliver them outside the Hualien supermarket, and leave immediately after delivery. Don't worry about anything else." On the other end of the phone, a dark-skinned, thin middle-aged man was taken aback, then said, "Sir, what's this? 1,500 tons of cement and sand is a third of our reserves, we can't just move it. Just mobilize it as I say, don't worry about it." Yu Dongchuan didn't bother to explain, saying directly, "Didn't you always want to move the building materials crushing plant in the west of the city here? Today I'll have Huayu cooperate with you to dismantle all the equipment at the west factory and move it here." Ah! Yang Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. A moment later, accompanied by the roar of transport trucks, a large amount of supplies was delivered out of the safe zone. At the entrance of Baiyuan residential complex, Yu Dongchuan and Mingying stood side by side. Yu Dongchuan's face beamed with joy, and he couldn't help but ask, "Mingying, are you sure you can get 3 million caddies of grain every day?" Mingying, watching the large quantities of building materials being transported from the safe zone to the basement of Hualian supermarket, was also pleased and smiled. "Of course, 3 million caddies every day. How long can you supply them continuously?" Yu Dongchuan asked. "I can supply them indefinitely," Mingying replied. Yu Dongchuan's eyes immediately lit up, and he smiled, "Great. As long as there's grain, you can have as many building materials as you need." With the grain problem solved, Yu Dongchuan's mind began to race. He kept thinking, "This time, Mingying appointed me as the representative to supply medicine to Huaju, and my status in Huaju has risen dramatically. Now, Linhe City has 3 million caddies of grain every day. If we're careful with our spending, we can supply 1 million caddies to Huaju every day." Thinking of this, Yu Dongchuan felt a surge of ambition and confidence in the future, even feeling that Mingying was his destined benefactor. Mingying, unaware of Yu Dongchuan's thoughts, was also incredibly excited. If he could obtain 1,500 tons of cement and sand daily, his city building speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. "After collecting the cement and sand today, I'll go to Tai County and move those 30,000 people into the mysterious space to get the construction work started," Mingying thought to himself. Zhang Yang of Tai County was a reliable person, at least not as uncontrollable as Yu Dongchuan. Currently, he was well suited to lead tens of thousands of people in construction within the mysterious space. Mingying chatted with Yu Dongchuan for a while, then went back. This afternoon, he was going to spar with Grandpa Wang Chong. This opportunity was hard to come by. Grandpa Wang Chong's martial arts skills were even more profound than those of Mr. Zhou, who had taught Mingying the Gehai Fist. After returning to Baiyuan residential area, Mingying went to the Doomsday Fortress to fetch a few bottles of well water, asked Rong Saru to prepare some fruit from the mysterious space, and then walked towards Villa 102 with Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang was also a martial arts expert. If he were fortunate enough to receive guidance from Grandpa Wang Chong, the benefits would be immense. The doorbell rang twice, and Mingying saw a pretty figure push open the villa door. Upon seeing Mingying, she immediately showed a look of surprise and exclaimed, "Mingying." The person who opened the door was none other than Wang Yi. Chapter 46: The Practice of Fist Techniques. "Yi, you're here too," Mingying greeted. Mingying had a deep impression of Wang Yi. In his past life, Mingying was close friends with Wang Yufei, so he was naturally familiar with Wang Yi as well. He knew very well that this seemingly quiet girl was actually a mischievous and willful young lady at heart. In his past life, Wang Yi had often teased Mingying, and Mingying had always treated Wang Yi like his own younger sister, doting on her greatly. In this life, Mingying and Wang Yufei were still somewhat distant, which made his interactions with Wang Yi a little strange. However, Wang Yi was very enthusiastic towards Mingying, quickly pulling him into the villa. Grandpa Wang Chong was practicing Tai Chi in the yard in front of the villa. Seeing Mingying, he didn't avoid the topic and continued throwing punches with great force. Mingying and Zhou Fang exchanged a glance, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Watching a martial arts performance was a rare opportunity. Grandpa Wang Chong's style seemed to be Xing'ai Quan, sometimes incorporating the 12 forms, tiger, leopard, eagle, snake, etc., sometimes the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, etc., and sometimes blending them together, displaying an extremely profound level of skill. Mingying and Zhou Fang, both experts in martial arts, were completely captivated, feeling that Grandpa Wang Chong's style contained extremely profound mysteries. "My martial arts lack this kind of artistic conception," Mingying keenly felt the deficiency in his own style. Mingying's martial arts had only received guidance from Mr. Zhou for a month. Most of his skill was honed through countless battles. Battlefield martial arts emphasize efficiency and momentum, quite different from traditional martial arts, and not as technically advantageous. Grandpa Wang Chong, however, was a master of traditional martial arts, perfectly compensating for Mingying's shortcomings. How could Mingying not be excited? Grandpa Wang Chong finished his round of punches, but Mingying remained completely absorbed, his mind racing with ideas, eager to try it out himself. Suddenly, Mingying leaped into the courtyard and unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which rippled through the air. Throughout the round, Mingying's punches churned and swirled, the air in the courtyard flowing like water. Gradually, the air around Mingying formed currents, flowing freely and unrestrained under the influence of his fist techniques. What a fine gi-hai fist! Grandpa Wang Chong, standing to the side, watched Mingying's punches with gleaming eyes. With his keen eye, he could naturally see the extraordinary nature of the gi-hai fist, but he immediately noticed a problem with Mingying's technique, and his brow furrowed. Who? Mingying suddenly withdrew his fist and stood up, his brows furrowed. This round of punches had been very comfortable for Mingying, even exhilarating. Many concepts he couldn't grasp before had suddenly become clear. However, Mingying's brows were furrowed at this moment, because he had just witnessed Grandpa Wang Chang's punches, and a simple comparison made Mingying immediately realize that his own boxing skill still had a long way to go. Mingying, how does it feel? Grandpa Wang Chang asked. Mingying shook his head and said, although it was exhilarating, it still feels like something's missing. Grandpa Wang Chang chuckled and said, do you know what you're lacking? What? Mingying asked curiously. Grandpa Wang Chang smiled and said, I spent 3 years practicing boxing, 2 years learning about it, and 1 year comprehending it. From first encountering the art to mastering it, it took me 6 years. Only 6 years? Mingying was stunned. Counting his previous life, he had been practicing boxing for 10 years. Grandpa Wang Chang, however, only took 6 years to reach mastery? The most important thing in boxing is comprehension, Grandpa Wang Chang said solemnly. How do I comprehend it? Mingying asked. Grandpa Wang Chang smiled and said, I can't teach you that, you have to rely on yourself. However, you can try practicing underwater. Your gi-hai fist might yield some results, Grandpa Wang Chang suddenly suggested. Mingying's eyes lit up. Zhou Fang's father, Mr. Zhou, had also mentioned this, that one could practice underwater if given the opportunity, but he had emphasized that one shouldn't rush it. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Wang Chang, after only watching him perform 1 round of boxing, discerned the importance of underwater training for the gi-hai fist. Grandpa Wang, your insight is truly remarkable, Mingying flattered subtly. The old man chuckled and said, let's exchange a few blows. Mingying was overjoyed. Exchanging blows is a traditional way for martial artists to communicate, demanding extremely high levels of skill and energy flow, body balance, and nerve reflexes. Highly skilled martial artists can instantly grasp the core of each other's techniques and assess the other's skill level with just a brief exchange. This opportunity to exchange blows with Grandpa Wang Chang was incredibly rare. Of course, Mingying wouldn't use his full strength, maintaining only around the 3rd level. Otherwise, with the power of a 5th level evolved being like Mingying, Grandpa Wang Chang would likely be sent flying, rendering the exchange pointless. All afternoon, Mingying discussed the mysteries of martial arts with the old man, the two talking animatedly and congenially. Mingying's martial arts skill stemmed from life-or-death battles, which greatly inspired the old man. The old man shared almost everything with Mingying, imparting all his knowledge. Mingying listened with rapt attention, absorbing the secrets of martial arts like a sponge, many previously unclear points becoming clear. Zhou Fang, listening nearby, also felt she had gained a great deal. Wang Yi, however, couldn't listen for long, muttered a few words, and turned to go back to her room. It wasn't until the sun was setting and darkness was falling that Rong Saru brought everyone food. Only then did Mingying and the old man reluctantly stop. After dinner, Mingying bid farewell to the old man, returned to his post-apocalyptic fortress, stored everyone in his mysterious space, and then left by Yuan community, heading towards Taxian County. Back in Tai County, Zhangyang still had over 30,000 people waiting for Mingying. These 30,000 people would become the first residents of Mingying City, and would also undertake the initial construction tasks. Outside the city at night, for humanity today, it had become a death trap. Terrifying mutated beasts lurked in the dark corners, and the occasional howls of walking corpses could be heard in the distance. An ordinary person would probably be terrified by now, likely becoming a meal for the mutated beast within a minute. But Mingying didn't care at all. On the contrary, along the way, over a dozen mutated beasts had already become his food, stored in his mysterious space. This time, Mingying didn't even drive, he simply ran on foot, galloping freely along the provincial highway between Linhu City and Tai County. At this moment, the primal force within Mingying surged like a mighty river, the power of a 5th-tier evolver surging forth like a flood, releasing itself to its fullest extent. As Mingying ran, he pondered matters of evolution. Chapter 47 Directorly of the provincial capital. The path of cultivation for evolved beings in the post-apocalyptic world is still in a very rudimentary exploratory stage. From the 1st to the 5th stage, it's purely about accumulating origin force. Evolved beings cultivate origin force while simultaneously nourishing their bodies with it, continuously improving their strength, speed, agility, and so on. In the early stages, there are 5 noticeable leaps in strength. For example, at the first stage, one cultivates origin force and becomes an evolved being. At the second stage, origin force fills the danshan, flowing throughout the limbs and bones, reaching the entire body. At the third stage, the density of origin force increases dramatically, almost becoming liquid. At the fourth stage, origin force dissipates on the body surface, forming an origin force membrane, multiplying the body's resilience. At the fifth stage, origin force begins to permeate the internal organs, continuously enhancing the evolved being's vitality and endurance. In short, the first 5 stages involve rapid physical evolution for evolved beings. Reaching the peak of the fifth stage essentially means the evolved being's body has reached the limits of human physical ability. The following sixth stage represents a qualitative leap. It is only after reaching the sixth stage that the true terror of evolved beings is revealed. At the sixth tier, evolved beings begin to awaken their brain domains, giving rise to strange abilities. For example, Wang Yufei in his previous life possessed extraordinary computational abilities, practically a human computer. Another example is Su Jun, the leader of the Doomsday Society killed by Mingying, who also reached the sixth tier in his previous life. Moreover, he was a master of hypnosis, able to induce hallucinations with a single glance. And then there was Lu Jun, whose leg strength increased dramatically, and whose reaction speed was virtually invincible, allowing him to emerge unscathed from a hail of bullets. Mingying in his previous life could enter a strange state in which his strength, speed, and reaction time increased dramatically, instantly multiplying his combat power several times over. Mingying called this state the super god state. This is why Mingying believed that after reaching the sixth tier, he could completely annihilate Lu Shu. Because, in the super god state, Mingying could clearly detect the movement of Lu Shu's consciousness, leaving it nowhere to escape. As Mingying sped along the provincial highway, Zhang Yang stood by the window of a high-rise building in Tai County, gazing anxiously at the dark night outside. Why hasn't Mr. Ming arrived yet? Zhang Yang thought anxiously. 3 days had passed since Mingying left Tai County, and for those 3 days, over 30,000 people had been crammed into this building, the situation utterly dire. 30,000 people, crammed into this one building, how crowded. People were packed together, arguments, theft, and fights were happening constantly, and even the security team was struggling to keep up. Moreover, what worried Zhang Yang most was the food shortage. 30,000 people needed at least 30,000 jin of grain daily, but Tai County's grain reserves were dwindling. If these people went hungry, who knew what they would do? If Mr. Ming doesn't arrive by tomorrow, then we'll have no choice but to go to Linhu City ourselves. I've heard that Secretary Yu of Linhu City is very capable, he should be able to lead us to survival, Zhang Yang thought to himself, still deeply troubled. After all, the outside world is teeming with mutated beasts and zombies, leading 30,000 people on a long journey is far too risky. Suddenly, the door to Zhang Yang's office swung open, and a young man in black pushed it open and entered. Behind him, Zhang Wei's anxious voice came, "Director Li, slow down." Zhang Yang frowned, somewhat displeased, but when he turned around and saw who it was, his face lit up with joy. He exclaimed, "Director Li, you've come. I came during the day, just to see how you, the party secretary, are managing Tai County," Director Li said sternly. Tai County had over 100,000 people, and now only 30,000 remain. What have you done? Zhang Yang's face fell, he didn't know how to explain. The population of Tai County had dwindled to just over 30,000, mainly because Zhou Ling completely disregarded the lives of the people, only caring about his own enjoyment, which delayed the construction of Tai County's defenses. However, being ousted by Zhou Ling was also Zhang Yang's fault, his incompetence in managing his subordinates. So, ultimately, it was Zhang Yang's fault. The provincial capital sent me here to check on the situation here, Director Li said in a deep voice. The province has given you a task. Tomorrow morning, you will arrange for 10,000 men to go to the Huangsha River and mine sand with all their might. What? Send 10,000 men to the river to mine sand? Zhang Yang was taken aback, then nodded emphatically. In today's environment, cement and sand have become strategic materials. Sichuan County is a major sand mining county within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, so it's no wonder that the provincial capital attaches great importance to this and has specially sent someone over. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. But, Zhang Yang hesitated. Director Li's gaze immediately turned unfriendly, and he asked, "What is it?" Director Li, I've also sent people to the Huangsha River these past few days. A large number of mutated beasts have gathered there. With Sichuan's current armed forces, it will be difficult to control that area for long, Zhang Yang expressed his concerns. That's your problem, Secretary Zhang, Director Li said coldly, turning and leaving Zhang Yang's office. Zhang Yang and Zhang Wei watched Director Li's departing figure in silence. Zhang Wei suddenly cursed, "Damn it, no food, no weapons, and they want us to mine sand? Isn't this pushing the people of Tai County into a fire pit?" And he gave us that sour look. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly, his worry deepening. After Director Li left, he went directly to the 17th floor of the building. This floor housed Thai county officials, unlike the crowded floors on the other floors. Where's the private room I was assigned? Director Lee pinched his nose, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. The accompanying staff exchanged bewildered glances. Secretary John hadn't been given a private room either. One of them, quite quick-witted, said, "Director Lee, please wait a moment. The room is being cleaned, the environment here is a bit poor." Secretary John specifically instructed that your room must be thoroughly cleaned. Director Lee's expression softened upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Mingying had been speeding along the provincial highway between Linhu City and Taxian County for an hour. In the darkness, Mingying's figure moved with incredible speed, each stride covering more than 10 meters, making him appear as if he were flying through the air. Suddenly, Mingying's eyes lit up. Through the faint starlight, he vaguely saw a dilapidated outdoor billboard on the provincial highway, with the words "Welcome to Taxian" written on it. "Finally, we've entered Thai County. I estimate we'll be there in about 5 minutes." Mingying was secretly pleased. He transformed into a black shadow, moving swiftly through Thai County, and soon arrived in front of a tall building. "Who is it?" As soon as Mingying stopped, more than 10 people rushed out, instantly pointing over a dozen guns at him. Mingying frowned. "It's Mr. Ming. It's Mr. Ming." Suddenly, someone recognized Mingying and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, 3 or 4 people immediately lowered their weapons. However, 10 people remained expressionless, their guns unmoving, still pointed at Mingying. "Mr. Ming? Which Mr. Ming?" the leader of the 10 asked, frowning. "Captain Wan, this Mr. Ming has helped Thai County a lot before," the first man quickly explained. Captain Wan frowned upon hearing this, looked at the man, and said, "Director Lee has instructed that for everyone's safety, starting this afternoon, no outsiders will be allowed to enter this building without undergoing quarantine and inspection." Mingying frowned upon hearing this. "Director Lee? Where did this Director Lee come from?" Chapter 48. I'm your backer. For Director Lee's safety, during his stay, the entire building is only open for people to leave, not enter, Captain Wan said expressionlessly. "What?" The original guard from Thai County was stunned, and quickly asked, "What about Mr. Ming?" "He'll stay outside for the night, and then go to the sand pit with the main force tomorrow," Captain Wan said directly. The guard hesitated, then quickly said, "Mr. Ming isn't an ordinary person, not one of those people participating in the labor." Captain Wan's gaze shifted to the guard, and he snapped, "What do you mean he's not an ordinary person? There are only Chinese citizens here. Does he want to avoid the voluntary labor? Or does Thai County already have a privileged class?" The original guard from Thai County froze, unsure how to retort, and quickly gave his colleague a look, signaling him to go and inform their superior. "Privileged class?" Mingying laughed coldly. "You call that privileged class? Then let me ask you, why is it that once Director Lee enters this building, no one else is allowed to enter? Director Lee was sent from the provincial capital. Do you think you can compare to him?" Captain Wan scoffed. "You keep saying that Taxian doesn't allow privileged classes, but what is Director Lee if not privilege?" Mingying said slowly, his tone already turning hostile. "How dare you?" Captain Wan, caught off guard by Mingying's words, flew into a rage. With a clang, he pointed his rifle at Mingying and shouted, "Who gave you permission to speak? Who gives you the right to speak here? Handcuff him and take him straight to the sand quarry tomorrow." "Such arrogance. What have I done that you can handcuff me and take me away?" Mingying laughed angrily. "Just because you stormed the building." Captain Wan, used to his arrogance, blurted out, "Which eye of yours saw me storm the building? Or is it that no one is allowed in this building?" Mingying retorted. Captain Wan was taken aback, then turned to the men behind him and shouted, "Aren't you going to do it? Take him down." With that, Captain Wan turned and walked towards the building, not wanting to say another word to Mingying. The others exchanged glances, then looked at Mingying and coldly said, "Kid, you'd better not resist, or it won't just be a matter of one night in jail." "Oh." Mingying smiled faintly. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from afar. Mingying's gaze swept past the crowd and landed at the building entrance. He saw Captain Wan, who had been there earlier, fawningly surrounding Director Lee, with Zhang Yang beside him. Upon seeing Mingying, Zhang Yang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Ming, you've finally arrived." Captain Wan and the others were stunned, completely dumbfounded. They hadn't expected this young man to actually know Zhang Yang. Thinking of this, Captain Wan felt a little uneasy. He secretly glanced at Director Lee and, seeing the director's unfriendly expression, immediately felt relieved. "Secretary Zhang, you rushed me down here just to see this person?" Director Lee asked coldly. "It's so dangerous outside now. What if we encounter danger if you call me down in the middle of the night?" Zhang Yang's expression froze upon hearing this, and he quickly said, "Director Lee, this Mr. Ming single-handedly killed 3 mutated crocodile beasts, saving our entire Thai County." "That's it." Director Lee frowned. Zhang Yang was taken aback. From now on, you can handle these matters yourself. Also, don't bother me unless it's important." Director Lee turned and left. "Humph." Captain Wan also snorted coldly, turning and quickly following Director Lee away. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Although he was the head of a county in the provincial capital, he was just a nobody. Moreover, he was a commoner with no powerful connections, so he couldn't get by in the provincial capital. Even provincial directors with a little influence could disregard him. And this Director Lee was a director with extremely deep connections, rumored to have connections even in Huaju. "Secretary Zhang, were these people also brought by that Director Lee?" Mingying asked, glancing at the men who had tried to arrest him earlier. Secretary Zhang nodded with a wry smile and said, "I heard it from Xiao Wang. Don't take it to heart, they were just doing it for Director Lee's safety." Mingying's expression turned cold. He said, "Secretary Zhang, you are the head of Tai County. He's just a director from the provincial capital, he shouldn't interfere with you." To be honest, Mingying valued Zhang Yang highly. This time, they were preparing to move all 30,000 people of Tai County into the mysterious space, and they definitely needed someone to manage them. While Zhang Yang's abilities were far inferior to Yu Dongchuan's, he wasn't bad either. Most importantly, he had a heart for the people. Currently, he was the best candidate. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Mingying's words, Zhang Yang's face grew even more bitter. He shook his head and said, "You're not part of the system. I'll explain the ins and outs to you later." As he spoke, Zhang Yang quickly gestured for Mingying to enter the building. However, Mingying remained unmoved, coldly watching Zhang Yang. Sensing the disappointment in Mingying's eyes, Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat, unsure what to say. "Zhang Yang, you're a good person, but not a good official. I hope you won't act like this in the future," Mingying said coldly. "Today, I'll set an example for you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately sensed something was wrong. He saw Mingying flash by, appearing beside the group of men. With a series of kicks, he sent all 9 of them flying backward, groaning and writhing on the ground in pain. Zhang Yang's face turned bitter, and he said repeatedly, "Mr. Ming, why are you doing this?" "For no reason other than to let you know that from now on, no matter what you do, you only need to remember 2 words, Mingying said with a smile, clapping his hands. 2 words? Zhang Yang was taken aback. "That's right, those 2 words are unyielding." Mingying laughed, "I know you have no backing, but from now on, I, Mingying, will be your greatest backer." Hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself, could it be that this Mr. Ming has some extraordinary background? "Kid, you dare attack government officials? You're finished." Several men lying on the ground clutched their stomachs. One of them, his face flushed, urgently pulled out his walkie-talkie and said, "Captain Wan, that guy attacked and injured several of our brothers." "What? This is outrageous," came an angry shout from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Captain Wan, who had accompanied Director Lee to the 17th floor, bowed coldly and reported to Director Lee, "That guy just attacked Xiao Li and his men." Director Lee's face turned cold upon hearing this, and he sneered, "It seems Zhang Yang has reached the end of his career as an official, actually condoning attacks on my men. Old Wan, go down and check." In wartime, anyone attacking a public official can be shot on sight, Director Lee said directly. "Good." Captain Wan smiled, turned, and walked downstairs, thinking coldly, "Kid, you'll die a horrible death." Just as Captain Wan left, the phone rang. Director Lee pulled out his phone, his expression immediately turning serious. He quickly opened the door and answered, his voice dripping with obsequiousness, "Uncle Zhang, hello. Little Lee, how are you doing in Jiangsu province?" Uncle Zhang's voice came through. Yes, thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhang," Director Lee replied, his voice utterly subservient. "That's good. Use some resources in Jiangsu province to help me investigate someone named Mingying," the Uncle Zhang on the other end of the line said. Chapter 49 Huaju's Powerful Backer. Director Lee quickly grabbed a piece of paper and jotted it down. He didn't know Mingying, nor had he ever heard of him. This person possesses a cure for the X virus. If possible, could you make contact with him first? I'll personally visit him when the Xiao-class fighters in Huaju are free, said Uncle Zhang from Huaju solemnly. What? He has a cure for the X virus? Didn't Huaju say they'd already developed the cure? Director Lee felt a jolt in his heart, vaguely sensing something was amiss. Uncle Zhang, don't worry, I'll definitely find him, Director Lee said hurriedly. Okay, I'll send you his photo and related information later. Take a look, Uncle Zhang said, hanging up the phone. Then, Director Lee's phone beeped twice, and a message and a picture were sent via a messaging app. Director Lee quickly opened it. The moment he saw the picture, he froze, then jumped up and rushed out of the room. Meanwhile, Mingying, having kicked the men to the ground, looked at Zhang Yang with a faint smile. Zhang Yang was still in shock, constantly wondering who Mingying was and what powerful backers he might have in Huaju. How are the people of Tai County doing? Mingying asked, ignoring the men lying on the ground. These men were minor figures, Mingying could easily disregard them. He had only beaten them up on a whim, he had nothing better to do, and it wouldn't have taken much effort. Faced with Mingying's question, Zhang Yang thought for a moment and quickly replied, "They're doing all right for now, but we're running out of food. I'm worried that if we run out of food, we'll be in big trouble." Mingying nodded and casually said, "Don't worry about the food problem, I'll take care of it when I get back." "What? You have food?" Zhang Yang was immediately shocked. If Mingying had some powerful connections or background, Zhang Yang could believe him, but the fact that Mingying could obtain food was a different story. This is wartime, where would ordinary people get food? What does he want? Just like when Yu Dongchuan first learned Mingying had food, Zhang Yang instantly tensed up, secretly glancing at Mingying. Mingying saw Zhang Yang's expression and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These officials, any one of them with a little ability, is shrewd. However, unlike Yu Dongchuan's murderous intent, when Zhang Yang heard Mingying had food, he was only shocked, then suspicious of Mingying's motives. He didn't actually harbor any strong murderous intent towards Mingying. "Don't worry, everything I've done is Hua Du's doing," Mingying said, feigning profundity, casually making up a reason. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this, completely believing him. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out, "Who dares to commit violence here?" Captain Wan rushed out, rifle in hand, his face contorted with malice as he glared at Mingying and yelled, "Zhang Yang, are you just going to stand by and watch this man commit violence? Do you have no respect for the law?" Zhang Yang frowned, clearly displeased. After all, Zhang Yang was the head of a county, on par with Director Li. What was a mere bodyguard to him? "Captain Wan, just focus on ensuring Director Li's safety. Don't worry about things in Tai County," Zhang Yang said casually, secretly thinking that he needed to be more assertive in the future to avoid disappointing Mingying. Mingying was slightly pleased to see Zhang Yang take the initiative. Captain Wan was immediately furious upon hearing this, but being of lower rank than Zhang Yang, he couldn't retaliate. He could only invoke Director Li's name, saying, "I came down here at Director Li's behest." He was very angry to learn that the guard unit had been attacked and ordered me to severely punish the perpetrators. "If there is resistance, I can kill the perpetrators on the spot." "Oh." Zhang Yang frowned, but then shook his head, saying, "I will give Director Li an explanation for this. Captain Wan, you should go up and protect Director Li's safety. The Tai County security team will suffice here." "You." Captain Wan was speechless, but then his anger surged, and he roared, "Zhang Yang, Director Li wants me to severely punish the perpetrators. Are you sure you want to get involved?" Wan Bing, who could make it in the provincial capital, had some powerful backers. He wasn't afraid of a nobody like Mingying. With that, Wan Bing directly raised his gun and pointed it at Mingying. Not far away, Zhang Wei, seeing this, immediately panicked and led his men out, pointing their guns at Wan Bing and shouting, "Captain Wan, don't make a mistake." Instantly, tensions rose between the two sides, and the situation became incredibly tense. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the building, calling out, "Mr. Ming, Mr. Ming." It was the voice of Director Li. Everyone turned to see Director Li rushing out, respectfully approaching Mingying, and saying, "Mr. Ming, I was blind to your greatness before, please forgive me." As he spoke, Director Li bowed deeply. Immediately, Director Li turned around, strode up to Wan Bing, grabbed the rifle from his hand, and roared, "Captain Wan, are you crazy? Go back to the provincial capital and explain yourself to Commander Zhang." Wan Bing was completely stunned, his mind racing. "What's going on? Damn it, didn't you order me to come down and kill this guy?" Wan Bing instantly realized that Mingying might have some powerful connections. Who else but a big shot in Huaju could make Director Li suddenly change his attitude and adopt such a humble posture? And he himself had not only made things difficult for Mingying before, but had also just pointed a gun at him. Thinking of this, Wan Bing felt his legs go weak and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Mingying looked at the distraught Wan Bing, his face expressionless, and simply said, "Let's go." With that, Mingying led the way towards the building, and Director Li and Zhang Yang quickly jogged after him. "Director Li, I have important matters to discuss with Secretary Zhang, so you don't need to participate," Mingying suddenly turned around and said softly. Director Li's expression froze upon hearing this, extremely embarrassed. He instinctively wanted to get angry, but remembering his uncle Zhang in Huaju, he immediately suppressed his anger and smiled, Okay, I won't bother Mr. Ming any longer. An uncle of mine in Huaju asked me to give you his regards. He said he'd like to visit you when he has the chance." I understand," Mingying nodded. Beside him, Zhang Yang, witnessing this, inwardly roared with excitement. Even the person behind Director Li treats him with such humility. He truly has a powerful backer in Huaju, or perhaps he himself is that powerful figure. Thinking this, Zhang Yang felt a tremendous opportunity presented itself. Years of suppressed emotions seemed to vanish in an instant, and his spine straightened. Back in Zhang Yang's office, Mingying cut to the chase, saying directly, "Today I'm taking all 30,000 people from Taxian away." "What? Take them away tonight? Where to?" Zhang Yang was stunned. I have a way to send you to a mysterious place, where you can fully display your talents. Mingying looked intently at Zhang Yang and slowly said, I want to build a city. What? Zhang Yang exclaimed in shock, then whispered, is this Huaju's idea, or yours? What do you think? Mingying sat on the sofa, offering no explanation, simply looking at Zhang Yang. This matter couldn't be explained. The more he explained, the more confused things became. Not explaining would actually be much better. Sure enough, Zhang Yang began to imagine the scenario, his mind racing. He thought to himself, he has food and wants to build a city. This can't be done by one person alone. This must be the will of Huaju. Good. Zhang Yang instantly convinced himself, nodding emphatically. What do you need me to do next? Chapter 50 Tai County, 30,000 people. I need you to manage the 30,000 people of Tai County well, and then lead them to build a city, Mingying said. Of course, I will provide you with food and various supplies. Zhang Yang nodded. Management was simple, it was his forte. A moment later, to Zhang Yang's utter astonishment, a massive, illusory world enveloped the entire building in Tai County. Then, with a thought from Mingying, the 30,000 people of Tai County were directly transferred to a mysterious space. Huff, Mingying sat alone in Zhang Yang's office, his face pale. Indeed, materializing the mysterious space into the real world, then returning it to the realm of consciousness, and managing over 30,000 people, was a considerable burden for Mingying. I'm mentally exhausted, but I can still handle it. However, I can't use this ability again for a day. I need to be a little careful, Mingying thought to himself. With a thought, he moved Zhang Yang out of the mysterious space. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Where did he just go? There were massive mountains, vast fields of grain, a gigantic fruit tree tens of meters tall, snow-white cows as tall as houses, and an exceptionally robust mutant chicken. Zhang Yang felt that all of this had exceeded the limits of his imagination. What he had just seen and heard was something even the most daring science fiction wouldn't dare to describe. No need to ask any more questions, no need to think too much, this is the latest technology, Mingying began to exaggerate again. Sure enough, upon hearing Mingying's words, all the questions in Zhang Yang's mind vanished, replaced by an expression that said, as expected, this is a tactic from the Huaji region. I'll take you back now. You need to settle everyone's emotions tonight. Tomorrow morning, I want to see a peaceful and stable Taxian, Mingying said. Okay, Zhang Yang nodded quickly, and Mingying moved him back into the mysterious space. Then Mingying moved Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others out. The three found a room in the building and rested there. Just as Mingying, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun were about to rest, they heard a cry of alarm. Where is he? Where is he? They saw Director Li from the provincial capital rush out of the room in a panic, exchanging bewildered glances with Captain Wan in the next room. Both their eyes were filled with utter horror. At that moment, the once bustling and noisy building suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Yang, where did Zhang Yang go? Director Li cried out in panic, muttering repeatedly, it's a ghost, it's a ghost. Everyone in the building had vanished, leaving only Director Li and his few armed men. This is practically a ghost story. At this moment, Director Li looked at the empty building and felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a shrill howl of a mutated beast came from afar. Director Li screamed, then felt a sudden heat in his crotch. He had wet himself in fear. Meanwhile, Mingying also heard Director Li scream and immediately laughed. When he moved the 30,000 people of Tai County into the mysterious space, he hadn't moved Director Li and his guards in. Now, only Director Li and his few armed men remained in the entire building, and they were instantly terrified, screaming for their parents. Never mind him, let's rest, Mingying said with a smile. The floor he chose was more than 10 stories away from Director Li's floor. Given Director Li's current cowardice, he probably wouldn't dare venture out in the dark to find Mingying floor by floor. You really have a twisted sense of humor, playing such a trick on him, Zhou Fang laughed. Beside them, Lu Jun also laughed, feeling somewhat sorry for Director Li and Captain Wan. That night, the three of them slept exceptionally well. In contrast, Director Li was restless and unable to eat or sleep. At daybreak, he immediately led a dozen armed men out of the building, scrambling towards a distant plane. Mingying stood by the window, watching Director Li's plane soar into the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. It won't be long before these ordinary fighter jets become useless. Because birds will evolve to the point where they can rival fighter jets, and then the sky will become a forbidden zone for most people. Of all humanity, only a very few fighter jets can still soar into the sky and fly freely. Let's have breakfast first. After breakfast, we have something important to do, Mingying said with a smile, magically producing a large amount of food from his mysterious space. This food had all been prepared by Rong Saru in her mysterious space, and Mingying simply moved it out. Zhou Fang and Lu Jun smiled as they watched Mingying continuously produce food. Mingying was a person with a terrifying obsession with food, and he attached great importance to every meal. Rong Saru was a clever woman, and she was also exceptionally meticulous in her work. Even for a simple breakfast, she prepared 7 or 8 different kinds. Moreover, today's breakfast was particularly lavish, even including thick, golden brown flatbreads, each one soft, thick, and fragrant. Mingying devoured 5 flatbreads by himself. That wasn't all. Last time, Mingying caught many large hairy crabs in the river next to the sand pit, but they weren't eaten all at once. Rong Saru, being meticulous, picked out all the crab roe and made crab roe soup dumplings today. Each crab roe soup dumpling had a thin skin and a generous filling, with a sweet and savory broth. Everyone dipped them in vinegar, and they were simply divine. Besides that, Rong Saru also boiled eggs in heated milk, making a whole table full of various dishes. Fortunately, Mingying, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others were now all evolved beings, and their daily energy consumption was terrifyingly high. Under the three of them's all-out attack, the large table of breakfast pastries was visibly reduced, and soon it was all gone. After the meal, Mingying couldn't help but sigh that rescuing Rong Saru was a wise move. At least they had gotten a great deal of good food. However, Sister Saru is quite talented in cultivation, and I can't always have her cook for me. It's like she's a waitress. Besides, she used to be a senior executive at a large company, so she should be proficient in management. Perhaps she could go into politics and help me keep an eye on Zhangyang. Mingying thought to himself, planning to have a good talk with Rong Saru when he had time. After Mingying, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun finished their meal, they moved Zhangyang out of the mysterious space. Secretary Zhang, today you will take us on a tour of Taxian County and find all the construction machinery, Mingying said firmly. If all the construction machinery in Tai County could be found, the construction speed of the city in the mysterious space would be even faster. Although Mingying possessed extraordinary abilities in the mysterious space, he himself didn't understand architectural design, so some specific construction work still needed to be entrusted to professionals. Moreover, the mysterious space currently had over 30,000 people. If these people weren't utilized, trouble might arise. Great! Zhangyang, hearing that Mingying wanted to find construction machinery, felt a surge of pride, as if he had returned to the fiery days of his youth, when he was eager to start a business. As the county head, Zhangyang frequently surveyed construction sites, so he was very familiar with the situation in Tai County. Led by him, Mingying, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others drove their pickup truck straight into Tai County, quickly arriving at their first destination. Before Mingying's car had even stopped, a series of beastly roars echoed around them, reminding them that this world was still that cruel apocalyptic place. Prepare for battle, Mingying said quickly, then turned to look at the towering cranes in the distance, his eyes lighting up. However, the roars of beasts echoing around them drew Mingying's attention away again. A gigantic figure appeared in their sight. Chapter 51 Female Zombie Queen. This was a gigantic boar, judging by its size, probably already at the 3rd tier, stronger than the ones Mingying had killed in Linhu City. Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, you're in charge. Boar head meat for dinner tonight, Mingying said with a smile, his gaze turning to the distance. There, a figure stood, its clothes covered in dust, its face sallow, its eyes bloodshot, and its fingernails over an inch long, jet black. It was a zombie, and it seemed to possess some nascent intelligence, not charging hysterically at the humans. Mingying's eyes narrowed at this sight. He knew that humanity's most difficult days were about to begin. Because whether it was mutated beasts or zombies, the strongest among them had begun to possess intelligence, and this phenomenon would become increasingly common over time. Kill one if you can, Mingying sighed inwardly. He couldn't stop the rise of such a race by himself. His only option was to kill them all. Today, Mingying had encountered this 4th-tier zombie, and it was destined to die. If he didn't kill it today, it would likely kill thousands upon thousands more once it grew stronger. With a long roar, Mingying's inner energy surged, and he transformed into a blur, instantly dashing away. The zombie howled at the sight and actually turned to flee. You're already trying to run away? I can't let you live. Mingying shouted, a short spear appearing in his hand. He hurled it with lightning speed, instantly piercing the zombie and then, with a loud boom, pinning it to the wall, shattering half of it. Goodness, boss is getting more and more terrifying. Not far away, Zhou Fang and Lu Jun, having witnessed Mingying's attack, were both astonished, feeling that Mingying was becoming increasingly unfathomable. Mingying quickly caught up, only to see the zombie still struggling. His previous short spear strike hadn't directly shattered its skull, but had pierced its chest. Die! Mingying reached the zombie, an alloy spear appearing in his hand, and thrust it into the zombie's forehead. The zombie, which had already developed sentience, died instantly. Mingying secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pulled the short spear from the wall. Oh, there's more? Mingying suddenly felt a cold gaze fixed on him. He whirled around, only to see a dark shadow flash past in the distance. Mingying frowned immediately, thinking, hiding in the back and even commanding lower-level zombies, this is extraordinary. Is it a 5th-tier zombie? Or a 4th-tier zombie king? However, Mingying quickly understood. Tai County previously had over 100,000 people, but now only 30,000 remained. Where did the other 100,000 go? A large number must have become zombies, and the larger the zombie population, the faster the elite evolve. This is the most distinctive characteristic of the zombie race. Chase. Mingying flashed forward, giving chase. As soon as Mingying pursued, a deep roar resounded, and then the entire Tai County seemed to awaken, echoing with roars. All the zombies in Tai County had been awakened. Damn it, it's very likely the Zombie King. Mingying frowned deeply, turned around and rushed towards Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others, shouting, "The plan has changed. There might be a Zombie King in Tai County. Send you into the spatial dimension first." 20 seconds later, Mingying sent Zhou Fang and Lu Jun into the mysterious space, casually nailing the boar to death with a short spear, then chased after the dark figure from before. After chasing for only a few hundred meters, a low roar suddenly came again. Mingying's eyes narrowed instantly, thinking to himself, "Is this a provocation? Is it that intelligent now?" For a moment, Mingying vaguely sensed something was wrong. If this zombie was highly intelligent, then its provocation must mean an ambush. Never mind, I'll just charge in. Mingying was skilled and daring, not afraid at all. He flashed out from behind a tall building, appearing on the street, and was immediately dumbfounded by the scene before him. The streets of Taxian were now teeming with zombies, an endless expanse of flesh, estimated to number in the tens of thousands. Mingying, alone with only a gun, stood forlorn and vulnerable. At the edge of the zombie horde, a figure stood on a traffic control platform, 1,000 meters away, silently watching Mingying. That's it. Mingying saw the zombie and let out a long howl. "Human!" Suddenly, the zombie spoke in human language, roaring loudly. Upon hearing this, Mingying finally realized that this zombie was incredibly intelligent. It was no ordinary zombie, but a royal zombie. Whoosh! Mingying moved instantly, like a cannonball, charging directly into the endless tide of zombies. His spear danced wildly, instantly covering dozens of meters, leaving a trail of severed limbs in its wake. "Even if I have to wipe out every single zombie in Tai County today, I will still kill you," Mingying thought fiercely, his speed increasing. The Zombie King leaped off the traffic control platform, about to disappear into the dense horde of zombies. "It's running away." Mingying panicked, immediately retrieving a short spear from his mysterious space and hurling it with all his might without hesitation. The spear flew like lightning, instantly covering hundreds of meters before piercing the Zombie King's body with a thud. The Zombie King howled, its speed increasing, instantly vanishing into the dense horde of zombies. A few dozen breaths later, Mingying flashed out from the dense zombie horde, chasing the Zombie King back to the traffic control platform where it had stood. However, now, zombies were everywhere, and the Zombie King was nowhere to be found. Damn it, without reaching the 6th rank, there's no way to lock onto it. Mingying thought bitterly. This Zombie King was at least at the 4th rank, it would definitely be a major threat in the future. With nowhere to vent his anger, Mingying directly attacked the zombies in Tai County. With a roar, he leaped off the traffic control platform and charged into the zombie horde once more. 3 hours later, Mingying stood alone on the streets of Tai County, gun in hand. Black blood flowed everywhere, and severed limbs covered almost the entire road. Mingying had single-handedly killed nearly half of the tens of thousands of zombies in Tai County. "Mingying, are you all right?" Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and Zhang Yang, who had also been pulled out of the mysterious space, were all stunned by the scene before them, especially Zhang Yang. He knew better than anyone how many zombies there were in Tai County. He had led the security team in several battles against them, each time barely managing to hold the safe zone. But he never expected that Mingying alone would kill so many today. Is he even human? Zhang Yan kept asking himself. "Let's go." Mingying's voice was low. He took out a bottle of well water from the mysterious space, tilted his head back, and drank it down. In such a fierce battle, even with Mingying's strength, he was bound to have been brushed against by some zombies. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he had contracted a virus. After drinking the well water, a surge of heat coursed through his body, sweeping away all the virus. Mingying then walked towards the construction site they had been at. Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, Zhang Yang, and the others quickly followed. A moment later, Mingying stood on the construction site. Everywhere he looked were cement trucks, numerous cement mixers, and tower cranes. Further away, piles of steel bars lay on the ground. Seeing these supplies, Mingying's mood improved slightly. Then, to Zhang Yang's astonishment, Mingying stored all the supplies into his mysterious space. "Let's go to the next place." Mingying took out a pickup truck from his mysterious space and drove Zhang Yang and the others directly towards their next destination. After Mingying and the others' pickup truck left, a figure slowly emerged from the dense buildings. It was none other than the Zombie King from before. This Zombie King was actually a woman, tall and slender with long legs. One could still vaguely discern the impressive figure she had possessed when she was human. Chapter 52 Aji's Anger. However, her face was now abnormally sallow, her eyes bloodshot. She grabbed the short spear at her waist and slowly pulled it out, drawing a large amount of dark blood. With a clang, the spear fell to the ground. The female zombie king remained calm, silently watching the direction Mingying had left, then suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Mingying had made a huge haul at the first construction site. It was a developing housing project that had been bustling with activity before the apocalypse, stockpiling vast amounts of construction materials. There were 16 cranes, hundreds of tons of cement and sand, and numerous cement mixers. What surprised Mingying even more was the hundreds of tons of unused steel bars on the site. These were rare commodities these days, even Yudongchuan didn't have much in stock. After leaving the first construction site, Zhang Yang guided Mingying to the next one. Previously, Mingying had been besieged by the horde of zombies, and the battle had been so intense that the mutated beasts had long since fled, and Mingying had killed most of the zombies. As a result, Tai County was now unusually peaceful. The group traveled at breakneck speed, encountering only a few sporadic attacks from mutated beasts, and soon arrived at their second destination, a steel mill. Mingying's eyes lit up immediately, and he smiled. Secretary Zhang is indeed meticulous. It's great to deal with smart people. You don't need to spend much effort. They can guess what you need most and then provide the best decision-making advice. At the first construction site, Mingying was visibly happier when he saw the steel bars, leading Zhang Yang to conclude that Mingying had a huge demand for steel. Therefore, the second target was directly a steel mill on the outskirts of Tai County. Here, there was a large quantity of steel, and a complete set of metallurgical equipment. I was thinking that if you want to build a city, the resources you need will be astronomical. Simply collecting them in batches certainly won't be enough. It would be better to produce them yourself, Zhang Yang said with a smile. Mingying nodded. It was indeed true. Building a city in a short time, relying solely on collecting existing resources, would be an eternity. However, having their own factory was a different story. With raw materials, a steady stream of finished products could be produced immediately. And now, with abandoned cities everywhere, raw materials could be sourced locally. Those who can hold office in peacetime are indeed extraordinary, Mingying thought to himself, then jumped out of the pickup truck and sped into the steel mill. A few zombies were still hiding in the steel mill, but Zhou Fang and Lu Jun easily dealt with them. The group then began to focus on touring the factory. It was a medium-sized steel mill with 8 steel furnaces and more than a dozen workshops, including foundries and finishing workshops. With this foundry, the supply of construction steel will be stable from now on, Mingying thought with increasing delight. He immediately began moving the steel furnaces and equipment from the various workshops into the mysterious space. Zhang Yang watched Mingying perform a series of magical feats. At first, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak, but later he became immune to it. After Mingying finished, he led everyone to the next location. Mingying spent most of the day in Sichuan County, visiting 5 places. 3 were construction sites with a large amount of construction machinery. The other 2 were factories, a sizable steel mill producing various types of steel, and a small rebar factory specializing in rebar production. Mingying had a very fruitful trip. The thought of the large quantities of cement and sand that Yudongchuan would have that night further fueled his enthusiasm for building the city. On the way from Sichuan to Linhe City, Mingying was relaxed and comfortable, with music playing in his pickup truck. Just as Mingying was driving leisurely, his cell phone rang urgently. It was Yudongchuan calling. Mingying's heart skipped a beat. He answered the phone and heard Yudongchuan's voice. Mingying, where are you? What is it? Mingying asked. A terrifying mutated bird has appeared outside Linhe City. It's incredibly agile, we can't stop it, Yudongchuan said anxiously. A bird? Mingying was startled. Bird-type mutant beasts were always the most difficult to deal with. However, birds are generally not large. Even if they evolved, they certainly wouldn't be as powerful as mutant beasts like boars or giant elephants, which were already terrifying in size. With the current level of weaponry in Linhe City, they should be able to handle it. What kind of bird is it? Mingying asked. It seems like a chicken. Yudongchuan's voice was hesitant, as if he wasn't quite sure. What? A mutant chicken? Mingying was speechless. A mutant chicken was this strong now? It's 4 or 5 meters tall, but it's incredibly fast, and its intelligence is quite high, Yudongchuan added. Mingying immediately thought of Aji, the mutant chicken in the mysterious space. That guy drinks well water like tea every day, and he's only grown to a little over 3 meters tall. Besides bullying 2 large roosters in a cage, he hasn't shown any particularly fierce fighting power. Instead, he's getting fatter and fatter, not like a chicken at all. Let Aji lose some weight today, Mingying thought with a mischievous grin, while telling Yudongchuan, okay, I can be back in 20 minutes. Great! Yudongchuan replied excitedly on the other end of the phone. With a roar of the pickup truck, Mingying and his crew began to accelerate rapidly, speeding along the provincial highway from Sichuan to Linhe City, quickly reaching speeds of over 100 miles per hour. Damn it, Mingying, slow down. Lu Jun and Zhou Fang, standing in the back of the pickup truck, felt the wind rushing towards them and shouted. Ha ha! Mingying laughed, and the pickup truck accelerated even further. A dozen minutes later, Mingying's pickup truck veered off the provincial highway, began to decelerate rapidly, and finally came to a steady stop on the road. "You guys go into the space first, chicken stew with mushrooms for dinner," Mingying said with a smile, taking Zhou Fang and Lu Jun into his mysterious space, then looking up into the distance. A large, robust bird was seen flapping its wings incessantly on the outskirts of Linha City, its massive body twisting and turning rapidly, emitting a series of coo-coo-coo sounds. "It really is a mutated chicken." Mingying immediately smiled, noticing that a dozen or so figures surrounded the mutated chicken, each wielding a large alloy spear. The leader was none other than Old Master Wang Chong. "Aji, come out." Mingying directly teleported Aji out of the mysterious space. Aji had been lazily lying in its iron cage, idly eating sweet potatoes, when suddenly a flash of light appeared before its eyes, and it found itself in a large open space. Aji, who had been cooped up in the mysterious space for ages, was overjoyed and was about to run off when it suddenly noticed a mutated chicken in the distance, and that chicken seemed even more ferocious than itself. Aji immediately chickened out and tried to turn and run away, but as soon as it turned around, it saw its master looking at it with a wicked grin. "Aji, go kill it," Mingying said coldly. Aji immediately started clucking and pleading on the ground, acting like it couldn't win. "Tonight I'm having chicken stew with mushrooms. If you can't beat it, I'll just cook you," Mingying said bluntly. Aji was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, a flash of fear crossing his eyes, but it quickly turned into grief and indignation. Then, Aji channeled his grief into power, clucking loudly, his feathers bristling, and he charged towards the mutated chicken. Chapter 53, Let's have a chicken dinner. Aji was clever, he knew Mingying was a powerful figure, and his will couldn't be disobeyed. So, despite his immense reluctance, Aji charged towards the mutated chicken without hesitation. "Humph, big oaf," Aji thought to himself. Although it looked slightly smaller than the mutated chicken, it was packed with valuable experience. Grandpa Wang Chong, Yu Dongchuan, Wang Yufei, and the others were currently frantically attacking the mutated chicken, hoping to buy time for Mingying's return. Unexpectedly, instead of Mingying, another mutated chicken appeared in the distance, charging towards them. A chill ran down their spines. Yu Dongchuan, already exhausted, was stunned to see Aji charging towards them. He cried out in despair, "It's over." But then, Mingying's long howl echoed through the air, instantly energizing everyone. But then Mingying shouted, "You all retreat quickly. Leave this to me." This. Yu Dongchuan and Grandpa Wang Chong exchanged a glance. Someone nearby exclaimed, "These two mutated beasts, can Mingying handle them all by himself?" "It's all right." Grandpa Wang Chong thought for a moment, swept his large spear, and turned to run. Seeing this, the others also retreated. The mutated chicken was about to give chase when suddenly Aji let out a cluck 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 sound, spread its wings, and glided into the air. What a clever tactic of descending from the sky. Mingying laughed when he saw Aji gliding down from the sky. This guy is indeed clever. The mutated chicken was initially overjoyed to see Aji, thinking it had found a companion, but now it couldn't help but curse. This short, mutated chicken was actually hostile towards it, actually siding with the humans. This was intolerable. So the mutated chicken flapped its wings and charged towards Aji. Instantly, feathers flew everywhere, and the two mutated chickens began to fight. This. Yu Dongchuan and Grandpa Wang Chong, who had just returned to the fortifications, were dumbfounded. When did the mutated beasts become good? Everyone suddenly realized that this was probably all because of Mingying, and they all turned to look in Mingying's direction, only to see him sitting leisurely in a wrecked car, quietly watching the two mutated chickens fight in the distance. Even more ridiculous, Mingying was holding a large cup of double-skin milk pudding, slurping it down, and then watching the chicken fight with great interest. This. Even the usually calm Wang Yufei was somewhat stunned. He turned to Yu Dongchuan, hesitated for a moment, and said, "The mutated chicken that arrived later, was it Mingying's? He can control mutated beasts?" Yu Dongchuan was shocked. If Mingying had a way to control mutated beasts, that would be terrifying. Could there really be a mysterious person behind him? For a moment, Yu Dongchuan was stunned. Originally, Yu Dongchuan didn't believe Mingying at all when he said that his potions were given to him by a mysterious person. But at this moment, Yu Dongchuan had to start believing it. Looking at Mingying again, he had just tasted a bite of double-skin milk pudding. It was sweet and refreshing, with a rich milky aroma. Topped with bright red beans, each one was sweet and honey-like. "This is delicious." Mingying sighed contentedly, "Sister Saru is so wonderful. Whoever marries her must have saved the world in their past life." In the distance, the battle between Aji and the mutated chicken had reached its climax. Both chickens had very few feathers left, and Aji looked even worse, covered in blood. Seeing Aji's pitiful state, the mutated chicken became even more ferocious, its attacks becoming increasingly powerful and sweeping. Before long, Aji had very few feathers left. Looks like Aji isn't very good at fighting, Mingying sighed inwardly, deciding to give Aji some extra training. As my pet, how can it not fight? Haven't you seen your master? I'm invincible, able to crush someone's neck without batting an eye? Mingying slurped up the entire double-skin milk pudding, wiped his mouth, and prepared to help Aji. Unexpectedly, Aji suddenly let out a coo, its massive rear end twisting as it deftly dodged the mutated chicken's attack. The mutated chicken had been completely dominating Aji, its attacks growing increasingly fierce, but then Aji miraculously dodged its strongest strike. The mutated chicken had used its full power in this attack, its iron beak aimed directly at Aji's forehead. From a distance, it looked as if it had stretched its neck, offering its head to Aji. Aji readily accepted, its iron beak slicing through the mutated chicken's forehead. Instantly, the mutated chicken's forehead split open, its massive body shuddering violently before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Oh my, it even knew how to feign weakness before delivering a fatal blow, Mingying laughed. After killing the mutated chicken, Aji was overjoyed. Ignoring its excruciating pain, it eagerly ran to Mingying, eager to claim credit. Well done. Mingying took out a bottle of well water and poured it into Aji's mouth. Aji's eyes lit up at the sight of the water, and it gulped it down. Immediately, its injuries began to heal, and fine down grew back where its feathers had been. On the distant defensive fortifications, Yu Dongchuan and the others, seeing this, confirmed their suspicions. When they saw Mingying feed Aji a bottle of water, Yu Dongchuan's eyes twitched. This must be a mysterious potion. He's feeding it chicken. After settling Aji in, Mingying waved his hand, taking Aji into his mysterious space. Yu Dongchuan and the others' pupils shrank to pinpoints. This was the first time Mingying had used his mysterious space technique in front of Yu Dongchuan and the others, instantly leaving them speechless. Of course, the mysterious space would soon be fully revealed to the world, exposing a few techniques now was harmless. Yu Dongchuan was stunned. The security team members on the entire defensive fortification were also stunned. Mysterious potion, immense strength, countless food supplies, the ability to control mutated beasts, and the ability to make mutated beasts vanish into thin air. Yu Dongchuan felt his mind couldn't process it all. The Mingying he had always known suddenly seemed unfamiliar. Beside them, Grandpa Wang Chong and Wan Yufei stared blankly. After a long while, Wan Yufei finally said in a trembling voice, could he have obtained a prehistoric civilization? Or an alien civilization? Yu Dongchuan and the others were shocked upon hearing this. If it were true, it would be terrifying. At this moment, Mingying had already walked to the mutated chicken carcass and laughed. Last time we had Sichuan-style chicken, today I'll make chicken stew with mushrooms. With that, Mingying dragged the mutated chicken towards the fortifications, shouting loudly as he went, today it's chicken for everyone. Instantly, the security guards on the fortifications, before they could even be shocked, erupted in deafening cheers. Forget prehistoric civilization or alien civilization, eating chicken is the most important thing. Recently, Linha City has been short of food, and the security guards haven't had anything good to eat in a long time. Although Mingying gave Yu Dongchuan 3 million caddies of sweet potatoes, Yu Dongchuan was so afraid of hunger that he immediately stored up 1.5 million caddies. You guys take it and wash it, I'll set up the pot, Mingying said, pointing to the mutated chicken. Then, as if by magic, he produced a large iron pot from his mysterious spatial storage. The Special Forces soldiers were overjoyed, but without Yu Dongchuan's approval, none of them dared to move. Yu Dongchuan smiled at this, secretly delighted. He said, it's rare for Mingying to treat everyone to a meal, so eat your fill today. If it's not enough, Mingying will cover it. The Special Forces soldiers cheered and rushed down from the defensive fortifications, dragging the mutated chicken to wash it. Yu Dongchuan then walked up to Mingying and whispered, Mingying, was that trick you just used taught to you by that mysterious person? Chapter 54 Chicken Stew with Mushrooms. Faced with Yu Dongchuan's question, Mingying, of course, didn't answer. Mystique was Mingying's greatest trump card. Chief Dongchuan, Elder Mo forbade me to talk about this, Mingying said, fabricating an Elder Mo to appear mysterious. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Elder Mo, Yu Dongchuan's gaze sharpened, and he didn't ask any further questions. Yu Dongchuan found a place to sit down, rubbing his aching shoulders, and said with a wry smile, today really exhausted me. Mingying smiled upon hearing this, you're only a third-tier evolver now, prolonged combat definitely won't last. Oh, Yu Dongchuan became interested. Nearby, Grandpa Wang Chong and Wan Yufei also became interested and sat down. Evolution, for everyone except Mingying, was still a process of trial and error. Having Mingying's guidance would be invaluable. Mingying magically produced mushrooms from the mysterious space, each one as large as a wash basin, and then laughed, if you want to know, go wash these mushrooms for me first. Yu Dongchuan was stunned. He was the highest-ranking official in Linha City, and he was being asked to wash mushrooms? However, seeing Mingying bustling around, washing pots and starting a fire, Yu Dongchuan smiled, took the mushrooms, and headed towards the living quarters behind the fortifications. The fortifications required 24-hour guard duty and also had a living quarters with cooking facilities and running water. Seeing Yu Dongchuan washing mushrooms, the Special Forces members quickly grabbed some vermicelli to wash as well. As for the other security personnel, there were tens of thousands of them. One mutated chicken certainly wouldn't be enough. However, since Mingying said he'd treat everyone to chicken, he insisted. Mingying retrieved the colorful pheasants he had previously killed from his mysterious space, along with 7 or 8 mutated chickens he had killed long ago. Finally, worried that these chickens wouldn't be enough, Mingying also brought out the boar he had killed earlier in Taxian County. Seeing the mountain of boar carcasses, the tens of thousands of security personnel in the fortifications erupted in thunderous cheers, lining up to receive chicken and pork, their faces beaming with joy. Soon, the entire fortifications were filled with the aroma of meat, brimming with joy, even more lively than during the Lunar New Year. Meanwhile, on Mingying's side, Yu Dongchuan had washed the mushrooms, and the Special Forces members had cleaned and chopped the mutated chickens, bringing them up in a large basin. Meanwhile, Mingying had already started heating oil in a wok. "I'll show you my cooking skills today," Mingying said with a smile, tossing ginger, scallions, garlic, and star anise into the hot oil. Instantly, the pan sizzled and released a rich aroma. Next, Mingying began stir-frying chicken, adding cooking wine, dark soy sauce, and sugar with practiced ease, displaying an air of expertise. Yu Dongchuan watched Mingying cook and couldn't help but laugh. Having held a high position for so long, he actually didn't know how to cook. Seeing Mingying bustling around, he felt a pang of envy. While stir-frying the chicken pieces, Mingying explained the evolution process to everyone, saying, "Currently, the evolution you all need to focus on generally is 5 stages. Stage 1, cultivating origin force. Stage 2, origin force permeating the entire body. Stage 3, origin force liquefying. Stage 4, origin force forming an air membrane. And Stage 5, origin force nourishing the internal organs." Yu Dongchuan and the others listened intently, comparing their progress with their own evolutionary stages, and immediately felt that what Mingying said was true, further increasing their admiration for him. "Mingying, what do you mean by origin force forming an air membrane?" Yu Dongchuan asked. He was now a Stage 3 evolver and was naturally very interested in how to advance to Stage 4. Origin force forming an air membrane means that the origin force in your dantian disperses and forms an air membrane on your body surface, which can enhance your resistance to damage. Basically, you can withstand gunfire, and if you wear a bulletproof vest, you can even withstand heavy sniper rifle fire. As Mingying spoke, he added water to the already brown mutated chicken, then covered the pot and turned up the heat to boil it vigorously. Upon hearing this, Yu Dongchuan's gaze sharpened. He recalled Mingying's confrontation with the Doomsday Society, where Mingying had directly withstood heavy machine gun fire while wearing a bulletproof vest. He was immediately shocked, thinking, he was already a 4th-tier evolved being back then. Thinking this, Yu Dongchuan felt a surge of powerlessness. Mingying was already a 4th-tier evolved being back then, while he was still only 3rd-tier, not even having reached the threshold of 4th-tier. The difference was too great. Once you reach 5th tier, your internal organs will be nourished by origin force, and your sustained combat ability will be greatly enhanced, Mingying said, finding a place to sit down. Everyone listened, completely captivated. "Mingying, what realm are you at now?" Wang Yufei suddenly asked curiously. Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up immediately. He knew Wang Yufei was asking on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Mingying glanced at Wang Yufei and sighed inwardly, "Damn it, my good brother from my past life is now loyal to Yu Dongchuan." Wang Yufei felt a pang of embarrassment at Mingying's look. "Yufei, asking that question is a major taboo in the martial arts world," Old Master Wang Chong said, smiling as he smoothed things over. Wang Yufei nodded repeatedly. Mingying chuckled, "It's nothing, I'm currently around the 5th rank." Hiss! A collective gasp rippled through the room. A 5th rank evolver. You have to understand, most of the members of Yu Dongchuan's personally crafted Special Forces team were only 1st rank evolvers. Wang Yufei was considered one of the faster ones, only at 2nd rank. Even the strongest among them, Old Master Wang Chong and Yu Dongchuan, had barely reached 3rd rank. And Mingying was already 5th rank. The difference was utterly despairing. "He's terrifying." Yu Dongchuan was shocked. He thought of Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and Zhang Yun, who was already in Huaju, and muttered to himself, "These people around him seem to be no weaker than me. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying." Thinking this, Yu Dongchuan couldn't help but pray that the big shots in Huaju wouldn't overdo it and get into a conflict with Mingying, or they wouldn't even know how they died. The group sat chatting idly for over an hour. When the chicken was almost done stewing, Mingying added shiitake mushrooms and glass noodles, stewed it for another 10 minutes, then added salt and chicken bouillon powder, finally turning up the heat to reduce the sauce. After adding cilantro, the fragrant chicken and mushroom stew was finally ready. While the chicken was stewing, Mingying took the opportunity to cook a large pot of rice from the mysterious space. The rice cooked almost simultaneously with the chicken and mushroom stew, and as soon as the lid was lifted, a rich aroma of rice filled the air. The Special Forces members, smelling the rice, immediately drooled, each holding a bowl and staring longingly at the pot. They'd been eating sweet potatoes lately and were almost sick of them. Finally, they could eat rice. "Let's all eat together," Mingying said, carrying a large bowl filled with rice. He then squatted down next to the large iron pot and used chopsticks to scoop a piece of chicken directly from the pot. Seeing this, Yu Dongchuan quickly stood up, grabbed a large basin, and like Mingying, filled it with rice. He then squatted down beside the large iron pot and began to eat. "Wow, this chicken stew with mushrooms tastes amazing." The Special Forces soldiers rushed forward, exclaiming as soon as they tasted it, "Ming, you're amazing. I admire you." Someone else chimed in. These Special Forces soldiers were all seasoned veterans, very shrewd and experienced. "Damn, this rice smells so good," someone exclaimed after taking a bite. Chapter 55, Housing 20 million people. Upon hearing this, Yu Dongchuan quickly took a bite, his eyes lighting up immediately. He felt the rice tasted far superior to ordinary rice, and even after just one bite, he could instantly feel the abundant energy it contained. He eats this kind of rice every day? No wonder his evolution speed is so terrifying, Yu Dongchuan thought to himself. However, Yu Dongchuan didn't have time to think further. The reason was simple: both the rice and the chicken stew with mushrooms were incredibly delicious. Although Mingying had cooked a whole pot, it couldn't keep up with the consumption of over a dozen evolved individuals. Yu Dongchuan paused for a moment, and half of the chicken stew with mushrooms in the iron pot was gone. Even the usually gentlemanly Wang Yufei was engrossed in eating, not uttering a single word. "These gluttons," Yu Dongchuan chuckled, quickly joining the frenzy. While Mingying and Yu Dongchuan were eating, on the balcony of a small building in Huaju, a beautiful woman stood silently, her expression somewhat melancholy. "That jerk Mingying, 3 whole days and he hasn't sent me a single message," the pretty woman muttered. This pretty woman was Zhang Yun, who had been away from Linhe City for 3 days, returning to Huaju. For those 3 days, Zhang Yun had been glued to her phone, hoping for a message from Mingying. However, after 3 days, Mingying hadn't sent a single message. This made Zhang Yun very angry. Thinking about how Zhou Fang and Rong Siro had been spending every day with Mingying since she left, her face grew even more worried. "I should have just stayed home," Zhang Yun thought to herself. After hesitating for a long time, she finally couldn't resist taking out her phone and sending Mingying a message. "Are you there?" Mingying had already devoured 3 large bowls of rice and was now rolling up his sleeves, scooping noodles from the iron pot with chopsticks. Yu Dongchuan beside him was doing the same, no longer caring about maintaining a leader's image. Mingying stopped abruptly when his phone vibrated, thinking, "Mom and Dad are in the mysterious space. Who could be messaging me right now?" Suddenly, Mingying thought of Zhang Yun and a sense of unease washed over him. It had been 3 days. He'd been so busy he'd completely forgotten to message Zhang Yun. A chill ran down Mingying's spine. He quickly opened the chat and saw it was indeed a message from Zhang Yun. "I'm here," Mingying said, instantly panicking. He hurriedly explained, "There's been so much going on these past few days. I moved over 30,000 people from Tai County into the space, and then we were surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. Then I collected thousands of tons of supplies, and just had a major battle outside Linhe City. I've been absolutely swamped and forgot to message you. Are you doing all right in Huaju?" Afraid Zhang Yun would be angry, Mingying sent a long message in one go. Seeing Mingying send so much information at once, Zhang Yun couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself, "So he's been this busy these past few days." Thinking this, Zhang Yun replied with a message, "Considering how busy you've been, I'll forgive you this once." Mingying immediately smiled, slurped down the noodles in his bowl, and sent Zhang Yun a message asking, "How's the situation in Huaju now?" Zhang Yun hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's all right here. Several army groups are guarding the area, with advanced weaponry. They've already repelled several attacks from the mutated beasts and zombies." Mingying nodded immediately upon seeing the message. Huaju was indeed Huaju, it hadn't disappointed. However, Mingying immediately became worried. Huaju had easily repelled the mutated beasts using firearms, which wasn't a good thing. It would make Huaju's higher UPS believe that firearms were invincible and could be used indefinitely. What if one day the mutated beasts suddenly evolved to be immune to firearms? Huaju could be caught completely off guard. Actually, over-reliance on firearms isn't a good thing. What if one day firearms become useless? Huaju's security forces might be caught off guard. Mingying sent his thoughts to Zhang Yun. "I know. I've already told Dad and my brother about this, but they don't quite believe me," Zhang Yun replied. Mingying's heart sank. "Today, I cooked myself a bowl of braised pork. Let me show you." Zhang Yun changed the subject, sending Mingying a picture of braised pork with a shy emoji. "Oh my, Miss Zhang can actually cook now. When will you make something I can try?" Mingying quickly sent a drooling emoji. Zhang Yun immediately replied, "You rascal." Mingying laughed, completely forgetting about Huaju. After chatting with Zhang Yun for half an hour, the others finished eating and washed the large iron pot. Mingying immediately stored it in his mysterious space, then said goodbye to Grandpa Wang Chong and left. Back in the safe zone, Mingying wandered around a bit, slipped out of the safe zone, and went to the Hualien supermarket. There, Yu Dongchuan still had the promised 3,000 tons of cement and sand. Just as he reached the vicinity of the Hualien supermarket, Mingying saw piles and piles of cement and sand, immediately laughed, and with a wave of his hand, transferred all the supplies into his mysterious space. Having received enough supplies, Mingying rushed back to the safe zone and into his post-apocalyptic fortress. After moving everyone out of the mysterious space, he went into his bedroom alone. Zhou Fang stood at her bedroom door, glancing silently at Mingying's room, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. These past few days, Zhang Yun had left, and Zhou Fang was secretly pleased, but Mingying seemed very busy, barely exchanging a few words with her. This made Zhou Fang feel uneasy. Perhaps I'm too weak, unable to help him enough, Zhou Fang thought back to yesterday in Tai County, when Mingying discovered the zombie king. Instead of immediately pursuing it, he returned and moved her and Lu Jun into the mysterious space. Why? It was because she and Lu Jun were too weak. Mingying feared they couldn't withstand the zombie horde. Sigh, Zhou Fang sighed softly, about to turn and return to her bedroom, when suddenly her gaze fell upon Rong Saru. Rong Saru also saw Zhou Fang. Being quick-witted, she immediately saw through Zhou Fang's thoughts. She smiled gently, quickly walked over, took Zhou Fang's hand, and said with a smile, "Little sister, you seem to have something on your mind." Zhou Fang blushed slightly upon hearing this and quickly said, "Sister Saru, come in and let's talk." Rong Saru immediately nodded with a smile, and the two went into Zhou Fang's bedroom, closed the door, and began to chat quietly. Meanwhile, Mingying had already entered the mysterious space. The supplies collected in Taxian County over the past 2 days were far too many, and today they had harvested over 3,000 tons of cement and sand. Mingying didn't want to delay the city's construction for even a moment longer. Upon entering the mysterious space, Mingying noticed that Zhang Yang had already begun to manage it quite well. In the distance, cement trucks roared incessantly, and the people who had just entered the mysterious space, led by Zhang Yang, had already begun constructing temporary houses. Zhang Yang also saw Mingying and quickly dropped what he was doing, leading the two men over briskly. "Mr. Ming, this is Lu Yifei, the director of the Taxian County Planning and Design Institute," Zhang Yang said with a smile, pointing to a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s beside him. "This is Zhang Muhua, an architectural engineer," Zhang Yang added. Upon hearing this, Mingying's eyes lit up, and he smiled, "Thank you both. This space definitely needs proper planning and design." Lu Yifei and Zhang Muhua nodded repeatedly, looking quite reserved. "The construction within the city will be handled by Secretary Zhang. Go ahead and do it, just let me know if you need anything," Mingying said with a smile. Professionals should do professional work. Mingying knew very well that he understood neither planning nor architecture, so he didn't ask many questions. Mingying only made one request to house 20 million people. Chapter 56. Fame spreads throughout the capital. Zhang Yang, Lu Yifei, and Zhang Muhua's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the number. Before Lu Yifei and Zhang Muhua could react, Zhang Yang was the first. Sensing Mingying's determination and will, he nodded emphatically, "Okay, mission accomplished." Mingying nodded and walked towards the edge of the mysterious space. Moments later, terrifying boulders, each 10 meters long, rained down from the sky, continuing the construction of the unfinished city wall from the previous attempt. In the distance, the 30,000 people from Tai County who had just entered the mysterious space were stunned by this sight. Just like the first 100 or so who entered, some immediately knelt down, shouting gods. Zhang Yan was also stunned. Terrifying boulders, each 10 meters long, fell directly from the sky, stacked neatly and uniformly. What kind of technique was this? In that instant, Zhang Yang thought of the pyramids and couldn't help but wonder, could the pyramids have been built like this? Regardless of Zhang Yang's thoughts, more and more megaliths were piled up at the edge of the mysterious space, with cement and sand acting as a binder to fill in all the edges of the lithics. Once the cement solidified, the entire wall formed a single, indestructible structure. 3,000 tons of cement and sand seemed like a lot, but it was actually insufficient for building a massive wall 2,000 meters high and 800 meters wide, even though Mingying had only built 1,000 meters so far. After about an hour, Mingying stopped. The reason was simple: the cement and sand had run out, and at the edge of the mysterious space, a flat wall had appeared. Or rather, it couldn't even be called a wall yet, because the proportions of its length, width, and height were too disproportionate. It was 1,000 meters long, 800 meters wide, but only a few dozen meters high. Calling it a plaza would be more accurate. The main problem right now is the lack of cement. The sand is manageable. Things should improve once Yu Dongchuan relocates the construction waste crushing plant from the west of the city, Mingying thought to himself, then left the mysterious space. In the distance, seeing Mingying vanish into thin air, the crowd immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly shouting God. Even Zhang Yan, a staunch atheist, was momentarily bewildered. What he was witnessing was simply too unbelievable. After leaving the mysterious space, Mingying rested. The next day, upon waking, a major event occurred. Huaju had reconnected with all other places, establishing a new satellite network and achieving global communication. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Humanity seemed to still be the master of this world. This time, the global network was connected, and the entire world was instantly interconnected. The United States has launched a war against Mexico and plundered a large amount of grain. A message posted on a major Chinese website immediately caused a huge uproar. The United States and Mexico were once brotherly nations. Unexpectedly, when disaster struck, the United States, which always touted itself as the big brother, turned against its younger brother first. Satellite images show that the Guangdong region is devoid of life, completely transformed into a zombie apocalypse. Another message arrived, silencing everyone in a stark realization that the world was far from safe. Europe is in chaos. 11 nations are plundering each other, fighting to the bitter end, with weapons constantly being upgraded. A general from the United States has even threatened to nuke Germany. China has issued a call to the world to stop the war, to stand together in solidarity, and to jointly combat the mutated beasts and zombies. This day was destined to be one that gripped everyone's nerves. The entire world was in turmoil. For food, powerful nations launched invasions against weaker ones. Sigh. Mingying sighed deeply after seeing these messages. He had already realized that the trajectory of history hadn't changed drastically because of his rebirth. The world was still slowly sliding into the abyss. Perhaps I'm still too weak, unable to reverse the wheels of history for the time being, Mingying thought to himself, then rallied his spirits and left the safe zone. Today, another Xiao-class fighter jet was parked on the asphalt road next to the Baiyuan residential area. Mingying knew it had come to collect well water. Mingying had promised to provide Yudongchuan with 20 kilograms of well water daily. Currently, 300,000 people in Huaju were still infected with the X virus, and the 200 kilograms of medicine from the previous treatment were barely enough to keep them alive. To completely cure these 300,000 people, the subsequent demand for well water would be terrifying. Therefore, during this period, Yudongchuan supplied all 20 kilograms of well water to Huaju, with the Xiao-class fighter jets coming almost every 2 days. Mingying suddenly noticed a large number of trucks parked next to the Xiao-class fighter jets, with people constantly unloading bags of sweet potatoes into the aircraft. Mingying couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, this Yudongchuan is truly a power-hungry man. He'd rather tighten his belt himself than not curry favor with Huaju. Mingying didn't stop Yudongchuan's actions. If he wanted to curry favor with Huaju and become a high-ranking official, let him be, as long as the people of Linhu City didn't go hungry. However, Mingying didn't expect that Yudongchuan's grain, once delivered to Huaju, would cause such a huge uproar. Currently, food was extremely scarce everywhere, yet Yudongchuan still had a surplus. How could this not surprise Huaju? That afternoon, a high-ranking official in Huaju in charge of grain contacted Yudongchuan. Under several rounds of questioning, Yudongchuan told the truth. Now, Mingying's name was known throughout Huaju. Everyone knew of an ordinary man named Mingying who possessed a vast amount of grain. Xiao Yun, who exactly is your friend? Opposite Zhang Yun sat a middle-aged man with a resolute face. His eyes, nose, and other features still bore a slight resemblance to Zhang Yun's. This man was Zhang Heng, Zhang Yun's father, the head of a powerful department in Huaju, currently in charge of the city's grain supply. For the past month or so, his pressure had been even greater than that of the previous minister in charge of health and sanitation. After all, the X-virus crisis had been temporarily stabilized, but grain consumption was astronomical every day, and the problem was only going to worsen. Today, the high-ranking official in charge of grain in China spoke with him for a full hour, subtly inquiring about Zhang Yan's affairs in Linhu City. Zhang Heng, a seasoned veteran of the officialdom, immediately understood the official's meaning. Upon returning home, he found his daughter. Faced with her father's questioning, Zhang Yan thought for a moment and said, "He's very mysterious, he always does things that are hard to believe." For example? Zhang Heng pressed. His strength is extremely powerful, far surpassing several evolved individuals in Huaju. Zhang Yan didn't mention Mingying's mysterious space, instead emphasizing Mingying's strength to her father. Zhang Heng remained silent. In his view, what use was individual strength? Huaju now had many evolved individuals, only slightly stronger than ordinary people. They were still powerless against firearms. Does he really have a lot of grain? Zhang Heng finally asked the question that concerned him most. Zhang Yun was taken aback, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking. Chapter 57. Zhang Heng arrives in Huaju. I don't know either, Zhang Yun said. Zhang Heng was speechless. After asking for so long, Zhang Yun hadn't revealed any useful information besides Mingying's strong personal abilities. Girls grow up and leave home. Zhang Heng was speechless. Dad, I still want to advise you, don't underestimate his personal strength. Zhang Yun thought of Chen Yu and Lu Fei in Linhe City, and then of Qin Chun who had been pierced through the chest by Mingying's spear, and finally couldn't help but speak up. Zhang Heng was taken aback, then laughed, thinking that Zhang Yun was too young and had been impressed by Mingying's displayed strength. Xiao Yun, when I was young, I was even more obsessed with personal strength than you are now, but this society is no longer an era of personal strength. Zhang Heng said earnestly, even starting to consider keeping Zhang Yun away from Mingying. What can a martial artist who is obsessed with personal strength accomplish? This is no longer an era where martial arts masters reign supreme. Zhang Yun, seeing his father's indifferent expression, felt anxious but unsure how to persuade him. He could only say, Mingying is my good friend. Please don't do anything to make things difficult for him. Zhang Heng hesitated. To be honest, after learning that Mingying possessed a large amount of grain, Zhang Heng's first thought was to find Mingying, no matter the method, to find out where the grain came from. This matter concerned the safety of the entire nation. In a critical moment, Zhang Heng would even be willing to betray his own son and daughter, and even abandon his own life, let alone someone he barely knew, like Mingying. However, since Zhang Yun had said so, Zhang Heng kept it in mind. After all, it wasn't time to resort to special measures yet. Okay, I understand, Zhang Heng said, giving Zhang Yun an explanation. Zhang Yun could see the perfunctory tone in Zhang Heng's words and thought to herself, it seems Mingying's guess was indeed correct, the higher UPS in Huaju are too obsessed with firearms. I should find a way to remind them. Thinking of this, Zhang Yun's eyes lit up. She was now a third-tier evolved being. In this world, besides Mingying, only she, Grandpa Wang Chong, and Yu Dongchuan had reached the highest level of evolution. While all the evolved beings in Huaju were still struggling at the first tier, Zhang Yun is now the undisputed strongest in Huaju. I need to focus on drinking the well water and strive to become a fourth-tier evolved being as soon as possible. Zhang Yun made up her mind, immediately returned to her bedroom, began drinking the well water Mingying had given her, and then went to a distant park to cultivate diligently. Meanwhile, in Linhe City, Mingying was strolling back to the safe zone from the Hualien supermarket. He had just delivered all 3 million caddies of sweet potatoes for the day to the Hualien supermarket. Yu Dongchuan, as agreed, delivered the 1,500 tons of cement and sand. Meanwhile, the building materials crushing plant in the west of the city had moved next to the safe zone and was already operational, emitting a constant rumbling sound. Seeing this, Mingying was still somewhat unsatisfied. 1,000 tons of cement and sand every day sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was far from enough. Cement and sand are extremely dense, in short, they're heavy. 1 cubic meter of cement weighs 3 tons, so 1,500 tons of cement and sand would only amount to 500 cubic meters. Without adding water to increase the cement's volume, it wouldn't even cover a single layer of the city wall. Keep in mind that the city wall is 800 meters wide and 1,000 meters long. Even if we only use 1 millimeter of cement, each layer would still require 800 cubic meters. Of course, the actual operation won't be as precise as the theoretical calculations, but in reality, with the previous 3,000 tons of cement and sand, Mingying only managed to add about 15 meters to the wall. To reach a height of 2,000 meters, it's still 40 times short. And most importantly, this was only a 1,000 meter long wall. Considering the current size of the mysterious space, 10 kilometers on each side, a complete circumference would require 40 kilometers. The actual amount of cement and sand needed is an astronomical figure, enough to make one scalp crawl. It seems that relying solely on Linhe City's production capacity is far from enough. Moreover, even moving Huashan wouldn't be enough, Mingying thought to himself. However, just as Mingying was frowning in worry, Yu Dongchuan received a phone call. What? Minister, you're coming in person? Yu Dongchuan's voice trembled slightly. A minister from China was coming. Moreover, this minister was Zhang Yun's father, Zhang Heng. Yu Dongchuan sensed the extent of Huaju's thirst for food and immediately began to consider how to communicate with Mingying. Minister, it's really not safe here. I still don't recommend you come. I can convey your message to Mingying for you, Yu Dongchuan advised. However, Zhang Heng's tone on the other end of the phone was firm. Yu Dongchuan shook his head and smiled wryly, and could only agree. However, as soon as he hung up, Yu Dongchuan immediately called Zhang Yun and said directly, your dad is heading to Linhe City. See if you can come along. Yu Dongchuan was afraid that Zhang Heng would take a hard line and anger Mingying. Qin Chun's example was still fresh in everyone's mind. What? On the other end of the line, Zhang Yun was startled to learn her father was going to Linhe City and quickly replied, okay, I'll go find my dad right away. But a moment later, Zhang Yun called back, saying with slight disappointment, my dad has already left. He received a last-minute assignment from a high-ranking leader, and it's official business. It's inconvenient for him to take me. Zhang Yun quickly added, Uncle Yu, you must persuade my dad. Huaju doesn't place much emphasis on individual ability. Yu Dongchuan's gaze sharpened upon hearing this, and he smiled wryly, thinking, sure enough, more trouble. After hanging up with Zhang Yun, Yu Dongchuan immediately dialed Mingying's number, only to find it was already busy. Meanwhile, Mingying was on the phone talking to Zhang Yun. "Mingying, my dad's looking for you." Zhang Yun's first words startled Mingying. "Really? What does he want?" Mingying suddenly became nervous. It's all because Yu Dongchuan wanted to curry favor with the bigwigs in Huaju, so he sent 1,000,000 caddies of sweet potatoes to Huaju, and then betrayed you. "Now, Huaju sent my dad to talk to you about the grain," Zhang Yun complained. Upon hearing this, Mingying's eyes lit up. It was like a godsend. "Huaju has good food. Trade us supplies. Use the whole country's resources to produce cement and sand for me. I have plenty of food here." "Hey, Mingying, this time it's my dad going. Be polite," Zhang Yun said irritably, recalling Mingying's previous actions of crushing Chen Yu and Lu Fei, and piercing Qin Chun with a spear. She couldn't help but feel nervous. What are you thinking?" Mingying was speechless. He quickly replied, "Your dad's coming, so I'll definitely be very polite. Don't worry, we'll have a very pleasant conversation." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yun blushed upon hearing this. She was secretly pleased, but said aloud, "If you dare offend my dad, watch out." Mingying repeatedly assured her, said a few more words to Zhang Yun, and then hung up. As soon as the call ended, Yu Dongchuan called back. Mingying answered and said coldly, "Chief Dongchuan, you really know how to cause me trouble." Yu Dongchuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, sensing Mingying's displeasure. Chapter 58. What do you want to do? Unbeknownst to them, Yu Dongchuan and Mingying's positions had become completely unequal. Mingying's question made Yu Dongchuan nervous, and he quickly said with a wry smile, "Mingying, this was my fault. I didn't expect the Huaju side to be so tense." Mingying didn't speak. Although he was pleased with the situation, he still decided to give Yu Dongchuan a warning. Mingying's silence made Yu Dongchuan even more nervous. He quickly brought up Zhang Yun, saying, "The person coming to Linhu City this time is a minister from Huaju, and he's Zhang Yun's father." "Zhang Yun already told me," Mingying said casually. Yu Dongchuan smiled wryly, "Why don't you come sit with me for a while?" "No need, I'll wait for him at the airport," Mingying refused directly. He was joking. With Zhang Yun's father coming, how could Mingying possibly sit idly in Yu Dongchuan's office? He'd definitely pick him up at the airport. Sure enough, Yu Dongchuan laughed upon hearing this, saying repeatedly, okay, I'm coming right away." With that, Yu Dongchuan quickly hung up the phone and rushed towards the airport next to the safe zone. Upon arriving at the airport, Yu Dongchuan immediately walked briskly towards Mingying and whispered, "Mingying, I didn't expect things to turn out this way." Mingying waved his hand and said, "It's nothing serious." Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, sensing Mingying's confidence, and he couldn't help but guess, looks like he has plenty of supplies. China's Xia-class fighter jets are among the most advanced in the world, extremely fast. The distance from Huaju to Linhu City, a distance of 600 or 700 kilometers, took less than 20 minutes. As Zhang Heng strolled down the ladder of the black fighter jet, he immediately saw Yu Dongchuan, and his gaze finally settled on Mingying. Having held a high position for many years and seen countless people, he only glanced at Mingying and felt that Mingying was like a sharp sword soaring into the sky, his temperament no less than that of the children of high-ranking officials in Huaju, perhaps even surpassing them. He couldn't help but secretly praise, "What a sharp young man. Minister Zhang, hello." Yu Dongchuan hurriedly went to greet him. "Secretary Dongchuan, hello." Linhu City's outstanding achievements this time have already spread throughout Huaju. "Secretary Dongchuan, good news is on the horizon." Zhang Heng exchanged a few polite words, then turned his gaze to Mingying. "Minister Zhang, hello." Mingying smiled and extended his hand, neither humble nor arrogant. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. He shook hands with Mingying, without saying a word of pleasantries, and smiled, "Mingying, hello. Xiao Yun has mentioned you to me many times, and speaks highly of you." Mingying smiled immediately upon hearing this. This Zhang Heng, as expected of a seasoned veteran of the officialdom, is indeed a shrewd person, starting by playing the emotional card. "Hello, Uncle Zhang," Mingying replied. Yu Dongchuan, seeing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said with a smile, "Minister Zhang, Mingying, let's talk in the safe zone." Everyone nodded and boarded the armored vehicles, heading towards the safe zone. As everyone was boarding, a young man who had accompanied Zhang Heng suddenly glanced at Mingying, a hint of hostility flashing in his eyes. However, no one present noticed this. Back in the conference room of the official fortress, Zhang Heng went straight to the point, saying, "Mingying, you can probably guess why I'm here today." Mingying nodded and said, "Minister Zhang, you've come for food, haven't you?" Zhang Heng nodded and said, "With mutated beasts rampant, humanity's activity area has shrunk by more than 100-fold. There's simply no extra space for farming, so food is extremely scarce." He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Mingying, and slowly said, "If you have food, on behalf of all the people of China, I implore you to help China, to help all the people of China." Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Mingying, awaiting his reply. Mingying suddenly laughed. This laugh made both Zhang Heng and Yu Dongchuan's eyes light up. Agreed, Mingying replied. Good. Zhang Heng slammed his hand on the table, his breathing becoming heavy. The high-ranking Chinese official was now somewhat nervous and hurriedly asked, "How much grain can you provide?" Mingying thought for a moment. The mysterious space had specially designated a 4-kilometer-long area for farming, which was 24,000 mu, approximately 1,667 hectares. If sweet potatoes were planted, 240 million jin, approximately 120 million kilograms, could be harvested in 5 days, averaging nearly 50 million jin, approximately 25 million kilograms, per day. So Mingying slowly held up 2 fingers. Zhang Heng and Yu Dongchuan's eyes lit up, and they exclaimed, "You still have 2 million jin, approximately 1 million kilograms, of grain." This statement caused the entire conference room to fall silent again. Previously, everyone thought that Mingying had given Yu Dongchuan 3 million jin, approximately 1 million kilograms, of grain, which was his limit. Who knew he had only given Yu Dongchuan a little over half that amount? 2 million jin, approximately 1 million kilograms, of grain, plus some rice bran, soybean residue, and mutated beast meat, was enough to feed 4 million people, while the total population of Huaju was only 10 million. This meant Mingying alone was supporting half of Huaju. Thinking of this, Zhang Heng felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. Good. Zhang Heng's eyes shone brightly. He took a deep breath, about to speak, when Mingying shook his head. Zhang Heng, Yu Dongchuan, and the others' expressions changed instantly, thinking Mingying didn't actually have 2 million jin of grain. "It's 20 million jin," Mingying said slowly. "What?" Zhang Heng's eyes widened instantly, his mind reeling, completely losing the ability to think. Beside him, Yu Dongchuan was stunned. The entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. You're sure?" Zhang Heng couldn't help but ask. Even this high-ranking Chinese official was somewhat incredulous, as if in a dream. 20 million jin, every day, Mingying repeated. Good. Zhang Heng slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Mingying suddenly laughed and said, "However, I have conditions." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng instantly calmed down, staring at Mingying for a full 5 seconds. 20 million caddies of grain daily. If it were to be exchanged for something of equal value, the worth would be staggering. Mingying let Zhang Heng stare at him, his expression indifferent. After a long while, Zhang Heng let out a long breath and smiled. "Speak, what do you need? As long as China has it, I believe the leaders of Huaju will give it to you." "I need cement and sand," Mingying said directly. "Cement and sand?" Zhang Heng frowned upon hearing this, a barely perceptible glint in his eyes. Beside him, Yu Dongchuan tensed up immediately. Back then, when he, a local official, heard Mingying ask for cement and sand, he couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. Now, Zhang Heng, a high-ranking official from Huaju, was already showing remarkable composure by not immediately shooting Mingying dead upon hearing his intentions. "Do you know that cement and sand are now strategic materials?" Zhang Heng said slowly. These words instantly chilled the atmosphere in the conference room. The men accompanying Zhang Heng all wore unfriendly expressions, and even the eyes of the armed personnel were filled with coldness. Mingying glanced at the people beside Zhang Heng and chuckled, "3 evolved beings can't handle me." "Mingying, don't be foolish. He's Xiaoyan's father," Yu Dongchuan quickly intervened, trying to smooth things over as the atmosphere grew tense. He also tried to persuade Zhang Heng, "Minister Zhang, I already asked Mingying, and he didn't mean it that way." Zhang Heng remained unmoved, staring intently at Mingying, and slowly asked, "What exactly do you want?" "Minister Zhang, I understand you." Mingying suddenly sighed, raising his head to look intently at Zhang Heng, and said, word by word, Mingying, will never do anything detrimental to China." Chapter 59. This is a recipe. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng remained expressionless. How could people like them easily believe a casual promise? "Minister Zhang, do you have a choice now?" Mingying was speechless, inwardly exclaiming, "Is it so hard to be a good person? Everyone thinks I'm about to rebel. If my prediction is correct, it won't be long before Mexico uses nuclear weapons against the United States, then the United States retaliates, and then the Eagle and the Germans in Europe also engage in nuclear war," Mingying said. In his previous life, that was indeed how it happened. What follows is obvious to everyone: the human living environment will become even worse. "At least we can still grow some food now, but in the future, most food crops will be lost," Mingying stated directly. That's just speculation," the young man who had come with Zhang Heng sneered, his expression somewhat unfriendly. Mingying frowned, glanced at the man, and completely ignored him. The young man's gaze sharpened upon seeing this, his anger intensifying. "Xiao Yuan, that's enough," Zhang Heng reprimanded the young man, then fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. The situation Mingying described was essentially the same as what he had heard at the highest level meeting in China not long ago. Several of China's top leaders had reached the same conclusion as Mingying. At the same time, it was at that meeting that several of China's top leaders gave him a firm order to stockpile grain at all costs, prepare for the worst, and be fully prepared for war. Now, hearing Mingying's words, Zhang Heng glanced at him subtly, somewhat shocked, thinking to himself, he looks to be only in his 20s, yet his vision is so far-reaching. Minister Zhang, you decide. Of course, Zhang Yun and I are good friends. Even if China doesn't agree to my demands, I will still provide China with 5 million caddies of grain every day to ensure the survival of the people of Huaju, Mingying said. It's been made very clear, Zhang Yun and I are friends, and I won't let you return to Huaju empty-handed. However, it's impossible to supply Huaju with that much food every day. As for the other food, I'll send it to other cities. I reckon the people there, starving, would be more than willing to help me produce cement and sand. As for Huaju's orders, to hell with them. I'm starving to death, who cares about your orders? Give me the food if you dare. You really are. Zhang Heng suddenly sighed, forcing a bitter smile. I personally agree to this. But I need to consult with Huaju's higher UPS for a more concrete answer. Mingying nodded with a smile. Zhang Heng then pushed back his chair and left the conference room, presumably to contact Huaju's higher UPS. The others who accompanied him quickly followed, leaving only Mingying and Yu Dongchuan in the conference room once again. Mingying, I didn't expect you to have hidden so much food, Yu Dongchuan said with a wry smile, feeling that the whole situation had completely exceeded his comprehension. I never expected you to be so direct with Huaju, Yu Dongchuan added. Mingying sighed and said, time is of the essence. My earlier guess has a greater than 90% chance of coming true. Upon hearing this, Yu Dongchuan's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in a low voice, will a global nuclear war really break out? Mingying nodded with a wry smile. Without a massive external force, the trajectory of history wouldn't be so easily altered. And now, the external force that Mingying had been reborn with was far too weak, it couldn't possibly change the course of history. Yu Dongchuan fell into deep worry. At this moment, Zhang Heng pushed open the conference room door and walked in. We agree, Zhang Heng said directly. When will your first batch of food arrive? Mingying finally smiled and said, today. By the way, besides providing me with supplies, I also need a Xia-class fighter jet. Zhang Heng was taken aback, then remembered what the Chinese leader had said, and immediately agreed, saying, the Xia-class fighter jet is a strategic resource, so we can't give it to you. However, we can provide it to you free of charge, and we'll provide the pilot. Mingying nodded with a smile, feeling a little excited. With the Xia-class fighter jet, his operational range would instantly expand countless times, even allowing him to travel to the other side of the ocean. Moreover, supplying Huaju with 20 million caddies of grain daily, such a large quantity of grain would definitely be delivered directly to Huaju, not stored in Linhas City and then transported back and forth by the Xia-class fighter jet. The cost of that would be terrifying. By the way, Mingying, a high-ranking leader in Huaju wants to see you, Zhang Heng suddenly said. Mingying was taken aback. Zhang Heng quickly explained, unofficially. This senior leader is nearing retirement and just wants to see you. Mingying thought for a moment and replied, sure. Meeting a high-ranking figure with immense influence in China would be beneficial. He had many ideas to share with these leaders. For example, the most urgent matter was to change the overly fervent belief in modern weaponry among Huaju's high-ranking officials. In his previous life, this belief had nearly led to the destruction of the entire Huaju base. In this life, he absolutely couldn't make the same mistake again. When do we set off? Zhang Heng asked. Mingying thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I'll go to Huaju with you today to deliver the grain. Oh, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded with a smile. A moment later, two Xia-class fighter jets soared into the sky from Linhas City, rapidly flying towards Huaju. Mingying was sitting in the cockpit of one of the Xia-class fighter jets, chatting idly with Zhang Heng. Uncle John, how many evolved humans are there in Huaju now? Mingying asked. Since it wasn't an official occasion, he didn't need to call Zhang Heng minister anymore. Zhang Heng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I haven't kept count, but I estimate a few thousand. Mingying sighed upon hearing that Zhang Heng didn't even know how many evolved humans there were in Huaju. The fact that they hadn't even kept count of evolved humans showed how little importance Huaju placed on them. Uncle John, I still think we should value the evolved ones. Mingying still intended to try and persuade Zhang Heng, although he knew the effect would probably be minimal. Moreover, even if he managed to convince Zhang Heng's individual influence wouldn't be enough to sway the opinions of the other high-ranking officials in Huaju. As expected, Zhang Heng smiled upon hearing this, assuming that Mingying, like Zhang Yun, still admired individual martial prowess. He didn't dwell on the topic and instead asked, Mingying, don't blame Uncle John for being suspicious, but what do you need so much cement and sand for? Mingying was even more disappointed when Zhang Heng changed the subject, but he was prepared. Instead of answering Zhang Heng's question, he handed him a prepared handbook. What's this? Zhang Heng was taken aback. He opened the handbook and glanced at it, discovering it contained recipes for various dishes, accompanied by pictures of strange animals. He immediately laughed. "It's a cookbook," Mingying said with a smile. "I don't have many hobbies, but I love eating meat. There are over 100 dishes in this book. I'm giving it to Uncle Zhang to take a look." He. Although Zhang Heng didn't understand, he still smiled and nodded, putting the handbook away. He said with a smile, "Okay, I'll definitely read it." Chapter 60, Meeting Old Zhang in Huaju. This recipe was prepared by Mingying in his spare time, and it records over 100 extremely famous mutated beasts from his previous life. These mutated beasts are all at least above the 5th tier, possessing terrifying strength. Moreover, Mingying arranged these mutated beasts according to the order in which they appeared in his previous life, believing that the first 5th tier mutated beast would appear soon. 5th tier mutated beasts are no longer afraid of most human firearms. At that time, wherever such a mutated beast appears, it will be catastrophic. Humanity will discover in horror that their once invincible firearms are now useless. And then, Mingying will mobilize again, using his unparalleled combat power to kill this beast. This will surely attract the attention of the Chinese High Command. The reason Mingying gave Zhang Heng this recipe is to use Zhang Heng to spread the news, to tell the Chinese High Command that what has appeared this time is only a 5th tier mutated beast. There will be 6th, 7th, and even 8th and 9th tier mutated beasts to come. In his previous life, the great willow tree was only at the 8th rank. Even with nuclear weapons, humanity couldn't kill it. In the end, it retaliated fiercely, destroying a large portion of the Huaju base before leaving. The Xiao-class fighter jet quickly began its descent, finally stopping at the airport outside Huaju. As soon as he disembarked, Mingying spotted Zhang Yun among the large group of people waiting to greet him. Zhang Yun, looking expectant, smiled and waved vigorously upon seeing Mingying. "Mr. Ming, hello." A sprightly white-haired elder stepped forward from the crowd, smiling and extending his hand. Mingying stepped forward to shake his hand, smiling. "Committee member Zhang, hello." This white-haired elder was none other than Zhang Heng's direct superior, one of the true power holders in China. He hadn't expected him to come. "Mr. Ming provides food for the people of China. On behalf of all the people of China, I thank you," Elder Zhang said with a smile. I'm ashamed," Mingying said with a wry smile. Providing the food wasn't free. China had to contribute a considerable amount as well. Mingying had a very special feeling about old Zhang. This white-haired elder, who held one of the highest powers in China, had no imposing aura whatsoever. He truly seemed like an ordinary old man, very approachable. This greatly surprised Mingying. Along the way, old Zhang chatted with Mingying for a long time, and finally invited him to his residence, which deeply moved Mingying. Zhang Heng and Zhang Yun accompanied them. Zhang Heng would occasionally chime in, while Zhang Yun couldn't get a word in edgewise, only able to watch with a faint smile as Mingying and old Zhang chatted and laughed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. As expected, old Zhang didn't take Mingying to the official offices, but instead invited everyone back to his residence. It was a clean and tidy courtyard of single-story houses, guarded by security teams everywhere. Old Zhang's residence was one of the small buildings among them. "Most of my former colleagues who have retired live here. Although I haven't retired yet, I'll be soon, so I moved in early," old Zhang said with a smile, then greeted a little old man by the roadside. The little old man, his hair gray, was squatting by the roadside, fiddling with a children's bicycle. Seeing old Zhang greet him, he didn't stop what he was doing, simply smiling and saying, "Old Zhang, you're back early today? Not busy, are you?" Mingying's gaze sharpened upon seeing this man. This little old man Mingying had seen him on the news almost every day when he was a child. "Oldly, in this world, when am I not busy? I'm back so early today because I met an important little friend," old Zhang said with a smile. Mingying smiled wryly upon hearing this. The important little friend old Zhang was referring to was probably himself. At old Zhang's age, calling himself a little friend was quite accurate. Hearing old Zhang's words, the white-haired car mechanic stood up, looked at Mingying, smiled, and said, all right. Old Zhang led Mingying onward. Along the way, elderly people greeted old Zhang frequently, making Mingying dizzy. These old men and women, damn it, were all regulars from the old television news. None of them were ordinary people. Unexpectedly, after retiring, these big shots had all become elderly men and women walking birds, repairing cars, and taking care of children. They soon arrived at old Zhang's residence, an ordinary little courtyard. Pushing open the door, Mingying found the yard filled with various vegetables, and a grape trellis in the corner. To put it bluntly, this didn't look like the residence of a high-ranking official, it looked more like the home of an old farmer. This place used to be used for growing flowers and grass, but now that food is scarce, we've planted some vegetables, old Zhang said with a chuckle. In a while, once the high rises in the west of the city are finished, we'll all be moving away. This whole area will be leveled and planted with crops. Mingying nodded in agreement. In her previous life, Huaja was indeed structured this way. Everyone lived in densely packed high-rises, and more than half of the land in the base was used for growing crops. However, even so, there wasn't enough food, and many people still starved to death. "Sister, wash some fruit," old Zhang called out, then pointed to the stone table and benches in the corner of the courtyard, smiling. "Let's sit for a while." Mingying sat down on the stone bench, and soon an old woman brought tea and 2 plates of washed fruit. Zhang Hun took Zhang Yun outside, leaving only old Zhang and Mingying in the courtyard. Old Zhang looked at Mingying with a smile. Mingying, not wanting to beat around the bush with this elderly man who had dedicated decades to China, went straight to the point. "Elder Zhang, I know what you're worried about." Just as Mingying was about to continue, Elder Zhang raised his hand and smiled. "Come here, let's not talk about those things. Let's just have some tea and fruit." "Ah." Mingying was taken aback, feeling as if he had punched a cotton ball, completely losing control of the situation. He couldn't help but sigh at the overwhelming aura of this powerful figure. "Alright, if Elder Zhang says tea, then let's have tea today." Mingying smiled, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. The two chatted for a while, and finally Mingying couldn't help but speak up. This was a rare opportunity to meet a high-ranking official in China. It would be a shame not to share his thoughts. "Elder Zhang, I still can't help but say something," Mingying said solemnly, putting down his teacup. Elder Zhang smiled at this. By now, he was completely certain that Mingying wasn't an ambitious man seeking to seize territory. An ambitious man wouldn't be so eager to tell him his worries. Mingying said directly, "I feel that the people of Huaja don't seem to value individual martial prowess very much. This worries me." Elder Zhang didn't say anything. He himself wasn't particularly fond of individual martial strength. "Old Zhang, I know you might not agree with what I'm saying, but I have just one question." Mingying stared at old Zhang and slowly said, "Isn't it a bit frightening that we're so superstitious about the power of firearms, placing all our hopes on them?" Upon hearing this, old Zhang's aged eyelids twitched visibly, and his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Chapter 61. Listening to the Soul of China. Mingying knew his words had worked. Old Zhang's heart was stirred. "I've sown the seeds of hope. Whether they bear fruit depends on whether the higher UPS in Huaja will heed my words," Mingying thought to himself, feeling he had achieved his purpose, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a stirring Suwana melody rang out. Old Zhang immediately laughed, saying, "Old Xiao, playing the Suwana again." Just as Mingying was about to speak, the Suwana melody suddenly soared, and Mingying felt as if his entire body had been lifted by the high note, every pore on his body standing on end, a tremor originating from his very soul coursing through him. Mingying was utterly shocked, deeply captivated by the Suwana music, and couldn't help but listen intently. The Suwana music was stirring yet melodious, seemingly possessing a kind of magic that made one's blood boil. As Mingying listened, his fists clenched involuntarily, as if he had been transported back to that era of war, to the smoke-filled battlefield, witnessing countless soldiers sacrificing their lives. Unconsciously, the primal force within Mingying's body accelerated its circulation. A strange feeling filled his heart. The primal force surged from his dantian, rushing upwards along his spine, lingering at the back of his neck, seemingly about to break through. At the same time, Mingying's brow was faintly burning. "I'm about to advance to the 6th rank?" Mingying was stunned, then overjoyed. Suddenly, the tone of the Suwana horn rose sharply again, and Mingying's soul jolted, as if it were about to burst from his brain. "Just a little bit more," Mingying roared inwardly. The Suwana music seemed to sense Mingying's call. After a sudden rise in pitch from the previous note, it should have eased up, but instead, it soared again, several times in succession, carrying an unstoppable force that reached an inconceivable height, seemingly shooting straight to the heavens. This is the might of China at its founding? Mingying felt a jolt in his soul, reaching a familiar yet strange state. Sweeping across the land, its might swallowing the 8 directions. This was the power contained within the Suwana. This was the might of China at its founding. Behind this lay the most powerful spirit and energy of the entire nation, the founding soul of China. The Suwana music gradually faded, and Mingying had understood. Mingying will forever remember Elder Zhang's good intentions. Mingying bowed deeply to the white-haired Elder Zhang. At this moment, old Zhang finally smiled. A person who could sense the true essence of the soul from this single note of the Suwana must be a truly upright Chinese. Such a person would never betray their country in this lifetime. Moreover, old Zhang was also deeply shocked, because Mingying at this moment was completely different from the Mingying of before. If the previous Mingying was a drawn blade, giving a sense of undisguised sharpness, then the Mingying of now had a sharpness that pierced the sky, leaving no room for even looking at him. This young man's momentum is already established. Whether he can achieve great things in the future depends on whether he can sheath his soaring sharpness, old Zhang thought to himself. So many years have passed, and I've never seen someone so young possess such imposing presence. Even those legendary figures of yesteryear were probably no more than this. Next door, a tall, white-haired old man slowly put down his suana, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, also keenly sensing a sharp aura rising from the neighboring courtyard, and was utterly astonished. Old Zhang, Mingying is leaving now. Mingying bowed deeply to old Zhang again, then turned and left old Zhang's small courtyard. Old Zhang watched Mingying's departing figure, his eyes filled with satisfaction. After leaving old Zhang's courtyard, Zhang Heng and Zhang Yun were waiting outside. Mingying didn't have time to say much, and went straight to the neighboring courtyard. Just as Mingying was about to knock on the door, an aged voice suddenly came from inside. "No need to thank me, on the contrary, I should be thanking you." Upon hearing this, Mingying stopped knocking, straightened his clothes, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Mingying still thanks you for your kindness today, sir." Came a reply from the courtyard, followed by, "Go on your way. I hope you will always remember the spirit of our nation." "Please rest assured, sir, Mingying will forever remember the national spirit." Mingying nodded emphatically, referring to the will contained in the Suana music as the national spirit. Not far away, Zhang Heng and Zhang Yun, seeing this, both had expressions of shock in their eyes. Others might not know who was in this small courtyard, but they knew very well. This man was once the personal bodyguard of a great leader, who had fought on the battlefield in his youth and made outstanding contributions. Although he was now retired and very old, almost no one in China dared to disrespect him. Even the highest-ranking officials in China today would respectfully address him as Old Xiao whenever they saw him. Unexpectedly, this Old Xiao valued Mingying so highly. On the way out, the atmosphere eased considerably. Zhang Yun couldn't help but ask, "Mingying, why do you seem like a different person after your visit with old Zhang?" "Oh." Mingying smiled. Having reached the 6th rank, of course he was different. A cold glint flashed in Mingying's eyes as he slowly said, "Now, we can go avenge Naishu." At the mention of Naishu, Zhang Yun, who had been all smiles, suddenly stopped. Her pretty face instantly filled with murderous intent, her eyes practically radiating light. Beside her, Zhang Heng was shocked, feeling as if his daughter had instantly become a different person. "When do we set off?" Zhang Yun asked in a low voice, barely suppressing her murderous intent. "Sometime soon." Mingying gazed into the distance, glancing at Zhang Yun again, and was horrified to find that she had entered the oneness with heaven and man state again. "This talent is terrifying," Mingying exclaimed in astonishment. He had only said he could avenge Naishu, but Zhang Yun had already entered a state of unity of heaven and man. This was far too easy. No wonder the dragon flame goddess of my past life was so powerful. Entering unity of heaven and man so frequently even a pig could probably reach a high level that way, Mingying thought bitterly, feeling a sense of inadequacy. Beside him, Zhang Heng sensed Zhang Yun's unusual behavior and grew anxious. He was about to pat Zhang Yun's shoulder when Mingying stopped him. "Uncle Zhang, Xiao Yun is alright," Mingying said, handing Zhang Yun a large bottle of well water. Zhang Yun took it, tilted her head back, and drank it down. Then, she sprinted away, disappearing from Zhang Heng's sight in a few leaps. Zhang Heng was still stunned. When did his daughter become so strong? "Uncle Zhang, let's go see." "Xiao Yun must have gone to the park we passed earlier," Mingying said, then started walking, chasing after the direction Zhang Yun had gone. Mingying was in high spirits, feeling that this trip to Huaju had been incredibly fruitful. First, he exchanged grain for a large amount of supplies from Huaju, then he comprehended the national spirit from Old Xiao's Suana music, and now Zhang Yun had entered a state of unity of heaven and man, likely becoming a 4th-tier evolver upon waking. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Mingying chased after Zhang Yun. Zhang Heng paused for a moment, then quickly followed, still deeply shocked, feeling that today's young people seemed to have completely surpassed his understanding. Chapter 62 Zhejiang Reunited. The parks in Huaju are now planted with crops and heavily guarded. Zhang Yun ran to an open space beside the park, unable to suppress her emotions any longer. A torrent of thoughts about martial arts surged through her mind. With a thud, Zhang Yun threw a punch, producing a deep, explosive sound. Zhang Yun then unleashed the 8 extremes collapse technique, each punch and step generating a series of sounds. Its terrifying power instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding security personnel. Beside her, Mingying and Zhang Heng caught up. Zhang Heng, in particular, was stunned, seeing his daughter display martial arts for the first time. Zhang Heng's eyes widened. He'd seen evolved humans in Huaju before, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. He'd never seen anything as terrifying as Zhang Yun. What Zhang Heng didn't know was that while Huaju had Mingying's well water, it wasn't enough to save lives. Evolved humans were hardly qualified to drink it. Without well water, most of these evolved beings were only at the initial 1st-tier level, even weaker than Grandpa Wang Chong before he became an evolved being. Zhang Yun, on the other hand, was already a 3rd-tier evolved being, a difference of more than tenfold. At this moment, Zhang Yun had entered a state of unity of heaven and man, and could break through to the 4th tier at any moment. The power he exuded with every move was truly terrifying. The security team members not far away even saw the air around Zhang Yun's fist compressed when he threw a punch, forming a visible ripple. Wow, is that internal energy? Someone exclaimed. Awesome, I've seen real skill today. Someone else exclaimed excitedly. Beside Mingying, Zhang Heng stared intently at Zhang Yun, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, Xiaoan, Xiaoan, you're back. Why didn't you tell me? A spherical figure came running from afar, its chubby face flushed red, clearly out of breath. Behind it were 7 or 8 bodyguards in black. Zhang Heng's expression turned cold upon seeing this person, his demeanor becoming somewhat unnatural. However, Mingying, upon seeing the newcomer, paused for a moment, then laughed. Zhejiang, a gluttonous, lecherous, cowardly, and sleazy fat man. However, he was Mingying's good friend from his past life, secretly in love with the dragon flame goddess Zhang Yun. No, it was an open crush, and one-sided at that. In his past life, Mingying was also a secret admirer of the dragon flame goddess, a complete loser, and he and Zhejiang were kindred spirits, their relationship quite good. However, in this life, the situation was different. You dare to mess with Zhang Yun? I'll beat you to death. Mingying turned on him without hesitation, not even his good brother from his past life. Mingying flashed forward, blocking Zhejiang's path, and said with a faint smile, little fatty, Zhang Yun is practicing her boxing right now. No one can disturb her. Who are you? Oh, wait, there are rumors that Zhang Yun has a boyfriend. Could it be you? I can't tolerate this. How dare you steal my woman? I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Zhejiang was one of the 4 young masters of Huaju. At his command, the 7 or 8 bodyguards behind him were about to attack. Oh, Mingying raised an eyebrow. The moment Zhejiang uttered his words, he immediately sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Mingying. Using the instinctive talent inherited from the Zhej family, Zhejiang instantly stopped his bodyguards, forcing an awkward smile on his chubby face, and said repeatedly, all right, we won't bother you. Mingying laughed upon seeing this. Zhej the fat man hadn't changed at all, still so quick-witted. Big brother, you're busy, sorry to bother you, Zhejiang said quickly, preparing to flee with his 7 or 8 henchmen. He was joking, of course. Everyone in his Zhej family was greedy and lecherous, but how did they manage to make a name for themselves in this vast capital city? It was all thanks to their ability to read people and read between the lines, to seek good fortune and avoid danger. This skill was innate. Mingying chuckled as he watched Zhejiang's broad back. Intending to tease him, his expression turned cold as he barked, who said you could leave? Sure enough, Zhejiang closed his eyes, his face contorted in pain, but then a fierce resolve hardened within him. My intuition might not be right this time, he thought. This guy doesn't seem that impressive. Maybe I should take him down. The fat man, thinking this, turned and yelled, beat him up. However, despite his decision to attack Mingying, he remained unusually cautious. As soon as he finished speaking, he took off running, his obese body surprisingly agile. Unfortunately, he was destined to get beaten up today. The 7 or 8 bodyguards were all ordinary people. Mingying moved with lightning speed, kicking each of them to the ground. He then caught up with Zhejiang, smiling faintly, little fatty, where are you going? Ouch, what the hell? Zhejiang cried out, instantly realizing his intuition hadn't lied, he'd kicked a hornet's nest. Big brother, let's talk this out. Zhejiang was quick to admit defeat and begged for mercy. Too late. Mingying kicked Zhejiang in the backside, sending him flying. He clapped his hands and laughed, little fatty, are you still going to beat me up? A wise man doesn't fight when he's at a disadvantage. If you go head-to-head with him now, you'll definitely get beaten up again. It's better to back down first. Zhejiang knew this perfectly well and quickly forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, saying, big brother, I was blind to your greatness, please don't hold it against me. I won't hold it against you. Mingying laughed, then stood up and pointed to the converted farmland in the park, grinning mischievously, run 5 laps around this area, and you'll be fine. What? Zhejiang was dumbfounded. Everyone in Huaji knew that Zhejiang was greedy and averse to exercise. He didn't even like walking, let alone running laps. Now he was being asked to run 5 laps? This was practically asking for trouble. Zhejiang shook his large head vigorously, saying, brother, let's talk this out. How about I treat you to some roast duck from Quanzhou? Brother, you don't know, the roast ducks in Quanzhou these days are all mutated ducks, the taste is amazing. Mingying's face turned cold, his gaze sweeping over Zhejiang's backside. Zhejiang immediately cried out. He was still terrified of Mingying's kick, and it was still burning hot. I'll run. Zhejiang scrambled to his feet and dashed towards the park's fields, haggling as he ran, shouting, 5 laps, just 5 laps. That fatso, Mingying laughed. Not far away, Zhang Heng remained standing, still replaying the scene of Mingying instantly kicking away 7 or 8 bodyguards. His kung fu is that high? Zhang Heng was genuinely puzzled. His daughter was still practicing her punches, each strike and kick producing a whooshing sound. And his daughter's friend had just displayed astonishing skill. Should I really focus on kung fu training? But kung fu training requires years of accumulation, there's no time for that now. Zhang Heng hesitated. Just as Zhang Heng hesitated, suddenly, a terrifying roar resounded. The security team members were immediately startled, exclaiming, "It's a lion's roar! That lion is coming again!" Chapter 63 Zhang Yun's Strength. Zhang Heng was startled by the beastly roar. The mutated lion, a lion from the Huaju Zoo, possessed terrifying strength and incredible speed. Ordinary artillery shells couldn't hit it, and it took 7 or 8 anti-aircraft machine guns to barely disperse it each time. Anti-aircraft machine guns, those were weapons used to shoot down aircraft. The number of armor-piercing rounds they consumed every second was terrifying, causing Huaju considerable distress. As soon as the lion's roar rang out, the entire street security team sprang into action, quickly assembling and rushing towards the edge of the safe zone. "Damn it, that beast is here again. This time, I'll kill it," a security team member roared. Let's go, let's go. This time, we'll make sure it doesn't leave alive." Suddenly, Zhang Yun stopped moving. Mingying's eyes lit up. With his 6th-tier cultivation, he clearly sensed that Zhang Yun had become a 4th-tier evolved being. A 4th-tier evolved being, with a membrane of primal force forming around their body, possesses significantly enhanced resilience, even capable of withstanding bullets from ordinary handguns, a Superman in the eyes of ordinary people. After regaining consciousness, Zhang Yun didn't say a word, but instead let out a long roar that pierced the sky, instantly drowning out the lion's roar outside the safe zone. In a flash, Zhang Yun transformed into a blur, rushing towards the edge of the safe zone. "Little Yun!" Zhang Heng exclaimed in alarm. "Uncle Zhang, it's alright, let's go check it out together." Mingying appeared beside Zhang Heng, grabbing his shoulder, then glanced at Zhejiang in the distance and laughed. "Fatty Zudge, if you dare stop, or try to run away, I'll beat you so badly your own parents won't recognize you." With that, Mingying grabbed Zhang Heng and chased after Zhang Yun, covering dozens of meters in a few strides and disappearing at the end of the street. This is a martial arts master. The bodyguards lying on the ground were all stunned by the sight. At that moment, Zhang Heng felt a fierce wind rushing past his ears, a gale blowing into his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He slightly opened his eyes and saw the buildings on both sides rushing backward at an alarming speed. What kind of speed is this? Zhang Heng was shocked. In just over 10 seconds, Mingying rushed out of Huaju's safe zone and stood on the defensive fortifications. In the distance, a gigantic lion roared repeatedly, its enormous eyes fixed intently on Huaju's safe zone. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun's figure had already rushed out of the safe zone, directly attacking the mutated lion. "Xiao Yun, come back!" Zhang Heng was terrified. Mutated beasts were beyond human resistance. "Uncle Zhang, it's alright," Mingying smiled. "Nothing wrong?" Zhang Heng was immediately enraged, shouting, "This lion couldn't even be damaged by a rifle, how could Zhang Yun possibly handle it?" Zhang Heng was furious. Zhang Yun had clearly been following Mingying for too long and had become completely obsessed with individual strength. However, Zhang Heng was no ordinary person and wouldn't immediately vent his anger on Mingying. He could only say this. "We'll see." Mingying knew Zhang Heng's thoughts and didn't say anything more, simply watching Zhang Yun quietly. Zhang Yun was now at the 4th level, and that lion should also be at the 4th level. Even if Zhang Yun was no match for it, nothing serious would happen. Someone's charging at the mutated lion. The security team members on high alert spotted Zhang Yun and exclaimed in alarm. "It's Zhang Yun! It's Zhang Yun, one of the 4 beauties!" Someone recognized Zhang Yun and cried out in surprise. "My God, my goddess! She's gone mad! No, I have to save her!" Someone shouted. "Save her, my foot! You think you can beat that lion?" Someone nearby quickly pulled the person back. Instantly, the entire fortification erupted in chaos, everyone's eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yun. At the same time, over a dozen anti-aircraft machine guns locked onto the mutated lion, ready to fire at any moment. "Zhang Yun, catch!" A large alloy gun suddenly appeared in Mingying's hand, then shot into the air with a whoosh, and he hurled it towards Zhang Yun. At this moment, Zhang Yun was already over 300 meters from the safe zone. This alloy spear weighed at least 100 kilograms, an ordinary person would struggle to even lift it, let alone throw it. However, Mingying casually tossed the 2-meter-long alloy spear into the air, traversing a distance of 300 to 400 meters, and planting it precisely in Zhang Yun's path. The security team members were stunned again. This man is a monster. He threw a huge iron spear 300 to 400 meters. What kind of arm strength is that? A Kylan arm? For a moment, everyone looked at Mingying as if he were a monster. Seeing Mingying throw the alloy spear, Zhang Yun immediately laughed. He lunged to the spear, grabbed the shaft, and with a powerful twist, pulled the spear out of the ground. Then, with a shout, Zhang Yun charged directly at the mutated lion. The 8 extremes collapse is a fist technique used in battlefield combat, and the spear was a common weapon on ancient battlefields. Therefore, Zhang Yun's 8 extremes collapse also has a corresponding spear technique. At this moment, with her spear in hand, Zhang Yun felt her killing intent surging through her body. She thrust her spear forward with unparalleled force, aiming a powerful thrust at the mutated lion. The mutated lion didn't understand martial arts, but it possessed a fighting instinct and knew Zhang Yun's spear strike was no ordinary attack. It immediately dodged, then roared and pounced at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's first strike missed. She shifted her feet, and with a sweep of her alloy spear, aimed at the mutated lion's abdomen. The mutated lion quickly twisted away, then pounced at Zhang Yun again. In an instant, Zhang Yun and the mutated lion were locked in a fierce battle. From a distance, the spear in Zhang Yun's hand almost transformed into a streak of silver light, flashing incessantly. The mutated lion leaped and pounced at Zhang Yun, only to be forced back time and again by the spear in Zhang Yun's hand. Zhang Yun's spear moved faster and faster, his entire being seemingly immersed in the battle, as if he had entered a state of oneness with nature. A born fighter, Mingying couldn't help but exclaim, a hint of envy in his eyes. He had only just emerged from this state of oneness with nature, less than 2 minutes ago. And then, fighting the mutated lion, he had already entered this state again. His talent was terrifying. Suddenly, Zhang Yun let out a sharp cry, and the alloy spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing the mutated lion's abdomen. Zhang Yun himself was also sent flying backward by the mutated lion sidestepping impact. "Xiao Yun!" Zhang Hong exclaimed in shock. But Zhang Yun landed and immediately leaped to her feet, her figure flashing as she charged towards the mutated lion again. A 4th tier evolved being possessed considerable resistance to such impacts. Zhang Yun was completely unharmed. She rushed to the mutated lion's side, grabbed the alloy spear, and swiftly drew it, continuing her relentless attack. A moment later, Zhang Yun stood with her spear in hand. Before her, the mutated lion lay prostrate on the ground, a gaping wound on its forehead still gushing blood. "Victory!" Zhang Yun's chest heaved as she suddenly raised her spear and shouted sharply. Seeing this, Mingying, in a daze, seemed to see the splendor of the dragon goddess from his past life once more. Chapter 64: A battle that shook Huaju. Mingying smiled as she watched Zhang Yun stand with her gun. Her attack was perfectly timed. It was far more effective than any earnest persuasion Mingying might have given to the high-ranking leaders of China. Zhang Yun lowered her alloy gun, glanced in Mingying's direction, smiled, and leaped down from the mutated lion, preparing to head towards the safe zone. Suddenly, a low growl came from afar. A figure rushed towards them at an astonishing speed, covering over 100 meters in an instant, appearing 300 or 400 meters behind Zhang Yun. It's back. A security guard on the fortifications suddenly showed fear, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. "Oh no, it's that zombie." Zhang Hong's face instantly turned pale, and he shouted loudly, "Xiao Yun, retreat! Retreat!" The figure was indeed a zombie, the same zombie that had recently brought great fear to Huaju. It was impervious to gunfire and incredibly agile, heavy firepower couldn't touch it. Last time, during the zombie horde siege of the Huaju safe zone, it single-handedly pierced through the human defenses on the east side, and even after being blocked by anti-aircraft machine guns, it calmly made its way out. This time, it reappeared, its target Zhang Yun. Instantly, everyone in the fortifications felt a sense of despair, as if Zhang Yun would die at the hands of this zombie at any moment. Zhang Yun also sensed the sharp killing intent behind her. She turned abruptly, and upon seeing the zombie, her eyes flashed with terrifying fighting spirit. She brandished her alloy spear, ready to charge. Suddenly, a figure flashed before Zhang Yun. Mingying appeared. "This zombie has reached the peak of the 5th tier. You're no match for it. Leave it to me," Mingying said with a smile, taking the alloy spear from Zhang Yun. "Peak of the 5th tier?" Zhang Yun's gaze sharpened. She didn't know Mingying had already advanced to the 6th tier and assumed this zombie king was at the same level as him. She immediately became worried. Mingying noticed Zhang Yun's concern and immediately smiled. "It's all right." With that, he turned around calmly and looked at the rapidly approaching zombie king. The zombie race has one major characteristic: given a sufficiently large population, a super terrifying being will inevitably emerge. Previously, in Tai County, tens of thousands of people turned into zombies, resulting in a 4th-tier zombie king. And Huaju had a population of 20 million before the apocalypse, but now only 10 million remain. Where did the other 10 million go? Half of them turned into zombies. With millions of zombies, it would be strange if a 5th-tier zombie king didn't emerge. Mingying even suspected that among the horde of zombies outside Huaju, there might be a 6th-tier zombie king. Perhaps, at this very moment, it was lurking in some corner, watching him. This battle will also serve as a wake-up call for the higher UPS in Huaju, Mingying thought to himself, brandishing his spear and aiming it directly at the 5th-tier zombie king. However, at that moment, a low, guttural roar suddenly rang out. This roar was like a summons. Upon hearing it, the fifth-tier zombie king immediately turned and fled. Mingying's expression changed instantly. There really was a sixth-tier zombie king. Ah! Mingying roared to the sky, his cry filled with soaring battle intent. The hidden sixth-tier zombie king also roared back, its cry clashing with Mingying's, showing no sign of backing down. In Huaju, everyone who heard the zombie's roar was stunned. There was an even more terrifying zombie lurking outside. A wave of fear instantly washed over everyone. Boom! A gust of air suddenly surged around Mingying. Godlike state. After his rebirth, Mingying finally activated his godlike state, reaching his strongest state in both his past and present lives. Kill! In godlike state, Mingying's strength, speed, and agility surged wildly, instantly transforming into a blur as he pursued the enemy into the distance. The fifth-tier zombie king only felt a figure flash past behind it, then felt its head pierced by a hard object, losing consciousness instantly and collapsing to the ground, motionless. Zhang Heng, witnessing this scene from afar, narrowed his eyes to pinpoints. Just how much pressure had this zombie king brought to Huaju? It single-handedly tore through the entire eastern defense line of Huaju. Tanks, rockets, armor-piercing rounds, all heavy weapons couldn't keep up with its speed. Even heavy sniper rifles couldn't hit it. Finally, it was only through the combined efforts of over a dozen anti-aircraft machine guns that its onslaught was barely halted, but it still managed to escape unscathed. However, this terrifying zombie king was killed by Mingying in a single encounter. Moreover, it seemed that Mingying had killed it casually while pursuing another zombie king, without even using his full strength. Could it be that we were really wrong? Doubts began to creep into Zhang Heng's mind. Meanwhile, in the Huaju government building, several high-ranking officials from the public security department were intently watching the television screen, all of them silent. On the television screen, Mingying had already killed the fifth-tier zombie king with a single shot, then flashed away and continued chasing towards the distant no-man's land. Drone, chase after them. A high-ranking official from the security department urgently ordered. But outside the safe zone, the sixth-tier zombie king's roar grew louder and louder. At the same time, countless zombie figures appeared among the dense buildings in the distance, a dark, overwhelming mass that seemed to stretch endlessly. These zombies had formed a massive tidal wave, calling incessantly, and charged towards Mingying. Within the safe zone, piercing alarms blared incessantly. All security personnel took up positions in the defensive fortifications, ready to defend against the zombie horde. However, these zombies' target today wasn't Huaju, but one person. That person was Mingying. Mingying, Zhang Heng suddenly felt a pang of worry. Dad, it's alright, Zhang Yun appeared beside Zhang Heng, saying this, but her eyes also held concern. After all, Mingying was facing an endless horde of zombies. With a boom, Mingying made contact with the zombie horde. Instantly, limbs flew everywhere, and Mingying, like a cannonball, tore through the entire zombie horde, carving a straight, bloody path. Hiss! A series of gasps of astonishment rang out. In his godlike state, Mingying was incredibly powerful, more than 10 times stronger than when facing the zombie horde in Taxian. He charged into the zombie horde alone, spear in hand, as if it were nothing, his speed barely diminished. Moments later, Mingying had already fought his way into the densely packed, abandoned buildings of Huaju. Not long after, a frenzied roar echoed the roar of the zombie king. Mingying was engaged in combat with the sixth-tier zombie king. At this moment, the entire city of Huaju fell into silence. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome of Mingying's battle with the zombie king. The drone dared not venture into the abandoned, uninhabited area, it could only soar high into the sky, observing from afar. In the drone's view, two small figures were frantically exchanging blows and locked in combat. Suddenly, a deafening boom resounded. Everyone's eyes twitched. In the distance, amidst a dense cluster of buildings, a tall building of over 10 stories slowly collapsed, turning into ruins. Then, a series of deafening crashes followed, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Through the dense buildings, everyone could vaguely see one tall building after another slowly toppling. Is this still a human battle? The same thought crossed everyone's mind. Chapter 65 is all an act. The battle between Mingying and the sixth-tier zombie was truly terrifying, exceeding even people's imagination. After the battle, the Huaju security team investigated and were horrified to discover a winding ruin belt stretching over 10 kilometers through the abandoned buildings. This ruin belt was the result of Mingying's fight with the sixth-tier zombie. Meanwhile, the battle between Mingying and the sixth-tier zombie continued, both fighting with their lives on the line. In his super god state, Mingying's strength, speed, and agility were multiplied. At his full power, he was practically a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, smashing a large portion of a building to pieces with a single sweep of his spear. The sixth-tier zombie, on the other hand, was even more brutal. Its body was pitch black, resembling a tree with iron bones. Mingying's spear, capable of crushing buildings, only knocked it away. The next second, the terrifying zombie king, seemingly unaffected, retaliated against Mingying. The battle lasted for over half an hour. Midway through, a loud roar suddenly rang out, and a gigantic, terrifying mutated beast joined the fray. Atop the defensive fortifications, Zhang Heng was intently watching the distance when his gaze suddenly sharpened. He too had spotted the terrifying mutated beast and was immediately startled, thinking, why does it look so familiar? The next second, Zhang Heng's eyes widened, and he immediately pulled out a manual, flipping to the first page. On the first page, the recipe for spicy Cerberus was clearly recorded, accompanied by a picture. Below the picture, it read, Flaming Cerberus, Tier 6 mutated beast, 6 to 7 meters tall, with 3 heads, extremely resilient. Special note, Cerberus meat is extremely delicious, best enjoyed spicy, but can also be used in soups. How did he know there was such a mutated beast near Huaju? Zhang Heng was both puzzled and shocked by the detailed explanation of the Cerberus in the manual. At this moment, Zhang Yun's heart was in his throat. Mingying had fought a 6th-tier zombie for half an hour without a clear victor, something unimaginable before. In the past, Mingying had always ended battles with absolute superiority. But this time, the zombie king was evenly matched with Mingying. Moreover, a 3-headed fiery hound had appeared, its power seemingly no less than that of the 6th-tier zombie king. Not only was Zhang Yun worried, but everyone in the entire Huaja defense system was filled with fear and apprehension. Even the high-ranking officials of the Public Security Department in the Huaju government building wore solemn expressions. Old Zhang, should we go and provide support? A senior official asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone else nodded, but the middle-aged man at the head of the group smiled wryly. Who should we send to provide support? Who can get involved in this kind of battle? Are we supposed to use heavy firepower to take out Mingying along with them? The other bigwigs all looked grave upon hearing this. However, unlike the worries of the people from Huaju, Mingying's eyes gleamed, and he roared inwardly, damn it, after acting for so long, I've finally lured you out. Today I'm going to eat spicy dog meat. I'm going to eat dog meat, no matter who comes, Mingying roared inwardly. What evenly matched, what intense fighting, it's all an act. This zombie king had only just reached the 6th rank, while Mingying was already a veteran of the mid to late 6th rank in his previous life. Moreover, in this life, Mingying ate lavishly every day and drank copious amounts of well water, making his physical foundation many times stronger than in his previous life. Now, although Mingying had just advanced to the 6th rank, his true combat strength had already reached or even surpassed that of his previous life. This zombie king was no match for Mingying. The reason the fight had lasted so long and caused such a commotion was simply to persuade the officials in Huaju. Look, this is the terror of a 6th rank mutated beast. There will be even more terrifying ones to come. Are you still clinging to the belief in firearms? Mingying had gone to great lengths for the sake of these officials in Huaju. Now that a 6th-rank mutated beast had appeared, Mingying decided to stop pretending. He glanced coldly at the 6th-rank zombie and laughed. The 6th-rank zombie had gained intelligence. Suddenly seeing Mingying laugh, it tilted its head curiously. Do you know why I've been fighting you for so long? Mingying said, then roared, it's because you can't eat. Mingying brandished his alloy spear, instantly transforming it into a barrage of spear shadows that enveloped the zombie king. The zombie king only felt the sudden appearance of dense spear shadows before it. Just as it prepared to retreat, a spear pierced its head, killing it instantly. Not far away, the 3-headed fiery hound, witnessing this scene, was stunned. It was quite intelligent, seeing its old nemesis and friend defeated in a single move by a human. It immediately cowered, letting out a low howl before turning and running away. But Mingying had been waiting for it for so long, how could he let it go so easily? With a roar, Mingying shouted, where do you think you're going? 2 alloy short spears instantly appeared in his hand. Gathering all his strength, he hurled them directly at the flame Cerberus. The flame Cerberus felt a sharp pain in its rear end. One of the short spears was embedded in its hind leg. The other was even worse, embedded directly in its rear end. Even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. The flame Cerberus slowed down, and Mingying instantly caught up, grinning maliciously as he swung his alloy spear. Moments later, amidst the ruins, Mingying stood with his spear in hand. At his feet, the flame Cerberus lay dead. The battle subsided, the dust settled, and a drone slowly approached, immediately capturing images of Mingying. The Huaju official building fell silent. After a long while, a high-ranking official from the Public Security Department suddenly let out a long sigh of relief, saying with some envy, no wonder the survival rate of Linhu City's residents is so high. With people like this around, which mutated beast would dare to besiege Linhu City? On the city wall of the fortifications, Zhang Heng gazed into the distance. He vaguely saw that the battle in the abandoned buildings had ended. A little over a minute later, a figure slowly emerged from the buildings, dragging a terrifyingly large mutated beast behind him. He won! Zhang Heng's eyes widened as he recognized the mutated beast being dragged. It was none other than the fiery Cerberus from the first page of the recipe book. Go, report this to your superiors immediately. Zhang Heng had only one thought in his mind. He turned and jumped off the fortifications, sprinting away into the distance. Dad, Zhang Yun called out. You stay here, I have an urgent matter. Zhang Heng ran while taking out his phone and dialing a leader's number. Hey, Elder Zhang, I need to see the commander. It's extremely urgent. I'll go to you first, Zhang Heng said directly, specifically requesting to see the highest authority in Huaju. Meanwhile, Mingying had already dragged the three-headed fiery Cerberus to the open space outside the Huaju safe zone. The enormous carcass of the three-headed dog brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to the security personnel on the fortifications. Today, we're having spicy three-headed dog, Mingying said excitedly, magically producing a large iron pot and stove from his mysterious space. The tens of thousands of people on the fortifications were instantly stunned. This guy carries a huge iron pot with him? And where did he put his iron pot? How did it suddenly appear? Mingying didn't explain and began skinning and cleaning the three-headed fiery Cerberus. With so many people around, he couldn't easily enter his mysterious space, so he had to do it himself. After half an hour of work, the Cerberus was finally cleaned. Mingying chopped off a large chunk, cut it into smaller pieces, and prepared to cook it into a spicy version. The remaining Cerberus meat was skewered on a large alloy gun and grilled outdoors. Not far away, the security team from Huaju was dumbfounded. Killed and eaten on the spot? And prepared in 2 different ways? For a moment, everyone exclaimed, this isn't the apocalypse, it's a picnic. Chapter 66 Spicy Cerberus. Spicy Cerberus meat is easy to make. After chopping large chunks of meat, rinse them several times with water. Then, Mingying immediately heats oil in a wok, taking out millet peppers, ginger, minced garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns from his mysterious space, and tossing them into the hot oil. With a series of sizzling sounds, the aroma of all the seasonings is released by the hot oil, leaving the security team members watching nearby dumbfounded and drooling. The chopped Cerberus meat is then added directly to the wok, along with a little sugar and a drizzle of soy sauce. It's stir-fried until fragrant, then a large amount of water is added, and the wok is covered. Cerberus meat needs to be simmered in a large broth. The bubbling broth releases all the aromas of the seasonings, which then mix with the meaty fragrance of the Cerberus meat. After simmering, the 2 flavors meld perfectly. After it was cooked, Mingying couldn't wait to take a bite. It was scalding hot, and the aroma of the meat mixed with the rich fragrance of spices instantly filled his mouth, captivating him completely. Most importantly, the bright red chili peppers not only looked fantastic, but their unique spiciness instantly awakened all his taste buds, amplifying the aroma of the fiery Cerberus meat and various seasonings more than tenfold upon first bite. This ultimate experience was simply heavenly. The aroma also attracted Zhang Yun. This dragon flame goddess had just fought a fierce battle with the mutated lion, and her energy was greatly depleted. Stimulated by the aroma, she immediately stopped in her tracks. Oh my, what's that smell? It's so fragrant, so fragrant. Suddenly, a strange cry rang out, and a tall figure, as broad as 2 people, pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Zhejiang. Mingying chuckled, asking, did you finish 5 laps? Zhejiang was immediately taken aback. How could he possibly have finished 5 laps? In fact, as soon as Mingying and Zhang Yun left, he immediately slipped away, but later he was drawn to the battle outside the safe zone and quietly ran to the fortifications to watch the excitement. Now, smelling such a rich aroma of meat, how could a fat man like him, who had absolutely no resistance to delicious food, possibly resist the temptation? However, Zhejiang was incredibly thick-skinned. When Mingying asked, he immediately nodded repeatedly, saying, I finished. I ran very seriously. Is that so? Mingying glanced at him. He had known this fat man for many years in his past life. He knew this fat man's personality well. If he said he finished, he probably wouldn't even run 200 steps before running away. I told you, if you slack off, I'll beat you up, Mingying said with a faint smile, clenching his fist. A loud bang suddenly erupted, sending a chill down Zhejiang's spine. Damn, this is a killing machine. I shouldn't have come, Zhejiang thought, feeling a little uneasy. Want some meat? Mingying suddenly asked with a smile. Zhejiang's eyes lit up instantly, his initial hesitation vanishing. To hell with it, eating meat is what matters. Here you go, Mingying tossed Zhejiang a pair of chopsticks. Zhejiang's face lit up immediately. He rushed over, grinning, and sat down next to Mingying, launching into a torrent of flattery. Brother, it's not that I'm being hypocritical, but the moment I saw you, I felt like we were long-lost brothers. There's a real sense of kinship. Oh, Mingying chuckled. This fat man, with just a casual compliment, had ironically come true. In truth, Mingying and Zhejiang were best friends in their past lives. Long-lost brothers wouldn't be an exaggeration. Here, eat more, Mingying said, placing meat on Zhejiang's plate. Beside them, Zhang Yun let out a soft snort. Zhejiang's frequent public declarations of love for her infuriated her, and she couldn't help but think, what's wrong with Mingying? Why is he being so friendly to this fatso? Zhang Yun had no idea that in their past lives, Mingying and Zhejiang were both unrequited lovers of the dragon flame goddess, sworn brothers in arms. Moreover, although Zhejiang was gluttonous and lecherous, he was quite righteous and not a bad person. This was Zhejiang's first encounter with Mingying in this life, and he hadn't expected such a powerful figure as Mingying to be so friendly towards him. He was both excited and somewhat apprehensive. However, these complex emotions completely vanished after Zhejiang took 2 bites of the fiery 3-headed dog meat. Damn, this is so delicious. This is what humans should eat. Zhejiang roared inwardly, tears streaming down his face. He pulled Mingying aside and complained, "Brother, you have no idea. I've been eating mushroom rice every day for 24 days straight, without even a drop of salt. I'm about to throw up." Mingying smiled wryly. This fat guy at least gets mushroom rice every day, that's already pretty good. Food is extremely scarce in Huazhu right now. Ordinary people probably only get rice bran mixed with mushrooms, and even that's not enough to fill them up. "Come on, eat more," Mingying said, carefully placing more meat on Zhejiang's plate, which moved him to tears. Suddenly, a series of frantic swallowing sounds came from nearby. Mingying looked up and saw the security team members staring at him expectantly. He couldn't help but smile wryly. "Let's drag that lion over and roast it too, everyone can eat together," Mingying said with a laugh. "What? We have some too." The security team members' eyes lit up immediately. However, these security team members were highly disciplined. Although they desperately wanted to rush up and feast, they all restrained themselves. After a moment, a man who looked like an officer stepped forward, gave Mingying a standard military salute, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. Ming, for the meat. On behalf of all the security team members, I thank you." Mingying quickly stood up, returned the salute, and said solemnly, "No need to thank me. The brothers have been working hard all along. Rest assured, from today onwards, the days when the brothers don't have enough to eat will be gone forever." Mingying was speaking the truth. From today onwards, he would provide Huazhu with 20 million caddies of sweet potatoes every day, which would solve the entire city's food problem. With a sufficient staple food supply, various mutated beast meats could circulate more freely, and the food supply for the people of Huazhu would improve significantly. And the security team, as the most important force now, would undoubtedly see its benefits rise accordingly. After receiving approval from the high-ranking leaders of the security team, the security personnel happily gathered around and quickly devoured the mutated lion and the 3-headed fiery hound. Meanwhile, Mingying and his 2 companions also finished off a whole large pot of spicy 3-headed hound. Zhejiang sat on the ground, legs spread wide, one hand clutching his round belly, staring dumbfounded at Mingying and Zhang Yun. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm considered a big eater, but you two can eat 10 times more than me." This entire pot of spicy 3-headed dog meat weighed at least 50 pounds. Zhejiang, considered a big eater by ordinary standards, had already devoured nearly 10 pounds by himself. But the remaining 40 pounds of meat were completely eaten by Mingying and Zhang Yun. Zhejiang looked at Zhang Yun with a strange expression. In his memory, Zhang Yun was a slender goddess. Shouldn't a goddess only take a small bite of everything? The woman squatting on the ground with a large porcelain bowl, engrossed in gnawing on meat, her mouth greasy, couldn't possibly be Zhang Yun. Zhejiang inwardly groaned, his goddess image of Zhang Yun instantly crumbled. He even saw Mingying, because he ate too quickly, being kicked aside by Zhang Yun. She's a total tigress, fiercely protective of her food. Chapter 67, Helping You Lose Weight. Mingying's battle outside Huazhu shocked the entire city. Led by Elder Zhang, Zhang Heng entered the office of one of Huazhu's highest-ranking officials. Meanwhile, Yu Dongchuan's former superior entered the office of another high-ranking official. Before Mingying, Zhang Yun, and Zhejiang had finished their spicy 3-headed dog, news spread from the Huazhu government building the Linhe city model was being promoted nationwide, with all citizens practicing martial arts. Mingying heard this news after finishing his meal and finally smiled. The purpose of this trip had been completely achieved. Inside the Huazhu government building, Zhang Heng respectfully handed a handbook to an elderly man of about 60 years old, solemnly saying, "Chief, this is for me. The 3-headed dog that appeared today is on the first page." The elderly man took the handbook from Zhang Heng and began to carefully read through it, but the more he read, the more solemn his expression became. The elderly man in his 60s quietly flipped through the manual, while Zhang Heng and old Zhang waited silently beside him. The entire office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This oppressive silence lasted for over 10 minutes. Finally, the old man closed the manual and slowly said, "The 10 mutated beasts mentioned on the last 10 pages of this manual are simply terrifying. Whether they're true or not, we must prepare as soon as possible." Yes, the last 10 mutated beasts are terrifying. If they really appear, it would be a catastrophe for humanity. Zhang Heng nodded repeatedly, still shaken. A giant willow tree, over a kilometer in diameter and taller than a mountain. A terrifying serpent hundreds of meters thick and tens of thousands of meters long. A giant beetle capable of withstanding missile bombardment. A terrifying monster, entirely black, covered in blades, born solely for battle. A swarm of mutated bees, descending like a dark cloud. A giant dragon capable of soaring through the skies and breathing fire. All of this has completely exceeded the limits of human imagination. In peacetime, everyone would simply consider this manual a fantasy story concocted by a third-rate writer. However, the facts are now before everyone. The fiery Cerberus recorded on the first page of the manual, or rather, the recipe, has appeared. Moreover, outside the safe zone, Mingying has already prepared spicy Cerberus according to the recipe. Commander, perhaps you could have a good talk with this Mr. Mingying. I spoke with him. He's a very good young man, able to glean something from old Xiao's bugle call, old Zhang suddenly said. Oh. The 60-year-old man's eyes lit up, then he smiled and said, since old Zhang has already met this person and given him such a high evaluation, I'm relieved. There's no rush to meet him. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes, but he concealed it well. Shortly after, Elder Zhang and Zhang Heng left the old man's office, walking quickly one after the other, though Zhang Heng's steps were much lighter. Outside the safe zone, Mingying and the other two had finished eating and rested for a while. Zhejiang was still sitting on the ground, seemingly having eaten too much and not fully digesting. Mingying suddenly laughed and said, Zhejiang, you've eaten enough, it's time to get down to business. Serious business? What serious business? Zhejiang was stunned. I told you to run 5 laps today, did you really run them? Mingying asked. Zhejiang was taken aback, then immediately felt relieved, thinking, that's it. I thought he was asking me for a favor. Zhejiang readily admitted to lying, nodding repeatedly, of course, I definitely ran. Oh? Looks like you quite enjoy running. Mingying stood up, smiling maliciously, get up, run 20 more laps today. What? Zhejiang was dumbfounded, leaping up from the ground and taking off running at an astonishing speed. Unfortunately, Mingying knew him too well, instantly appearing behind him, grabbing him by the back of the neck, and lifting the large, fat man up. Ouch, brother, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Zhejiang cried out in pain. You know it hurts now? Are you still going to run? Mingying laughed. Run, I'll run. Zhejiang was in so much pain that tears were almost streaming down his face. He hadn't expected Mingying, who had been laughing and joking just moments before, to suddenly turn on him like that. Then go run. I'm free anyway, I'll just watch you run, Mingying said, putting Zhejiang down and clapping his hands with a laugh. Zhejiang immediately looked pained, still trying to bargain, saying, brother, I just ate a big meal, I can't do strenuous exercise, it's bad for my health. Don't want to run? Mingying's gaze swept over Zhejiang's neck. Zhejiang's fat jiggled, and he started running, inwardly groaning, why did I have to be so greedy? If I run 20 laps, I'll probably be dead. Beside him, Zhang Yun walked over. Seeing Zhejiang's state, he felt a surge of satisfaction and laughed, he deserves to run. Mingying shook his head and smiled wryly, saying, this fat guy isn't bad, just too lazy. We need to teach him a lesson. Zhang Yun also laughed, saying, yes, he needs to lose some weight. Zhejiang ran all the way back to the park where the crops were grown and began sprinting. A lap around the park was a full kilometer. With Zhejiang's size, he was already exhausted after half a lap. I can't take it anymore, I need to slack off. Zhejiang looked behind him and, finding Mingying gone, was overjoyed and slowed down. Just as he slowed down, Mingying's voice rang out, Zhejiang, are you planning to add another lap? Oops. Zhejiang was startled and immediately started running again. By the time he finished the first lap, Zhejiang was panting heavily, but strangely, although he was having trouble breathing, his stamina seemed still good. I didn't expect to be in such good shape today, Zhejiang thought to himself, feeling quite smug. Did you eat that 3-headed dog meat for nothing? Speed up. Mingying's voice came from behind Zhejiang, who jumped in surprise and immediately sped up. This acceleration exhausted Zhejiang. By the 4th lap, the fat man was already pale. By the 6th lap, Zhejiang didn't want to run anymore, he just wanted to escape. Strangely enough, Zhejiang was known for being a tough nut to crack. If it were anyone else who dared to force him to run like this, he probably would have already abandoned his post and gone back to argue with him. However, after seeing Mingying today, Zhejiang felt an unusual sense of kinship. So, although he appeared reluctant when Mingying asked him to run, he complied anyway. I can't let him look down on me, Zhejiang thought, showing a rare display of determination as he gritted his teeth and persevered. Here, have some water. Suddenly, Mingying quickly caught up with Zhejiang and handed him a bottle of diluted well water. Zhejiang, drenched in sweat, immediately tilted his head back and gulped down the water. Ha! As soon as the well water entered his stomach, Zhejiang felt a warm current flow through his body. His body instantly felt full of energy, and much of his fatigue disappeared. Overjoyed, he ran even harder. This run lasted for over 2 hours. Zhejiang replenished his water supply 4 times along the way, finally completing 20 laps. He then plopped down on the ground, sprawled out in a big shape, panting heavily. Just then, Mingying approached and chuckled. "How are you feeling?" "Oh dear, big brother, don't make me run anymore." Zhejiang instinctively tried to dodge Mingying's approach, but he was too exhausted, so he simply lay down on the ground. "That's enough for today. Here's something good for you." Mingying tossed 5 bottles of well water to Zhejiang, laughing. "Drink 1 bottle every night when you get home, and then continue running tomorrow. Dilute it with 10 times the amount of water, and drink 1 bottle every 3 laps, got it? Tomorrow, you have to run 10 laps, Mingying added. "What?" Zhejiang immediately protested, about to yell that he was quitting, but then he saw Mingying and Zhangyun already walking away. Zhejiang quickly got up, silently watching Mingying and Zhangyun's departing figures. After a few seconds, Zhejiang hurriedly picked up the well water from the ground and ran off. "Hey, none of you will be here tomorrow, why should I run away?" Zhejiang was overjoyed. Chapter 68 Huaju has grain. He left Zhejiang 5 large bottles of well water. If Zhejiang put in enough effort, it could definitely help him become an evolved being. This was also Mingying's way of showing concern for this good-for-nothing friend from his past life. If Zhejiang could become an evolved being, Mingying would naturally come looking for him again. After parting ways with Zhejiang, Mingying and Zhangyun walked side by side on the streets of Huaju, looking like a couple. Zhangyun sensed this atmosphere and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He kept his head down and didn't speak, only occasionally stealing glances at Mingying. This trip to Huaju has been basically successful. I believe the higher UPS in Huaju will now value evolved beings, and a huge weight has been lifted from my heart, Mingying said with a smile. Zhangyun nodded. The battle Mingying fought against the 6th-tier zombie king not long ago was incredibly powerful. Not only the people of Huaju, but even Zhangyun, who had already become a 4th-tier evolved being, felt his heart pounding. Outside the Huaju safe zone, so many abandoned high-rise buildings collapsed en masse under the impact of Mingying's battle with the walking corpse king. The destructive power was terrifying. By the way, what are you planning to do from now on? Stay in Huaju, or go with me, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others? Mingying suddenly asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Zhangyun was taken aback. This was a question she had been hesitating about ever since Mingying appeared in Huaju. Her family, especially her parents, wanted her to stay in Huaju, as it was safer there. However, Zhangyun herself was somewhat inclined to go with Mingying. For a moment, Zhangyun was quite troubled. Seeing Zhangyun remain silent, Mingying sighed inwardly and smiled. It's best to ask your parents' opinions about this. You're always welcome here. Mingying, I didn't mean that, Zhangyun stammered. I'd still very much like to be with you. At this point, Zhangyun blushed deeply and hesitated. Give me a day, I'll go back and prepare. Mingying's eyes lit up immediately, and he smiled. Okay, let's go outside the safe zone. I have something important to do. With that, Mingying took off running towards the edge of the safe zone, and Zhangyun quickly followed. Both were evolved beings, and of considerable level at that. They ran as fast as galloping horses, each stride covering more than 10 meters, making them appear as if they were flying through the air. The streets of Huaju were now filled with security personnel, and Mingying and Zhangyun's frantic run immediately attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, gasps of astonishment rose and fell. Wow, that's light-footed skill. I never thought I'd finally see a martial arts master today. Someone exclaimed. Bullshit, you didn't see how that guy fought outside today. He's way more powerful than any martial arts master, another person immediately said. Damn, you talk like you've seen it yourself, another person retorted. Of course, the security team sent people to survey the battlefield later, and I was among them. You guys don't know, 56 abandoned buildings outside collapsed. And that wasn't destroyed by bombs, but by that guy's punches and kicks, the man said smugly. Holy crap, awesome. Meanwhile, Mingying and Zhangyun had already escaped the safe zone. They turned and disappeared into the dense cluster of rising buildings outside. Mingying's battle with the 6th-tier zombie and the 3-headed fiery hound today was so terrifying that there wasn't a single mutated beast outside the safe zone at this moment. The two quickly arrived at a plaza outside an abandoned large shopping mall. This will do, Mingying said, looking around the plaza. It seemed perfect for temporarily storing supplies. Zhangyun knew that Mingying had agreed to exchange supplies with Huaju, and she also knew that the mysterious space contained mountains of sweet potatoes. With a wave of Mingying's hand, Zhangyun saw the entire plaza instantly filled with sweet potatoes. Although she was somewhat prepared, Zhangyun was still quite shocked when she saw the sudden appearance of so many sweet potatoes. Mingying, did you really obtain an alien civilization? Zhangyun couldn't help but ask. Mingying smiled wryly. In truth, he didn't know what his mysterious space actually belonged to. Besides, he couldn't easily explain it, no one would believe him anyway. Therefore, Mingying's consistent approach was to remain silent and maintain an air of mystery. Zhang Yun asked casually, then didn't press further. After moving the sweet potatoes out, Mingying dialed Zhang Heng's number and said, "Uncle Zhang, the grain is at Jinghua Square, a total of 20 million jin. Send someone over to transport it. Remember to deliver the cement after the grain is transported." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "Okay, I'll send someone right away." After hanging up, Zhang Heng still couldn't believe that Mingying could deliver 20 million jin of grain to Jinghua Square outside the safe zone so quietly. However, Mingying's words sounded so convincing that he had no choice but to comply. "Go check it out," Zhang Heng said, pushing open the door and simultaneously dialing the Public Security Department to request security and vehicle support. The high-ranking officials of the Public Security Department were still in the conference room of the official building. After receiving Zhang Heng's call, they exchanged bewildered glances. One of them said directly, "Has Zhang Heng gone mad? Even if Mingying has grain, there's no way they could transport it over in such a short time. Besides, we haven't seen a large number of vehicles transporting grain outside the safe zone," another official added, equally skeptical. "Why don't we send someone to check it out?" someone suggested. Immediately, a small squad of armored vehicles sped out of the Huaju safe zone. A moment later, Zhang Heng stood at the edge of Huaju Square, utterly stunned. Zhang Heng's eyes suddenly blazed with unprecedented light as he stared intently at the mountain of sweet potatoes piled up in the square, muttering repeatedly, "We have grain! We have grain!" With that, he dialed the Public Security Department again, roaring, "Old Diao, send men and vehicles! We have grain! We have grain!" In the Public Security Department's conference room, a middle-aged man in military uniform, hearing the incessant roaring on the phone, narrowed his eyes, then abruptly stood up, saying in a deep voice, let's go take a look." With a series of roars, a long line of green military trucks sped out of the Huaju safety zone, kicking up clouds of dust that seemed to stretch endlessly. At this moment, Mingying and Zhang Yun stood with calm smiles at the edge of Jinghua Square, watching Zhang Heng pace back and forth excitedly. Beside Zhang Heng was Old Eagle, the head of the Public Security Department, who had just arrived and was equally stunned, along with several other high-ranking officials from the department. "He really has food." Old Eagle couldn't help but glance at Mingying not far away, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Jinghua Square was only a 10-minute drive from the safety zone. The sight of large trucks emerging from the safety zone, forming a long convoy, quickly alarmed the entire city of Huaju. The first truck had already arrived at Jinghua Square, while more vehicles were just leaving the Huaju safety zone. Soon, the people of Huaju saw a large number of trucks returning, fully loaded with sweet potatoes, and they were instantly overjoyed. "Look, the trucks outside are loaded with sweet potatoes," someone shouted. The entire Huaju safe zone was instantly engulfed in the jubilant cheers of the crowd. People poured out of their homes and onto the streets, some embraced and wept, some laughed heartily, and some danced with joy. Inside the official building, the elderly man in his 60s stood at the window, silently watching the jubilant scene in the safe zone, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 69. Mingying stays at a hotel. Mingying and Zhang Yun returned to the Huaju safe zone early. Seeing the jubilant crowds in the streets, they smiled. "Mingying, these people are cheering like this because of you," Zhang Yun said with shining eyes. "You're a great hero in Huaju now." Mingying smiled too. Having lived two lives, he naturally knew the importance of food. Upon seeing the grain, Zhang Heng arranged for vehicles to transport cement as agreed. By evening, the entire 100,000 tons of cement and sand had been delivered to Jinghua Square. Then, this high-ranking official called Mingying. Upon receiving the call, Mingying couldn't contain his excitement and immediately slipped out of the safe zone with Zhang Yun. When the two returned to Jinghua Square, they saw mountains of cement and sand piled up. "Great!" Mingying waved his hand, storing all the cement and sand into his mysterious space. Beside him, Zhang Yun, although not the first time he'd seen Mingying's ability to conjure things out of thin air, was still quite astonished. With this 100,000 tons of cement, the construction speed of the city wall can be increased 20-fold, Mingying calculated in his mind. Moreover, the mutated beasts aren't too strong overall yet, so we can adjust our strategy slightly and build the first 500 meters of the wall, Mingying pondered. According to Mingying's original plan, he would build a giant city wall 2,000 meters high and 800 meters wide, then surround the entire mysterious space, with a total length of nearly 40 kilometers. However, the resources required would be terrifying. Even at the current rate of resource supply from Huaju to Mingying, it would probably take more than 100 days to complete the project. More than 100 days is far too long. Too many things could happen in that time. First, build a city wall 500 meters high and 200 meters wide. The building size is reduced by 16 times. I estimate that exchanging supplies with Huaju 7 or 8 more times will be enough. Right, I'll ask Zhang Heng later how much cement and sand Huaju has. I'll just exchange it all. Now that I've reached the 6th rank, it's time to avenge the great tree. Mingying made up his mind, and thinking of the great tree's grudge, a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Zhang Yun also sensed the sudden burst of killing intent from Mingying and was immediately startled. Once things are settled here, we'll go avenge the great tree, Mingying said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun immediately stopped, his eyes instantly radiating a killing intent even stronger than Mingying's, startling Mingying. As expected, she's the dragon flame goddess, Mingying thought to himself. Thinking of Naishu's matter, both of them felt a little heavy-hearted and walked in silence for a while. It seems I don't have anywhere to stay in Huaju. Mingying suddenly noticed the lit sign of a hotel in the distance and realized he was homeless. Mingying glanced furtively at Zhang Yun beside him, but immediately dismissed the idea of staying at her place. Zhang Yun is a girl, and she still lives with her parents. It would be too awkward for a young man like Mingying to just stay at her place. Mingying thought for a moment and then said, "It's getting late, you should go home and rest." Zhang Yun was taken aback, then asked, "So where are you staying?" Mingying immediately laughed and said, "Look, Huaju is so big, you think I won't have a place to stay?" Zhang Yun almost blurted out, "A hotel? That won't do. Why don't you stay at my place?" Never mind, you have your whole family here." Mingying shook his head, refusing. Zhang Yun was slightly disappointed by Mingying's refusal, but she could only let it go. After all, she and Mingying weren't at that stage yet. After parting ways with Zhang Yun, Mingying headed directly towards the hotel in the distance. The moment Mingying entered the hotel, he realized another problem: he seemed to be penniless. At the hotel bar, a young female server with a good figure and light makeup saw Mingying and her eyes lit up. She quickly stepped forward and said crisply, "Hello, sir. Would you like a room or dining service?" He was joking. These days, ordinary people couldn't even afford food. How many ordinary people could afford to come to a hotel? Looking at the young server's enthusiasm, Mingying couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He had no money in his pocket. Miss, can I pay for it with something else?" Mingying asked cautiously. The beautiful server was stunned for a moment, instantly disappointed, and her tone gradually turned cold, but she still replied respectfully, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't accept currency, only gold." Mingying scratched his head, then directly took out a bag of rice from his mysterious space, weighing a full 20 pounds, and threw it on the ground. "I've already said, we're a hotel, not a junkyard." The pretty waitress was getting impatient with Mingying's continued presence. But then, her gaze swept over him, and she saw a few glistening, snow-white grains of rice fall from the bag to the floor. The waitress's eyes widened instantly. Rice. It was rice. These days, pure white rice was a precious commodity. Anyone who could afford rice was undoubtedly a member of the upper class. And even among those important figures, none were extravagant enough to use a bag of rice as currency. Thinking this, the young waitress instantly broke into an incredibly enthusiastic smile and bowed, saying, of course, welcome, sir. Just kidding, gold was now barely considered the lowest level of currency, while rice was solid hard currency. "I need to stay for 2 days. Get me a room," Mingying said directly. Upon hearing room reservation, the waitress's eyes lit up, her gaze fixed on Mingying with radiant eyes. She suddenly puffed out her ample bosom, took 2 steps closer to him, took a deep breath, and said in a sweet voice, "Yes, sir, I'll arrange it for you right away." Mingying was taken aback by the waitress's intense gaze and coughed twice before saying, "Okay, please arrange it for me quickly." Seeing Mingying's awkward cough, the waitress's eyes shone even brighter. She thought to herself with overjoyed delight, "I've finally met a virgin. This is great. Sir, do you need any other services?" The waitress asked enthusiastically, opening the door for Mingying and quickly following him into the room after he entered, her voice sweet and inviting. "Wow, I never noticed how enthusiastic the hotel receptionists were when I came to Huaju before," Mingying said, speechless, but he understood. Back when he came to Huaju, it was peacetime, and the hotels were naturally very polite. Now, with the world on the verge of collapse, this waitress was just a woman with no strength to even kill a chicken. If it weren't for her outstanding looks, she probably wouldn't even be able to find this job. Without work, she would have to live like most ordinary people in Huaju, barely able to afford enough to eat. Sigh, this world, Mingying sighed, taking a second look at the waitress. Suddenly, he realized she looked familiar. After a moment's thought, his eyes lit up. This waitress was none other than Kang Kang, a moderately famous actress from his previous life. Kang Kang noticed Mingying looking at her and knew he recognized her. She was overjoyed. "I'm going all in. As long as he gives me food, I'll do anything." Kang Kang steeled her resolve and slowly reached for her collar. Just then, a ringtone sounded, and Mingying's phone vibrated violently. "Zhang Yun?" Mingying looked down and saw that it was Zhang Yun calling. Chapter 70: Visiting the Jiang family. Mingying hadn't expected Zhang Yun to call at this hour. The young actress Kang Kang had already unbuttoned one of her shirt buttons. You can go out now, Mingying said quickly. A hint of disappointment flashed in Kangkang's eyes, but since Mingying had spoken, she could only take a deep breath and leave the room. Mingying then answered Zhang Yun's call. Mingying, why didn't you answer the phone for so long? Were you up to something? Zhang Yun's tone was unfriendly on the other end of the line. Damn, women's intuition is terrifying. I haven't done anything yet, Mingying muttered to himself, quickly replying, no, I just booked the room, took off my coat, went to the bathroom, and forgot my phone. Mingying, a seasoned veteran of 2 lifetimes, could easily fabricate a lie. And so, our innocent dragon flame goddess was completely fooled, even asking with feigned concern, are you at the hotel? Have you had any food? This instantly filled Mingying with guilt, making him feel somewhat sorry for Zhang Yun. Mingying paused, about to speak, when suddenly he heard a man's voice on the other end of the phone. Mingying staying at a hotel? Xiaoun, ask him if he's free tonight. Tell him I'd like to invite him to dinner, he can come over to my place. That voice, it was Zhang Heng's voice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Then she said to Mingying, my dad said he wants to invite you to dinner at my house. Mingying smiled immediately, delighted, and replied, Uncle Zhang inviting me to dinner? I'd be delighted. I'll get ready and come right away. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yun beamed, saying, okay, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll cook it for you myself today. Oh, then I'll have braised pork. Didn't you send me a picture last time? Mingying said with a grin. Alright, I'm hanging up now. I'll take a shower and come over right away. Zhang Yun nodded, hung up, and stood up, saying to Zhang Heng, Dad, Mingying said he'll be here soon. Zhang Heng smiled and said, okay, have Aunt Fu cook a few more dishes today. No need, I'll cook myself today, Zhang Yun said with a grin. Before Zhang Yun could finish speaking, a voice came from outside the door. Zhang Lai pushed the door open and entered, laughing, well, it's usually hard for your older brother to even taste your cooking, but as soon as Mingying comes, you're already clamoring to cook yourself. Girls really are outgoing. What are you saying, brother? Zhang Yun's face immediately turned red, and she dashed off to the kitchen. Zhang Heng watched Zhang Yun's retreating figure, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Seeing his father's expression, Zhang Lai smiled and whispered, Dad, what are you worried about? I've met Mingying. He's alright, reliable. Zhang Heng sighed and said, let's talk in my study. With that, he climbed the stairs and headed towards his study on the 2nd floor. Zhang Lai quickly followed. As soon as they entered the study, Zhang Heng shook his head and sighed, he's a good person, but his ambition is too great. Zhang Lai was puzzled. Then, Zhang Heng mentioned to Zhang Lai that Mingying and Huaju had exchanged grain for cement and yellow sand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lai was stunned and showed a rare serious expression. Huaju's control over various regions is currently weaker than ever, and its biggest fear is local uprisings and separatist movements. Mingying's actions practically scream, I'm going to cause trouble. How could this not be worrying? My biggest worry right now isn't Mingying himself, but the power behind him. This power, with so much grain, has quite the ambition. Zhang Heng rubbed his temples. He'd been exhausted lately. If Mingying hadn't suddenly brought the grain, he'd probably still be worried. Actually, these things should be the Qin family's concern, not our Zhang family's. But what I'm most worried about is Xiaoun getting too close to him and causing trouble later. Zhang Heng spoke his mind. Zhang Lai nodded, his worries intensifying as he thought of Zhang Yun bustling about in the kitchen downstairs. We can try to gauge his intentions during dinner tonight, Zhang Lai suggested. Zhang Heng shook his head. If Mingying truly had a powerful organization behind him, he probably wouldn't get any information from him over a meal. Zhang Heng had his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Mingying had just finished washing up and changed into a brand new set of clothes in the mysterious space. A handsome young man appeared in the mirror. Having lived 2 lives, Mingying possessed a greater composure than the average young man. Years of battle in his previous life had added a sharp edge to his already formidable presence, and countless life-or-death experiences had given him a carefree spirit. These 3 distinct qualities combined to create a unique aura in Mingying. Looking at himself in the mirror, Mingying couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, I didn't expect myself to be so handsome. After pushing open the door and stepping downstairs, he immediately saw the front desk of the hotel called Kangkang. Kangkang also saw Mingying and froze, her heart pounding. She thought to herself, it's the feeling of being in love. After Mingying left the hotel, a young man quickly entered. This was none other than the young man who had accompanied Zhang Heng to Linhu City not long ago, and who had previously shown a hint of hostility towards Mingying. Hello, sir. Would you like a room or dining service? Kangkang quickly composed herself. Seeing the young man in his sharp suit, her eyes lit up, and she hurried to greet him. A moment later, the young man quickly left the hotel, a slight smile on his face, and got into a black sedan. He drove towards the villa area of the Huaju safe zone, eventually entering a luxurious villa. This villa belonged to the Qin family, a prominent family in Huaju. Meanwhile, Mingying, having prepared several gifts, arrived at the door of another villa in the villa area. Zhang Yun was already waiting at the door, and Zhang Lai stood beside him to greet him, smiling broadly. Mingying, we meet again. Mingying smiled back, I've been looking forward to seeing brother Zhang every day. You rascal, Zhang Lai chuckled, about to tease Mingying further, but Zhang Yun quickly interrupted him. Zhang Yun grabbed Mingying's wrist, saying as he walked in, come on in. This. Zhang Lai shook his head and smiled wryly, feeling instantly cast aside by Zhang Yun. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts, Mingying said, carefully placing the bags he was carrying. These things were all taken by Mingying from the mysterious space, nothing special, just fruits produced there. Currently, besides the original apple tree, the mysterious space contains other fruits such as watermelons, oranges, and dates. These fruits are all for Mingying's own consumption, irrigated entirely with pure well water, resulting in shockingly high quality. Take the apples, for example, each one is the size of a wash basin, a vibrant red, and incredibly tempting. The fresh dates are also huge, each the size of a fist, crisp and sweet. The oranges are the size of basketballs, golden yellow, and have an alluring color. Fruit is a rare commodity these days, after all. There's no land left to grow grain in Huaju, let alone fruit. Most of the fruit in Huaju now is stored in cold storage, so it's not fresh at all. Even so, the price has skyrocketed to an outrageous level, making it inaccessible to anyone but the extremely wealthy. Just as Mingying put down the fruit, a cheerful voice rang out, oh my, we have a new guest today. Zhang Yun's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She saw a beautiful woman standing in the doorway, arm in arm with a tall young man, smiling at Zhang Yun and Mingying. Sisterly, Zhang Yun greeted her. Mingying nodded with a smile. Little Yun has finally come to her senses. She even brought her boyfriend home, Zhang Li said with a smile. The tall young man beside her also smiled and said, welcome to our home. My name is Ling Fei. As he spoke, Ling Fei extended his hand to shake Mingying's hand, displaying impeccable manners. My name is Mingying, Mingying said with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Ling Fei, seeing Mingying's distinguished bearing, couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. I wonder which unit Mingying works for now. I don't think I've seen you before, Zhang Li suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun was immediately taken aback. Chapter 71 Genetically Modified Organisms. Mingying had always lived in Linhe City, so how could he possibly know the children of high-ranking officials in Huaju? Zhang Yun knew very well that the children of high-ranking officials in Huaju were all arrogant and self-important, obsessed with their so-called social circles, and always looked down on those who weren't part of them. Initially, Zhang Yun couldn't stand this kind of social circle mentality, and had no true friends in Huaju, which was why he moved to Linhe City. Now that Zhang Li had asked this question, Zhang Yun's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Li vaguely guessed that Mingying might not have any prominent status, and frowned, thinking to herself, Xiao Yun is really something, how could she have chosen an ordinary person? Beside her, Ling Fei sneered inwardly, thinking, so he's just a country bumpkin. Looks like Yuan Hua still has a chance. Yuan Hua was the young man who had gone to the hotel to check on Mingying while he was away. He had also gone to Linhe City with Zhang Heng not long ago. Yuan Hua and Ling Fei were childhood friends who grew up in the same compound. Ling Fei won Zhang Li's heart, while Yuan Hua harbored feelings for Zhang Yun, but his love was unrequited. No wonder he inexplicably showed hostility towards Mingying in Linhe City. I don't work for any department in Huaju, Mingying said with a smile. Although Zhang Li and Ling Fei worked for the Huaju government, they were still young and just ordinary staff members. Therefore, they didn't recognize Mingying, nor did they know that the superhero who had recently fought the Tier 6 Zombie King and the three-headed flame demon outside the safe zone was now standing right in front of them. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the disdain in each other's eyes. Zhang Li even smiled and asked, then what do you do? If he was the son of a tycoon, that would be understandable, although the status of the rich is not what it used to be. Mingying, well aware of their thoughts, chuckled, I'm out of town. I used to work for a small company. Now. He shrugged, then added with a smile, I'm unemployed. Mingying, Zhang Yun said softly, somewhat embarrassed. But Mingying's words were true, and while she wanted to defend him, she couldn't think of anything to say. Sure enough, Zhang Li and Ling Fei's expressions gradually turned cold, though neither of them reacted immediately. Zhang Li glanced at Zhang Yun, her eyes filled with sternness, then walked past him as if Mingying didn't exist, going up to the second floor of the villa. Ling Fei gave a wry smile and followed her inside. Housing is extremely scarce in Huaju these days. Zhang Yun's villa is over 300 square meters, with 9 rooms, and now the entire Zhang family lives there. Zhang Yun looked at Mingying, her expression somewhat troubled, and said with her head down, Mingying, don't mind. Beside her, Zhang Li's face was almost a licorice color, and he couldn't help but laugh. Mingying, I didn't expect you to like this showing off and then getting slapped in the face thing too. I wasn't showing off, Mingying said speechlessly, I was just telling the truth. Fine, you're the most honest one, Zhang Li said, barely suppressing his laughter. At this moment, Zhang Heng also came out. He first saw Ling Fei, then Mingying, and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Mingying's here. Come and sit down, and Fu is already preparing dinner. And Ling Fei, come and sit down too." Ling Fei frowned slightly when he heard Zhang Heng greet Mingying first, and then invite him to sit down. Beside him, Zhang Li also frowned deeply, a hint of displeasure rising in her heart. Mingying smiled and nodded, then walked to the tea table in the living room and sat down. Ling Fei respectfully walked to the tea table, addressed him respectfully as Uncle John, and then sat down. Not far away, Zhang Li, seeing Mingying's lack of manners, felt her dissatisfaction deepen, thinking to herself, as expected of someone from the countryside, no manners at all. Just as Ling Fei sat down, the villa door was pushed open again, and two middle-aged men and women entered. Both wore glasses and had an distinguished air, clearly intellectuals. "Dad, Mom," Ling Fei said respectfully, standing up immediately upon seeing them. These middle-aged men and women were none other than Zhang Li's parents, Zhang Yun's uncle and aunt. They were not officials, but university professors, scholars, and therefore did not recognize Mingying. Seeing the lively atmosphere in the house and noticing the unfamiliar face of Mingying, the middle-aged couple smiled and said, "Looks like we have guests today." Zhang Heng stood up with a smile and said, "This is Mingying, Xiaowen's good friend. He's here to visit." "Great. Welcome, welcome." Zhang Li's mother, Mo Ping, said with a bright smile, "You two chat first, I'll go upstairs to change." She went upstairs, while Zhang Li's father, Zhang Yu, smiled and sat down in the living room, nodding to Mingying as a greeting. As soon as Mo Ping went upstairs, Zhang Li hurriedly followed, whispering, "Mom, you don't know, this Mingying isn't from Huaju at all, but from Linhu City. And he's unemployed, staying home now." Mo Ping was taken aback, then snapped, "Shut up." Zhang Li immediately retorted, "Someone like him, what right does he have to marry Xiao Yun? He wants to marry into our family, doesn't he even know his place? Child, how can you talk like that?" Mo Ping scolded softly. "Humph." Zhang Li snorted, displeased with her mother's scolding. Seeing Zhang Yun washing fruit in the kitchen, she turned and went downstairs, saying, "Xiao Yun, let me help you." She parted ways with Mo Ping, went downstairs into the kitchen, and started washing fruit for Zhang Yun. Then, she whispered, "Xiao Yun, how did you end up with such a boyfriend?" Zhang Yun was taken aback, quickly replying, "Who said we're boyfriend and girlfriend?" Zhang Li was secretly pleased that Zhang Yun wouldn't admit it, but when she looked up, she saw Zhang Yun's face was slightly flushed, displaying a little girl demeanor. Zhang Li, already married, saw Zhang Yun's expression and immediately knew that her "who said we're boyfriend and girlfriend" was just a shy, embarrassed remark. Her anger flared, and she snapped, "Xiao Yun, what can I say to you? With such good qualities, how could you find someone like this, and bring him home? Are you trying to drive Uncle John crazy?" "Ha!" Zhang Yun was taken aback and said, "Dad isn't angry." Hearing this, Zhang Li felt even more that Zhang Yun was being insensible, and her disappointment deepened. She snapped, "How can you be so insensible? Uncle John is your father, even if he's disappointed, he shouldn't show it on his face." "Oh," Zhang Yun replied, head bowed, but inwardly thought, "But Dad really wasn't disappointed. He even invited Mingying over for dinner today." "Humph, you're such a worry. Let me tell you, I don't approve of you dating him." Zhang Li snorted, carrying the fruit outside. Her face instantly lit up with a smile as she said, "Come on, have some fruit. This apple is huge. Is it some new achievement from the Academy of Sciences?" "Haha, Sister Li, I was shocked when I saw this apple too. It's bigger than a basketball." Zhang Li laughed. "Mingying brought it, you'll have to ask him." "What?" Zhang Li was taken aback, then glanced at Mingying, thinking, where did he get this fruit? Is it even safe to eat? I hope it's not genetically modified. Thinking this, she looked down at the cut apple, convinced that its enormous size meant it must be genetically modified, and immediately wanted to take the plate away and throw it away. What a joke! The Zhang family is a prominent family in Huaju, they only eat specially supplied fruit. How could they eat genetically modified food? This apple is indeed unusually large. Could it be genetically modified? Ling Fei, having been married to Zhang Li for many years, knew exactly what his wife was thinking and immediately said with a smile. Zhang Li smiled upon hearing this and gave Ling Fei an approving look. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Visiting someone's family, especially a prominent one in Huaju, and bringing genetically modified fruit as a gift, what kind of nonsense is this? Even the usually honest, kind, and refined Zhang Yu's expression changed slightly. Chapter 72 Watering Fruit Trees. Mingying smiled slightly, took a piece of apple, and popped it into his mouth. A sweet, refreshing taste immediately filled his mouth. Beside him, Zhang Li, somewhat skeptical, also took a piece and put it in his mouth. After just one bite, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "This apple is so delicious." "Xiao Li, even if it's delicious, you can't just eat it randomly. Who knows if it's genetically modified? Zhang Li said, seemingly earnestly, giving Mingying no face whatsoever. Mingying was speechless. These people don't know their stuff. These apples are irrigated with pure well water. To grow apples like these, I've used at least hundreds of kilograms of well water, and you're still complaining. Sister, what are you saying? Zhang Yun said anxiously. What? I've never seen anyone bring genetically modified fruit as a guest at our house. Zhang Li was already angry, and now she didn't care about manners anymore. Zhang Li, what are you saying? Zhang Li's father, Zhang Yu, frowned and scolded, go back to your study and read. Zhang Li was startled, then turned her head away. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Mingying gave a wry smile, then glanced at Zhang Yun, noticing that Zhang Yun also looked embarrassed. Fine, I'll lay it all out. I'm not pretending anymore. Mingying said directly, this apple was watered with a medicine that can cure the X virus, which is why it grew so big. You can absolutely trust its quality. Nonsense. There's not much X medicine in the entire Huaju. You're watering trees with medicine? Zhang Li immediately felt that Mingying was exaggerating. Everyone else was also stunned. Before the fog cleared, Huaju only had a few dozen kilograms of the medicine that Sichuan had sent. Compared to the millions of people in Huaju, it was practically non-existent. Later, when the X virus spread, countless relatives of important figures couldn't get their hands on the X medicine and could only watch their loved ones die in agony. You mean watering the fruit trees with chemicals? Everyone thought Mingying had gone mad. However, Mingying's next action instantly stunned everyone. With a flourish, Mingying produced a bottle of well water from his mysterious space, glanced at a kumquat tree in the corner of the living room, and laughed. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. With that, Mingying unscrewed the bottle cap, walked to the kumquat tree, and poured the well water directly into it. He poured out X chemicals. Zhang Li was stunned, still somewhat incredulous. Although Linhe City had recently sent a lot of chemicals, it still wasn't nearly enough. How could someone actually water trees with chemicals? But, the next second, the kumquat tree, whose leaves had already turned many yellow, trembled violently, and the yellow leaves visibly turned lush and green. Meanwhile, the kumquat tree, originally only 70 or 80 centimeters tall, grew at a visible rate, soon reaching nearly 2 meters, taller than Mingying. Golden kumquats hung from the branches, each as large as a fist, radiating a vibrant color. At the same time, everyone could clearly smell the refreshing fragrance of kumquats, filling the entire hall and invigorating the senses. This. Not only was Zhang Li stunned, but Ling Fei and even Zhang Lai were also stunned. Zhang Yun's father, Zhang Heng, also sharpened his gaze, jumped to his feet, and shouted, you used pesticide to water the trees. Mingying smiled and nodded, saying, Uncle Zhang, don't be angry. I brought a large quantity of pesticide with me to Huaja this time. Naturally, I won't stand by and watch the people of Huaja be poisoned by the X virus again. Mingying picked 4 kumquats from the branch and smiled, everyone can see these, they're not genetically modified. As he spoke, Mingying handed the kumquats to Zhang Yun, smiling, you can wash some for everyone to try, they should taste pretty good. Zhang Yun smiled and nodded. Seeing Zhang Li's stunned expression, he felt a breath of relief finally escape his chest. He quickly ran to the kitchen, washed the kumquats, brought them out, and handed one to Zhang Li. Zhang Li took the kumquat, her mind still blank. She was about to speak when Zhang Heng interrupted her, everyone, disperse. Mingying, come to the study with me. I need to talk to you. With that, he stood up and headed upstairs to the study, Mingying quickly following. These kumquats taste pretty good. Zhang Lai, a hearty fellow, immediately took a kumquat, cut it open, and took a small bite. A refreshing fragrance filled his mouth, followed by the sweet and sour flesh, his eyes narrowed. Beside him, Zhang Li and Ling Fei also tried a bite and were instantly captivated. Mingying, who exactly are you? The study door was closed. Zhang Heng stood by the window, turning to stare at Mingying, and slowly asked, who's behind you? What do you want? Zhang Heng pressed, his expression unfriendly. Uncle Zhang, you're overthinking it. Mingying was speechless. Who on my side? I'm overthinking it? So much grain, so much X pesticide that you could water trees with it. Well, don't tell me you did all this yourself. Zhang Heng asked. Mingying hesitated, then smiled wryly. Would you believe me if I said I did all this myself? Do you think I would believe that? Zhang Heng snapped. Uncle Zhang, please don't get agitated. How can I not be agitated? The organization behind you has such grand schemes, yet you're so close to my daughter. How can I feel at ease? Zhang Heng growled, trying to keep his voice down so it wouldn't carry. Oh, Mingying chuckled. Uncle Zhang, you're only worried about my relationship with Zhang Yun, but not about China? Zhang Heng smiled immediately and said, you finally admit it. But today I'll tell you, never underestimate China. Perhaps the organization behind you possesses advanced technology. Perhaps your organization has abundant resources. But you must always remember, this land belongs to China. On this land, China is invincible. If you want to shake China, then go ahead. However, I kindly remind you that before you act, you'd better exaggerate your assessment of China's strength tenfold. Only then will you have a chance to withstand China's counterattack. Zhang Heng's gaze was sharp as a knife, each word ringing with conviction. At this moment, he was a staunch supporter and protector of China. These words were a warning to Mingying, but also a demonstration of China's confidence. Mingying nodded solemnly. How could he not know the immense potential of China? In his previous life, when the apocalypse struck, all the world's nations fell, except for China. China led its people to build survival bases, becoming humanity's greatest hope. Moreover, even before the apocalypse, when this country was impoverished, it had defeated every so-called powerful nation on the planet, becoming virtually invincible. Most despairingly, even if other countries surpassed China in economic and military strength, unless they possessed a significant advantage over their neighbors by one or even several generations, China's chances of victory were slim. The world's nations, after being repeatedly defeated by China, had all come to a profound understanding of this. Therefore, Zhang Heng was so confident. China was that strong, unreasonably strong, inexplicably strong. Mingying knew very well, so he spoke up, "Uncle Zhang, I have a much deeper understanding of how strong China is than you do. In this disaster, China will become the country with the highest survival rate in the world, and the only country with a sound government organization," Mingying said. Zhang Yun frowned, vaguely sensing that Mingying seemed to know more than he did. Chapter 73. The worries came true. "Uncle Zhang, I have my own secrets, which you wouldn't understand even if I told you. But just know this, I will never betray China, much less the people of China." Mingying could only say this before opening the study door. Outside the door, Zhang Yun, Zhang Lai, Zhang Li, Ling Fei, and the others stared intently towards the study. Seeing Mingying emerge, they all stood up immediately. Zhang Li had lost her previous arrogance, her expression was even somewhat restrained. Zhang Lai had already explained Mingying's situation during his conversation with Zhang Heng in the study. Ling Fei and Zhang Li were instantly stunned. The medicine in Huaju was provided by Mingying. The grain transported back today was also provided by Mingying. Moreover, the person who fought the mutated beasts outside the safe zone today was also Mingying. All of this was completely beyond Zhang Li and Ling Fei's imagination. Mingying, I apologize for my rudeness earlier." Ling Fei immediately apologized to Mingying. Zhang Li quickly added, "I apologize too." Mingying smiled and shook his head, "It's nothing. What's going on here? Why are you all vying to apologize?" Zhang Lai, as expected of someone from a prominent family, handled the situation with ease, easing the awkward atmosphere with a single sentence. He smiled and said, "Mingying's here for dinner today, let's take our seats." Upon hearing Zhang Lai's words, everyone nodded and smiled. Food was scarce in Huaja these days, even for a large family like the Zhang family. Therefore, the meal was simple braised pork, braised ribbon fish, and 3 or 4 simple stir-fried dishes. In the center of the table was a slightly larger bowl containing chicken soup, the soup from a mutated chicken. "Food is scarce these days, so I didn't prepare anything special today," Zhang Lai said apologetically, smiling as he greeted Mingying. Mingying shook his head and chuckled, "It's already quite a feast. These days, the people of Huaju eat rice bran with mushrooms every day. This place has fish and meat, plus a few side dishes. It's already incredibly luxurious. However, compared to Mingying's usual mutated chicken stew with mushrooms, it's much more meager. Come, let's eat. If it weren't for Mingying, we wouldn't be able to taste my sister's cooking today," Zhang Lai joked. "Brother," Zhang Yun blushed instantly. Everyone burst into laughter. A hint of worry flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes, but he quickly smiled and joined the others in eating. The meal was a pleasure for both host and guests. Zhang Li and Ling Fei, abandoning their previous aloofness, kept asking Mingying questions. Mingying was happy to answer them. When he mentioned fighting a 6th-tier zombie and the 3-headed fiery hound single-handedly, everyone put down their chopsticks, utterly astonished. "This is my main purpose for coming to Huaju this time," Mingying sighed. "Huaju is too obsessed with firearms. In future battles, evolved beings are the foundation. It can't be that bad." This time Ling Fei and Zhang Li didn't speak, but the usually composed Zhang Lai spoke up. Mingying shook his head and said, "It's only been a little over a month since the fog descended and the animals mutated, and we already have such powerful mutated beasts. Do you think the evolution of mutated beasts will stop? Can you imagine what kind of mutated beasts will appear a year, 2, or even 3 years from now?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. We still have so many super weapons we haven't used yet," Zhang Li said softly, seemingly trying to comfort herself. "Useless." Mingying, having experienced his past life, knew all too well. In his past life, humanity had indeed developed many powerful weapons far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, but they still couldn't stop the mutated beasts and zombies. Mingying, are those mutated beasts in the recipe you gave me real? Zhang Heng suddenly asked. Recipe? The others were stunned, completely bewildered. Mingying looked at Zhang Heng and nodded solemnly. I swear on my life, it's true. Hiss. Zhang Heng, who had remained calm, finally changed his expression and couldn't help but ask, is there really a willow tree with a diameter of over 1,000 meters, taller than a mountain? And it even has its own consciousness, capable of killing with its branches? What? Everyone was shocked. A diameter of 1,000 meters, taller than a mountain. What kind of tree could grow so tall? Under the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Mingying nodded firmly and added, I've seen this tree, and Zhang Yun has seen it too. One of my companions died at its hands. Everyone immediately looked at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, remembering the night tree, couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. He nodded and said, when this tree killed my companion, it was already 100 meters tall. Mingying said it was only at the 4th rank then. If it had grown to the 8th or even 9th rank, it might have truly been 10,000 meters tall. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. This terrifying tree, can we really deal with it by manpower? Everyone expressed doubt. We should be able to handle this tree with missiles, right? If that doesn't work, we still have nuclear weapons, Zhang Lai said, frowning. Mingying smiled wryly. Even now, Zhang Lai was still clinging to the belief in the power of firearms. This tree has its own consciousness. It moves very fast. Large strategic missiles basically can't hit it, and small missiles pose no threat. As for nuclear weapons, they can destroy its body, but they can't completely kill it, Mingying said. Everyone fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and the meal became tasteless. However, I'm going to kill this willow tree soon, Mingying suddenly said. Everyone was stunned, their eyes instantly lighting up. This willow tree is currently only at the 4th or 5th rank. I can still kill it now. Once it reaches the 6th rank, I won't be able to do anything to it. So, the sooner we kill it, the better. Mingying looked at Zhang Heng and asked, Uncle Zhang, I plan to set off tomorrow. Before I leave, I will leave enough food for Huaju, but I would like to know how much cement and sand Huaju currently has. Zhang Heng frowned upon hearing this, paused for a moment, and then said, how much food do you plan to leave for Huaju? 150 million jin, Mingying replied. This was enough for Huaju for 7 or 8 days. If exchanged for cement and sand, it would basically match his needs. However, everyone was instantly stunned upon hearing such a terrifying number. 150 million jin, that's 7.5 days worth. We calculated beforehand that Huaju's cement inventory could supply Mingying for about 10 days, which is enough. Zhang Heng calculated in his mind, then said, yes, Huaju can provide it. Good. Uncle Zhang, please arrange for vehicles to deliver the supplies to the square outside the safe zone immediately. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, Mingying said quickly, his eyes lighting up. Okay. Zhang Heng nodded, got up from the dining table, and went into his study. A moment later, Zhang Heng returned and said, the leaders of Huaju have agreed. They've already started arranging vehicles to transport supplies outside the safe zone, and it should all be completed by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Mingying's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, great. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., I'll deliver all 150 million jin of grain. With this batch of supplies from Huaju, he could first build a 500-meter-high city wall, enough to deal with the current mutated beasts. Actually, the reason Mingying was so eager to build the city wall first was because he felt that some uncontrollable things were about to happen. For example, a world-class nuclear war arriving ahead of schedule. As if confirming Mingying's fears, Zhang Heng's phone suddenly rang just after everyone finished eating. As soon as he answered the phone, an anxious voice came from the other end. Minister Zhang, Huaju is holding an emergency meeting. Please arrive at the official building within 10 minutes. Okay, I'll go immediately. Zhang Heng's expression was not good. Mingying's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed in a low voice, could it be that the United States has launched a nuclear war? Chapter 74. The recipe is finally revealed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng was visibly taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing the eyes of this high-ranking official from Huaju. If a global nuclear war were to break out, China would not be able to remain unscathed. This isn't something that can be resolved simply by not attacking others. A long time ago, a saying circulated in Taiwan, a world without Taiwan has no reason to exist. What does this mean? It means that if I collapse, everyone else will be doomed. Imagine if the United States were to suffer a massive nuclear attack, and foreseeably be in decline for the next decade or more. Would it allow China to thrive? Of course, it would drag other threatening countries down with it, regardless of the consequences. Zhang Heng hung up the phone, threw on his coat, and went out. Just over a minute later, Zhang Lai, Zhang Li, and Ling Fei also received calls. All official departments in Huaju had urgently recalled all their staff. The group quickly left, leaving only Zhang Li's parents, Zhang Yu and Mo Ping, and Fu, Mingying, and Zhang Yun in the villa. Mingying, the United States won't really launch a nuclear war, will it? Zhang Yun asked tremulously. Mingying nodded with difficulty. Zhang Yun felt a pang of fear and slumped into a chair, speechless. Beside him, Zhang Yu and Mo Ping were in the same state. Both were researchers, and their mental fortitude was even weaker. Zhang Li's mother, Mo Ping, was pale. What do we do now? Zhang Yun was at a loss. Mingying thought for a moment and said, let's see what measures China takes. If the worst happens, there's nothing we can do. But we have food, China can weather the storm. Zhang Yun's eyes lit up. Yes, Mingying's mysterious space produced a continuous supply of food. Even after a nuclear explosion, China could survive. Thinking of this, Zhang Yun felt a sense of relief. As long as Mingying was there, nothing seemed so terrible. Mingying and Zhang Yun waited for a long time in the villa. Zhang Heng and the others hadn't returned until midnight after leaving, indicating the importance of the high-level meeting in Huaju. Suddenly, Mingying's phone rang. He glanced down and saw it was Yu Dongchuan calling, so he answered. Mingying, I heard Huaju held a high-level meeting overnight. Has something major happened? Yu Dongchuan's voice was anxious. Mingying, knowing Yu Dongchuan's good connections, didn't hide anything and said, the United States has very likely launched a nuclear weapon at Mexico. The Chinese leadership is discussing countermeasures. What? Yu Dongchuan was stunned, then cursed angrily, that United States, they're doing utterly incompetent things. Mingying shook his head and smiled bitterly. This matter was beyond Yu Dongchuan's control. Faced with a contest between nations, he, a local official, couldn't get involved or change anything. At this moment, Mingying's biggest worry was that the Chinese leadership might misjudge the situation. In its previous life, China's decision was to maintain its long-standing stance no first use of nuclear weapons. As a result, it didn't retaliate until it was attacked by the United States, but by then it had already suffered significant losses. In this life, without powerful external intervention, the decisions of China's top leaders would likely remain the same, inevitably leading to further losses. No, I have to find a way to change the status quo, Mingying thought to himself. Should I publicly announce my reincarnation? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Mingying felt a genuine urge to rush into the conference room of the Huaju official building and loudly proclaim to those true bigwigs, I am a reincarnated person, and you all have to listen to me. However, Mingying immediately rejected the entire idea. Because, even if he said it, probably no one would believe him. Although Mingying could predict some future events to prove himself. But time was already too short. It was likely that before Mingying's predictions could be verified, China would suffer a nuclear attack from the United States. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Huaju official building, around a round table sat 7 of Huaju's highest-ranking officials, surrounded by dozens of middle-aged people, all heads of various departments in Huaju. Zhang Heng sat at the very front, on the right. Gentlemen, the United States has launched a nuclear weapon against Mexico. The international landscape has changed. The elderly man, around 60 years old, spoke slowly from the most central position. In the conference room, apart from a few who knew the news beforehand, everyone else was stunned upon hearing it, and the room fell into a suffocating silence. Let's all talk, the elderly man said slowly. Hua Jun, you go first. A middle-aged man with black hair nodded, paused for a moment, and then spoke directly, we must prepare for an apocalyptic war. These words were like a boulder thrown into a lake. The entire conference room instantly erupted in noise. The intense discussion continued for a full 5 hours, until the distant horizon began to lighten, and the meeting slowly dispersed. After the meeting adjourned, Zhang Heng was about to stand up when suddenly, a staff member emerged from the lounge, calling out, Minister Zhang Heng, the chief requests your presence. Zhang Heng was taken aback. There could only be one person addressed as chief here, the supreme ruler of China, a man in his 60s. Zhang Heng quickly straightened his clothes and strode into the lounge, where he found all 7 high-ranking officials already present. Young Zhang, how did the grain handover go this afternoon? The man in his 60s asked with a smile, taking a drag of his cigarette, seemingly unconcerned about the US launching a nuclear war. Chief, the grain handover this afternoon went smoothly. All 20 million caddies of sweet potatoes have been stored, Zhang Heng replied immediately. He understood that the chief was concerned about the grain situation. After all, once war broke out, grain became the most important thing, and no leader could be indifferent to it. That's good. The man in his 60s nodded and took another drag of his cigarette. The middle-aged Chinese soldier with black hair beside him suddenly spoke up, Commander, this Mingying guy probably has grand ambitions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng was immediately startled. However, the 60-year-old man smiled and said, Chinese soldier, don't be too nervous. Our China is vast and tolerant, capable of encompassing everything. This young man is, after all, one of our own. Don't be so hostile from the start. Commander, we must be cautious. With constant external threats, internal problems are absolutely unacceptable, Hua Jun said urgently. Gentlemen, I spoke with him for a while tonight, and I have a few things to report, Zhang Heng suddenly said, having made up his mind. Go ahead, the 60-year-old man nodded. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said, mainly two things. First, I already reported to Elder Zhang this evening. He plans to provide Huaju with 150 million jin of grain in one go, and we will give him the corresponding building materials in return. Elder Zhang told me about this. The 60-year-old man took a puff of his cigarette and nodded. Second, the mutated beasts in the recipe I gave you before are all real, Zhang Heng continued, adding, my daughter, Zhang Yun, has seen that big willow tree. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Elder Zhang and the 60-year-old man was stunned. What recipe? The white-haired elder frowned, seemingly recalling the contents of the recipe. After a long while, he beckoned to his secretary and said, send the recipe to the standing committee members. The secretary, upon hearing this, quickly left the meeting room and returned shortly with several copies of the materials, distributing them to the senior officials. Is it really a recipe? The senior officials were all taken aback. However, when they turned to the first page, they were horrified to find that the picture on the first page was none other than the three-headed fiery Cerberus that Mingying had killed outside the safe zone yesterday. Chapter 1, The Great Construction begins. The highest-level meeting in Huaju lasted until late at night, with the top leaders discussing many things. The following morning, Huaju implemented several major actions. First, Huaju issued a message to the world, strongly condemning the United States' nuclear attack on Mexico and calling on all countries to exercise restraint, strengthen cooperation, and help each other. Simultaneously, Huaju declared a state of high alert nationwide and withdrew its no first use of nuclear weapons pledge. Following Huaju's message, the entire world was plunged into unprecedented turmoil. Huaju, one of the world's leading powers, making such a statement immediately instilled even greater fear in other countries. Second, within Huaju, efforts began to organize the construction of post-apocalyptic survival bases in various regions, planning to build 80 bases, each capable of accommodating approximately 10 million people. Concurrently with the base construction, some of Huaju's still operating military-industrial enterprises suddenly received a large number of orders and began to produce air defense equipment and other supplies at full capacity. Finally, Huaju directly summoned Yu Dongchuan from Linhe City back to Huaju, asking him to give a comprehensive report on Linhe City's experience in mass martial arts training and to summarize it into a system. This system will be promoted in every Huaju base in the future. Mingying felt relieved seeing Huaju's series of actions. In this life, Huaju's actions were indeed different. Most importantly, they withdrew their no first use of nuclear weapons promise. This thing has a huge deterrent effect in peacetime, but this is the apocalypse. How can they adhere to dogma? With the nation's general direction set, Mingying felt much more at ease and began to think about his own affairs. The most urgent task is to eliminate the willow tree. If it reaches the 6th rank, it will be difficult to kill, Mingying thought quickly as he sat in the living room of the Zhang family villa. Zhang Yun, can we use the Zhang family's connections to send a message nationwide to track down the great willow tree? Mingying asked. The giant willow tree possessed its own consciousness and couldn't remain stationary in one place, making it extremely difficult for Mingying to search alone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's eyes lit up. The tree had died saving her, and Zhang Yun's hatred for it was even stronger than Mingying's. She immediately replied, of course. With that, Zhang Yun directly messaged Zhang Lai, requesting his assistance. Zhang Lai held a high-ranking position in a department in Huaju. She also sent him information about the willow tree's appearance, characteristics, aggressiveness, and the traces it would leave during its migration. Zhang Lai replied within 5 minutes with a single sentence, the message has been sent to all cities. I will notify you immediately if there is any news. Mingying felt much relieved after receiving the message. If the entire national security force was mobilized to search, it should be easy to find. After all, the willow tree was so large and constantly devouring mutated beasts and humans, it couldn't have moved silently. While we're searching for the giant willow tree, let's get the city construction done first, Mingying thought to himself. He checked the time, it was almost 10 o'clock, and the agreed-upon time for handing over supplies to Zhang Heng was fast approaching. With these supplies, construction would be basically complete. Zhang Yun, let's go outside the city to receive the supplies. Mingying immediately stood up from the sofa and started walking outside, with Zhang Yun quickly following. A moment later, the two appeared outside the safe zone. A few construction vehicles were still transporting cement in the square. After the last vehicle left, Zhang Heng called, telling Mingying that he could go and receive the supplies. Mingying had been waiting nearby, and seeing the mountain of supplies piled up, he was also excited. This time, Huaju had provided 8 days' worth of supplies, a total of 800,000 tons of cement and sand, filling the entire square. Some of it, having nowhere else to be stored, was haphazardly placed on the streets next to the square, stretching for hundreds of meters. Huaju had also used up 70 to 80% of its own inventory. The entire perimeter of the safe zone was filled with the roar of machinery. All the cement production equipment was running at full capacity, continuing production. Mingying collected the 800,000 tons of cement and sand into his mysterious space in several batches. Then, with a wave of his hand, he left 80,000 tons of sweet potatoes on the plaza, almost completely depleting the sweet potatoes stored in the mysterious space. However, the sweet potatoes in the mysterious space ripen every 5 days, yielding 120,000 tons at a time, far exceeding Huaju's needs, so Mingying wasn't worried. The 80,000 tons of sweet potatoes not only filled the plaza but also filled the area within several hundred meters of it. Mingying dialed Zhang Heng's number. Moments later, a long line of military pickup trucks drove out of the security zone, accompanied by a large number of security personnel. The entire city of Huaju erupted in jubilation once again. Countless citizens cheered as they watched hundreds of large trucks loaded with sweet potatoes return, making dozens of trips back and forth. The food problem was finally solved. This was what everyone in the city thought. Suddenly, the entire city seemed to come alive. Everyone walking the streets wore smiles, their faces beaming with confidence for the future. With food in hand, one has nothing to fear, Mingying thought to himself as he walked with Zhang Yun through the safe zone of Huaju, once again marveling at the famous words of that great man in Huaju's history. What a truly insightful saying! Mingying continued. Zhang Yun, I'm going to your house later. Keep watch for me. I need to go into my spatial dimension, Mingying instructed. Zhang Yun nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I'm a 4th-tier evolver now. Who in Huaju can stand against me? Mingying nodded repeatedly, smiling. Then I'll have to rely on you for protection. After a few more words of banter, their urgency to avenge themselves on the big willow tree eased somewhat. Back at the villa, Zhang Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others were not there, only Aunt Fu was home. Mingying and Zhang Yun didn't try to hide anything and went straight into the bedroom. Once inside, Mingying sat down in a chair and fell into a deep sleep, his consciousness entering a mysterious space. Zhang Yun, seeing Mingying suddenly fall asleep, became alert and kept a close watch on him. In the mysterious space, cranes stood tall, and the roar of construction vehicles filled the air. It must be said that Zhang Yang, having served as an official for many years, rising from humble beginnings to become the leader of a county, possessed undeniable talent for recognizing and employing people, but his ability to get things done was beyond question. Zhang Yang divided the more than 30,000 people of Tai County into 20 construction teams, dispersing them throughout the mysterious space. Now, all 20 teams are fully operational, and the entire mysterious space is a scene of bustling activity and prosperity. Mingying appeared out of thin air under the giant apple tree, witnessing the lively scene in the mysterious space, and couldn't help but smile. The mysterious space hasn't expanded this time, Mingying thought to himself, looking at the mysterious space, which was still 10 kilometers on each side. With a thought, he appeared beside the ancient well. After a brief investigation, he discovered that the daily water consumption had increased several times, reaching 1,000 kilograms. Mingying was secretly pleased. The size of the mysterious space was already sufficient, any larger, and the pressure of building the city walls would skyrocket, causing unnecessary trouble. Well, water was a consumable, so naturally, the more the better. Mingying's figure flickered, appearing hundreds of meters away, then flashed several times, appearing at a construction site. At this moment, Zhang Yang, wearing a hard hat, was talking animatedly with several supervisors at the construction site, gesturing frequently. Standing beside Zhang Yang was a stunningly beautiful woman in a professional short skirt, also wearing a red hard hat, listening attentively. Suddenly, the woman looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. She quickly closed her notebook and ran off. This beautiful woman was none other than Rong Saru. Mingying stood beside the construction site, watching Rong Saru in her professional attire, and couldn't help but be impressed. She exuded a capable and intellectual beauty. Letting Sister Saru join the management team was truly the right choice, Mingying thought to himself, feeling that his fortress had finally begun its true construction. Chapter 2: The Name of Mingying City. Mingying chatted briefly with Zhang Yang, then led Rong Saru towards the edge of the mysterious space. Standing on the construction site, Zhang Yang watched Mingying and Rong Saru's departing figures, a deep sense of envy flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yang also realized that in this mysterious space, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and Rong Saru were the people Mingying truly valued. However, Zhang Yang was also confident. After all, he hadn't known Mingying for long, and it was normal that he couldn't gain Mingying's trust quickly. Thinking this, Zhang Yang turned around and threw himself into his busy work. Rong Saru quietly followed behind Mingying, feeling somewhat uneasy, wondering what Mingying meant by asking her to leave alone. "Saru, how's work been lately?" Mingying asked with a smile. It's been pretty good, very fulfilling," Rong Saru replied honestly. She was no longer the capable and assertive career woman she once was. "That's good. You should also strengthen your martial arts training, don't waste your talent." Mingying recalled that Rong Saru's speed in becoming an evolved being seemed even faster than Zhang Yan's, and he couldn't help but admire her talent. Rong Saru nodded in agreement. The two chatted idly for a while, but Mingying felt a little awkward, and they fell silent. Finally, they reached the edge of the mysterious space, and Mingying smiled. Sister Saru, one of my great dreams is about to come true. What great dream? Rong Saru was taken aback. Mingying pointed to the 1,000-meter-long flat city wall in the distance and laughed. I'm going to build a colossal city like never before, and today we'll complete the first step, and you'll be the first witness to this great goal. Ah! Rong Saru's eyes widened, her face suddenly flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. Mingying, however, didn't notice Rong Saru's expression. His attention was now completely focused on building the city wall. The massive boulders of Huashan Mountain had already been cut, and the cement and sand were all ready, now only action remained. With a thought, Mingying summoned a large amount of cement and sand, which rose into the air, mixed together, and was poured into a huge pool. Then, a large amount of water was poured into the pool. This time, Mingying planned to first build a 500-meter-high, 200-meter-wide city wall. Massive stones rose into the air and then crashed into the foundation, filled with mortar, quickly forming a layer. Mingying then controlled the cement mortar to be laid on top, and began laying the second layer of boulders. More than 30,000 people in the distance, witnessing this scene, knelt down again, continuously chanting the name of God. Beside Mingying, Rong Saru, seeing Mingying build a city wall so closely for the first time, was stunned, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. The city wall was shrunk 16 times in size, making its construction far easier for Mingying. At a height of 500 meters, which is equivalent to 50 layers of massive stones, Mingying built a 1-kilometer-long wall in about 20 minutes. Then, as his proficiency increased, Mingying's construction speed also increased rapidly. In just over 2 hours, he completed one side of the wall in the mysterious space. When this wall was completed, the people of the entire mysterious space were stunned. 500 meters high it might not seem like much, but when a massive wall, 10 kilometers long and 500 meters high, appeared before you, the sheer scale and awe-inspiring presence was terrifying. An ordinary person standing at the foot of such a colossal city would be about the size of an ant. Is this wall meant to protect us? Someone exclaimed inwardly. With this wall protecting us, what mutated beasts can possibly break in? The 30,000 people of Tai County were overjoyed. While everyone was still in shock, Mingying began construction on the second side of the wall in the mysterious space. 2 hours later, the second wall was also completed. Then came the third wall, and then the fourth. Once the final section of the city wall was completed, the entire mysterious space became a colossal fortress. In that instant, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of security wash over them. Mingying smiled as he looked at the completed city wall. Beside him, Rong Saru, seeing Mingying's smile, was momentarily mesmerized. Next comes the construction of the city's interior. These things can't be rushed, they should be left to the people to build themselves. Sister Saru, you'll have to put in a lot of effort, Mingying said with a smile, glancing at Rong Saru. Ah! Rong Saru, feeling Mingying's gaze, snapped out of her reverie, exclaiming and nodding hastily, but she didn't hear what Mingying said at all. Mingying found it amusing, assuming Rong Saru was astonished by the completed giant city, and couldn't help but laugh. Later, I'll build an even bigger city wall. An even bigger city wall? Isn't the current wall enough? Rong Saru exclaimed in surprise. Mingying shook his head, not enough. The mutated beasts will grow stronger and stronger, beyond your current imagination. Rong Saru couldn't help but shiver. Mingying laughed and said, Don't worry, Saru, I'm here. For some reason, hearing Mingying's words, Rong Saru's fear vanished, as if she had returned to her youth, where she was fearless as long as her boyfriend was there. Ah! Rong Saru suddenly recalled her ex-husband's image, and was instantly struck dumb, her face turning deathly pale. She stood frozen in place. Saru, you don't need to worry about cooking anymore. Someone I rescued from the desert seems to be a chef, let him handle the cooking from now on, Mingying said to himself, completely unaware of Rong Saru's state beside him. Oh, okay, Rong Saru said, coming back to her senses, staring blankly at Mingying, somewhat lost in thought. Mingying stayed in the mysterious space for a while before returning to the real world. You're awake, Zhang Yun exclaimed with delight. Mingying nodded with a smile, saying somewhat playfully, I just did something big, you'll definitely be surprised. Oh, Zhang Yun became interested and quickly said, Take me inside to see. Mingying smiled and nodded, sending Zhang Yun into the mysterious space. A dozen seconds later, he moved her out again. This, Zhang Yun, who had just emerged from the mysterious space, was stunned. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, Mingying, did you build that enormous wall? Mingying smiled and nodded, saying, This will be a vast city, capable of sheltering tens of millions of people. Heavens! Zhang Yun felt her breath catch in her throat, imagining this colossal city protecting countless people. When she looked at Mingying again, the gleam in her eyes was undisguised. Feeling Zhang Yun's adoring gaze, Mingying felt a surge of satisfaction and chuckled, This giant city still doesn't have a name. I wonder if our beautiful lady would do me the honor of naming it. Having lived 2 lives, Mingying was indeed an experienced player. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun was immediately surprised, her face flushing slightly as a sweet feeling filled her heart. She thought to herself, I didn't expect him to ask me to name this city. What should I name it? Seeing Zhang Yun remain silent, Mingying chuckled, What? Not going to do me the honor? No, who said that? I'm just thinking about what to name it, Zhang Yun quickly replied. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in her mind, and she said, let's call it Mingying City. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Yun blushed deeply. This Mingying City, using Mingying's surname and Zhang Yun's given name, was far too ambiguous. Mingying's eyes lit up, and he quickly smiled, okay, it'll be called Mingying City. Chapter 3 Kangkang's Reminder. Just as Mingying and Zhang Yun were naming the city, in another villa in the villa district, Sichuan, the head of the Qin family, sat hunched over in a grand chair, his face ashen, his teeth grinding together. Before Sichuan sat several people, Qin Chun's elder brother, Yuan Xing, who had accompanied Yu Dongchuan to Linha City, and several other members of the Qin family. At this moment, all of them wore grave expressions, their eyes filled with intense killing intent. Minister Qin, I've given you all the information. I believe you've investigated it thoroughly, Yuan Xing said calmly. Qin Chuan remained silent. In truth, they had long known that Qin Chun's death couldn't be what Yu Dongchuan claimed, attacked by mutated beasts. Qin Chun insisted on going to the front lines, and was ultimately killed by the mutated beasts. However, they hadn't expected that Qin Chun had been killed by Mingying. Mingying is now an unparalleled celebrity in Huaju. Even the city's top tycoon, Old Zhang, receives him at home, inviting him for tea and conversation. Not long ago, he fought a super mutant beast outside the safe zone, displaying unparalleled combat power that shocked the entire city, even attracting the attention of the highest-ranking official. Dad, Chun's revenge cannot go unavenged, Qin said coldly. Director Yuan, thank you for this matter. If there's nothing else, you can go back now, Qin Chuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xing quickly stood up, nodded, and then hurried away. Wrong, see Director Yuan off, Qin Chuan said casually. After Yuan Xing left, Qin Chuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he said coldly, Akin, you shouldn't have spoken up just now. Qin was startled, taken aback by Qin Chuan's cold gaze. He suddenly remembered that his father had come from that ruthless special forces unit, having weathered countless bloody storms. Now, Qin Chuan was a high-ranking official in the public security department, on par with Old Eagle, and even, due to his illustrious achievements, he usually held the upper hand over Old Eagle. Dad, are we just going to let this go like this? Qin couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Let it go? Qin Chuan's gaze was icy. He had been behind the scenes for far too long. Many in Huaju had probably already forgotten the terrifying demon blade who once dominated the dark world. You don't need to worry about this, Qin Chuan glanced at Qin and said casually. Chun's grudge won't just end like this. Qin's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded emphatically. 5 minutes later, 3 senior security guards from the Huaju security team, who were on a mission outside the safe zone, simultaneously canceled their duties and left the team alone. Outside the safe zone, on the second floor of an abandoned restaurant, the floor was covered in dust, and several corpses lay prostrate at the entrance to the stairs. 3 figures sat in a private room on the second floor. One of them was fiddling with a dagger, the black blood on it still fresh. He instinctively wanted to lick the blood, but then stopped himself. Fourth brother, when are you going to change your bloodlust? You dare touch the blood of zombies? Another man laughed upon seeing this. TCH, it's not like I haven't tasted it before, it's utterly stinky. The man scoffed. Crazy, another man laughed and cursed. Suddenly, a series of deep footsteps sounded, then the door to the private room was pushed open, revealing Qin Chuan standing in the doorway. The 3 people inside immediately stood up and gave a crisp military salute. Demon Blade, 14 years. Do you still remember us old brothers? Tell me, who do you want to kill? A moment later, 4 figures left the restaurant and disappeared into the dense buildings. Meanwhile, Mingying had already left the Zhang family villa. He had stayed there all night, and Zhang Yun had guarded him the entire night, leaving him quite tired. Moreover, Zhang Lai, Zhang Li, Ling Fei, and the others had returned in the morning, all exhausted, and Mingying didn't want to disturb their rest any longer. Therefore, Mingying left the Zhang family and returned to his hotel. As soon as they entered the hotel, Kang, who had been idly lounging at the front desk, suddenly brightened up. Then, as if remembering something, she immediately stood up, her eyes gleaming, and walked towards Mingying. Welcome, sir. Kang quickly guided Mingying into the elevator, then slipped in herself. Sir, may I introduce myself? Kang leaned against the elevator, subtly puffing out her ample chest, her breath sweet as orchids, and spoke softly. Seriously? So direct? Mingying was speechless when he saw Kang enter the elevator as well. He wasn't exactly a saint, but he shouldn't be this casual. I think it's best if we don't know each other, Mingying flatly refused. Are you kidding? Didn't you see the security cameras in the elevator? This isn't a place for romance. Don't reject me so directly, okay? Suddenly, Kang pressed herself against him, her slender arm gently hooking around Mingying's arm, and then she gently hugged him, her soft chest pressed tightly against his body. Help me, I need food, Kang whispered in Mingying's ear, her tone pleading. Mingying's inner power was already ready to erupt at any moment. Hearing this, he gave a wry smile and was about to speak when he suddenly heard Kang whisper, "Someone's been in your room, be careful." Mingying's expression shifted upon hearing this, then he laughed, gently pushing Kang away, and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, I have a girlfriend, but don't worry, I'll help you with your troubles." As he spoke, Mingying helped Kang straighten her clothes. At the same time, the elevator doors opened, and Mingying stepped out. Watching Mingying leave without looking back, Kang stamped her foot and could only follow the elevator downstairs with a disappointed expression. Mingying strolled slowly down the hotel corridor. Business was terrible, most rooms were empty. If it weren't for the immense power behind the hotel's owner, it would probably have been requisitioned by the security team long ago. Someone's been in my room? Who could it be? A high-ranking official from Huaju? Logically, that shouldn't be the case, Mingying thought quickly, then pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, someone in the command center of one of Huaju's security divisions exclaimed with delight, "He's in." On the large screen in the command center, Mingying's every move in the hotel was being displayed. "Notify Team 5 to prepare for the arrest operation," someone whispered. At that moment, Mingying pushed open the door and immediately smelled a pleasant fragrance. He frowned, thinking, this isn't the perfume the hotel uses. Suddenly, the primal force within Mingying accelerated, and at the same time, a hazy feeling washed over him. They actually used a hallucinogenic drug on me. Mingying chuckled. He feigned a stagger, walked to the kettle to pour water, and secretly took the opportunity to draw well water from the mysterious space and pour it into a glass. "I'll see who's trying to mess with me." Mingying picked up the glass, took a small sip of the well water, and instantly his mind cleared. He then took another sip and held it in his mouth before slowly collapsing to the ground. About 30 seconds later, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, and 4 fully armed security guards rushed in. "Anesthetize him," someone whispered. One of the guards pulled out a syringe thicker than a human arm, filled with a clear liquid, and injected it directly into Mingying's body. "Damn it, this dosage is enough to anesthetize 100 elephants. They're overestimating me," Mingying cursed inwardly. He immediately felt his body rapidly losing consciousness, quickly swallowing the well water he had been holding in his mouth, then feigning unconsciousness. "Boss, the anesthesia is working," the man said excitedly. "Good, take him away." Chapter 4, he brought this on himself. A military jeep sped along the main road of the safe zone, moving unimpeded, and plunged into the densely packed buildings. Moments later, Mingying appeared in an underground chamber, his entire body chained with alloy chains and bound to a massive steel plate. Before Mingying was a huge glass wall. Behind the wall, several people sat at an interrogation table, the leader of whom was none other than Hua Jun, the highest-ranking official in Huaju. Beside Hua Jun, Sichuan, his face grim, stared intently at the unconscious Mingying. "Wake him up," Hua Jun's calm voice boomed through the interrogation loudspeaker throughout the chamber. Mingying heard it clearly and immediately sensed someone approaching him. "Damn it, it's you." Mingying dared not wait any longer. What if these men were going to inject him with some kind of drug? He wasn't holding well water in his mouth anymore. Who knew what might happen? Moreover, Mingying already knew the mastermind behind the whole thing, and there was no need to continue pretending. Mingying's eyes snapped open, and he suddenly roared, his inner force surging like a mighty river, a gust of wind rising out of nowhere. Superhuman state. Mingying instantly broke free of his alloy chains, punching the person next to him who was about to inject him with drugs, sending them flying backward. Then, with a whoosh, he looked at Hua Jun, Qin Chuan, and the others behind the glass curtain wall. What? Hua Jun and Qin Chuan were both shocked, completely unprepared for such a sudden turn of events. Wasn't he anesthetized? Hua Jun exclaimed urgently. Even this top-ranking official of China was now in a panic. He was used 100 times the dosage for elephants. How could it not have worked? Quick, fire! Suddenly, more than a dozen gun barrels sprang from the walls of the secret room, spitting fire, a dense torrent of bullets instantly engulfing the room. Behind the glass curtain wall, Hua Jun and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. There was no way around it. The impression Mingying had left on them was simply too terrifying. His sudden awakening just now, breaking free of the alloy chains in an instant, made him a ferocious beast. How could they not be afraid? Die! Mingying sneered. With a thought, he retrieved a bulletproof vest from his mysterious space and donned it. Then, 2 10-centimeter thick steel plates appeared out of thin air in his hands. Dense sparks flew from the steel plates, instantly stopping the torrent of bullets. Mingying then took a deep breath, and with a whoosh, rushed to the glass curtain wall, raising the steel plate and smashing it down. With a thud, the bulletproof glass, capable of withstanding heavy sniper fire, shattered into a spiderweb pattern. It couldn't even withstand Mingying's single blow and collapsed entirely. In the interrogation room, Hua Jun and the others' expressions changed drastically. They frantically tried to escape, but how could they possibly match Mingying's speed? "You're Qin Chuan?" Mingying appeared before Qin Chuan in a flash. One could vaguely see a resemblance between this man and Qin Chun, whom Mingying had previously killed. "Fine, I won't ask any more. Die." Mingying was too lazy to argue with this man and directly slapped him on the head. "Oh, you can dodge? Not bad." Mingying saw Qin Chuan suddenly unleash a fierce fighting spirit. He abruptly ducked, actually escaping Mingying's grasp. Mingying couldn't help but chuckle. So this Qin Chuan was a master after all, managing to escape a single blow from Mingying, a 6th-tier cultivator, despite only being a 1st-tier evolved human. This kind of combat awareness was probably even stronger than Mingying's. Unfortunately, today this legendary soldier king had met the unreasonable villain, Mingying. Mingying stood still, and after missing his first slap, he swiftly followed up with another. This time, the blow struck Qin Chuan directly on the head, and the sound of bones shattering echoed through the interrogation room. Qin Chuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and with intense resentment, he collapsed to the ground. Qin, before his consciousness faded, this legendary figure, who had weathered most of his life's storms and was known for his unbridled arrogance, suddenly revealed intense fear, ultimately leaving this world with that fear. "And you?" Mingying moved swiftly, instantly circling the interrogation room. Several figures leaped into the air, finally crashing heavily to the ground. This, Hua Jun, who had already reached the interrogation room door, saw this and his pupils constricted. Others might not know, but he knew very well. The men Qin Chuan had invited were all top-tier soldiers in the military over a decade ago, and Qin Chuan himself was the king of kings. The group these men had joined in China had stirred up countless bloody storms in the underworld. In trendy terms, these men were the absolute protagonists of a novel. Yet, today, they had all been killed by Mingying with a single punch and kick. So much glory, so many dreams, so much admiration all gone. "Chief Hua, are you trying to escape too?" Mingying appeared before Hua Jun in a flash, the chains binding him clanging, pulling Hua Jun back to reality. Mingying's appearance instantly calmed Hua Jun, displaying remarkable composure. "Mr. Ming, how can I be released?" Hua Jun was straightforward, neither begging nor explaining, speaking directly. Mingying laughed, grabbing Hua Jun by the back of the neck and lifting him up like a chick. If Zhang Yun or Yu Dongchuan were here, they would probably be cursing again. Mingying, that ruthless butcher, was about to grab someone by the neck again. Hua Jun felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, his eyes narrowing instantly, but he remained silent, calmly saying, "Mr. Ming, this is Huaju's prison. You'll have a hard time getting out." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of armed men rushed in, dozens of guns instantly locking onto Mingying and Hua Jun in the interrogation room. "Isn't that what you're here for?" Mingying laughed, one hand gripping Hua Jun's neck, looking at the armed men outside. "Your guns might not be enough to deal with me, and besides, if I'm unhappy, he'll die." "You may all step back," Hua Jun said calmly. While Mingying was holding Hua Jun hostage, the news had already reached the ears of the 60-year-old man in the Huaju government building. The 60-year-old man frowned upon hearing the news, then waved his hand and said, "Prepare the entire city on high alert. Go and fetch Elder Zhang and Elder Xiao. Don't harm Mingying, and above all, protect Huajun." The secretary nodded hurriedly and quickly left the office. "There are still too many powerful families in Huaju," the white-haired old man remarked, not thinking about Huajun or Mingying, but rather sighing. A minute later, sirens blared throughout the entire Huaju safe zone, and loudspeakers repeatedly announced over the streets, "Huaju is under martial law. All residents are requested to stay home. Do not go out. Do not go out." Hearing the broadcast, the residents rushed home. In this post-apocalyptic world, such martial law is commonplace, and everyone has become accustomed to it. However, what the people of Huaja didn't know was that the main culprit behind this martial law was none other than Mingying, who had recently provided them with a massive amount of food. Meanwhile, inside the Zhang family villa, Zhang Yun heard the wailing sirens outside. A sense of unease gripped him, something was amiss. He immediately dialed Mingying's number, but no one answered. "Oh no!" Zhang Yun's expression changed drastically. "Quick, Yun, go check the guard post. Mingying has taken Hua Jun hostage." Zhang Heng suddenly rushed downstairs, dressing as he said urgently, "Go and try to persuade him, don't let him do anything foolish." Zhang Yun's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Take Hua Jun hostage? Don't let him do anything foolish? They're asking for it. Zhang Yun felt a chill run down his spine, the image of Hua Jun being held by the neck by Mingying flashing through his mind. Chapter 5. We were not wrong. Mingying felt like he was filming a blockbuster movie. The entire Huaja security zone was filled with the wailing of sirens, police cars were parked everywhere, and the flashing hazard lights made it difficult to even open one's eyes. Mingying himself was holding a Huaja bigwig hostage, facing off against hundreds of security personnel. Mingying, calm down. We don't really have any deep-seated hatred between us. Let me go, it's nothing, Hua Jun said in a low voice. Nothing? Mingying smiled bitterly. This was like a blockbuster movie, and he called it nothing? You have the nerve to say that. Mingying was furious and slapped Hua Jun on the forehead. Hua Jun was stunned. He had held a high position for many years, and even in his youth, his career had been smooth sailing. When had he ever been slapped on the forehead? You! Hua Jun felt an unprecedented humiliation and was about to explode in anger, but then he remembered that Mingying's other hand was gripping his neck, and he instantly cowered. In the distance, more and more security personnel were gathering. Mingying glanced at them casually and conservatively estimated that at least 1,000 guns were now pointed at his head. Mingying, don't do anything rash. Suddenly, someone shouted, and a middle-aged man with a resolute face stepped forward from the crowd, holding a large megaphone. This man was none other than Old Eagle, a super high-ranking official in the public security department, on par with Sichuan and also Hua Jun's subordinate. Old Eagle's expression was also grave, and his hand holding the megaphone was trembling. One of the highest-ranking officials in China had been taken hostage. This was something that had never happened since the founding of China. Thinking of this, even the seasoned Old Eagle felt his scalp tingle, unsure how to handle the situation. Wasn't Mingying supposed to be resting at the hotel? How come he's with Secretary Hua? Old Eagle repeatedly asked himself. Mingying could provide a large amount of food and medicine to treat the X-virus. Such an important figure, the Huaja security department would definitely be closely monitoring Mingying's movements. Old Diao clearly remembered that his secretary had reported to him 20 minutes ago that Mingying left the Zhang family and checked into a hotel. Could it be that the secretary attacked Mingying? Old Diao guessed, but then felt it was somewhat unbelievable. A leader as high-ranking as Hua Jun wouldn't attack Mingying. Such a bigwig wouldn't consider matters from the perspective of the entire nation. And Mingying was of great significance to the entire country. Is it Qin Chuan? Old Diao quickly analyzed in his mind. This was his characteristic, only by quickly and thoroughly analyzing the situation could he formulate the best response strategy. Impossible. Even if the Qin family had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to use Secretary Hua. Old Diao quickly rejected the idea. If it wasn't the Qin family, then it could only be Secretary Hua's own decision. Thinking this, Old Diao felt a cold sweat instantly soak his back. Currently, Huaju and Mingying's relationship is still relatively good, yet Secretary Hua has ordered Mingying's arrest alone. What is he planning? Old Diao dared not think about it. This was not something he could get involved in. At that moment, he instantly changed his thinking. Regardless of everything else, rescuing Hua Jun from Mingying's clutches was his priority. As the head of the security department, if a top figure in China were to be kidnapped and murdered, Old Eagle's name would likely be etched into the annals of Chinese history. Mingying, let's talk this out. This doesn't have to be like this, Old Eagle said urgently, simultaneously ordering the security team to retreat, fearing that Mingying might accidentally kill Hua Jun in his agitation. Should I have your men retreat first? Mingying sneered, scanning the surrounding security team members, arrogantly stating, or, does the minister think you can stop me? These words immediately caused an uproar within the security team. Damn, what arrogance! Tens of thousands of us, and we can't even kill one of him? A young security team member retorted. Shut the hell up. Don't you know who he is? Outside the safe zone, dozens of buildings collapsed, all thanks to him, one punch and one kick. You little brat, you've got a death wish. You'll be the first one to charge in later, an older security team member immediately shouted. The young security guard immediately shrank back. Outside the safe zone, the ruins of Mingying's battle with the 6th-tier zombie king were still there. The people of Huaja were also stunned, crowding around the windows of the buildings, peering down at the scene unfolding on the road in the safe zone. It's Hua Jun. The person being held hostage is Secretary Hua. Damn it, who's so fierce? How dare they hold Secretary Hua hostage? This guy deserves to die. He's utterly lawless, a madman beyond the law. Most of the people didn't recognize Mingying, let alone know that the food they relied on for survival was provided by him. At this moment, they were all unanimously criticizing Mingying. Fortunately, Mingying couldn't hear the insults from the crowd, otherwise, he probably would have been so angry that he'd crushed Hua Jun on the spot. Quick, quick, quick! A figure sprinted out from the villa area, instantly leaving Zhang Heng and the others behind. Upon seeing this, Zhang Heng's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said, Xiao Yun, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. However, Zhang Yun simply leaped several times and disappeared at the end of the street, no longer hearing Zhang Heng's shouts. Didn't Mingying go back to the hotel? Why would he kidnap Secretary Hua? Besides, Secretary Hua has been staying in the official building. If Mingying wanted to deal with him, there would have been a reason. Zhang Yun quickly analyzed the situation, feeling increasingly uneasy. Finally, Zhang Yun saw a large number of vehicles piled up ahead, and the security guards all looked tense. With a whoosh, Zhang Yun leaped up, landing on a police car. Then, with several more leaps, she used the police car to quickly cross the crowd. It's her. Old Diao, who was secretly anxious, suddenly had a glint in his eye and saw Zhang Yun. He knew of Zhang Yun's relationship with Mingying, and immediately exclaimed with delight, "Little Yun, it's your Uncle Long. You've come at the perfect time. You must persuade Mingying not to do anything foolish." But Zhang Yun didn't even stop. He darted past the old eagle and rushed to Mingying's side, asking with concern, "Mingying, what happened?" Mingying saw Zhang Yun and immediately smiled. He didn't reply to Zhang Yun right away, but turned to the old eagle and said with a smile, "Minister Long, that's the truth. The Chinese army sent people to arrest me and interrogate me. I was forced to fight back." Old Diao vaguely guessed that Mingying's words weren't untrue, but Hua Jun represented the face of Huaju at this moment, and as a mere minister, how could he dare to make a hasty conclusion? However, he dared not refute Mingying, fearing that he might easily crush Hua Jun, so he could only soften his stance and say, "I believe you on this matter, but could you please release Secretary Hua first? Huaju will definitely give you an explanation." As he spoke, old Diao kept giving Zhang Yun meaningful glances. But Zhang Yun stared intently at Hua Jun, saying each word clearly, "Secretary Hua, is what Mingying said true?" Hua Jun looked bitter upon hearing this and nodded, saying, "I also have my own considerations regarding this matter, but I have no ill intentions towards Mingying." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's expression changed instantly. After a long silence, she suddenly laughed, "Secretary Hua, you've disappointed me today." With that, Zhang Yun turned directly to Old Eagle and snapped, "Minister, haven't you reached a conclusion yet on who's right and wrong in this matter?" Suddenly, the security team members in the distance quickly parted to make way, and an elderly man with white hair stepped forward. It was none other than Old Zhang, with his youthful face despite his white hair. Old Zhang also looked serious as he strode over. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Zhang Heng's expression changed drastically, and he roared, "Zhang Yun, do you know what you're doing? Come back here." "No, we did nothing wrong," Zhang Yun shook her head directly. Chapter 6 is best left untouched. What? Everyone was stunned by Zhang Yun's words. "We did nothing wrong," she said, signifying that Zhang Yun had made her final choice. Without a doubt, she had chosen Mingying, standing against the entire Huaju. "Xiao Yun, you." Zhang Heng was speechless, his face flushed with anger. Beside him, Zhang Lai, who had rushed over, was also dumbfounded, quickly saying, "Little sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Come here." Zhang Yun shook her head, looked at Zhang Lai, and smiled, "Brother, do you remember what you told me when we were little? Those guys in Huaju are all scum, and we don't need to associate with them. We want to prove the justice in our hearts." Zhang Lai was taken aback. He had long forgotten those words, perhaps he had said them when he was 8 or 9 years old. Over the years, he had spent his days hanging out with the children of high-ranking officials in Huaju and had long forgotten them, but he never expected that Zhang Yun, who was even younger than him, still remembered them. Zhang Lai felt both ashamed and guilty, and remained silent. However, Zhang Lai was still very worried about Zhang Yun's safety. He turned to Mingying and shouted, "Mingying, do you know that by doing this, you are driving yourself to your death, and you are also driving my sister to her death?" Mingying shook his head upon hearing this, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yun, and he chuckled softly, "Xiaowen, thank you." After saying this, Mingying looked at Zhang Lai and smiled, "You seem to have misunderstood. You are the ones courting death. I have food, I have medicine to treat the X virus. What does Huaju have?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng, Zhang Lai, and even old Zhang, who had remained silent until now, all changed their expressions. As expected, old Zhang thought bitterly. Ultimately, Huaju couldn't do without Mingying, while Mingying didn't care about Huaju at all. It seemed that there was no longer any basis for an equal dialogue between the two. "Mingying, I'm not here to persuade you to release Hua Jun. Regarding Hua Jun's matter, I apologize on your behalf." Old Zhang's aged voice slowly rang out, and the white-haired elder bowed deeply to Mingying. Mingying's expression changed slightly, and he quickly stepped aside, saying loudly, "Old Zhang, there's no need for that. My magnanimity is greater than you imagine. This Hua Jun is nothing but a clown." Upon hearing this, old Zhang's eyes lit up. Mingying's words meant he disdained killing Hua Jun, so things could be discussed amicably. Beside him, Old Eagle, the head of the public security department, also looked pleased. Just as he was about to speak, his pocket vibrated slightly. He took 2 steps back, checked his phone, and saw a message from a secret number. Old Eagle's expression changed drastically upon seeing the message. The message was too shocking. Old Diao immediately suspected it was fake news. However, the symbols attached to the message were a secret code he and his partner had agreed upon, known only to the two of them, and impossible to fake. Thinking this, old Diao slowly retreated, secretly making a decapitation gesture behind his back. Behind Hua Jun, several high-ranking members of the security team's expression changed upon seeing this. They then slowly retreated, disappearing into the dense crowd. Mingying, release Hua Jun, and I assure you, Hua Jun won't make things difficult for you, old Zhang said. Mingying shook his head and smiled. Old Zhang, you might be mistaken. As a sixth-tier evolved human, Mingying's perception of killing intent was extremely strong. At this moment, he felt at least 16 threatening auras lock onto him seconds ago. They were probably large-caliber heavy sniper rifles. Upon hearing Mingying's words, old Zhang's expression changed drastically. He was about to speak when Mingying continued, Old Zhang, I'll listen to you, release Hua Jun. With that, Mingying released Hua Jun and shoved him aside, luring the snake out of its hole, then launching a powerful counterattack. This was Mingying's strategy. Sure enough, as soon as Mingying pushed Hua Jun away, more than a dozen streaks of light shot out from all directions, piercing Mingying directly and blasting large craters into the concrete ground beneath his feet. A sudden change occurred, startling everyone, including Elder Zhang. At this moment, Hua Jun, released by Mingying, slowly turned around, revealing a sinister smile. Who fired the shot? Elder Zhang was taken aback, then glared at Hua Jun and shouted, Hua Jun, was that you? Hua Jun's expression changed slightly. He felt an astonishing aura emanating from Elder Zhang's usually amiable, withered body, making it difficult for him to breathe. Standing committee member Zhang, what do you mean by this? Hua Jun, being a high-ranking official, immediately snorted coldly, unconcerned. However, the next second, Hua Jun's expression changed. Haha, the higher UPS in Huaju, they really do want my life. Mingying's loud laughter rang out. Two Mingyings appeared on the field, and the Mingying who had been pierced by the bullet was slowly dissipating, becoming a mere afterimage. The other Mingying was calmly holding Zhang Yan's arm, his gaze sweeping across the distance. Hidden in concealed locations within the towering buildings, 16 top-tier snipers lay in ambush. Mingying's gaze swept over them, and these elite snipers of Huaju instantly felt a chill run through them, enveloped by a terrifying pressure, rendering them unable to move an inch. Come with me and fight your way out of Huaju, okay? Mingying smiled apologetically at Zhang Yun beside him. Zhang Yun, holding Mingying's hand, felt that no matter how vast the world was, as long as Mingying was there, location didn't matter, and immediately nodded with a smile. Alright, then let's have a great battle. Mingying laughed wildly, his voice like thunder, rolling and surging, instantly echoing throughout Huaju. Mingying, came with good intentions, yet I am treated like this, so be it. As soon as Mingying finished speaking, old Zhang's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Mingying, don't act rashly. At the same time as old Zhang spoke, a middle-aged secretary beside him also paled and quickly handed a cell phone to old Zhang. Old Zhang answered the phone and only heard one sentence, someone is spreading false information about me, trying to deal with Mingying. Mingying, don't. Old Zhang only managed to say one sentence. However, Mingying and Zhang Yun had already vanished. A flash of blood appeared, and Hua Jun was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away, exploding in midair in a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, Mingying's figure flashed, and more than a dozen short spears shot out. A series of deafening booms followed, and 16 holes were pierced through the nearby high-rise buildings. Simultaneously, 16 top snipers were instantly killed. Meanwhile, Mingying and Zhang Yun charged directly into the densely packed security team. In an instant, figures flew backward, and the two charged wildly, covering dozens of meters. Old Zhang, this. Old Diao was stunned. He had just been carrying out that person's orders, so how could that person on old Zhang's phone say, someone is spreading false information about me? It's nothing, this has nothing to do with you. Old Zhang shook his head and sighed, waving his hand, and said, don't fire anymore, let them go. With that, old Zhang slowly turned around, his body slightly hunched, and walked towards the official building. A moment later, Mingying and Zhang Yun flashed forward, instantly rushing onto the defensive fortifications of the safe zone. Then, the two leaped down from the more than 10-meter-high fortifications and plunged into the distant ruins. Meanwhile, inside the Huaju official building, the 60-year-old man and old Zhang sat facing each other, both with ashen faces. The 60-year-old man slammed the teapot he was holding onto the desk, his eyes gradually hardening. He slowly said, the world is in chaos. All sorts of demons and monsters are jumping out. It seems Huaju is truly about to shed blood. Chapter 7 The Zombie King appears. The night Mingying and Zhang Yun stormed out of Huaju, a series of major events unfolded. Large numbers of security personnel sealed off the entire security zone, and tanks crisscrossed the streets. The Qin, Hua, and Lu families of Huaju were immediately surrounded by security forces. These were all powerful families in Huaju, with members active in various government agencies across the country. However, that night, 16 members of these three families were arrested and executed that very night, in the central square of the security zone, under the watchful eyes of all Huaju residents. For a moment, the entire city of Huaju fell silent. Everyone was terrified. It wasn't until the early hours of the next morning that news spread from the Huaju government building individual members of the three families had colluded with foreign forces to persecute Mingying, a meritorious official of China, and attempted to overthrow the government. After investigation, all those involved were executed on the spot. Instantly, the entire city of Huaju erupted in uproar, with shouts of condemnation echoing throughout the city. Damn it, what kind of time is this? These people still want a rebel. Good riddance. I can't believe Hua Jun, already in such a high position, is still colluding with foreign forces. He deserves to die. Did you hear? The grain transported back to Huaju these past few days was all delivered by Mingying. He's a great hero of our nation. But Hua Jun actually sent people to arrest Mingying, trying to force him to tell him where the grain is. What else could he be but a rebel? My God, I was cursing Mingying for being lawless yesterday. I was wrong. The people were indeed endearing. Realizing they had misunderstood Mingying, they all expressed remorse, and many spontaneously took to the streets, calling out for Mingying. Meanwhile, Mingying and Zhang Yun stood quietly on the top floor of an abandoned building outside the safe zone. Both were evolved beings with amazing eyesight, able to see the scene in Huaju from afar. Furthermore, Zhang Heng had called them not long ago, so they were fully aware of the situation in Huaju. I never expected that the man from Huaju to be so powerful, capable of turning the world upside down with a flick of his wrist, Mingying remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Those people who were just executed on the spot were incredibly naive. The 60-year-old man usually didn't bother with them, and they actually thought they could turn the tables. Who knew that the 60-year-old man would take them so seriously, and they were all caught and killed overnight? Mingying, are we going back to Huaju? Zhang Yun asked. Mingying thought for a moment and smiled. No, we're not going back. The matter in Huaju is almost settled. We're going to avenge Naishu. Zhang Yun nodded emphatically. Send a message to your father. I've left another big gift for Huaju, Mingying said with a smile. You can offend anyone in Huaju, but you can't afford to offend your father. Zhang Yun blushed immediately upon hearing this and lowered his head, saying, okay, I'll send him the message. Well, just say that I left food, 2,000 caddies of medicine, and a list of key cities the US is targeting for a nuclear strike on China in the square, Mingying said. Zhang Yun was immediately shocked and exclaimed, the US really will launch a nuclear strike on China? If nothing unexpected happens, that's how it will be, and the nuclear strike will come very soon. Mingying thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Heng. In the safe zone, Zhang Heng was sitting on the living room sofa with a worried expression when his phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down, jumped up, rushed out of the villa, and shouted, driver, take me out. Moments later, a large number of armed vehicles sped out of the safe zone and headed towards the square. Then, Zhang Heng and Lao Diao from the public security department stood next to a mountain of sweet potatoes, but today the two of them didn't even look at the mountain of food. Instead, they were nervously staring at an inconspicuous notebook on the ground. Meanwhile, Mingying and Zhang Yun had already left. Just now, a Xiao-class fighter jet had taken off, and the two of them had flown towards Linhu City. Old Diao bent down, picked up the notebook, glanced at it briefly, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly and carefully tucked it into his pocket, then exchanged a glance with Zhang Heng and whispered, let's go, back to the safe zone quickly. Zhang Heng nodded, and the two quickly got into the car and sped towards the safe zone. Mingying and Zhang Yun stood amidst the dense buildings, watching Zhang Heng and old Diao leave, feeling slightly relieved. This time, Mingying was still quite disappointed with Huaju's actions. If it weren't for his past life's experiences and knowledge of Huaju's immense contributions to the Chinese people, Mingying might have gone on a killing spree and rebelled against China. Mingying, is the US really going to launch a full-scale nuclear attack on Mexico? And then on China as well? Zhang Yun still found it hard to believe. Mingying nodded. That was indeed the case in his past life. Although Mingying still found it difficult to understand why the US would do such a thing. Sigh. Mingying sighed. If possible, he really wanted to fly straight to the United States and pry open the brains of those high-ranking officials to see what was inside. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Yun let out a soft exclamation, glancing into the distance and exclaiming, someone? Mingying looked over, his eyes narrowing instantly. He hissed, is it? Mingying, do you know it? Zhang Yun asked curiously. It's a walking corpse, Mingying said directly. Zhang Yun was instantly stunned. A walking corpse? It didn't look like one. It was dressed too cleanly and neatly. Mingying certainly remembered this walking corpse. It was the female walking corpse king he had encountered in Tai County. He never expected that this walking corpse king would actually walk all the way from Tai County to Huaju. That's over 1,000 miles. Moreover, this female walking corpse king had now reached the 6th rank, just like Mingying. The walking corpses are indeed a terrifying race. They can evolve infinitely simply by devouring others. She gained intelligence at the 4th rank, and now she's reached the 6th rank. What's she doing in Huaju? Mingying's heart stirred. He vaguely sensed something amiss. Don't move from here. I'll follow her and see. After I leave, go back to the Zhang family. Remember, whatever you do, don't follow me. She can easily spot you. Mingying instructed, then quickly descended the dilapidated building. Zhang Yun is only at the 4th rank. Rashly tracking her could very well lead to her being discovered by this 6th rank walking corpse. This female zombie king was incredibly fast, yet her movements were remarkably light, unlike any ordinary zombie king. Moreover, the defenses of the Huaju safe zone were practically non-existent before her. Mingying watched as the female zombie king swaggered into the safe zone entrance, the surrounding security personnel seemingly oblivious. Even Mingying himself, who was following closely behind, appeared unnoticed. Mingying was stunned. Mingying had experiences from his previous life and knew these people were likely trapped in an illusion. But this was an ability possessed only by mentally evolved beings. He had never heard of zombies having such abilities. Mingying vaguely sensed that he had discovered a colossal secret. This secret was one that Mingying, in his previous life at this time, was just an ordinary person, hadn't discovered, and indeed, no one in the entire Huaju had discovered it. The female zombie king moved unimpeded, and wherever she went, all humans fell into a hypnotic state. She went into the official building? Mingying watched as the female zombie king turned and walked into the official building. Suddenly, everything made sense. Chapter 8: The Shadow of Fear. The US suddenly went berserk, launching a nuclear attack on Mexico, and then, in a frenzy, launched a nuclear attack on China. Could it be that the US leadership has been mentally controlled? Mingying speculated. The Chinese leadership, who in his previous life stubbornly adhered to the treaty prohibiting the use of nuclear weapons during the apocalypse, ultimately suffered heavy losses at the hands of the US. Could they also have been mentally controlled? In that instant, Mingying finally understood. No wonder several major powers in his previous life suddenly acted erratically. It turned out their leadership had been mentally controlled by the zombie race. Stop her! Mingying no longer cared about concealing his presence. With a boom, he entered superhuman mode and stormed into the official building, shouting, "Walkers! Walkers have invaded!" Instantly, everyone in the official building snapped back to reality. Upon hearing about the walkers, their expressions changed drastically, and armed personnel rushed towards the 5th floor. At the same time, the female zombie queen, who had already reached the 5th floor in the elevator, suddenly changed her expression, her previously calm face instantly becoming incredibly ferocious. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the female zombie king roared and charged out, storming onto the 5th floor corridor. She hissed, "All humans must die." Her eyes flashed with a terrifying bloodlust. All the armed personnel in the 5th floor lobby froze in shock. Then, the zombie king vanished in a flash, leaving a trail of limbs and fragments falling to the ground. The entire armed force on the 5th floor was instantly annihilated. Seeking death. Several figures flashed out from the end of the 5th floor corridor, their speed astonishing. These individuals were all evolved beings, the strongest even reaching the 4th tier. Huaju truly lived up to its reputation for producing hidden talents. Even with a severe shortage of potions, they had managed to cultivate so many evolved beings. However, even 4th tier evolved beings couldn't possibly withstand the 6th tier zombie king. Just as the female zombie king was about to charge into the group of evolved humans, a figure flashed at the elevator entrance. Mingying had finally arrived. "It's you again." The female zombie king instantly recognized Mingying, roared, and smashed through the door of the room beside her. With a loud crash, she shattered the glass and leaped from the 5th floor. "Protect the leader, I'm going after her," Mingying shouted, following closely behind, leaping from the 5th floor and landing with a thud. Instantly, the concrete pavement beneath Mingying's feet cracked and spread like a spider web. There! In his superhuman state, Mingying's senses were incredibly sharp. He instantly detected the female zombie king's trail and began to accelerate rapidly. The female zombie king excelled in psychic powers, but in other aspects, she was no match for Mingying. Before long, Mingying had caught up to within 300 or 400 meters of her. "Let's see where you run now," Mingying sneered. But the next second, the female zombie king screamed, then froze, creating 6 clones that raced off in different directions. "It's an illusion." Mingying's eyes narrowed, instantly realizing it was the female zombie king's illusion. "Break!" Mingying shouted, concentrating his mind. 3 seconds later, his vision cleared, but the female zombie king had vanished without a trace. "I didn't expect this zombie king to possess such a special ability. It's not easy to kill." Mingying stopped, his brows furrowed. If it were an ordinary 6th-tier zombie, Mingying was absolutely confident he could kill it. But this zombie king with special abilities was beyond his capabilities. Just like that big willow tree, once it reached the 6th tier, Mingying wasn't confident he could kill it. There's a huge difference in strength even among beings of the same level. After losing track of the female zombie king, Mingying quickly returned to the official building. Today's events were too bizarre. He feared the zombie race might have other methods up their sleeves. Humanity these days can't afford any more turmoil. If a multinational nuclear war were to break out like in his previous life, history would likely repeat itself. Upon returning to the vicinity of the official building, Mingying saw a large number of security personnel surrounding the area. The scene was extremely tense. "Thank you so much this time." In the 5th-floor office, a man in his 60s sat on the sofa, took a drag of his cigarette, and thanked Mingying with a smile. Mingying looked at the 60-year-old man before him, still chatting and laughing, seemingly unconcerned about their recent brush with death, and felt a deep admiration. These bigwigs all possessed incredibly strong mental fortitude. Even Hua Jun, whom he had previously killed, remained remarkably calm and composed after being captured. Mingying had to admit defeat in this regard. "What you said is largely correct. The high-ranking officials of the United States are likely under control," the 60-year-old man said after a moment of silence. "I even suspect that Hua Jun's actions against you were also due to being mentally controlled by this walking corpse." Mingying nodded. Hua Jun was already one of the highest-ranking figures in China. Why would he target him? Besides personal motives, the only other possibility was that he too was under control. "A great battle is about to begin," the 60-year-old man said, walking to the window, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, and slowly exhaling the smoke, a rare look of seriousness on his face. Mingying spoke for a long time with the elderly man in his 60s at the official building. During their conversation, a Sichuan fighter jet took off and landed at Huazhu Airport half an hour later. A young man quickly disembarked from the Sichuan fighter jet and entered the official building. This man was none other than Wang Yufei. Mingying had recommended him to Huazhu, as he himself couldn't constantly protect the elderly man, while Wang Yufei, a brain domain evolver, was best able to resist mental control. If the female zombie king returned, at least Wang Yufei could immediately detect it and awaken everyone. After Wang Yufei's arrival, Mingying left Huazhu. 3 days later, news caused a huge shock in the international community. The United States launched a full-scale nuclear attack on its neighbor Mexico, instantly destroying Mexico's main defense facilities. Simultaneously, a large number of American troops invaded Mexico, committing widespread burning, killing, and looting. The news immediately caused an uproar in the international community. China immediately issued a condemnation, expressing extreme shock and anger at the incident, and calling on all of humanity to unite and overcome the crisis. Mexican countries, whose main defenses had been destroyed and were on the verge of collapse under the United States' relentless invasion, launched a nuclear counterattack. On the 4th day, Mexico launched 36 nuclear weapons, but all were shot down by the powerful air defenses of the United States. Desperate, Mexico took an even more drastic action, detonating 56 nuclear weapons on its own soil, 16 of which landed near the border with the United States. In this suicidal attack, the United States suffered heavy losses. All 30,000 U.S. soldiers who had invaded Mexico perished. Even more terrifying, that night, more than 10 submarines surfaced off the U.S. coast. Immediately afterwards, a blinding white light illuminated the U.S. coastline, and a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Simultaneously, in the depths of the ocean, a total of 62 nuclear weapons were launched, all targeting U.S. territory. Mexico, mobilizing its entire national strength, launched an unprecedented retaliation against the United States, shocking not only the U.S. but also the rest of the world. Indeed, no country should be underestimated. Mingying, now back in Linhe City, sat leisurely on the sofa in his post-apocalyptic fortress, watching the international news from Huazhu with a sense of profound, Gan 3 Kai 3, a complex emotion encompassing both admiration and awe. Who could have imagined that Mexico, rife with drug lords, possessed such formidable power? After Mexico launched 62 nuclear weapons, the United States unleashed its full defenses, shooting down 59 of them. However, 3 nuclear weapons still managed to strike U.S. soil. In an instant, 3 cities vanished from the planet forever. The United States suffered a devastating blow, and the entire nation fell silent. The silence of the United States silenced the entire international community. An invisible fear instantly spread. Chapter 9. Something feels wrong. A world war was imminent. Meanwhile, following the list of key cities provided by Mingying, China quietly completed the evacuation of its population. Simultaneously, Mingying also provided a list of key cities to its neighbor, Russia. Russia borders China. Its collapse would be a disaster for China. Of course, this list of key cities had been meticulously edited by Mingying, and after being sent to China, it was further edited by those in China, ultimately resulting in a 40% reduction by the time it reached Russia. This is a digression, and will not be discussed further here. After China provided the list to Russia, Mingying reappeared in the official building in China, where he was received by a man in his 60s. The two talked for 3 hours. Then, Mingying disappeared for 5 hours, no one knew where he went. 5 hours later, Mingying reappeared, and simultaneously, a Sichuan fighter jet took off from China, rapidly flying towards the other side of the ocean. 2 hours later, the jet-black Sichuan fighter jet landed at a concealed airfield in Mexico. A young man quickly disembarked. Dozens of Mexican armed personnel immediately surrounded him. The leader was short and slender, a woman, not particularly beautiful, but possessing a striking presence. She was a female warrior. "Mr. Ming, hello," the female warrior said with a strained smile, shaking Mingying's hand and speaking fluent Chinese. "Thank you for coming to this war-torn country." Mingying's expression was grave. He nodded emphatically. Mexico should not have suffered such aggression. As the plane landed, Mingying saw the current state of Mexico through the window, instantly recalling the scenes of China after the nuclear war in his previous life. The earth was littered with enormous nuclear craters, a horrifying sight. Countless houses collapsed, and people were displaced. The sky was filled with dark clouds, black dust, and radioactive material ejected from Mexico after the nuclear explosion. A sudden downpour was all it took to bring it to Earth, claiming millions of lives within days. "We must stop the United States." Seeing the devastation in Mexico, Mingying's resolve grew even stronger. Before Mingying departed in his Sichuan fighter jet, China had issued a global announcement that it was merely a visit, thus avoiding any potential attack from the United States. Under the protection of armed personnel, Mingying quickly met the current leader of the Mexican armed forces, a tall, imposing black man with a sharp aura, showing no sign of weakness despite Mexico's ongoing American invasion. After a warm embrace, the tall black leader led Mingying into a private meeting room. The meeting lasted only 10 minutes before Mingying left. He had obtained what he wanted: intelligence. Mingying's mission in Mexico was singular: to destroy all of the United States military bases and plunge the country into chaos. Mingying refused the Mexican armed personnel's offer of protection and left Mexico's temporary safe zone alone, his mind rapidly processing information. That afternoon, Mingying suddenly disappeared. Just as the Mexican armed personnel were in a state of panic, a dark figure was rushing towards the United States at an unbelievable speed. Guided by Mexican intelligence and utilizing his extraordinary evolved abilities, Mingying quickly reached the border between the two countries, crossed the radiation zone of the nuclear explosion, and then plunged into U.S. territory, disappearing like a fish into the sea. Simultaneously, China announced its willingness to provide Mexico with 20 million jin of grain aid, stating that if the United States agreed to cease its aggression against Mexico, China would also provide the U.S. with 20 million jin of aid. The international community was in an uproar that day. China's move was undoubtedly a show of weakness to the United States, fearing a nuclear war. Upon learning the news, the pro-war faction in the United States was overjoyed and immediately began to clamor through international news. 20 million caddies of grain is not enough to shake the will of the United States. Of course, if China is willing to provide 2 billion caddies of grain, we might be able to talk. I, a 5-star general of the United States, solemnly declare here today that if the people of the United States go hungry, the whole world will starve. Believe me, I'm not joking. A middle-aged American general, pipe in hand, spoke coldly. At the same time, the Chinese people were instantly outraged, expressing their utter disapproval. What does the war between the United States and Mexico have to do with China? China has never bowed to anyone in times of crisis, and now that it is strong, it will never bow down. Let's beat them up. If we're going to fight the United States, I'll be the first to volunteer. Let's get them. They're addicted to blackmailing the United States. We can't tolerate this. On the Chinese internet, public opinion surged like a tidal wave, the emotions of the people instantly ignited. Inside the official building in Huaju, several high-ranking officials sat around a table. The septuagenarian remained unmoved, took a puff of his cigarette, and said with a smile, "The aid to the United States is settled then." "Sir, I don't quite understand," a high-ranking official immediately objected. This was a young man who had replaced Hua Jun in his position. He was a truly powerful figure in the military. "Long Jun, don't be in a hurry," the septuagenarian said with a smile, taking another puff of his cigarette. "Aiding the United States is fine, but we must negotiate with them. The amount of food aid isn't important, but we must negotiate with them, at least to ensure they don't launch a nuclear war within 10 days. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the officials lit up. The young Long Jun's eyes shone brightly, and he nodded excitedly, saying no more. That very day, China dispatched a negotiation team to the United States to begin negotiations. The international community immediately sensed China's sincerity and became even more convinced that China had backed down and was completely held hostage by the US nuclear war threat. Suddenly, 8 of the 11 European countries jumped in, abandoning all pretense of civility, demanding that China provide 20 million kilograms of grain as aid, otherwise, they would immediately target China with all their nuclear weapons. In response, China immediately expressed its willingness to provide aid and dispatched a negotiation team that very day. On the second day of negotiations among the 8 European nations, China and the United States reached an agreement. China would provide the US with 10 million jin of grain, with an initial shipment of 3 million jin. Simultaneously, at a Chinese airport, 5 massive transport planes took off. China had indeed compromised and put it into practice, providing grain to the US. Immediately, the United States erupted in uproar, as if witnessing a return to the weak and impoverished feudal nation of the East over a century ago. China's negotiations lack any sincerity. If you want to talk, first send 10 million jin of grain, a 5-star general of the United States declared through international media. Immediately, the international community fell silent, awaiting China's response. After a long silence, China replied, China is willing to negotiate, but hopes it will be at a fair negotiating table, not under unilateral threats. Although China's statement was firm, it was clear to everyone that China was making concessions. This delighted the elites of the United States, who clamored for maximum pressure on China. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Chinese Foreign Ministry, the diplomats looked relaxed. The head of the Foreign Ministry, a refined and elder gentleman, laughed and said, from now on, China's replies will be delayed by half a day. Give them hope, let them wait. If they really can't wait any longer, then we'll offer them something tangible. Haha, the diplomats laughed heartily. Thus, China began frequent negotiations with the United States and 8 European nations, China's attitude consistently clear and sincere. However, gradually, the world's nations discovered that, apart from initially providing the United States with 3 million caddies of grain, China had taken no further concrete action. The world's nations began to sense something was amiss. The thought of China's quiet, never-suffering approach to international affairs sent a chill down their spines. Something felt off. Chapter 10 Nuclear Peace and Peace. On the 9th day, the American 5-star general couldn't hold back any longer and directly declared through international media, the United States has not felt any sincerity from China in negotiations. In 1 hour, it will launch 6 more nuclear weapons at Mexico. The news stunned the world. You failed to negotiate with China, so why are you relentlessly attacking Mexico? Mexico immediately rejected the offer and declared it would retaliate at the same level. Of course, at this point, China finally spoke up, we are willing to provide the United States with 10 million kilograms of grain aid, which will be delivered to the United States by transport plane in 2 days. The news caused a national uproar in the United States. China had finally yielded. Meanwhile, 16 countries issued nuclear threats to China if China didn't provide grain aid, they would immediately launch nuclear attacks. Greed blinds wits. It seems China hasn't fought a war in years, yet 16 countries dare to provoke us, a man in his 60s remarked with a smile, holding a teacup in the Huaju official building. Beside him, Wang Yufei nodded with a smile, saying, judging by the time, Mingying's action should be complete by now. Sure enough, on the 10th day, Mingying reappeared outside the Mexican safe zone, and then his Sichuan fighter jet soared into the sky, beginning its return journey towards China. When the Sichuan fighter jet landed at Huaju Airport, the entire city received Mingying with the highest level of protocol. Even the man in his 60s who had never left the official building emerged under Wang Yufei's protection. I have fulfilled my mission, were Mingying's first words upon disembarking. The 60-year-old man smiled upon hearing this, grasped Mingying's hand, and repeatedly said, good, good. A moment later, Mingying and the 60-year-old man appeared together in the Supreme Command Center of the Huaju military, accompanied by Long Jun, the newly appointed high-ranking official of China, and Wang Yufei, who was responsible for protecting the 60-year-old man. A minute later, the first flash of light ignited from the territory of the United States. At the same time, hundreds of bright lights erupted throughout the entire United States, and hundreds of mushroom clouds slowly rose. No! In the post-apocalyptic fortress of the United States, a large, blonde-haired fat man slumped onto a sofa, his eyes wide open, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Across from the blonde fat man stood a tall, handsome middle-aged man. This man's face was pale, devoid of any color, and his eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Sigh, we could have launched a nuclear weapon at China 7 days ago. What a pity, this president is so incredibly stupid. The handsome man shook his head and sighed, slowly raising his head to reveal a pair of scarlet eyes. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in the handsome man's eyes. He lunged at the blonde, fat man in a flash. You! The blonde, fat man exclaimed in shock. The handsome man's face twisted in a ferocious grin. He opened his blood-red maw and bit into the blonde, fat man, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Blood instantly soaked his clothes. This man was a walking corpse. The handsome walking corpse rose from the blonde, fat man's body, gently chewing the flesh, then walked back to the sofa, sat down elegantly, and even took out a napkin to wipe his mouth, resuming his gentlemanly demeanor. The blonde, overweight man clutched his neck, struggling as he collapsed to the ground. I didn't expect China to be so well hidden, the handsome man said slowly, his gaze deep. the United States was simultaneously attacked by hundreds of nuclear missiles, and all its important military bases were completely destroyed. It turned out that during the 10 days Mingying disappeared from Mexico, he used intelligence provided by China, Russia, and Mexico to patrol the vicinity of all suspected military bases in the United States. Mingying's strategy was simple. In the 5 hours before his departure, he retrieved hundreds of nuclear weapons from China and hid them all in a mysterious space. Then, Mingying patrolled the vicinity of various military bases in the United States, digging dozens of meters into the ground and burying the nuclear weapons underground without anyone noticing. And so, hundreds of military bases in the United States were instantly subjected to nuclear explosions. Hundreds of nuclear missiles detonating simultaneously in one country. This had never happened before in human history. The entire international community fell into an instant silence. Every nation immediately thought of the country that had consistently called for world peace, and a deep sense of fear once again permeated the world. Moreover, this fear was far more intense than the last time the United States had launched a nuclear attack on Mexico, perhaps 10 or even 100 times more intense. After all, the United States had only made empty threats, it hadn't taken any significant action. But this time, a certain country had silently detonated over 400 nuclear bombs in another country. Who wouldn't be afraid? Most importantly, no one knew how it had been done. In an instant, nations around the world were gripped by fear, terrified that their own countries might also be hiding hundreds of nuclear weapons. China. It must be China. Some high-ranking US officials stationed abroad became hysterical, jumping out to accuse China. Retaliation. We must retaliate. Die together, world. The cries of madness filled the United States. Meanwhile, on American soil, 16 military bases remained intact. At this moment, a total of 600 nuclear weapons were launched, targeting various nations around the world. Of course, 500 were locked onto China, 60 onto England, and the remainder were directed at other countries. China and England retaliated instantly. Having previously coordinated their actions, each launched another 1,000 nuclear weapons. Simultaneously, all of China's air defense systems activated, reaching maximum power. Thousands of interceptor missiles were launched, and all Chinese citizens took to air raid shelters. 10 minutes later, most of the 500 nuclear weapons launched by the United States towards China were destroyed by the thousands of interceptor missiles. However, 16 nuclear weapons still managed to breach China's defenses, landing above 8 Chinese cities. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and 8 major Chinese cities vanished from the planet in an instant. Fortunately, these 8 cities were specifically marked on the list provided by Mingying, and the residents had already been evacuated. Meanwhile, mushroom clouds were rising across the United States. Originally, the nuclear weapons Mingying had buried underground were only intended for suspected military facilities in the United States, and the harm to the civilian population was actually minimal. However, with the involvement of the US in the second round, this polar bear disregarded all that and launched a saturation attack. The US mainland was almost completely razed by nuclear weapons. Major military facilities were nearly destroyed in this battle. This once invincible nation before the apocalypse was reduced to ruins in an instant. In this battle, 8 major cities in China were attacked by nuclear weapons, resulting in over 80,000 deaths and injuries. 16 cities in the US were attacked by nuclear weapons, resulting in over 1 million civilian casualties. European countries also suffered nuclear attacks from the US, with civilian casualties reaching several million. Meanwhile, the instigator of the entire incident Mingying was already rushing to Heilin City in a Sichuan fighter jet from Huaju. The trail of the big willow tree has appeared. Chapter 11 Arrival in Heilin City. As Mingying and Zhang Yun left Huaju in their Sichuan fighter jet, at Zhang Heng's request, they left behind over 10,000 jin of medicinal liquid for the city. This liquid depleted more than half of Mingying's well water reserves, but it finally suppressed the X virus in Huaju completely. Just as Mingying and Zhang Yun's Sichuan fighter jet was en route to Heilin City, another Sichuan fighter jet landed slowly in Huaju. Yu Dongchuan quickly disembarked and headed straight for the Huaju government building. Moments later, the army's 100 strongest soldiers gathered at the government building, led by Huaju's newly crowned bigwig Long Jun. "Gentlemen, we are all soldiers of China. I won't say much, just one sentence, for China." Long Jun's voice was deep. Upon hearing this, the 100 soldiers instantly straightened their backs and shouted in unison, "For China!" Whoosh! Everyone, including Long Jun, extended their arms without hesitation and, with the help of medical personnel, received an injection of the clear liquid. In the distance, the elderly man in his 60s silently watched the group, his eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. Meanwhile, Mingying and Zhang Yun had arrived outside the safe zone of Heilin City. Heilin City, a small city more than 300 kilometers from Linhe City, hadn't suffered a nuclear attack from the United States, but it was heavily harassed by mutated beasts and zombies. Mingying's Sichuan fighter jet had just landed when he saw that the area outside the safe zone of Heilin City was teeming with zombies. They had encountered a zombie horde. Sigh, zombies are actually much harder to deal with than mutated beasts, Mingying sighed, looking at the countless densely packed zombies on the ground through the plane window. Beside him, Zhang Yun nodded in agreement. Mutant beasts, at least, are still living beings. They can be injured and die. But zombies are different. They are completely inanimate, lacking any consciousness, knowing only how to devour, and are impervious to injury. Only a devastating blow to the head will kill them. Even mutated beasts would stay far away during a zombie horde, daring not to appear at all. That was the case in Halen City at that moment. A zombie horde besieged the human base, and all the mutated beasts within a radius of more than 10 kilometers had vanished completely. Can Halen City hold them off? Zhang Yun, seeing the densely packed zombies on the ground through the porthole, felt a chill run down his spine. This time, Halen City was besieged by approximately 30,000 zombies, completely surrounding the city. Soldiers on the fortifications fired wildly, and the ground was littered with zombie corpses. Most terrifyingly, a large number of zombies, though their limbs were severed, were still struggling to reach the safe zone, a truly gruesome sight. Halen City's first line of defense was barbed wire, which had long since crumbled. Now, all the soldiers were desperately holding their ground at the second concrete fortifications, but even they were on the verge of collapse. It's over, we can't hold them off this time. A chill ran down Xiao Yi's spine as he thought. Halen City was just an ordinary city, its armed forces weren't particularly strong. After several zombie attacks, they were even running out of ammunition. Brothers, let's fight to the death this time. Xiao Yi roared, his rifle clicking twice without firing a single bullet. Frustrated, he smashed the rifle aside. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and a black fighter jet swooped down from the sky, heading towards the open area of the safe zone. It's here! Xiao Yi's eyes widened suddenly, then he shouted with joy, brothers, hold on, hold on! That person from Huaju is here. This black fighter jet was naturally the Xiao-class fighter jet that had flown in from Huaju. Xiao Yi knew that an extremely powerful figure had appeared in Huaju and would be coming to Halen City. Xiao Yun, hurry, they can't hold on much longer. Before the plane had even come to a complete stop, Mingying unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up, as did Zhang Yun. As soon as the Xiao-class fighter jet landed, before the latter was even deployed, Mingying urgently said, open the hatch first. But the ground crew hesitated. Open it quickly, Mingying urged, and the ground crew hurriedly pushed open the hatch. Go! Mingying shouted, leaping out of the hatch and jumping from the plane, Zhang Yun following closely behind. You guys! The others were stunned to see the two jump directly from the plane, which was over 10 meters high. But Mingying and Zhang Yun landed and, without stopping, sprinted dozens of meters away, running wildly towards the edge of the safe zone. Here, Mingying said, taking a large alloy gun from his mysterious space and tossing it to Zhang Yun, then taking one for himself. Large guns are most effective against zombies. The moment he reached the concrete fortifications, Mingying roared to the sky, then with a boom, entered a super god state. There! In his super god state, Mingying's senses were extremely sharp. His eyes, like those of a hawk, swept across the battlefield, instantly spotting a fifth-tier zombie. Although the zombie wasn't a zombie king and was slightly less intelligent, it was still a fifth-tier zombie. It instantly sensed Mingying's terrifying power and, without thinking, turned and ran. Trying to run? Mingying's figure flashed, disappearing from the fortifications. The soldiers on the fortifications were terrified at the sight. Below were zombies. Charging down like that, even a slight glancing blow from a zombie's claw would be fatal. But the next second, all the soldiers were stunned once more. Mingying charged into the dense horde of zombies like lightning, instantly carving a bloody path through them, leaving a trail of flesh and blood in his wake. In just a few dozen breaths, Mingying caught up with the zombie, and with a gentle thrust of his spear, pierced its head. Immediately, Mingying exited his superhuman state, his spear transforming into a death-reaping machine, unleashing a carnage upon the zombies. Not far away, Zhang Yun was doing the same. Having reached the 4th level, her physical abilities had increased several times over, and she fought with unparalleled ferocity. The battle lasted for over 3 hours. Zhang Yun, not yet at the 5th rank, only fought for an hour before retreating to his fortifications. After resting for half an hour, he charged back into the battlefield. The battle lasted a full 3 hours. After the battle, the area outside the safe zone was littered with corpses, the ground stained inky black blood. We won, we won. The soldiers of Halen City were stunned, realizing for the first time that individual strength alone could be so unbelievably powerful. The entire fortification fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. On the battlefield, Mingying and Zhang Yun stood hundreds of meters apart, both holding guns, facing each other. Looking at the jubilant soldiers on the fortification, they felt immense relief. Behind these soldiers were families anxiously watching. For these families, the safe return of their soldiers was the greatest happiness. We must protect this happiness, Mingying silently vowed, walking to Zhang Yun's side and glancing once more at the soldiers on the fortification. Xiao Yi strode out of the fortifications, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Ming and Ms. Zhang. If it weren't for you, Heilun City would have been in grave danger. Mingying shook his head, then with a wave of his hand, over 100 kilograms of well water appeared. He said, give each wounded soldier 50 milliliters. It will treat the zombie virus. Xiao Yi was already stunned when Mingying suddenly conjured the well water. He thought to himself, I've long heard that Mr. Ming is incredibly mysterious, possessing many unbelievable abilities. Seeing it today, it's certainly true. However, Xiao Yi didn't have time to think further. The zombie virus was far more potent than the X virus. If treatment wasn't timely, the soldiers would soon turn into zombies. He bowed deeply to Mingying, then ordered his men to carry the well water back to the fortifications. About an hour later, accompanied by the low rumble of a motorcycle, a military truck, crushing a large number of zombie corpses, sped away from Heilun City. Mr. Ming, the willow tree's trail is just 40 kilometers away, a security guard said excitedly from inside the car. Mingying and Zhang Yun's gazes sharpened upon hearing this, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Nai Shu, finally, I can avenge you. Chapter 12 Wan Yu Fei is attacked. Mingying and Zhang Yun stood silently amidst the city ruins. Before them, the concrete had shattered, forming a straight strip of ruins stretching into the distance. It's the willow tree's trail, no doubt about it, Mingying said, his eyes gleaming. Zhang Yun beside him was equally stunned, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. Nearby, several security guards from Heilun City were also witnessing such a scene for the first time, completely dumbfounded. What kind of mutated beast could create such a terrifying strip of ruins simply by moving? The men exchanged glances, and the leader couldn't help but speak up. While you two are powerful, that giant willow tree is simply too terrifying, it's beyond human strength to contend with. Oh, you've seen that willow tree? Mingying asked curiously. The lead security guard's eyes flashed with lingering fear upon hearing this. He took a deep breath and said, I saw it from afar. That tree was probably 400 or 500 meters tall. A person standing under it looked like a tiny ant. We had 4 teams, a total of 40 people. In less than 10 seconds, we were all dragged away and hanged from the tree. My team was a little further away. When those branches came crashing down on us, we ran for 600 or 700 meters before we escaped, the security captain recalled, his heart still trembling. Mingying's expression also turned grave upon hearing this. 500 meters tall, that's already at the peak of the 5th rank. If they didn't kill this willow tree in time, once it reached the 6th rank, they would truly be unable to cope. Alright, you can leave it here. Leave the rest to us, Mingying said with a smile. The security captain nodded, hesitant for a moment, but finally took a deep breath and said, Mr. Ming, Huaju has assigned me a task, to record your combat video using a drone. Mingying frowned upon hearing this, and the security captain was immediately alarmed, thinking Mingying was about to refuse. However, Mingying thought for a moment and then said, Alright, it'll be good to let Huaju know how terrifying this mutated willow tree is. The security captain was overjoyed and quickly retrieved the drone from his car. Give me the drone, you can't keep up with my speed, Mingying said directly, leaving the security captain stunned. Don't worry, I won't let you fail the mission, Zhang Yun said with a smile, taking the drone from the security captain. Then, Zhang Yun and Mingying exchanged a glance, both seeing the resolute killing intent in each other's eyes. In a flash, they moved simultaneously, transforming into 2 black shadows, tracking along the broken ruins. The security team members only saw Mingying and Zhang Yun cover a distance of over 10 meters in a single step, as if they were flying through the air. They finally realized that Mingying's words, you can't keep up with my speed, were not empty threats. Boss, this is too terrifying. Several other security team members beside them were also dumbfounded. What's so special about this? During the zombie horde, these two killed over 10,000 zombies in one go. You were there too, the captain said. Even so, the men were still speechless with shock. Boss, the leaders said they're going to strengthen traditional martial arts training. Do you think those two might have gotten their powers from practicing martial arts? A young security guard suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the security captain, brightened up. Looking at Mingying and Zhang Yun, the two were now moving at full speed, frantically chasing after the tracks left by the large willow tree. One was now a 4th-tier evolved being, and the other a 6th-tier evolved being. Their speed was truly lightning fast, even faster than a car. However, after chasing for over an hour and covering nearly 100 kilometers, they still hadn't found the large willow tree. Zhang Yun hadn't yet reached the 5th tier, his stamina was gradually reaching its limit, and his speed was slowing down. Seeing this, Mingying gently placed a hand on Zhang Yun's shoulder and smiled, go to Mingying City and rest for a while. Drink some more potions, maybe you can reach the 5th tier this time. Zhang Yun nodded and entered the mysterious space. Mingying gazed into the distance, took a deep breath, and with a whoosh, increased his speed even further, almost becoming a black shadow as he sped away. Meanwhile, as Mingying raced forward, in the safe zone outside Huaju, a tall figure stood silently atop the ruins of a high-rise building. He seems to have left, the tall figure murmured. Suddenly, the figure slowly raised her head, revealing a pale, sallow face. She was none other than the female zombie king. Her crimson eyes were fixed intently on the distant safe zone, a cruel smile on her face. At this moment, inside the official building of the Huaju safe zone, Wang Yufei, who had been responsible for protecting the 60-year-old man, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, as if something terrifying was looming over him. Wang Yufei had now reached the third tier, and having followed the path of brain evolution, his perception of danger was exceptionally strong. "Sir, I don't feel well. How about we go to the basement?" Wang Yufei suddenly suggested. The 60-year-old man frowned upon hearing this, then smiled and said, "All right." However, the next second, the office door swung open, and a tall figure appeared in the doorway. It was none other than the female zombie king. At this moment, the female zombie king was dressed in a clean and tidy tracksuit. Her hair was neatly washed and shiny. If it weren't for her sallow complexion and bloodshot eyes, she would have looked no different from a normal person. "Young man, quite perceptive. How about becoming my younger brother?" The female zombie king said with a faint smile, her gaze lightly sweeping over Wang Yufei and the 60-year-old man in the room. "You!" Wang Yufei jumped to his feet, his inner force surging violently. He pounced on the female zombie king like a tiger, flicking his wrist to produce a dagger, which he plunged directly into her body. "Ha!" Wang Yufei, having easily succeeded, immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly bit his tongue, only to see the scene before him shatter. Wang Yufei remained in the same position as seconds before, while the female zombie king was still in the same position as when she had just entered. It was an illusion. Wang Yufei's heart sank. His eyes remained fixed on the female zombie king, and he growled, "I'm fully conscious now. If I call for help, you won't escape." The female zombie king laughed. If it weren't for her sallow complexion, her every smile and gesture would have been incredibly captivating. "You can have someone try it," the female zombie king said with a smile. Wang Yufei's gaze shifted, his eyes narrowing as he noticed a small pendulum on the office tea table. This small pendulum was specially made for Wang Yufei. Ordinary pendulums swing with the same amplitude and frequency. But this pendulum was different, its amplitude and frequency of swing were not fixed. Wang Yufei had his own understanding of illusions. He believed that an illusion was a fabricated world constructed by the other party, which then enveloped his mind. Everything in the fabricated world was created by the caster. If one deliberately left something different, and the caster was unaware of it, one could instantly determine whether they were trapped in an illusion. And now, the pendulum in front of Wang Yufei swung with the same amplitude and frequency, exactly like an ordinary pendulum. "Oh no, it's a double illusion." Wang Yufei was instantly alarmed and bit his tongue again. Sure enough, the scene before Wang Yufei shattered. He was back in his initial position, as was the 60-year-old man, and the female zombie king at the door was also in the same position as when she had just entered, smiling faintly at him. Wang Yufei's gaze fell on the pendulum clock on the tea table, and his eyes narrowed instantly. But the amplitude and frequency of the pendulum's swing were still the same as a normal pendulum. It was still an illusion. Chapter 13. Where do you think you can run to? Wang Yufei felt a chill run through his body. Even with his mental calculations 10 or 100 times faster than the average person, he felt utterly helpless. After all, his opponent had unknowingly trapped him in an illusion. Break! 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 Wang Yufei's inner energy surged. He repeatedly bit his tongue, stabbed himself with a dagger, and severed his thigh. He woke from the illusion time and time again, only to find himself still in it. Finally, after breaking the illusion for the 96th time, Wang Yufei felt a sudden brightness before his eyes. He was actually outside the safe zone. "Oh!" The tall female zombie king, walking ahead, turned around upon noticing Wang Yufei was awake, a look of surprise on her face. Is it an illusion or reality?" Wang Yufei's eyes were glazed, filled with anguish. "It's real. I set up 96 layers of illusion, and you broke through them in such a short time. Your brain power is truly terrifying," the female zombie king said in a deep, hoarse voice. "No, this is still an illusion." Wang Yufei didn't believe it at all. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out a dagger and plunged it into his wrist. Instantly, blood splattered. Wang Yufei was stunned, realizing that the scene before him hadn't been broken. He finally confirmed that this time he hadn't fallen into an illusion. You actually controlled me to leave the official building." Wang Yufei quickly scanned his surroundings, realizing that he had unknowingly followed the female zombie king out of the safe zone. "Oh no, the commander." Wang Yufei's expression changed drastically. Don't overthink it. Your commander is fine. I mainly came to find you." The female zombie king stopped, silently gazing at Wang Yufei, a hint of tenderness appearing in her crimson eyes. Wang Yufei's heart skipped a beat. The female zombie king's gaze shifted from Wang Yufi's face, finally settling on his wrists. Wang Yufi's expression changed drastically. Gradually regaining his senses, he felt a chill run through his right hand, as if it had lost all feeling. Wang Yufi frantically rolled up his sleeves, then froze. On his right forearm, a row of gruesome teeth marks was clearly visible. The bleeding had stopped, leaving a blackish tinge. You bit me?" Wang Yufi stammered. The female zombie king smiled and said, "Welcome. You are about to become a great god. And I, Lu Piaopio, am your guide. Go to hell." The usually mild-mannered Wang Yufi instantly cursed, kicking the zombie king, Lu Piaopio, with a bang. However, a hazy light returned to Lu Piaopio's crimson eyes, and Wang Yufi suddenly calmed down, obediently following her towards the distant ruins. A moment later, Wang Yufi roared, breaking free from the hallucination. But Lu Piaopio's eyes immediately regained their hazy light, and Wang Yufi fell into the hallucination again. Looking at a place over 300 kilometers outside Hailan City, Mingying and Zhang Yun were speeding side by side. Suddenly, Mingying's eyes lit up as he spotted a huge willow tree in the distance. "It's it!" Mingying shouted immediately, "Xiao Yun, you stay here, I'll go kill it." "I want to go too," Zhang Yun exclaimed urgently. "No, your strength isn't enough." Mingying shook his head, but then his eyes lit up. He saw that Zhang Yun's eyes were bright, and a special aura permeated his body. "Wow, he's already entered the oneness of heaven and man state?" Mingying was speechless. He hadn't expected that Zhang Yun had only found the big willow tree and experienced a slight mental stimulation, yet he had already entered the oneness of heaven and man state. "Is it okay now?" Zhang Yun opened his eyes, his gaze filled with intense fighting spirit. "All right, you win," Mingying said speechlessly, taking a large bottle of well water from his mysterious space and tossing it to Zhang Yun, saying, "Drink it all. Maybe you can break through to the 5th rank during the battle later." "Okay." Zhang Yun took the well water and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, a surge of heat coursed through her body, causing her to roar to the sky, "Willow tree, prepare to die." At the same time, the giant willow tree also noticed Mingying and Zhang Yun. Suddenly, the terrifying 500-meter-tall willow tree trembled violently, its enormous branches flying wildly through the air like giant pythons, shooting towards Mingying and Zhang Yun in a massive, overwhelming rush. "Not running away this time." Mingying grinned, taking an alloy battle sword from his mysterious space and tossing it to Zhang Yun. After Zhang Yun caught the alloy battle sword, Mingying also took one out for himself. To deal with the giant willow tree, one often needs to cut its branches. Using an alloy spear is clearly not the best weapon. After the willow tree killed Naishu, Mingying harbored thoughts of revenge and had Yu Dongchuan create a large number of weapons, which he then placed in the mysterious space. "Be careful," Mingying instructed. Zhang Yun didn't even answer Mingying, and with a boom, charged out. As expected, it's the dragon flame goddess." Mingying was speechless. In this life, Zhang Yun's experiences were vastly different from her previous life, so her personality was slightly better. However, once her spirit was stimulated and she entered a state of unity of heaven and man, the violent nature within her would still be unleashed. Mingying initially wanted to send Zhang Yun into the mysterious space, but then he thought that his helpers couldn't possibly enter the mysterious space every time they encountered danger. In the long run, these people wouldn't get any training, and the point of him finding comrades would be lost. Moreover, Zhang Yun was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th rank at any moment, and facing this giant willow tree, he wasn't entirely without the ability to protect himself. "Then let's have a big slaughter." Mingying roared to the sky, turned on the drone, and tossed it aside. He then sprinted after Zhang Yun, his speed surpassing Zhang Yun's in no time. The drone, once activated, immediately took off with a buzzing sound. Simultaneously, footage of the battle appeared in the conference room in Huaju. The drone soared into the sky, overlooking the entire Earth. In the drone's live feed, Mingying and Zhang Yun, swords in hand, raced at breakneck speed. In the distance, a colossal willow tree reached for the sky, its massive branches cascading down like waterfalls, some piercing the air, others spreading rapidly along the ground like giant pythons. With a deafening boom, Mingying and Zhang Yun finally clashed with the giant willow tree. Instantly, their bodies were enveloped in a dazzling display of blade light, and massive willow branches snapped and flew through the air. Of course, many willow branches also broke through their defensive barrier of blade light, striking Mingying and Zhang Yun squarely. Unfortunately, both Mingying and Zhang Yun were now wearing super bulletproof suits, with a force membrane beneath their skin. These sporadic strikes from the willow branches couldn't inflict any real damage on them. Their speed only slowed slightly, but they continued to steadily approach the giant willow tree. Everything was just like before. Sigh. A sigh came from within the giant willow tree. A branch from its roots quickly burrowed into the soil, dragging a small, translucent stone along with it, and began to burrow rapidly into the dark earth, fleeing into the distance. At the same time, Mingying, who had been in a godlike state, suddenly noticed something and clearly sensed an aura rapidly fleeing from underground into the distance. He couldn't help but sneer, "Let's see where you run this time. I'll sever your true form first." Chapter 14. Another unexpected turn of events. Die! Mingying cleaved countless willow branches with a single strike, now standing 300 or 400 meters in front of the giant willow tree. With a flick of his wrist, Mingying retrieved a short spear from his mysterious spatial storage. In a flash, it transformed into a streak of light and shot forth. The countless branches of the giant willow tree instantly closed up, forming a giant shield that blocked the spear. However, the next second, a burst of flame shot into the sky. The tip of the spear was actually an explosive device, branches flew everywhere, and the giant shield shattered. At the same time, another short spear followed closely behind, hurtling through the falling branches and hurtling towards the willow tree. The willow tree immediately sensed this, its branches closing up again, forming another giant shield that blocked the second spear. But then, another burst of flames erupted, and the second spear exploded. Following closely behind was a third short spear, then a fourth. Each time, the willow tree used its branches to form a giant shield to block, but Mingying's spears advanced dozens of meters with each strike. Mingying hurled more than 10 short spears in succession, and finally, with a thud, one spear embedded itself in the willow tree's trunk. Immediately, a deafening explosion erupted, flames shot into the sky, and wood chips flew everywhere. A third of the willow tree's 70 or 80-meter diameter was instantly destroyed. Then, another short spear shot through the thick smoke, and with a thud, embedded itself in the blasted hole in the willow tree, exploding again. Finally, the willow tree's thick trunk snapped completely, its over 500-meter-tall trunk collapsing with a crash. At the same time, the countless willow branches shuddered violently, all seemingly losing control, and fell helplessly to the ground. This. In Huaju, a man in his 60s stared intently at the screen, his eyes filled with intense fear. Beside him, Long Jun, his face grave, couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect the recipe he provided to actually be real. Trees 400 or 500 meters tall have already appeared. I'm afraid the other terrifying mutated beasts will appear as well." After speaking, Long Jun glanced at the 60-year-old man with a worried expression. The 60-year-old man took a deep drag on his cigarette, and a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. The most terrifying one is Mingying. This voice, like a leech, was deeply etched into the 60-year-old man's heart, and then he uttered it aloud. Upon hearing this, Long Jun was stunned, then his eyes widened in horror, and he exclaimed, "Commander, what do you mean?" The 60-year-old man's gaze was cold and sharp, he remained silent. Finally dead. 100 meters behind Mingying, Zhang Yun felt the branches, which had been thrashing about like wild snakes, suddenly fall limply to the ground, and her eyes lit up. Die completely. Mingying's figure flashed, appearing beside the broken trunk of the large willow tree. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a large barrel of gasoline from his mysterious space. Huadu, the 60-year-old man, and Long Jun, among others, all paled slightly upon seeing this. He seems to have used this ability to conjure things out of thin air several times, Long Jun said, frowning. And before, when he provided us with food, hundreds of millions of kilograms of grain suddenly appeared outside the safe zone without any trace of transport. I suspect that was also created out of thin air. The 60-year-old man remained silent. Has he obtained some alien technology? Or is there some powerful force behind him? Long Jun continued. The 60-year-old man waved his hand and said, he shouldn't have any powerful backing. Then he obtained alien technology? Long Jun exclaimed. Extraterrestrial technology. These high-ranking figures in the world all knew a little about it. The 60-year-old man glanced at Long Jun but didn't speak, continuing to look at the screen. On the screen, Mingying kicked over a large barrel of gasoline, then gently lit a lighter. A huge flame instantly shot into the sky. Mingying and Zhang Yun quickly retreated 100 meters away. Then, Mingying stood motionless, his body emanating a strange aura. Godlike state. It escaped underground, heading west. Mingying suddenly looked west and whispered, "Let's go, let's chase after it and see where it runs this time." Zhang Yun was stunned, exclaiming, "It's still running? It's not dead yet?" Mingying nodded and smiled, "If it were that easy to die, why would I bother?" Just as Mingying and Zhang Yun were running at full speed, several hundred meters away, 7 or 8 meters underground, a thick willow root was rapidly creeping forward. Suddenly, the root broke through the soil and encountered another underground river, just like its previous escape. Sigh, it has to start all over again. A consciousness within the root sighed repeatedly. The thick root began to grow rapidly, tightly enveloping a small piece of crystalline stone, forming a wooden ball slightly larger than a fist. Finally, the wooden ball successfully separated from the thick root and fell into the underground river, flowing slowly into the distance. "Alright, I'll wait until you've separated your consciousness." On the ground, 100 meters away, Mingying's eyes suddenly lit up. He changed direction and sped off in another direction. In his superhuman state, Mingying's perception of consciousness was extremely powerful. Just now, he clearly realized that Willow Tree had completed the separation of its consciousness underground, and then began to advance at a steady pace. Mingying didn't know there was an underground river, but he could guess the general situation. Once Willow Tree completed the separation of its consciousness, it would be at its weakest, almost powerless to resist, and unable to use its previous escape methods. Mingying maintained his superhuman state, calmly chasing the wooden ball floating in the underground river. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Mingying suddenly laughed, looked at Zhang Yun, and said, "Today is the day to avenge Naishu." Zhang Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He saw a small river a few dozen meters away, and in a corner of the riverbed, there was a hidden outlet. At that moment, a round, dark shape flashed past the water outlet, then, buoyed by the river, rapidly rose towards the surface. There! Mingying and Zhang Yun appeared on the riverbank, immediately spotting the wooden ball that had just surfaced. Their eyes instantly flashed with intense killing intent. The wooden ball also sensed Mingying and Zhang Yun, and immediately trembled violently, simultaneously emitting a consciousness, "Spare me. Spare me? When you killed my comrade, did you ever think of sparing his life?" Mingying's gaze sharpened. He still remembered that time when Zhang Yun and Naishu were both in grave danger. Zhang Yun was closer to him, but both were in imminent peril. In his final moments, Naishu shattered the willow branches surrounding Zhang Yun with his heavy machine gun, but he himself was pierced by several branches, which then devoured his flesh and tore him to pieces. He died without a complete corpse. This deep-seated hatred was like a needle, constantly piercing the hearts of Mingying and Zhang Yun. Spare them? Die! Mingying moved Zhou Fang and Lu Jun out of the mysterious space, then flashed into the river, preparing to grab the wooden ball. "This is the Willow Tree, it's finished," Zhang Yun said. Zhou Fang and Lu Jun's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, Lu Jun especially excited, exclaiming, "Good!" Suddenly, a huge splash erupted in the river, and a dark shadow flashed from the bottom, grabbing the wooden ball before Mingying could react, then diving underwater. "It's you!" Mingying's eyes narrowed, instantly filled with rage. A large alloy spear appeared in his hand, and with a whoosh, he plunged it into the water. The figure underwater swerved several times, but was ultimately forced to leap to the surface by Mingying's alloy spear. It was the Frogman leader. Chapter 15 Encounter with the Frogman again. Is it? A murderous glint flashed in Mingying's eyes. The Willow Tree had actually colluded with the Frogman leader. This was no good omen. "Since we've encountered it, let's die together." Mingying, skilled and daring, prepared to eliminate the Frogman leader as well. Although Mingying had already keenly sensed that this Frogman leader seemed to have reached the 6th rank. Mutant beasts reaching the 6th rank experience a qualitative leap, such as intelligence comparable to humans, or even rivaling top human sages, and possessing exceptionally strong bodies, especially their regenerative abilities. "Mingying, could you please stop?" The Frogman spoke in fluent Chinese. Mingying's eyes narrowed. Only a little over a month had passed since the apocalypse, and this Frogman had already evolved from a frog into a creature fluent in human language. This speed was terrifying. "We need to hurry up and evolve too," Mingying thought to himself, still contemplating the evolutionary trajectory of humanity. Mingying had always been incredibly dedicated to human evolution, providing food, medicine, and tirelessly guiding them in martial arts cultivation, taking care of them meticulously. Mingying could have chosen not to do all this, focusing solely on his own evolution to become the strongest being in the world. However, humans are, after all, social creatures. If humanity were to perish, what would be the point of Mingying's strength alone? "You've got guts, daring to come looking for me again," Mingying said, narrowing his eyes and smiling. The Frogman, clutching a wooden ball, climbed ashore from the other side of the river, staring at Mingying. "My stance has always been peaceful coexistence with humans. Why are you so relentlessly pressuring us?" "Peaceful coexistence? That's because your race is still too weak," Mingying sneered. This Frogman was extremely cunning. Back in the underground cave, it claimed to have no ill intentions towards humans, yet it still managed to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, Mingying was also up to no good and planned to ambush the Frogman, preventing them from succeeding. Mingying saw through the Frogman leader's thoughts, and his expression changed slightly. The biggest problem with the Frogman race right now is indeed their overall weakness. Although he is strong individually, compared to the overall strength of the human race, they are far too weak. "Since you dared to show yourself today, I certainly won't let you go." Mingying slowly climbed ashore, brandishing his alloy spear. Beside him, Lu Jun immediately released the safety on his heavy machine gun, turning it to aim at the Frogman leader. Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang also drew their weapons. "You have companions, and I have helpers." The Frogman leader shook his head. At the same time, the river water churned, and several dark figures leaped out of the water and landed on the bank. They were actually a group of small frogmen. The leader of the frogmen's eyes lit up when it saw Mingying, but it quickly concealed its excitement. Mingying's eyes also lit up when he saw the Frogman. The Frogman who had consumed the well water was far stronger than the others. Mingying sensed it briefly and felt it had reached the 5th rank, while most of the other frogmen were around the 2nd or 3rd rank. Just then, the frogman leader did something Mingying hadn't expected. It tossed the wooden ball, imbued with the willow tree's consciousness, to the little frogman, saying, "Big brother, take this and run." This. Mingying was stunned. The little frogman caught the wooden ball, also momentarily stunned, then secretly glanced at Mingying. Seeing that Mingying didn't react, it immediately bowed respectfully to the frogman leader. "Yes, father." "Frogman leader, you're giving this to your child? Are you planning to stay behind and hold me off? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Mingying said with a smile. The frogman chieftain shook his head and said, "Ada's evolution speed is faster than mine. If I die today, as long as my race still has hope, I will die without regret." Mingying laughed heartily upon hearing this, brandishing his alloy spear, and said with a smile, "All right, let's try and see if your son can escape from my comrades." Having said that, Mingying glanced at Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun. The three immediately understood, and Lu Jun directly turned his spear, aiming it at the other little frogman. Sensing the threat of death, the little frogmen immediately started croaking incessantly, their expressions extremely agitated. The frogman chieftain sighed inwardly upon seeing this. These little frogmen's intelligence was still too low. The slightest provocation caused them to immediately lose control of their emotions. Fortunately, Ada is a bit smarter. The frogman chieftain glanced at Ada, feeling much more relieved. Little did he know, Ada, on whom he had placed such high hopes, had already been subdued by Mingying. "Run!" The frogman leader roared, his towering figure leaping across the 7 or 8 meter wide riverbed, lunging at Mingying. The other 7 or 8 smaller frogmen turned and ran, some jumping into the river, others sprinting away, fleeing into the distance. "Die!" Lu Jun roared, his heavy machine gun spitting fire, a dense torrent of bullets instantly engulfing the smaller frogmen. Several second-tier frogmen were immediately struck by bullets, blood spurting out, and 3 smaller frogmen were riddled with bullets. "You're asking for death!" The frogman leader roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage at the sight of his offspring being killed, charging towards Lu Jun while simultaneously grabbing stones and hurling them at him. Lu Jun grinned. He was now a 3rd-tier evolved being, and a speed type 1 at that, possessing not only incredible speed but also terrifyingly fast reflexes. Lu Jun's legs suddenly grew several sizes thicker, and with a swift movement, he easily dodged the rocks and fled into the distance at an astonishing speed. "Your opponent is me." Mingying's icy voice came from behind the frogman leader, and at the same time, a spear shadow swept across. The frogman leader was immediately startled and retreated hastily. Mingying's attack missed, and he immediately gave chase. A barrage of spear shadows enveloped the frogman leader, whose speed was also extremely fast. Although in danger, he remained calm and composed, quickly dodging Mingying's attacks. His improvement in strength doesn't seem exaggerated. Humans are indeed a race on the verge of being eliminated. The frogman leader felt a hidden sense of satisfaction as he sensed Mingying's onslaught. It's important to know that after advancing to the 6th rank, its strength underwent a dramatic increase, and the strength Mingying was displaying now didn't seem exaggerated. "Looks like I can kill him myself today, no need for that move." The frogman leader was secretly pleased, but he immediately added, however, just to be on the safe side, "Let's stick to the plan." At that moment, a buzzing sound came, and the drone from the direction of Huaju also caught up. From Huaju, they immediately spotted Mingying fighting the frogman leader. What kind of creature is that?" The people of Huaju's expressions changed drastically upon seeing the frogman leader. The frogman leader was now a full 2.5 meters tall, with incredibly long arms and legs, and its entire body was snow white. Although its face was ugly, it possessed a strange beauty that didn't evoke any repulsion. This was a characteristic only found in higher beings. "This creature can fight Mingying to a standstill?" The 60-year-old man's eyes widened in surprise. Beside him, Long Jun and the others remained silent. Mingying alone was already a force to be reckoned with in Huaju. Now, another mysterious creature had appeared? Moreover, Mingying was at least human. This creature was a true alien race. "Chief, we need to prepare as soon as possible," Long Jun suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice. The 60-year-old man's gaze sharpened, but he remained silent. Looking at Mingying, he too was suffering in silence. The reason the frogman leader thought Mingying was nothing special was because he hadn't entered his superhuman state. The superhuman state puts immense pressure on the body and brain of any evolved being. Even Mingying could only maintain the superhuman state for 10 minutes. After that, he needed at least an hour to recover. When fighting the great willow tree, Mingying had maintained the superhuman state the entire time, and it had long since run out. Execute the plan. The frogman leader was excited, with a vague feeling that this time they would definitely be able to completely kill Mingying, this terrifying opponent who would put immense pressure on them. Chapter 16 Huaju's Plan. The frogman leader suddenly retreated more than 10 steps, shouting, "Mingying, you can't do anything to me, why fight anymore?" The frogman leader's response was a powerful strike from Mingying's alloy spear, which the leader narrowly dodged, then turned and ran. "Heh," Mingying sneered. He could tell the frogman leader was acting, but he was happy to play along. The longer the fight dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Mingying. His superhuman state would only need another half hour to recover. By then, he wouldn't care about any schemes or tricks, he'd crush them all. Just as the frogman leader fled, on the other side of the river, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun were giving chase to the smaller frogmen. The first 3 smaller frogmen killed were all tier 2, the remaining 4, except for Ada, had all reached tier 3, making them much more difficult to kill. Lu Jun, concentrate fire, take one down first. Zhang Yun, having served in the security force, quickly deployed tactics, demonstrating exceptional combat command skills. Lu Jun nodded, his heavy machine gun locking onto the last frogman, unleashing a burst of bullets. The frogman dove underwater, dodging Lu Jun's fire with several maneuvers, but suddenly a black flash appeared. Zhang Yun struck, a short spear plunged into the water, instantly sending a spray of crimson blood rising from the depths. "Good!" Lu Jun exclaimed with delight, unleashing another burst of bullets. This time, the frogman who had dove underwater was riddled with bullets. The other frogmen, seeing this, croaked wildly. Their intelligence was ultimately inferior to their leader and Ada. The other 2 frogmen, their eyes red with rage, immediately counterattacked. Ada, seeing this, also quickly turned the tables. "Zhou Fang, prepare for battle." Zhang Yun immediately became alert. The other 2 small frogmen were nothing to worry about, only 3rd tier. Zhang Yun, at the peak of 4th tier, could easily handle them. But Ada was different, it was 5th tier, posing a significant threat to Zhang Yun. However, the next second, a scene completely unexpected unfolded. Ada attacked from behind the 2 small frogmen, punching each of them once, instantly causing them to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun were all stunned. Lu Jun rang out, locking his heavy machine gun on Ada. Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang were also on high alert. Ada looked down at the 2 fallen frogmen, a hint of sadness flashing in its eyes. Then it raised its head, looked at Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun, and gave them a human-like smile. "Hello," Ada spoke in human language. "Do you need this?" Ada picked up the wooden ball, which immediately trembled violently, a consciousness emerging. "You betrayed us." "Betrayed?" Ada shook its head. Ever since drinking the well water, it had completely submitted to Mingying. Moreover, it was quite intelligent, and deep down, it believed that the frogmen could not possibly contend with the human race. With that, Ada tossed the wooden ball to Zhang Yun, then hoisted the 2 small frogmen onto its back, jumped into the river, and swam quickly into the distance. Lu Jun locked his heavy machine gun on Ada, several times tempted to pull the trigger, but ultimately restrained himself. "Let's go!" The 3 of them vaguely understood, this little frogman had likely also been subdued by Mingying. After all, the mutated chicken AG and the cow to buy in the mysterious space had both been subdued by Mingying. However, the 3 were still shocked, wondering how Mingying had subdued this mutated frogman. Looking at Mingying, he was currently chasing after the frogman leader, racing at breakneck speed. Both Mingying and the frogman leader were 6th-tier beings with incredibly powerful stamina. In the blink of an eye, they had covered 3 or 4 kilometers. By the time Zhang Yun and the others returned, Mingying was long gone. "Is it leading me to Heilun City?" Mingying thought to himself. "Fine, once my superhuman state recovers, I'll kill it immediately. I can't let the battleground lead to Heilun City." In the distance, a drone quickly caught up. The group of bigwigs from Huaju also noticed that the frogman leader was leading Mingying towards Heilun City, and their brows furrowed immediately. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Huaju official building, the initial group of 60-year-old man and Long Jun had grown to a dozen people, including Elder Zhang and Zhang Heng. Strangely, none of them inquired about Wang Yufi's disappearance, as if he had never existed. "Sir, if this mutated beast fights Mingying in Heilun City will probably be finished," Long Jun said worriedly. The man in his 60s took a drag of his cigarette and finally spoke slowly. "The people of Heilun City must be protected. If there's no other way, then execute the plan." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the conference room changed slightly. Zhang Heng's eyes twitched, and he immediately said, "Chief, Mingying has a large amount of grain, he can't be harmed." "Minister Zhang, you're wrong. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Heilun City, we can't ignore them." Someone immediately objected. This person was named Lu Bo, a member of the Lu family of Huaju, and had a close relationship with the Qin family. "Humph." Zhang Heng snorted coldly. Lu Bo also sneered, revealing a cruel smile. The so-called plan was to use a massive missile barrage, including a nuclear weapon. Once locked on, even if Mingying were 10 times stronger, he wouldn't survive. "I object." At this moment, an aged voice rang out. Old Zhang stared intently at the man in his 60s, slowly saying, "Chief, the situation is still unclear. I suggest we wait and see. Don't execute the plan until the very last step. The situation is still unclear? Another senior figure frowned. Mingying has been fighting this mutated beast for over 10 minutes. Everyone has seen it. He can't do anything with it. I can even vaguely sense that the mutated beast is deliberately feigning weakness to lure Mingying. These words caused another silence in the conference room. Old Zhang was speechless, finally letting out a long sigh. Alas, this mutated beast is too terrifying. Even with Mingying's combat strength, he can't defeat it, someone sighed. By the way, Commander, how's our own King of Soldiers program going? Another bigwig asked. This one seemed to be on the same side as Elder Zhang, and was intentionally changing the subject to buy Mingying more time. The 60-year-old man understood the man's intention perfectly. He waved his hand and said, "This is Long Jun's responsibility. Long Jun, please speak." The black-haired youth, Long Jun, nodded and said, "Reporting to the leaders, the King of Soldiers program is progressing smoothly. Currently, 72 people have reached the first rank, 23 have reached the second rank, and 5 have reached the third rank. We've made predictions, and in another 20 days, perhaps some will reach the 5th rank, or even the 6th rank." Everyone in the conference room breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If they could reach the 5th or 6th rank, they would essentially be at Mingying's level, giving Huadu much more confidence. Furthermore, there's something else I need to report to you all, Long Jun continued. The results of the experiments conducted by experts from the Academy of Sciences have just come in. The experts unanimously agree that evolution doesn't necessarily require a potion. What? Really? That's wonderful. We won't be at the mercy of others anymore. Someone exclaimed excitedly. This person was none other than Lu Bo. This man was extremely shrewd. With just the phrase, "no longer at the mercy of others," he instantly stirred the nerves of all the bigwigs. Chapter 17. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat. Long Jun smiled and nodded, saying, "The experts conducted 3 experiments, each involving 100 ordinary people. The first group consumed ordinary grains daily, the second group consumed mutated beast meat daily, and the third group received 100 milliliters of a potion daily. Simultaneously, all 3 groups underwent high-intensity physical training daily. The entire training lasted 10 days. Currently, the first group has 3 evolved individuals, a probability of 3%, the second group has 15 evolved individuals, a probability of 15%, and the third group has 32 evolved individuals, a probability of 32%. The probability of becoming an evolved individual from eating mutated beasts is half that of taking the potion." Someone exclaimed excitedly. 15% is already a terrifying percentage. Considering that China currently has hundreds of millions of people, this means there could be 10 million evolved individuals in the future. How terrifying is that? The high-ranking officials in the conference room all wore expressions of joy, but Zhang Heng felt some unease. Before leaving, Mingying gave Huaju over 10,000 jin of potion. Huaju now has very few X-virus infected individuals left, and if evolved humans can use mutated beast meat as a substitute, then Huaju's craving for the potion will be minimized. This is troublesome. Mingying acted too aggressively before, it might have already incited some people to kill him, Zhang Heng worriedly thought. Sure enough, Lu Bo immediately stood up and said, "Chief, I think we should gradually downplay the importance of the potion. A nation like ours cannot be controlled by one person." Upon hearing this, many of the high-ranking officials nodded thoughtfully. "Chief, I don't quite agree with Minister Liu's statement. Although we don't need the potion for evolution anymore, what will we do if our soldiers are injured in battle against mutated beasts?" A middle-aged man stood up and shook his head. This man was none other than the Minister of Health and Welfare in China. Initially, Huaju had no medicine, and he was frantic with worry. It was Mingying who provided a large quantity of the medicine, alleviating his immediate crisis. Zhang Heng quickly stood up and said, "Chief, I agree. After all, we haven't mastered the method of making the medicine yet, it's better to be cautious." The 60-year-old man remained silent, but his eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Zhang Heng's expression changed slightly. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "The chief seems quite different today." Not only Zhang Heng felt this way, but everyone else also sensed something was amiss, though no one dared to say anything. Just as the Huaju leaders were discussing their case, a dozen kilometers outside Heilin City, 2 figures flashed past, moving so fast they were almost invisible. "Mingying, today is your death day." Suddenly, the frogman leader stopped abruptly, staring intently at Mingying, and said coldly, "Oh." Mingying chuckled. He had almost fully recovered and could use his superhuman state again, so he wasn't worried at all. Mingying glanced at Heilin City, a dozen kilometers away, and even considered that if he were to take action, he should be able to kill the frogman leader quickly without damaging Heilin City. Suddenly, the frogman leader let out a long howl, followed by a dozen more. Mingying's expression changed slightly, surprised. "You've ambushed me here." The frogman leader stood atop a dilapidated building, looking down at Mingying with an arrogant smile. I could have killed you alone today, but to be on the safe side, I decided to lure you here. Don't worry, after we kill you, we'll massacre the entire Halen city, hundreds of thousands will accompany you. Oh, Mingying raised an eyebrow. Facing opponents of 10 times their strength, Mingying honestly felt the pressure. Thousands of miles away in Huaju, the scene was quite different. Through the drone's view, everyone clearly saw a dozen terrifying mutated beasts rushing towards Mingying and the frogman leader. Commander, we can't hesitate any longer, Lu Bo said anxiously. Lu Bo, you! Zhang Heng exclaimed urgently, turning to Elder Zhang. But then they saw that Elder Zhang's expression was also grave, as if he were making a difficult decision. Zhang Heng's heart sank at the sight. Even Elder Zhang was hesitating. Did Mingying still have a chance to survive? Suddenly, on the screen in front of everyone, Mingying laughed loudly. Frogman, I didn't expect you to summon over a dozen 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Interesting, very interesting. Even facing death, you're still arrogant, the frogman leader sneered. Mingying then planted his alloy spear in the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and laughed. You're quite the mutated beast, knowing I haven't had a truly delicious meal in a long time, you summoned over a dozen for me. What? Everyone from Huaju was stunned upon hearing this. Zhang Heng's eyes suddenly lit up with hope, and he said, Mingying said that, does he have confidence? After saying this, Zhang Heng quickly looked at Elder Zhang, only to see that Elder Zhang's eyes were also bright. Confident? That's just putting on a brave face. Lu Bo sneered, then looked at the 60-year-old man and respectfully said, Commander, we can't hesitate any longer. If Mingying is killed, these dozen or so mutated beasts will definitely attack Halen City. How can the hundreds of thousands of people in Halen City withstand that? Lu Bo, you. Zhang Heng was about to speak, but the black-haired youth, Long Jun, interrupted Zhang Heng, saying, Commander, I also think we can't hesitate any longer. Commander, I think we can let Mingying try. After all, we've never really known Mingying's strength. This might be an opportunity, a white-haired elder said. This white-haired elder had no connection with Mingying, but he was the one who deliberately changed the subject to protect Mingying before, and now he was the one pleading for Mingying. The 60-year-old man glanced at old Zhang, who coughed and said, the decision isn't difficult. We'll know in 2 or 3 minutes. If Mingying can't hold out, then execute the plan. Upon hearing this, the 60-year-old man nodded, but in his heart, a voice kept echoing, we can't hesitate any longer. If Mingying is instantly killed, your plan won't be able to be executed in time. This voice was extremely mysterious, full of implications, yet perfectly reasonable. The 60-year-old man simply thought it was his overthinking and didn't suspect anything. Looking outside Halen City, Mingying laughed loudly, looks like today's going to be a big harvest, frogman. As a token of my gratitude, the first dish today is spicy bullfrog. Die! The frogman leader roared in fury, leaping from the small building and charging at Mingying. At the same time, several hundred meters away, 12 figures appeared. There were jet-black leopards, mantis-like mutated beasts covered in sharp blades, apes over 10 meters tall, spotted tigers 15 meters tall, and even a giant python over 100 meters long and thicker than a man's waist. Mingying felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of these mutated beasts, but his expression grew increasingly ferocious. With a boom, he entered superhuman mode, grabbing his alloy spear and transforming into a black shadow as he pounced on the frogman leader. Haven't had meat in ages. I'll kill you first. Mingying laughed heartily, his fighting spirit boiling. Chapter 18 1 against 13. Facing 13 beings of equal strength simultaneously, how could Mingying not be filled with fervent fighting spirit? In such a battle, even for Mingying, a single misstep could lead to utter destruction. Kill one first. Mingying charged towards the frogman leader, his alloy spear flashing out like lightning. The frogman leader was also burning with fighting spirit. After the previous battle, it had figured out Mingying's strength. Frankly, if it weren't for its cautious approach, it was confident it could kill Mingying single-handedly. Humans, it seems, don't experience a significant leap in combat power upon reaching the 6th rank. However, the next second, the frogman leader felt despair. In his godlike state, Mingying's strength, speed, and agility all increased exponentially, instantly boosting his overall combat power several times over. In a battle against beings of the same level, no one could possibly withstand him. Previously, when Mingying fought the 6th-rank zombie and the 6th-rank fiery Cerberus, the battles were completely one-sided. Not good. The frogman chieftain's expression changed drastically. He sensed Mingying's speed had increased several notches in an instant. Before he could even react, the cold tip of the spear was already pointed at his brow. The frogman chieftain desperately dodged, simultaneously striking the alloy spear with his palm, trying to deflect it. But he immediately realized with despair that the power contained within the alloy spear was several times greater than before. He's been holding back. The frogman chieftain's face paled, he could already sense death approaching. Mingying flicked his wrist, the alloy spear spinning, deflecting the frogman chieftain's palm strike, and then with a thud, slammed into the frogman chieftain's shoulder. Instantly, a chunk of flesh splattered out, the frogman chieftain's right shoulder was a bloody mess, and he was sent flying backward like a cannonball. "Spicy bullfrog, don't run!" Mingying shouted, directly calling out the name of the dish, instantly enraging the frogman chieftain. Mingying swiftly caught up with the frogman leader, thrusting his spear towards the leader's head. "It's over!" The frogman leader's heart sank, but he still desperately dodged, avoiding a fatal blow to the head. Mingying immediately followed with another spear, instantly piercing the frogman leader's chest. "Die!" Mingying roared, lifting the frogman leader into the air, preparing to smash into pieces. The frogman leader also sensed the threat of death, letting out a loud ribbit, grabbing the alloy spear and forcibly pulling himself off its tip, blood and bits of flesh splattering everywhere. "Can you dodge this?" Mingying shouted, closing in again, the alloy spear once more transforming into a flurry of spear shadows. This time, Mingying went all out, holding nothing back. Because Mingying knew he couldn't delay any longer, the 12 6th-tier ferocious beasts hundreds of meters away were already closing in. As expected, the frogman leader roared in despair, finally piercing the skull with a single shot from Mingying. His tall body ceased its struggle and collapsed to the ground. In Huaju, everyone who witnessed this scene paled in shock. "Excellent!" Zhang Heng exclaimed with delight. Mingying was indeed hiding his strength. Perhaps he can handle the other mutated beasts. He managed to hold out against just this one frogman for several moves. Now, with 12 mutated beasts of the same level attacking, it's no wonder he can't hold on, Lu Bo sneered. Zhang Heng's expression froze, and he roared, "Lu Bo, what do you mean?" "It's nothing, I just don't want to gamble with the lives of a million people in Hailan City," Lu Bo said coldly. The Huaju conference room fell silent instantly. "Alright, no need to argue anymore. They've already started fighting over there, just watch," Elder Zhang spoke up. As soon as Elder Zhang spoke, everyone fell silent. Meanwhile, outside Hailan City, the frogman leader was pierced by a bullet, but didn't die immediately. Its eyes were wide open, clear tears streaming down its face, and it kept muttering, my people." Suddenly, Mingying's alloy spear vibrated, and the frogman leader collapsed to the ground, motionless. This pioneer of the frog race, who had embarked on the path of super-evolution since the apocalypse and possessed advanced intelligence, was finally dead. It died with an infinite longing for life and an infinite attachment to its people. Mingying's gaze was cold and sharp, without a trace of pity in his heart. He immediately turned to look at the other mutated beasts. With a deafening boom, Mingying clashed with the first mutated beast. The first mutated beast, the fastest, was the black leopard. It flashed several times before leaping into the air, its jet-black claws instantly appearing before Mingying, aiming for his throat. Mingying swung his alloy spear, instantly blocking the leopard's claws. Sparks flew as the two clashed. The leopard's attack failed, and it was about to retreat when it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its abdomen. Mingying had kicked it, and it howled as it flew backward. "Die!" Mingying swung his spear, ready to pursue, when suddenly a black shadow flashed. It was a giant python, over 100 meters long, lashing out with its tail. At the same time, a flash of light appeared. The forelimbs of a jet-black mantis, like blades, slashed down instantly. In an instant, attacks from over a dozen 6th-tier ferocious beasts, including apes, giant tigers, and black antelopes, all landed on Mingying. The entire Huaja conference room fell silent, everyone's eyes glued to the live stream screen. 12 6th-tier ferocious beasts were attacking Mingying. Could Mingying withstand this attack? If he couldn't, not only would Mingying die, but the entire population of Hailan City would likely suffer heavy casualties. At this moment, Mingying felt his blood boiling. Facing 12 opponents of the same level simultaneously, even in his previous life, Mingying had never had such combat experience. Boom! Mingying swept his spear horizontally. In his superhuman state, his reaction speed was astonishing. He blocked the giant python's tail swing with a single sweep, then his figure flashed several times, exchanging blows with the mantis, ape, giant tiger, and other mutated beasts. Finally, he thrust his spear straight in, the alloy spear plunging deep into the black antelope's abdomen. The spear vibrated, and a muffled thud echoed from the antelope's body, blood gushing from its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. "Baa!" The black antelope roared in pain, its sharp horns aimed straight at Mingying. Just as Mingying was about to dodge, he suddenly felt a dark shadow looming beside him. The massive body of a giant python had coiled around him. With a thud, Mingying dodged the antelope's horns, but was sent flying backward by the python, crashing to the ground in a sorry state. "We can't win." In Huaju, Lu Bo roared anxiously, looking at the 60-year-old man, and whispered, "Chief, we can't delay any longer." The 60-year-old man finally nodded and slowly stood up. But at that moment, in the live stream, Mingying leaped to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and laughed wildly, "Great! Spicy bullfrog and whole roasted lamb, both ready." "What?" The entire Huaja conference room was instantly petrified. In the distance, the black antelope staggered a few steps before collapsing, dead. Mingying, on the other hand, had bright eyes and a carefree expression. He took a large bottle of well water from his mysterious space, gulped it down, and his complexion visibly regained its rosy hue. Again! Mingying roared, brandishing his alloy spear, and charged forward once more. Chapter 19 Huaju's Choice. Mingying himself had never been entirely sure of his current strength. Only today did he gain a clear understanding. 12 mutated beasts of the same level attacked Mingying, yet he didn't gain a decisive advantage. In the first exchange, the black antelope died. Although Mingying was knocked away by the giant python, he immediately jumped up as if unharmed. At the 30-second mark, Mingying swept his spear across the head, striking the black panther and instantly killing the second mutated beast. Mingying, however, was sent flying more than 10 meters by a single swipe of the giant tiger's claw, coughing up blood. At the 43rd second, Mingying's spear flashed like a rainbow, piercing the giant tiger's body. Simultaneously, he swung 6 short spears, all of them embedding themselves in the tiger's head, killing it instantly. At the first minute and 12 seconds, blood was gushing from Mingying's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, but he paid no heed. With several quick maneuvers, he dodged the giant python's coils, and another alloy spear appeared in his hand. With a whoosh, he stabbed it into the giant python's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. At the same time, a flash of light appeared, and the mutated mantis, its wings vibrating rapidly, materialized beside Mingying as if by magic. Its 2 side-like forelimbs instantly slashed towards Mingying's head. Mingying's expression changed slightly. He retrieved another alloy spear from his mysterious space, using it to block the mantis's attack. However, the mutated mantis was covered in spikes and daggers. After its forelimbs were blocked, it lunged forward, instantly leaving 7 or 8 wounds on Mingying's body. Mingying pushed off the ground, retreating dozens of meters, then coldly stared at the remaining 7 mutated beasts. Although Mingying was covered in wounds, blood flowing continuously, his eyes shone with a frightening light, and his fighting spirit was at an all-time high. Under the oppressive force of Mingying's power, the remaining 7 mutated beasts dared not move. How are you so strong? The jet-black mantis spoke in broken Chinese, its voice barely audible. It was, after all, an insect-type mutant beast with a decent level of intelligence, but mimicking human speech was still somewhat difficult. I said I'd kill you all to make 12 dishes, and I will. Mingying's gaze swept over the remaining 7 mutant beasts, finally settling on the ape. You damned monkey, do you know why it's not 13 dishes? Mingying's expression was unfriendly as he stared at the ape. The ape was stunned. What the hell, how was I supposed to know why you didn't make 13 dishes? I don't eat ape-type mutant beasts, don't you know that? Mingying suddenly roared, you piece of trash, you're inedible, what are you doing here? You're infuriating me, watch me kill you first. With that, Mingying transformed into a black shadow and pounced on the ape. I'll fucking kill you. The ape was instantly enraged, about to pounce, when it suddenly realized that Mingying had already reached it, his alloy spear hurtling towards it like a giant dragon. In that instant, the ape chickened out, preparing to dodge, but Mingying suddenly released the alloy spear, which continued its trajectory towards it. At the same time, Mingying slammed his palm down on the end of the spear, instantly increasing its speed and piercing through the ape's chest. The ape, caught off guard by Mingying's sudden move, looked at him in disbelief. Surrounded and attacked, throwing out weapons, wasn't that just courting death? Suddenly, the ape remembered that Mingying had previously conjured an alloy spear out of thin air. It instantly understood, looking down at the alloy spear at its chest, a wave of regret and remorse washing over it. Seeing its companion dead, the black mantis instantly pounced on Mingying's head, its massive body spinning wildly, covered in sharp blades and spikes, now like a meat grinder, crushing towards Mingying. Mingying laughed loudly, an alloy battle blade appearing in his hand. With a clang, he clashed head-on with the mantis. Die! The mantis had barely landed when it continued its attack, instantly engulfing Mingying in a storm of blade light. These mantises are truly a born warrior race, Mingying thought, suddenly feeling 3 more wounds on his body, his heart filled with shock. This mantis was incredibly powerful. Mingying even felt that in a perfectly fair one-on-one fight, he would struggle to quickly defeat the beast. However, there's no such thing as absolute fairness in battle. Mingying possessed a mysterious spatial ability to instantly retrieve weapons and healing potions. Not using this advantage would be idiotic. Mingying went berserk, his alloy battle blade flashing, instantly breaking through the mantis's defenses and striking a gap in the mantis's abdominal armor. Dark green blood spurted out immediately. At the same time, Mingying felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He too had been pierced by the spikes on the mantis's second foreleg. Commander, we can't wait any longer, Lu Bo said urgently in the Huaju conference room. He's already seriously injured, but 6 mutated beasts are still intact. He can't defeat them all. These words silenced everyone in the conference room. Old John sighed. Mingying's combat prowess was already formidable, single-handedly fighting 13 rank 6 beings. He killed 7 in an instant. Such strength was probably unmatched by any other humankind. However, that was the end of it. Huaju couldn't allow the remaining rank 6 mutated beasts to rush into Heilun City. I have no objections, Elder Zhang sighed, speaking with difficulty. Elder Zhang. Zhang Heng exclaimed urgently. Elder Zhang remained silent. The 60-year-old man nodded. But suddenly, Zhang Heng glanced at the live stream and exclaimed, "Look!" On the live stream, Mingying was seen rushing out, speeding away from Heilun City. He's leading the mutated beasts in another direction, everyone thought bitterly. I propose that after this battle, a statue be erected for him in Huaju. He is a hero of our nation, someone couldn't help but say. I second that, someone else said. The 60-year-old man nodded emphatically, saying, his contributions to our nation deserve a monument. With that, his gaze sharpened, and he commanded, execute the plan. Yes, sir. Long Jun stood up abruptly, gave a crisp military salute, and then turned and left the conference room. Seeing this, Zhang Heng felt all his strength drain away, and he could only slump weakly into his chair. Beside him, Lu Bo shook his head, feigning a sigh. Minister Zhang, I heard this Mingying is your daughter's boyfriend. Ah, you've had it tough. Mingying, he's a hero. Humph. Zhang Heng snorted coldly, completely ignoring Lu Bo. Lu Bo was a close friend of Qin Chuan, the deceased head of the Qin family. Mingying killed Qin Chuan, and Lu Bo had repeatedly urged the leader to carry out the plan, essentially wanting Mingying dead. Now that the plan had finally succeeded, Lu Bo was still hypocritical, utterly disgusting. At the same instant, the 60-year-old man in the Huaja conference room issued the order to execute the plan. 1,000 miles away outside Heilun City, Mingying was running frantically drinking well water, his wounds quickly stopping the bleeding. Suddenly, Mingying felt a pang of fear, his heart skipped a beat, and he thought, is there danger? Upon reaching the 6th rank, the brain begins to awaken, and evolved beings gain many extraordinary abilities, their predictions of danger often extremely accurate. In his past life, Mingying had escaped death several times through this inexplicable sense of perception. A mutated beast? Impossible. Is it Heilun City? That's impossible too. Could it be? Mingying's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 28 Deadly Situation. Huaju. Mingying guessed, but at this moment, he couldn't afford to think about anything else. His top priority was to escape. But what about the 6th-tier mutated beasts chasing him? Would these mutated beasts let Mingying escape? Kill them first. Mingying felt his injuries had healed by about 60 to 70% thanks to the well water, so he roared and turned to charge back. To everyone's surprise, Mingying's charge startled the remaining mutated beasts. The ape even spoke in perfect Mandarin, cursing, "Damn it, you're not injured." Instantly, the 6th-tier mutated beasts were dumbfounded. How could they fight like this? 7 of their companions had died to seriously injure Mingying, and now his injuries had healed almost completely. Were they going to lose a few more? Who would be next? The remaining mutated beasts were instantly terrified. Mutated beasts, after all, are still beasts. Although their intelligence is comparable to humans, they don't understand the human concept of self-sacrifice. Death might befall a companion, but not themselves. At the same time, the mutated beasts sensed something terrifying rapidly approaching from afar. A chill ran through them, the shadow of death instantly enveloped them. These mutated beasts were all 6th-tier beings, their sense of danger was terrifyingly strong. Oh woo-oo! The giant ape roared immediately and fled into the distance without looking back. The other mutated beasts scattered like birds in an instant. In just a breath or two, the mutated beasts that had been relentlessly chasing Mingying vanished without a trace, leaving Mingying alone, stunned. It's a missile, maybe even nuclear weapons. Mingying suddenly realized, finally understanding the source of this sense of crisis. Fuck you. Mingying roared, raising his middle finger at the distant drone. A short spear shot into the air, destroying the drone instantly. In the Huaja conference room, the assembled leaders were stunned to see Mingying give the middle finger. Some wanted to laugh, but realized it was something they couldn't laugh at. Sigh. Old Zhang stood up abruptly and left the conference room without looking back, saying, "Chief, I'm feeling increasingly old lately. From now on, I won't offer my opinions on major matters in Huaju." With that, old Zhang hunched over and pushed open the door. The assembled Chinese high-ranking officials were stunned. They looked at each other, a sense of melancholy creeping over them. Mingying has rendered such service to China. Have we made a mistake by doing this? Some immediately questioned themselves, their eyes filled with bitterness. At this very moment, 36 missiles, trailing intense plumes of flame, soared into the sky above Huaju, hurtling towards Heilun City. Given the distance between Huaju and Heilun City, these missiles would arrive outside the city in 3 or 4 minutes, unleashing a saturation attack on the area where Mingying was fighting the mutated beasts. One of them even contained a nuclear weapon. Run! Mingying felt the shadow of death growing ever heavier, even more intense than when he was being chased by mutated beasts in his previous life. Huaji really wants to kill me. Mingying gritted his teeth, his heart turning cold, utterly disillusioned with Huaji. For minutes, even if Mingying ran at full speed, how far could he go? 7 kilometers? 10 kilometers? That distance wouldn't even get him out of the range of missiles or nuclear weapons. This situation was a guaranteed kill. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, run. Huaji has launched a missile strike on this area. Mingying shouted as he ran, dialing Zhang Yun's number. Don't rush over. If I die, avenge me. What? Zhang Yun's face changed drastically upon receiving the call, instinctively trying to rush over. Zhou Fang and Lu Jun, standing nearby, also heard Mingying's anxious voice on the phone, equally horrified. Zhang Yun, don't go. Zhou Fang panicked when she saw Zhang Yun about to run towards Heilun City, quickly grabbing her. However, Zhang Yun was already a 5th-tier evolved being, while Zhou Fang was only a 3rd-tier. How could they possibly catch up with Zhang Yun? How could Huaji possibly want to deal with Mingying? Zhang Yun kept asking himself. After hanging up on Mingying, he immediately dialed Zhang Heng's number. But all he got was a busy signal. Zhang Heng was in a meeting room, cell phones were strictly prohibited in the meeting room, and all his phones were switched off. Suddenly, Zhang Yun's gaze sharpened as he saw black dots on the distant horizon. Despair washed over him, and he cried out, no. Meanwhile, Mingying was still running frantically. He glanced back and also saw dozens of black dots on the horizon. His heart sank, and he gave a bitter laugh. I never thought I'd die at the hands of my own kind in this life. How interesting, how interesting. Mingying was already in despair, but then his gaze caught sight of a huge building in the distance, with a large banner at the entrance that read Tianhong Shopping Center. Instantly, Mingying's eyes flashed with an astonishingly bright light. There's hope. Mingying's figure flashed, and he sprinted towards the massive building. A few seconds later, he rushed through the main entrance and dashed towards the underground parking garage. These large shopping malls usually have underground parking garages, built to air raid shelter standards. Some garages even have 3 or 4 underground levels. A 3-level underground garage is over 10 meters deep, and a 4-level garage could be as deep as 16 or 17 meters. Unless directly hit by a missile, it could definitely withstand the impact of an explosion. Great! A few dozen seconds later, Mingying was overjoyed to discover that the Tianhong Shopping Center's underground parking garage had 3 levels. Dig down! Mingying pressed his hand to the ground, trying to move the concrete floor beneath him into his mysterious space, but found he failed. Without thinking, Mingying directly retrieved his alloy battle sword from his mysterious space and with a boom, shattered the underground parking garage floor. This time, with a thought, Mingying successfully collected all the shattered cement blocks into his mysterious space. As expected, there are limitations. Mingying understood that the mysterious space also had some basic rules for collecting objects. It wasn't omnipotent. With the alloy battle blade cutting through the cement ground and the mysterious space transferring the debris, Mingying's digging speed instantly increased. A dozen seconds later, Mingying finally broke through the concrete foundation of the garage, reaching the layer of soil and gravel, where his speed increased significantly. Finally, a little over a minute later, Mingying had dug another tunnel, several meters deep, beneath the 3 underground garage levels. Simultaneously, 36 missiles rained down from the sky above Heilun City. Terrifying flashes of fire, accompanied by enormous plumes of smoke, instantly engulfed dozens of kilometers outside Heilun City, instantly reducing the several mutated beasts that had been fleeing in terror to ashes. More than 100 kilometers away, Zhang Yun and the others, still running at full speed, only saw a bright light shoot into the sky, followed by a mushroom cloud slowly rising. No! Zhang Yun cried out in despair, stopping and collapsing helplessly to the ground. Beside her, Zhou Fang stared blankly at the mushroom cloud in the distance, stunned. Suddenly, she cried out, Mingying. A surge of intense pain welled up inside her, and one thought kept swirling in her mind, he's dead, he's dead. Lu Jun, on the other hand, remained calm, but anyone could see the intense fire burning in his eyes. In the Huaji conference room, Long Jun was reporting to the 60-year-old man, mission accomplished. The saturation strike range covered a radius of 30 kilometers. He couldn't possibly escape the blast radius within 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Good, the 60-year-old man calmly replied, as the voice in his subconscious reappeared. This time, the mysterious voice no longer concealed itself, transforming into a woman's voice, giggling, hee, he's finally dead. You humans are doomed this time. Ha! The 60-year-old man's expression instantly changed, and he jumped to his feet. Chapter 21, Surviving the Nuclear Explosion. Mingying had always held human-made firearms in low regard, believing them to be utterly useless against advanced mutated beasts. However, at this moment, after experiencing the power of firearms firsthand, Mingying felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Firearms were useless against advanced mutated beasts, but Mingying himself was only at the 6th rank, not yet at the 8th or 9th. The instant the missile ravaged the earth, even Mingying, hidden deep underground, felt as if the end of the world had arrived. The earth shook violently, and deafening roars filled his ears. As long as I'm not directly hit by the missile, as long as the nuclear weapon doesn't detonate within a kilometer, I can live. In this life, Mingying finally understood the feeling of his life being out of his control. This feeling was extremely unpleasant for Mingying. It was like the feeling of ancient, unenlightened people facing volcanoes, lightning, and floods. Of course, Mingying didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he had experienced this feeling far too often in his previous life. At this moment, Mingying could only pray that his luck wasn't so bad that a nuclear weapon would land nearby, or a missile would fall directly overhead. Suddenly, Mingying clearly felt the surrounding ground tremble violently, and a visible shockwave swept through his body. The nuclear shockwave is here. After the shockwave swept over him, Mingying felt an inexplicable unease, a sense of nausea, and his head felt dizzy. Mingying knew that his internal organs were injured, and severely so. But at this moment, Mingying was secretly pleased. The nuclear shockwave had passed, meaning the nuclear weapon hadn't exploded directly above him. If the nuclear weapon had exploded directly above him, at a depth of 40 or 50 meters, it was far from a safe distance. He would have been instantly vaporized by the terrifying force of the explosion, let alone be affected by the shockwave. The terrifying pressure and explosion lasted for more than 10 seconds before subsiding. These 10 seconds were simply the longest 10 seconds of Mingying's entire life. Once the surroundings calmed down, Mingying finally managed a strained smile, thinking to himself, "Finally, I'm alright." At this moment, Mingying felt utterly weak and numb, but the nausea was incredibly intense, as if a large amount of blood was about to gush from his chest. Mingying endured this discomfort, laboriously circulating his thoughts to gradually gather the surrounding soil into his mysterious space, creating a small area, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Mingying felt a large amount of liquid gushing out of his mouth and nose, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This injury is too severe. I wonder if the well water can heal me. Thinking of this, Mingying quickly took out some well water and drank it down frantically. As soon as the well water entered his stomach, Mingying immediately circulated his primal energy, and another wave of intense pain shot through him, lasting for over a minute, before finally feeling the weakness gradually subside and a trace of strength return to his body. No, I have to get out, or I'll suffocate. Mingying looked around at the pitch-black surroundings and realized that the tunnel he had dug earlier had completely collapsed, and a sealed space had formed around him. He would soon exhaust all the air. Mingying drank another bottle of well water, feeling a surge of strength returning to his body. He then began digging upwards with his alloy battle blade. After a few minutes, Mingying felt the surrounding air become unbearably murky. Anxiety gripped him. If he didn't dig out soon, he might suffocate. Fortunately, after digging for another 2 or 3 minutes, Mingying felt the alloy battle blade hit something hard. He must have reached the concrete foundation of the basement. The final moment. Mingying took a deep breath, forcing himself to muster his strength, and began hacking at the concrete foundation. Finally, just as Mingying was about to suffocate, the alloy battle blade pierced through the foundation above, reaching the outside. Instantly, fresh air rushed in, and Mingying felt his life return. With a thud, Mingying burst from the ground, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Only then did the shadow of death begin to fade. Mingying lay on the ground, catching his breath for a moment, finally recovering. He glanced around and saw that the original underground parking garage had also collapsed. His spot was just a small corner. "I have to keep digging, or I'll suffocate again," Mingying said with a wry smile. After drinking a large amount of well water, his internal injuries were almost completely healed. If he didn't fight anyone, he estimated he would be fully recovered in another day. The basement was entirely made of reinforced concrete. Although it was broken, the overall framework hadn't collapsed. With his mysterious space at his disposal, cleaning up the scattered concrete pieces was quite easy. About 10 minutes later, the pile of rubble at the basement entrance collapsed with a roar, and Mingying emerged from it. As soon as he stepped out of the basement, Mingying felt a strange sensation wash over him. He instantly realized that radiation was everywhere, and the levels were quite high. "I'm probably not far from a real nuclear explosion. I'm really lucky to be alive," Mingying thought to himself, taking out another bottle of well water from his mysterious space and drinking it down. Well water can repair the body, and radiation essentially damages cells and even genes through rays, so well water should have some resistance to radiation. Mingying could only console himself with this thought. After drinking the well water, Mingying started running wildly into the distance. Along the way, he saw large craters, the ground churning with mud and radiating heat, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Mingying's heart grew increasingly cold. Any remaining goodwill he had for Huaju vanished. He thought fiercely, "Once I recover, I'll definitely go to Huaju and slaughter you all." Just as Mingying was running at full speed, over 100 kilometers away, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun all had grim expressions. Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang's eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying for a long time. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, we need to think this through carefully. Lu Jun, being a man and a soldier, was much calmer than Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang at this moment. He slowly said, Mingying can't just die like this, without any explanation. No, Mingying isn't dead. Before Lu Jun could finish speaking, Zhang Yun shouted, I'm going to find him. With that, she got up to go to Heilun City, but Lu Jun grabbed her and yelled, going to Heilun City won't do you any good. Nuclear explosion. Did you see the nuclear explosion? There's radiation over there. But where is Mingying? Zhang Yun sobbed. Lu Jun was taken aback, then sighed. If Mingying was caught in the nuclear blast, even if he were made of iron, he would have instantly vaporized. Where would you find him then? Zhang Yun was stunned, finally despairing completely, and burst into tears. We must take revenge, Lu Jun said firmly, his eyes filled with hatred. Yes. Zhou Fang also spoke up. She was strong-willed, and although she was heartbroken, reason ultimately prevailed over emotion. I'm going to Huaju. I'm going to ask those people why they targeted Mingying. Mingying provided Huaju with so much food and medicine, do they have no conscience at all? Zhang Yun suddenly stood up and walked towards Linhu City. Xiaoun. Zhou Fang tried to stop Zhang Yun, but Lu Jun stopped her. Lu Jun shook his head, gave Zhou Fang a look, and whispered, she's from a prominent family in Huaju, she'll be fine. We still need to avenge Mingying, it's not appropriate for us to go with her. Zhou Fang was taken aback, then nodded. Zhang Yun took a few steps and then started running, soon disappearing from Lu Jun and Zhou Fang's sight. Zhou Fang and Lu Jun exchanged a glance, unsure of what to do next. Chapter 22 Zhang Yun's Encounters. Zhang Yun ran frantically, having now reached the 5th rank. Aside from a very few 6th-rank mutated beasts, virtually no other mutated beast could threaten her. After running for over an hour, Zhang Yun arrived in Linhu City. She planned to take a Xia-class fighter jet from Linhu City to Huaju to confront those people there and demand an explanation for their actions. Although Zhang Yun knew her actions were immature, and knew that her best course of action now was to lie low with Zhou Fang and Lu Jun, waiting for an opportunity to avenge Mingying. What was the point of revenge now that Mingying was dead? At this moment, Zhang Yun felt utterly powerless. All her former ideals and aspirations seemed to have vanished with that nuclear explosion. In short, Zhang Yun was now completely despondent, having lost all motivation. However, this phenomenon shouldn't last long. After all, Zhang Yun is the dragon flame goddess. Given her personality, the most likely scenario is that she'll experience a brief period of depression for the next 2 or 3 days, then embark on a path of frenzied evolution, slaughtering everyone in Huaju in one fell swoop. Finally, she'll revert to the eccentric and capricious dragon flame goddess of her past life. Zhang Yun appeared outside Linhu City, and Yu Dongchuan spotted her shortly after. Yu Dongchuan was originally in Huaju, but after the nuclear explosion, he received orders from Huaju to return to Linhu City with his men in a Xia-class fighter jet. Yu Dongchuan also saw Zhang Yun, sighed inwardly, and turned to leave the office. A moment later, Yu Dongchuan appeared outside Linhu City, looking helplessly at Zhang Yun. He sighed, Xiao Yun, Huaju couldn't do anything about Mingying's situation. So many high-level mutated beasts gathered outside Heilun City. If Mingying had lost, hundreds of thousands of people in Heilun City would have been in danger. So you used nuclear weapons? How can you be so sure Mingying would lose? Zhang Yun sneered. You're just afraid, aren't you? Afraid Mingying is uncontrollable, afraid he'll come and crush you in the middle of the night. In the end, it's just that you bunch of self-important big shots are used to being high and mighty, afraid of anyone who can threaten you, right? My brother was right back then, you're all scum. Zhang Yun bombarded him with questions. Yu Dongchuan didn't speak. He wasn't high enough in rank to be involved, but any normal person could vaguely guess what was going on. Xiao Yun, don't overthink it. Our leader isn't that kind of person. Although Yu Dongchuan had some doubts himself, he still tried to reassure Zhang Yun. Of course, people like Yu Dongchuan might not even believe what they say themselves, but they can make others believe it. It has to be said, this is also a skill, and a very important one at that. I'm going to Huaju in the Xia-class fighter jet, Zhang Yun said directly. Yu Dongchuan nodded and said, before I came back, your father specifically instructed me to take you back. Zhang Yun nodded. A moment later, the jet-black Xia-class fighter jet soared into the sky and sped towards Huaju. Yu Dongchuan stood at the airport, watching the Xia-class fighter jet disappear, and suddenly let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, inside the Xia-class fighter jet, Zhang Yun sat by the porthole, looking down at the endless land through the glass. On the ground, scenes flashed by, forming a tapestry of human life. In this tapestry, there were safe bases where people united, struggling to survive, vast ruins, overrun by mutated beasts, filled with an aura of desolation and savagery, and deathly silent cities, where hordes of zombies roamed the streets, eerie and terrifying. Zhang Yun even saw a massive crater through the porthole, pitch black and radiating a chilling aura of death, the ruins of the US nuclear bombing. Everything's in chaos, everyone's gone mad, Zhang Yun thought to himself. Suddenly, Zhang Yun frowned, feeling a wave of dizziness. She shouted, "You dare!" Before she finished speaking, the security team members accompanying her all silently collapsed to the ground. Only the two of them remained unharmed in the sealed cockpit of the Sichuan fighter jet. "You!" Zhang Yun tried to stand, but her body grew weak, and she slumped into her seat, unable to move. A dozen minutes later, the Sichuan fighter jet landed at Huaju Airport, where thousands of security personnel were waiting in full force. The cockpit doors opened, and a team of people in protective suits rushed in. "You!" Zhang Yun, being a fifth-tier evolved human, was still conscious and tried to struggle to his feet, but was immediately pinned down by several evolved humans in protective suits. "Heh, you used the potion Mingying gave you to cultivate evolved humans, and then you come to deal with us," Zhang Yun sneered. "Inject." The evolved humans in protective suits held Zhang Yun down firmly, and several medical personnel rushed forward, injecting a large amount of anesthetic into his body. Zhang Yun watched all this calmly, the last vestige of belonging in his eyes completely gone, his heart utterly cold. Meanwhile, in the official stronghold of Linha City, Yu Dongchuan stood beside his desk, letting out a long sigh. Four people stood in the corner of the office behind Yu Dongchuan, all of them evolved humans, the strongest of whom had reached the 4th tier. This was an evolved being selected by Huaju long ago. He began consuming well water for evolution when only a few dozen kilograms of well water were available in Linha City, and had always been the secret bodyguard of that 60-year-old man. Unexpectedly, he was now being sent out. This suggests that Huaju likely has even stronger evolved beings. This move, it was truly. Yu Dongchuan couldn't help but sigh. Although he hadn't participated in the highest level meeting in Huaju, the missile saturation attack and nuclear explosion couldn't be kept secret. With a little inquiry, he learned the whole story, and he was filled with mixed emotions. "Mingying, I hope you won't blame us. You were too strong, so strong that it kept us up at night, so it's better if you die," Yu Dongchuan thought to himself. As for what would happen to food and medicine after Mingying's death, that wasn't Yu Dongchuan's concern. Besides, the whole world was currently without food and medicine, every country was in the same boat, and China had already gained a tremendous advantage this time. "The people from Huaju are probably satisfied now," Yu Dongchuan said with a wry smile. This time, he hadn't been very kind either, tricking Zhang Yun onto the plane and drugging her. "Forget it, this matter is over." Yu Dongchuan shook his head, slowly burying his negative emotions deep inside, and began to consider Linha City's next move. Huaju sent several powerful evolved beings to assist Yu Dongchuan, demonstrating the importance they placed on Linha City. Yu Dongchuan had also heard that Huaju would build 50 bases, and Linha City was one of them, and a very high-ranking one at that. This would drastically elevate Yu Dongchuan's official status, propelling him to the same level as Huaju's top ministers. In fact, if the Linha City base was successfully developed, becoming a true bigwig in Huaju in the future wasn't impossible. Thinking of this, Yu Dongchuan felt a surge of excitement, filled with motivation for the future. Meanwhile, Mingying had already crossed the saturated bombing zone outside Hailan City and returned to the riverbank where he had encountered the frogman leader. "Someone's coming?" Zhou Fang and Lu Jun hadn't left yet when Lu Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a figure rapidly flying towards them, initially mistaking it for a zombie, and immediately set up his heavy machine gun. But then, the next second, Mingying let out a long howl. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Fang and Lu Jun burst into tears. Zhou Fang was overjoyed and could no longer contain her emotions. She ran wildly, throwing herself into Mingying's arms and crying out, "Thank goodness! Mingying, you're all right! Thank goodness!" Mingying, feeling the soft body in his arms, was momentarily stunned. Chapter 23 Going to Huaju for Revenge. Zhou Fang threw herself into Mingying's arms and burst into tears. Lu Jun rushed over, his eyes gleaming with ecstatic joy. "Mingying, you're all right, that's wonderful," Lu Jun stammered. Mingying smiled, "Those people in Huaju wanted me dead, but I'm lucky, I survived." Zhou Fang cried for a while, then suddenly realized she was still in Mingying's arms. Her face flushed red, and she quickly pulled away, standing there with her head down, stammering, somewhat embarrassed. However, Zhou Fang then recalled the moment of the nuclear explosion, the heart-wrenching despair she felt when she learned Mingying might die. She never wanted to experience that feeling again. Thinking of this, Zhou Fang suddenly mustered her courage, still looking up at Mingying, and said, "Mingying, no matter what happens from now on, I'll be with you." Mingying was taken aback. He vaguely sensed Zhou Fang's meaning and immediately thought of Zhang Yun. He was momentarily stunned, he knew how to choose, but didn't know how to answer Zhou Fang. Beside him, Lu Jun, seeing Mingying's predicament, laughed and changed the subject, saying, "Yes, Mingying, if this happens again, you can't face it alone. We all have to face it together." Upon hearing this, Mingying smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, from now on, no matter what difficulties we face, we'll face them together." Zhou Fang's eyes dimmed, but she concealed it well, quickly nodding and smiling along with Lu Jun. Mingying breathed a sigh of relief as the awkward situation was covered up. "By the way, Mingying, this thing was given to me by that frogman. It's one of ours?" Lu Jun handed the wooden ball to Mingying, asking doubtfully, "In the end, we didn't even have to lift a finger. It was this thing that directly killed the last two frogmen." Mingying nodded upon hearing this, saying, "From now on, the frogman race is completely hopeless." "What? The frogman leader is dead too?" Lu Jun and Zhou Fang were both shocked. This was a mutated beast that could fight Mingying to a standstill. At least that's how it looked when Zhou Fang and Lu Jun saw it. "Yes, from now on, that mutated beast is gone." Mingying nodded, feeling a pang of regret. After all, the promised spicy bullfrog, roasted whole lamb, and tiger penis infused in liquor were all gone. When Mingying fought these mutated beasts, he did kill several, but he didn't have time to store them in his mysterious space. Now that place has been bombarded by missiles and destroyed by nuclear weapons, those mutated beasts are definitely gone without a trace. Spare my life." A faint voice suddenly came from inside the wooden sphere. Upon hearing this, Mingying and the other two's expressions turned cold. Mingying sneered, "Spare you? Do you think that's possible? I have a secret I can exchange with you. You'll definitely be interested in this secret," Willow Tree's consciousness transmitted. Mingying laughed upon hearing this, then shook his head, saying, "Sorry, I'm not interested." With that, Mingying directly retrieved gasoline from his mysterious space and poured it on the wooden ball. The wooden ball trembled violently, exclaiming, "It's a treasure. Don't you want it? You destroyed my body twice, but I always managed to recover quickly. Aren't you curious?" "Sorry, I'm not curious," Mingying refused directly. The willow tree was stunned, unsure what to say. Mingying hadn't expected him to be so unpredictable. "Look at this," the willow tree quickly manipulated the wooden ball's branches, revealing the crystal hidden at its core. Mingying was stunned upon seeing the crystal. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't discern its purpose, but he could sense the life force within it. It was a gemstone. Mingying instantly made his judgment. "Tell me, where did this crystal come from?" Mingying asked. "I can tell, but you must spare my life," the willow tree quickly said. Beside him, Zhou Fang and Lu Jun hurriedly warned, "Mingying, don't trust it." Mingying nodded in agreement, laughing, "See, both of my companions told me not to trust you." "You!" Willow Tree cried out in alarm. "These people are so unpredictable. Shouldn't their eyes light up at the mention of treasure? Shouldn't they immediately begin interrogating and extracting information? Why are these three people so determined to kill him?" Willow Tree was filled with despair. With a whoosh, flames erupted. Mingying had ignited Willow Tree's last remaining form. Accompanied by a sharp, frenzied roar, the great Willow Tree's consciousness finally dissipated completely. The branches quickly turned to ashes, leaving only the small, translucent stone. Mingying picked up the stone, feeling its warmth, though it didn't seem hot. Intrigued, he thought, this Willow Tree must have discovered this crystal by accident. Its intention in leading us here suggests there are quite a few crystals. But where are they? It was impossible for Mingying not to be tempted by treasure. The reason he killed the willow tree without hesitation was because he knew that once the willow tree reached the 6th rank, it would possess the ability to create clones, each with its own independent consciousness. At that point, the willow tree could easily hide one clone in some hidden corner, allowing another to wreak havoc who could stop it. Therefore, Mingying decided to eliminate the willow tree first. As for the crystal, finding it would be ideal, but not finding it was fine. He already had a treasure like the mystic space. There was no need to covet other treasures. One shouldn't be too greedy. Forget it, never mind. Mingying tossed the crystal into the mysterious space and asked, "By the way, where's Zhang Yun? Weren't the three of you together?" Upon hearing Mingying's question, Zhou Fang and Lu Jun both looked somewhat uneasy. Lu Jun thought for a moment and said, "After the nuclear explosion in Halen City, Zhang Yun insisted on going there to find you, but we stopped her." She wanted to go to Halen City to find me?" Mingying vaguely sensed something was amiss. Lu Jun continued, "We originally wanted to avenge you, so we planned to lie low for a while. However, Zhang Yun said she wanted to go to Huaji to seek justice for you, and we tried to persuade her, but she still insisted on leaving. She should be in Linhu City by now." "What?" Mingying's expression changed instantly. This time, Huaji was determined to deal with him. A deep-seated hatred had been formed. Zhang Yun himself was an evolved being, and Huaji wouldn't allow such a threat to exist. For Zhang Yun to go to Huaji now would be suicide. Mingying immediately took out his phone, about to dial Zhang Yun's number, but stopped abruptly. He turned to Zhou Fang and said, "Zhou Fang, you make the call. Huaji thinks I'm dead. It's not suitable for me to expose myself." Zhou Fang nodded and dialed the number, but only heard a busy signal. Zhou Fang's face darkened immediately, and she dialed Zhang Li's number. This time the call connected. Zhang Li seemed to be in a bad mood, his voice was very low. Zhou Fang introduced herself, and Zhang Li was immediately shocked. His words were somewhat hesitant, but he ultimately recounted the details of Zhang Yun's capture. After hanging up, Zhou Fang cautiously glanced at Mingying. Mingying's face was ashen, then he suddenly laughed. "Wadu, well done indeed. Mingying, risked my life fighting 13 mutated beasts of the same level outside, and you not only tried to kill me from behind, but now you're even going after Zhang Yun. And you Dongchuan, I've treated you well too, we have no grudge, yet you're taking action against Zhang Yun, haha." Mingying laughed in fury, but Zhou Fang and Lu Jun beside him clearly sensed that the killing intent in Mingying's heart had been completely ignited. Both of them silently mourned for the Huadu group. "Let's go to Huadu." "No, let's go to Linhe City first, and have a chat with our old friend Yu Dongchuan," Mingying said coldly. Chapter 24 The Trajectory of History. Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, you two go check the willow trunk first, retrieve the willow heart, then drive to Linhe City and meet me. Be careful. Mingying gave a few instructions, moved the pickup truck out of the mysterious space, and then strode off on foot towards Linhe City. A little over an hour later, Mingying appeared in the ruins outside Linhe City. He quickly climbed a tall building and looked out over the Linhe City safe zone. The Linhe City safe zone was incredibly busy. Fortifications were still being reinforced and heightened, and numerous factories were operating at full capacity, constantly spewing out thick smoke. Humans, the creatures that have stood at the top of the food chain for millions of years, had finally revealed their terrifying war potential in this apocalypse. Mingying only glanced at it briefly before noticing that every 50 meters on the fortifications there was an anti-aircraft machine gun, and every 100 meters there was a giant cannon. This level of defense was more than enough to deal with a 6th-tier mutated beast. Hua Yu is in the fortifications. It seems Yu Dongchuan should be in Linhe City. Mingying looked into the distance and saw Hua Yu, the head of the Linhe City security team, directing the fortifications. He smiled immediately. According to convention, only one of Yu Dongchuan and Hua Yu could be outside, the other had to stay inside the Doomsday Fortress. When Yu Dongchuan was in Huaju, Hua Yu would definitely be inside the fortress. Now that Hua Yu had shown himself, it meant Yu Dongchuan was definitely inside the official fortress. If he's hiding inside the official fortress, things will be a bit tricky, Mingying muttered to himself. Mingying wasn't the female zombie king from Huaju, she didn't have the ability to control minds. Entering the Doomsday Fortress silently would be very difficult. Just as Mingying hesitated outside Linhe City, in an underground base across the ocean in the United States, a tall, handsome man sat elegantly on a sofa. Opposite him was a lean, black man. "Your Excellency, Mr. President, can the Satan plan be executed today?" The handsome man asked with an elegant smile. Clearly, the blonde, overweight president of the United States was no longer there. The black president nodded and said, "Our 3,000 nuclear warheads hidden around the world are all ready. If they want to destroy the United States, we'll drag the whole world down with us." The United States still possessed 3,000 nuclear weapons. This most powerful nation before the apocalypse had descended into final madness. Sure enough, moments later, massive missiles shot into the sky, either from underground or from the vast ocean. Simultaneously, in the military command center in Huaju, red lights flashed frantically, and urgent alarms blared incessantly. Within a few dozen seconds, China, the United States, and other countries launched thousands of interceptor missiles. Unfortunately, this time the US nuclear weapons didn't lock onto their target. After launch, they detonated directly in the planet's troposphere, illuminating almost half the planet with massive orbs of light, and terrifying shockwaves swept across the area. What? The bigwigs in Huaju were dumbfounded, but then they realized that the US had overturned the table, preparing to drag the whole world down with them. The nuclear weapon detonated shortly after launch, before interceptor missiles could even catch up. This detonation had no destructive power, but its most terrifying aspect was that, detonated in the troposphere, radioactive material would spread globally through the clouds. The United States, you are sinners against humanity. Nations around the world immediately issued strong condemnations against the United States. At this moment, the newly elected black president of the United States spoke through international channels, laughing maniacally. "If the world doesn't want the United States anymore, then the United States will lead the world to its demise." As soon as the US finished speaking, in the east of China, the cherry blossom volcano on the island nation suddenly erupted with a bright light, 4 mushroom clouds shooting into the sky. The spirit of the United States had concealed 4 nuclear weapons on the island nation. Instantly, the entire island nation trembled violently. The cherry blossom volcano, triggered by the 4 nuclear weapons, was revived, spewing large amounts of thick smoke from its crater, followed by molten lava. The thick smoke formed a black pillar, frantically pouring radioactive material into the sky. In Linhe City, Mingying saw the streaks of white light in the east, and was immediately stunned, then realized what had happened. For a moment, Mingying was dumbfounded. He had calculated everything, but he had still underestimated the strength of the United States. Who would have thought that this country, already ravaged by more than 2,000 nuclear bombs, still possessed thousands of nuclear weapons? Mingying stood silently atop a ruined building in Linha City, remaining silent for a long time before finally sighing, "Everything is still the same as in my previous life." It's conservatively estimated that more than 1,000 nuclear weapons have been detonated in an area spanning thousands of kilometers around China. Before long, clouds containing large amounts of radioactive material will drift towards China and then descend. In a short time, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of people in China will die, and other countries won't fare much better. Thinking of this, Mingying felt a sense of powerlessness, as if all his efforts had been in vain. The world was still the same world, it hadn't changed because of his rebirth. Mingying sat silently atop the high-rise for a long time, only snapping out of his reverie when Zhou Fang and Lu Jun arrived in their truck outside Linha City. After the three met, Zhou Fang and Lu Jun, seeing Mingying's silence and recalling the white light they had seen in the sky earlier, vaguely guessed what had happened and were both shocked and anxious. Mingying shook his head and said, "There's nothing we can do but take it one step at a time." "Mingying, what will happen next? Can we withstand it?" Zhou Fang asked. Mingying thought for a moment, recalling his experiences in his previous life, and said slowly, "Next, a large amount of radioactive material will fall to the ground with the rain, directly causing the deaths of millions. At the same time, nuclear radiation will accelerate the evolution of mutated beasts, and the evolution of the walking corpses will also speed up." At the mention of the walking corpses, Mingying's eyes suddenly lit up. The United States' move to destroy the entire world this time is undoubtedly the work of the zombie race. This race seems to be extremely skilled in mind control. The female zombie king previously stormed into Huaju, attempting to seize control of its highest authority. The United States is certainly no exception. Damn those zombies. Mingying gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred. What do we do next? Zhou Fang and Lu Jun were at a loss. Mingying thought for a moment and said, "The plan remains the same. We'll go to Huaju first and rescue Zhang Yun. Then, we'll build our own city." Yes. When Zhou Fang and Lu Jun heard that Mingying wanted to build their own city, they both thought of the magnificent city in the mysterious space, and their eyes lit up with excitement. "That's wonderful. If that city could appear, it would surely protect millions of people," Lu Jun exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Fang nodded repeatedly. Mingying smiled and said, "Don't get too excited. Building a city isn't easy. We'll encounter many, many challenges. There are mutated beasts, zombies, and even our own humans." Zhou Fang and Lu Jun nodded, they were prepared for this. "Now, let's go see Yu Dongchuan first." Mingying shook his head, putting his troubled thoughts aside, and then turned and went down the ruined building. Chapter 25. Let's talk it out. Just as Mingying decided to meet Yu Dongchuan, Zhang Yun awoke in a secret underground dungeon in Huaju. Upon waking, Zhang Yun found herself bound by alloy chains. She tried to pull them off, but found them exceptionally sturdy. At that moment, a laugh rang out, "Beautiful Zhang, don't bother trying. These chains are made of super alloy, capable of withstanding tens of tons of force. You can't break free." Chin. Zhang Yun frowned, recognizing the voice behind it. In the interrogation room outside the dungeon, Chin looked at Zhang Yun on the surveillance video with a faint smile, his eyes filled with coldness. Chin, weren't you dismissed? Are you imprisoning me like this as a final act of madness?" Zhang Yun frowned. If Chin was truly prepared to perish together, then she would be in grave danger. However, Zhang Yun immediately thought of Mingying's passing, and his spirits plummeted. He thought to himself, falling into the hands of that madman Chin, I'm afraid I won't escape being humiliated. Fine, if they try to drug me again, I'll take them all with me. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yun calmed down considerably, sitting silently in the secret cell. Seeing Zhang Yun's calm demeanor, Chin couldn't help but feel disappointed. He chuckled softly, "You might be disappointed. I've been reinstated. It's your Zhang family that's been having a rough time lately." "What?" Zhang Yun was taken aback. Chin reinstated? However, Zhang Yun quickly realized that Huaju's willingness to use nuclear weapons against Mingying was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Moreover, now that Mingying was dead, Huaju wouldn't continue to harass the Qin family for the sake of a dead man. After all, the Qin family still wielded considerable power in Huaju, and many families, large and small, had leverage over them. They still want to deal with father and the others? Zhang Yun's heart tightened, but she sneered, Qin, you seem to be overthinking things. Your father, Qin Chuan, is 10 times more powerful than you. Even when he was alive, he couldn't do anything to my family. Now, the Qin family is just a bunch of chickens and dogs left, barely clinging to life, and you still want to deal with my Zhang family. Zhang Yun mercilessly mocked Qin. However, what she said was true. Sure enough, upon mentioning Chin's expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he hissed, "Anesthetize her. I want to see how stubborn she still is." However, another young man beside Chin quickly stopped her, whispering, Chin, calm down. Secretary Long instructed us to avoid torturing her." "Humph." Chin turned to the young man and snapped, "Secretary Long said avoid it, not absolutely not, don't you understand?" The young man hesitated, but still firmly shook his head, saying, "How about I try first?" Chin sneered, tossed the syringe aside, and turned to leave, saying, "Then I'll give you 1 day. If you can't get anything out of her after 1 day, don't blame me for being impolite." The young man could only nod, then had the secret cell door opened. Upon entering, he said with a wry smile, "Miss Zhang, I'm really sorry." Zhang Yun frowned upon seeing the newcomer, then sneered, "I didn't expect you to be involved in this too." Sensing the disappointment in Zhang Yun's tone, the young man gave a bitter smile, "I can't make that decision, Miss Zhang. No matter what, you're still a member of China. You should know the current situation. China desperately needs Mingying's secrets. Don't worry, tell me, China won't make things difficult for you. China knows I'm a member of China now?" Zhang Yun sneered. "Isn't Mingying a member of China? Can you explain to me why China is launching a nuclear strike against him? He was lawless, assassinating high-ranking Chinese officials. Isn't that enough?" The young man frowned. "Do you even believe that reason yourself?" Zhang Yun sneered. The young man was speechless, then shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Miss Zhang, there's no point in saying this now. Mingying is gone. People have to look forward. Even if not for themselves, they should think of their loved ones. You." Zhang Yun was threatened and immediately became furious, while also sensing a sense of unease. Chin had just said he was going to deal with his family, and now this young man was saying the same thing. Could it be that Huaju really intends to target the Zhang family? Thinking this, Zhang Yun felt a pang of anxiety and helplessness. While Zhang Yun was being interrogated in the underground dungeon of Huaju, Mingying had already used Zhou Fang's phone to send a text message to Yudongchuan, asking him to meet him outside the safe zone. This was a desperate measure. After all, Mingying couldn't expose himself now, and Yudongchuan might not even take Zhou Fang's message seriously. However, to Mingying's surprise, Yudongchuan quickly replied, "I'll be there in 10 minutes. Our commander Dongchuan is certainly skilled and daring," Mingying chuckled. "He's afraid we'll fight to the death," Lu Jun said with a laugh. "Zhou Fang and I are both third-tier evolvers now. If we go crazy, we'll cause a lot of trouble in Linhu City." Mingying laughed upon hearing this, saying, "If he knew that I, a 6th-tier evolver, was with you, he probably wouldn't dare to come." Zhou Fang and Lu Jun both laughed. A moment later, Mingying saw Yudongchuan's figure through the window of the ruined building. This man was indeed bold, actually walking out of the safe zone alone. However, Yudongchuan had only walked a few hundred meters when a small group of people quickly left the safe zone. Mingying's gaze sharpened upon seeing this group. These people were all on foot, but their speed was astonishing, several times faster than ordinary security personnel. "These 10 people are all evolvers," Lu Jun said immediately, "and their evolution level is not low, no weaker than Zhou Fang and me." Mingying nodded with a smile, not taking it to heart at all. Among the evolved beings, who could be a match for Mingying? A moment later, Yudongchuan arrived at the agreed-upon location. Mingying, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun slowly emerged from behind the ruins. "What?" Yudongchuan's eyes widened in shock as he saw Mingying walk openly before him. Yudongchuan, who was usually unfazed even by a collapsing mountain, showed a look of astonishment. You're not dead," Yudongchuan exclaimed, almost instinctively wanting to turn and run. However, Yudongchuan immediately felt a terrifying, chilling pressure envelop him. "Chief Dongchuan, are you planning to run away?" Mingying's icy voice rang in Yudongchuan's ears. At the same time, Yudongchuan felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. Mingying had grabbed him by the back of the neck. Yudongchuan was instantly terrified. He was already a 4th-tier evolved being, yet against Mingying, he was still as weak as an ordinary person, utterly defenseless as his neck was being gripped. It's over, Yudongchuan cried out inwardly, feeling a bleak future, as if he and the entire Huaju were doomed. Mingying, let's talk this out." In that instant, Yudongchuan finally understood the pain of someone whose neck Mingying had gripped, and couldn't help but say, "Let's talk this out." Mingying chuckled when he heard Yudongchuan say, "Let's talk this out," and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Yu and Lu Fei from Linhu City said that, and Hua Jun, the big shot from Huaju, said it too. "I just don't understand why you all like to say that." Yudongchuan dared not say more. This guy was a killing machine. If he said anything more and angered him, a slight twitch of his hand could cost him his life. Chapter 26 Heading towards Huaju. "I heard you tricked Zhang Yun onto the Xia-class fighter jet and then used a potent anesthetic on her?" Mingying said coldly. Upon hearing this, Yudongchuan knew Mingying already knew the whole story, and his face immediately turned bitter. However, Yudongchuan was a man of principle. he didn't lose his composure, nor did he kneel and beg for mercy. Instead, he calmly said, "Mingying, I have my difficulties. This was Hua Du's order, I could only carry it out." "Oh? So now I'm going to strangle you, do you have any complaints?" Mingying's voice was icy. Yu Dongchuan immediately felt the atmosphere tense, but he still calmly said, "I don't think you'll take my life." "Oh." Mingying immediately smiled, increasing the pressure on his hand, and said, "You probably think that I came to you specifically because I need your help to go to Hua Du." Yu Dongchuan's eyes flashed upon hearing this, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was still useful, he wouldn't die. However, Mingying's next action instantly plunged him into an ice cave. Mingying exerted force, and Yu Dongchuan's neck cracked and snapped with a thud. At the same time, Yu Dongchuan felt his entire body go numb. Yu Dongchuan was horrified. He hadn't expected Mingying to actually attack him, and so ruthlessly at that. "Do you still think I won't kill you?" Mingying sneered. "From the moment you tricked Zhang Yun onto the Xiao-class fighter jet and drugged her, you were dead, you know that? Huaju, I'll naturally go. It doesn't matter if I don't take the Xiao-class fighter jet. 700 or 800 kilometers, I'll go at full speed, it'll be over in a night." Mingying said calmly. "I came here today to kill you." Yu Dongchuan's face froze, then he gave a bitter smile. He miscalculated. Yu Dongchuan hadn't expected that Mingying, who had been smiling so readily, would actually try to kill him. He seemed to have truly underestimated the importance Mingying placed on his loved ones. "Fine, kill me if you want. But I still hope you won't oppose China, after all, the Chinese people are innocent." Yu Dongchuan sighed, a pleading look appearing in his eyes. Mingying laughed heartily at this, squatted down, patted Yu Dongchuan's face, and said, "You think I'm going to kill you? I won't." Yu Dongchuan was speechless, completely baffled by Mingying's tactics. Just then, Lu Jun suddenly shouted, "Mingying, those guys are coming." Mingying clapped his hands, stood up, and said, "These guys need to be dealt with too." "Mingying, don't." Yu Dongchuan panicked, but he was completely paralyzed and couldn't stop Mingying. Mingying flashed and left the room. A few seconds later, several shouts came from outside, then the noise stopped abruptly. Yu Dongchuan was filled with despair. Those men were all super soldiers sent to him by Huaju. If they died here, Mingying and Huaju would have no way to turn things around. Not long after, Mingying returned. Yu Dongchuan looked at Mingying again, his eyes devoid of hope, and coldly said, "Mingying, if you want to deal with Huaju, you'd better think it through. Huaju's strength is far greater than it appears." "Oh." Mingying smiled and said, "Zhang Yun's father also told me this. I know how powerful China is, but that doesn't mean I can be bullied. Moreover, China's strength doesn't mean those people in Huaju are strong." Mingying suddenly grinned. Seeing this smile, Yu Dongchuan's face immediately showed deep fear, and he repeatedly said, "Mingying, you can't." Mingying waved his hand, and Yu Dongchuan disappeared, taken into a mysterious space. Mingying, are you really planning to kill Yu Dongchuan?" Lu Jun thought for a moment, then couldn't help but ask. "What, you think he shouldn't be killed?" Mingying turned to look at Lu Jun, frowning. Lu Jun felt a chill run down his spine under Mingying's gaze, but he still insisted, "Yu Dongchuan, he's still a good official, he shouldn't die." Having said that, Lu Jun said nothing more, waiting for Mingying's reply. He was prepared to face Mingying's wrath for pleading for Yu Dongchuan. "Haha, who said I was going to kill him?" Mingying laughed, patting Lu Jun on the shoulder, and said, "You two go into the mysterious space too. Keep an eye on him, give him well water, don't let him die." Lu Jun and Zhou Fang were both stunned, completely unsure of Mingying's intentions, but they nodded nonetheless. Mingying then jumped off the abandoned building alone and sped off towards Huaju. As for Lu Jun pleading for Yu Dongchuan, Mingying didn't care. In fact, he was somewhat pleased. He would be worried if his subordinates only knew obedience and killing. Huaju. Mingying stared in the direction of Huaju, his killing intent growing stronger. After his conversation with Zhang Lai, Mingying vaguely guessed that Huaju was targeting quite a few powerful families. The first was the Qin family. Although the Qin family had declined after Qin Chuan's death, their old connections and influence remained considerable. Then came the Lu family, the Zhang family, the Yuan family, and even Long Jun. Finally, there was the 60-year-old man. These people all had to die. Mingying wasn't one to be trifled with. Back in Huaju, Hua Jun had actually captured him and tried to torture him. After Mingying escaped, Huaju, without even asking any questions, sent thousands of security personnel to surround him. Even after the situation became clear, they didn't severely punish Hua Jun or withdraw the security forces. Mingying was already very disappointed that time, but he endured it. Later, he even went to the United States to carry out that plan for Huaju, and before leaving, he even sent a large amount of food and medicine. To be honest, Mingying had already done more than enough for China. However, this group not only stood by and watched while Mingying battled 13 mutated beasts of the same level, but they also went so far as to use nuclear weapons against him. Moreover, not only did they target Mingying, but they also plotted against Zhang Yun, imprisoning him. How could this not chill Mingying to the bone? Thinking of this, Mingying's killing intent grew stronger, almost uncontrollable. From Linhe city to Huaju, a distance of 700 or 800 kilometers, passing through 6 relatively large cities, all currently constructing survival bases. Mutant beasts and zombies were everywhere along the way, but fortunately, Mingying was now powerful enough to fight his way through. After 6 or 7 hours of travel, as darkness fell, Mingying appeared in the ruins of Huaju's outer city. After quickly climbing a 40 or 50-story building, Mingying gazed at the Huaju safe zone, his eyes cold and sharp. He then took out his phone from his mysterious space and found Wang Yufi's contact information in his address book. After dialing, the phone rang twice and was answered. Wang Yufi's deep, hoarse voice came from the other end. Chapter 27. I've stormed in. Is that Mingying? Wang Yufi's voice was hoarse, but also excited. Mingying found it strange and was about to speak when the call was disconnected. He redialed, but the phone was switched off. Yufi ran into trouble? Mingying frowned, sensing something was wrong. Never mind, I'll find him when I break in, Mingying thought to himself, and dialed Zhang Lai's number again. Meanwhile, in the official building in Huaju, a man in his 60s sat silently on the sofa in his office, his eyes bloodshot and his expression extremely haggard. He was exhausted. Ever since Mingying was attacked by nuclear weapons, that female voice had been constantly echoing in his mind, sometimes laughing, sometimes frightening, sometimes mocking, sometimes seductive. Moreover, this voice was continuous, 24 hours a day, constantly ringing in his ears. The man in his 60s even felt he was going insane. Huaju had the most professional medical team, and they conducted a comprehensive examination on the 60-year-old man, but they couldn't find anything wrong. The 60-year-old man, who couldn't sleep, even consulted a psychologist and underwent hypnosis. However, terrifyingly, the psychologist vomited blood and fainted in less than a minute of hypnosis. At that moment, several figures were chatting and laughing as they left the official building. "Old Lu, want to grab a drink at my place today?" A portly middle-aged man said with a smile. The one referred to as Old Lu at the official building entrance was naturally Lu Bo. Lu Bo, a smug look on his face, glanced at one of the men beside him and chuckled. "It's time for a drink. Hundreds of thousands of people in Hailan City have escaped death today, it's time to celebrate. Old John, come on, let's go for a drink." Yes, Old John, cheer up. It's just a son-in-law who died. It's no big deal. As long as your daughter is still alive, you won't have trouble finding another son-in-law," the plump middle-aged man said with a laugh. Immediately, Lu Bo and the others burst into laughter. Zhang Heng, however, remained silent, his face ashen, staring at the men. These men were all political enemies of the Zhang family, and they had never gotten along well with them. Now that Mingying had been killed by Huadu and Zhang Yun was imprisoned, they were all smug and sarcastic. "Old John, you're wrong. Old Jiang's daughter has also been arrested. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to find a son-in-law in the future," another man laughed. "Lu Bo, Zhang Ye, Yuan Long, you're laughing like clowns, don't you find it disgusting?" Suddenly, an angry voice rang out, and Zhang Lai strode over, his face unfriendly. Zhang Lai? Don't you know the rules? We're talking, what right do you have to interrupt?" The fat middle-aged man's face turned cold as he reprimanded him. "Haha, you're using your status to intimidate me? May I ask, what's your position now?" Zhang Lai sneered. "Oh, I remember now, your son colluded with foreign forces and was executed. You seem to have been suspended from your post as well." "You!" Zhang Ye's fat face suddenly turned cold, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. His son's execution was a permanent pain in his heart. Otherwise, how could he, a high-ranking official, possibly mock Zhang Han like a commoner? Beside him, Lu Bo and Yuan Long also wore unfriendly expressions. Zhang Heng, you'd better keep a close eye on this precious son of yours. Who knows, he might collude with foreign forces one day and get executed," Zhang Ye said nonchalantly. "You!" Zhang Heng frowned, a deep worry creeping into his heart. Too many people were executed last time, the entire capital is now in turmoil, many teetering on the brink of madness. If someone loses their son and then goes berserk, Zhang Lai might not be able to handle it. "Zhang Lai, what do you think? If you've also colluded with outsiders, you'd better turn yourself in sooner rather than later, you might still save your life," Zhang Ye sneered. Just as Zhang Lai was about to retort, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out, glanced at it, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly walked aside to answer the call. "Haha, this mysterious way of answering the phone, something's definitely up," Zhang Ye laughed, quickly chasing after him. Just then, Zhang Lai answered the phone, and Mingying's voice came through. "Zhang Lai, where is Zhang Yun being held?" "I'm coming to rescue her." Zhang Lai was about to speak when a figure bumped into him, snatched the phone, and shouted, "You, Zhang Lai, why are you running so far to answer a call? Is there something you're hiding?" Zhang Ye grabbed Zhang Lai's phone, looked down, and saw the prominent words on the screen Mingying. What? Zhang Ye was instantly stunned. On the other end of the line, Mingying had also heard Zhang Ye shout. He frowned, but then laughed. Since he'd been discovered, there was no point in hiding. Mingying hung up the phone, leaped off the ruined building, crashed to the ground with a thud, and then transformed into a whirlwind, rushing towards the Huaju safe zone. At the entrance of the Huaju official building, Zhang Ye froze for a full 3 seconds before letting out a pig-like scream. Mingying isn't dead. Mingying isn't dead. Before Zhang Ye's scream subsided, Mingying's long howl, like muffled thunder, rolled in from outside the safe zone. "You old geezers of Huaju, have you washed your necks clean yet? I, Mingying, have come to find you." Instantly, the entire Huaju was in an uproar. Inside the official building, the 60-year-old man, who had been looking dejected, changed color upon hearing this and cried out urgently, "Tang Yun, Tang Xiao." 2 tall figures instantly appeared in the 60-year-old man's office. In the retired cotter's courtyard of the Huaju safe zone, old Zhang was clearing the dishes with his wife when he heard the howl. The porcelain bowl in his hand crashed to the ground and shattered. But old Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he became excited, shouting, "Xiao Yu, quick, take me to the building." A figure flashed by, and a young man carried old Zhang on his back, instantly rushing out of the courtyard gate. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the official building, Zhang Heng was dumbfounded. Beside him, Lu Bo, Zhang Ye, and Yuan Long, having recovered their senses, turned deathly pale. The 3 scrambled and stumbled towards the official building, as if some terrifying mutated beast was chasing them. After Mingying's long cry, a dense barrage of gunfire slowly approached, but it only lasted about 30 seconds before Mingying's figure leaped onto the concrete fortifications and rushed into the safe zone. A minute later, Mingying appeared at the entrance of the official building. Simultaneously, countless security personnel surrounded the building, and numerous anti-aircraft machine guns and heavy artillery pieces locked onto the rapidly approaching Mingying and pulled the triggers. Had Mingying sneered, and with a boom, entered superhuman mode. Instantly, in Mingying's vision, amidst the torrent of bullets, the trajectory of each bullet became clearly visible. Mingying's figure flashed continuously, then burst through the dense barrage of fire, smashing through the human wall with a boom and rushing into the official building. "Mingying, let's talk this out," old Zhang's anxious voice came from outside the building. Hearing "let's talk this out," Mingying laughed loudly, his speed increasing even more. He ascended the stairs with lightning speed, reaching the 5th floor in a few leaps, only to find it empty. They went to the underground secret room. "You think I can't do anything about it?" Mingying's eyes were cold and sharp. The next second, a massive phantom world enveloped the entire Huaju safe zone. Chapter 28 Spatial Concretization. This was Mingying's 3rd time using the ability to materialize the mysterious space. This ability was incredibly powerful, but it also had significant limitations. For example, it placed an excessive burden on the brain, it was useless against advanced evolved individuals with powerful brains, and after each use, there was a considerable period of inability to use it again, among other things. Mingying had rarely used this ability before. Mainly because in this life, Mingying was powerful enough to solve many problems on his own, so there was no need to use this ability. However, today Mingying decided to use it anyway. A massive phantom of the world directly enveloped the safe zone, creating a huge overlap with the original buildings. Instantly, the entire capital city was in an uproar, with many citizens utterly astonished by the sudden appearance of these phantoms. "Look! What's that outside? My God, what's that huge wall outside? That wall is so high, at least 500 meters. Our great China is awesome. Long live our great China. Look, there are many construction workers outside, and cranes too. No, they're all shadows. My God, what's going on?" The entire capital was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in a secret cell in a corner of the capital, Zhang Yun, firmly chained with alloy chains, suddenly changed his expression. It's his space. Zhang Yun's eyes flashed with unprecedented light, as if the whole world had regained its brightness. "He's not dead. He's not dead." Zhang Yun cried, tears streaming down his face. "He's come to save me. Little Yun, relax. I'll send you into the space." Mingying also instantly sensed Zhang Yun's location, his voice ringing directly in Zhang Yun's ear. Zhang Yun nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, relaxing completely. Then, in a flash, he vanished from the secret chamber. What? The guards in the cell were shocked to see Zhang Yun disappear into thin air. They exchanged bewildered glances, then frantically sounded the alarm, plunging the entire cell into chaos. Meanwhile, in the official building, Mingying stopped. "Stop firing! Don't shoot!" Old Zhang shouted, and the tall young man Xiao Yu carried him quickly up the stairs. But at that moment, Mingying appeared directly at the bottom of the stairs, carrying someone in his arms. The people in the hall were utterly horrified at this sight. The reason was simple: the person Mingying was carrying was none other than the 60-year-old man, the highest-ranking official in the entire country. Mingying! Old Zhang was dumbfounded, then a deep sense of fear washed over him. He exclaimed, "Mingying, do you know what you're doing? Release the commander." Mingying laughed and said, "Of course I know what I'm doing. Old Zhang, don't get involved in this. Now that I've escaped death, I need an explanation." Old Zhang felt a bitter taste in his mouth and was utterly horrified. A nuclear explosion. It couldn't kill Mingying. Are evolved beings really that strong? Mingying, we had no choice. We couldn't risk the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Hailan City, Old Zhang explained. Mingying shook his head and said, "You had drones back then. You should have been able to see that I could win against those dozen or so mutated beasts. This reason doesn't convince me." Old Zhang's expression froze upon hearing this, a sigh escaping his lips. To be honest, he also felt the reason was somewhat far-fetched, but at this moment, he couldn't very well say that Huadu wanted to kill him. "Mingying, you should listen to me." Suddenly, the 60-year-old man sighed and uttered a single sentence that instantly caused Mingying's pupils to constrict. The 60-year-old man slowly said, "Have you seen Wan Yufei?" "Ha!" Mingying's heart skipped a beat, instantly understanding everything. Wan Yufei was gone, and it wasn't the 60-year-old man who arranged for him to leave, nor could Wan Yufei have left on his own. There was only one possibility: Wan Yufei had been forcibly taken away by external force. It's that female zombie king. Wait a minute, her mind control shouldn't be able to deal with Wan Yufei. Has her strength improved again? Mingying's mind raced. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. If it really was that female zombie queen, then Wan Yufei was in grave danger. Furthermore, if the female zombie queen made her move, the 60-year-old man would certainly not escape unscathed. Mingying instantly guessed that the 60-year-old man's order to attack him was most likely the female zombie queen's doing. "You should be able to guess that I'm being mind-controlled. And ever since the nuclear explosion, that voice has been constantly ringing in my head. I can no longer make the right decisions," the 60-year-old man said, sounding pained. Mingying remained silent, his mind preoccupied with Wan Yufei's situation. In his past life, Wan Yufei was Mingying's good brother. Although in this life Wan Yufei didn't reciprocate his brotherly feelings, Mingying couldn't abandon him. "Damn it, if anything happens to Yufei, female zombie queen, I'll kill you even if it means going to heaven and earth," Mingying thought fiercely. "Mingying, China has no ill intentions towards you. If you wish to vent your anger, killing me is fine." The 60-year-old man looked calmly at Elder Zhang and the hastily arriving Longjun, and said in a deep voice, "Elder Zhang, you are fully responsible for this matter. If Mingying kills me, you must not stop him, and you must not make things difficult for Mingying afterward." "Commander!" Elder Zhang and Longjun immediately became anxious. When the mysterious space was not materialized, Mingying could move people into it if the person was relaxed, even if they were just an ordinary person. After materialization, although this ability was much stronger, it still couldn't be used to freely move or store evolved individuals with powerful brains, or mutated beasts and zombies that had developed advanced intelligence. Longjun was also an evolved individual, so he wasn't moved into the mysterious space by Mingying. The 60-year-old man glanced at Longjun and shook his head, saying, "Longjun, you don't need to concern yourself with this matter. I'm in a bad state now and am no longer suitable to be the leader." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Was the 60-year-old man about to retire? "Sir, why bother?" Old Zhang was also stunned, somewhat confused. After all, to outsiders, the 60-year-old man had only said, "Have you seen Wan Yufei?" before Mingying's expression changed. This series of changes left everyone around bewildered. However, Elder Zhang was no ordinary person. He vaguely sensed that there was something more to this than met the eye. So he looked at Mingying and said, "Mingying, there's a reason behind this. Release the commander first, and we can discuss it calmly." Mingying shook his head. With a thought, the illusory world he had descended upon in the safe zone vanished. He then said, "I came here only to rescue Zhang Yun and kill a few people. I didn't intend to discuss things properly with Huadu." "What?" Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang, Longjun, and the others' expressions changed drastically. This killing god hadn't come here to negotiate, he had come to kill. Chapter 29 is not here to talk. As soon as Mingying finished speaking, he looked at Elder Zhang and asked directly, "Elder Zhang, I have a question for you." Elder Zhang was taken aback, wondering what Mingying wanted to ask him. Mingying slowly said, "Back when I fought those 13 sixth-tier mutated beasts, there should have been quite a few high-ranking officials from China watching the live broadcast. Who suggested or agreed to kill me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bo, Yuan Long, Zhang Ya, and others hiding in the crowd immediately changed their expressions. Especially Lu Bo, who had directly participated in the meeting and was the most vocal among them. Elder Zhang remained silent for a good 10 seconds before shaking his head and saying, "Mingying, I can't tell you. Mingying frowned, but then his gaze shifted to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. He suddenly took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said, "Let me tell you. Zhang Heng, you're using your position for personal revenge." Lu Bo exclaimed urgently. Zhang Heng sneered inwardly, "Damn it, I've poured my heart and soul into China, and you not only want to kill Mingying, but also imprison my daughter and launch a full-scale crackdown on my Zhang family. If I don't wipe you out this time, my Zhang family will have no future." The immense pressure Zhang Heng had endured these past 2 days was completely unknown to outsiders. As a high-ranking official in China closest to Mingying, especially because of Zhang Yun, the Zhang family had recently faced unprecedented suppression in Huaju. Before Mingying stormed into the Huaju safe zone, Lu Bo, Zhang Ye, Yuan Long, and others not only openly mocked Zhang Heng, but Zhang Ye even tried to snatch Zhang Lai's phone, completely breaking off all pretense of civility. "Uncle Zhang, please speak," Mingying said with a smile, but anyone could see the murderous intent in that smile. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over Lu Bo, Zhang Ye, and Yuan Long beside him. Mingying immediately smiled, and with a thought, moved the three of them into a mysterious space. "What? Where is he?" Everyone present was shocked. The next second, Lu Bo appeared out of thin air beside Mingying, his eyes wide open, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Before Lu Bo could speak, Mingying grabbed him by the back of the neck, and with a crack, Lu Bo's neck was snapped. Dead. Everyone was stunned. As Lu Bo's body fell to the ground, Zhang Ye's obese figure appeared out of thin air beside Mingying. Like Lu Bo, he was also filled with shock. He was about to shout out what he had seen and heard in the mysterious space when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, as Mingying had also grabbed his neck. With another crack, before Zhang Ye could speak, Mingying had crushed him to death. "Mingying!" Old Zhang couldn't help but speak when he saw Mingying, then looked at Zhang Heng, his eyes filled with anxiety. If Mingying continues his killing spree, and if all the high-ranking Chinese officials who proposed killing him are truly identified, the consequences are unimaginable. At least a third of China's high-ranking officials would be killed. Zhang Heng, however, remained expressionless, completely ignoring Elder Zhang's gaze. This time, he was truly determined to kill, because in the past few days, those families had begun a siege against the Zhang family, and their targets weren't just him, Zhang Heng, but also his daughter, Zhang Yun, and his son, Zhang Lai. If these people weren't killed, his Zhang family would never have peace in the future. "Is he still there?" Mingying asked, moving Yuan Long out. Zhang Heng nodded. With a crack, Mingying acted without hesitation, snapping Yuan Long's neck. For a moment, the entire official building was deathly silent. "Where is he?" A flash of light appeared beside Mingying, revealing a middle-aged man. Zhang Heng shook his head. "All right, you can leave now," Mingying said with a smile. The middle-aged man, still reeling from the scene in the mysterious space, exclaimed in horror upon hearing Mingying's words, "Heavens, was that city real?" "What city?" Everyone was puzzled. Mingying frowned and said, "You can go now." The middle-aged man was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the 60-year-old man Mingying was holding captive. His gaze swept around, and his expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Mingying, what are you doing?" Mingying ignored the man. A figure flashed before him, and a tall young man appeared out of thin air. "Qin Qin." The people in the hall covered their eyes at the sight. During this period, the Qin family had been the most relentless in their pursuit of the Zhang family, especially this Qin Qin. He was responsible for some of the outrageous acts. "He's Qin Chuan's son," Zhang Heng said directly. Mingying immediately smiled and grabbed Qin Qin by the neck. Qin Qin's face instantly changed. He was about to beg for mercy when he felt a sharp pain in his neck, then everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground. After killing Qin Qin, Mingying moved another person out of the mysterious space. Zhang Heng shook his head, and Mingying released this person, then moved out another. This time, Mingying materialized the mysterious space throughout the entire Huaju safe zone, abducting thousands of high-ranking officials in the villa area who weren't evolved humans. Mingying then dragged each person out one by one. If Zhang Heng shook his head, Mingying released the person. If Zhang Heng nodded, Mingying crushed him without a word, his ruthless method sending chills down everyone's spine. Before long, the lobby of the official building was covered with corpses. At this point, no one spoke, everyone was numb with fear. Mingying's fearsome reputation had now spread throughout Huaju. The slaughter lasted for over 4 hours. By the time Mingying removed the last person from the mysterious space, Zhang Heng's face was pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. After all, his nod or shake of the head could decide a person's life or death. The hundreds of people lying in the lobby were almost all killed by Zhang Heng, a tremendous psychological burden for him. "Uncle Zhang, where is he?" Mingying asked, grabbing the man's neck. Zhang Heng looked at the man, hesitant. This man wasn't usually friendly to the Zhang family, but he hadn't participated in the attack on them this time. The man, seeing the corpses lying in the hall and feeling the strength in Mingying's hand, instantly understood. Remembering his past harassment of the Zhang family, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. However, Zhang Heng ultimately shook his head. Mingying released the man. The man was stunned, then said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Minister Zhang." "Alright," Mingying glanced around the hall and said with a smile, "Everyone, today's show is over." Hearing this, everyone in the hall breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of immense weight lifted from their shoulders. This showed just how much pressure Mingying had brought to the entire city of Huaju today. After speaking, Mingying looked at the silent, 60-year-old man and said, "Chief, you're controlled by the zombies, so I won't kill you. Moreover, I'll help you solve your problem." The 60-year-old man's eyes lit up immediately. That mysterious female voice, like a vengeful ghost, had tormented him constantly, becoming a nightmare. He hadn't expected Mingying to spare his life and even offer to help. The 60-year-old man glanced at the pile of corpses on the ground, remained silent for a long time, and finally waved for everyone else to leave. He looked at Mingying and said, "Could we talk in my office?" Mingying shook his head and smiled, "Chief, I've said it many times, I'm not here to talk to you today." The 60-year-old man's gaze sharpened. Mingying chuckled, "I'm here today mainly to rescue people, and incidentally to kill some. And lastly, let me tell you, don't mess with me." "You!" Everyone roared in fury. "What?" Mingying's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the entire room, slowly saying, "If you accidentally provoke me again, I'll come and kill you whether I'm happy or not." Chapter 30 A Gentleman's Agreement. Mingying's gaze swept across the entire room, and instantly everyone fell silent, heads bowed, lacking even the courage to meet his eyes. The 60-year-old man sighed inwardly, knowing that Mingying had truly established his authority in Huaju this time. He couldn't help but lament, how can someone so young possess such formidable abilities? Compared to him, the young talents of Huaju are like dirt compared to gold. The 60-year-old man was incredibly shrewd and calculating. By this point, he had largely guessed Mingying's ultimate intentions, and he felt increasingly alarmed by him. "Mingying, I know what you want. Don't worry. We were wrong this time. We will agree to some of your requests," the 60-year-old man said slowly with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Mingying laughed, released the 60-year-old man, and asked curiously, "What do you think I want?" The 60-year-old man looked at Elder John, Long Jun, and the others inside the official building and said, "You may all leave. I need to discuss some matters with Mingying." A minute later, Mingying and the 60-year-old man appeared in the office. The 60-year-old man spoke directly, "I saw that enormous city. Were the supplies you needed for building it?" Mingying nodded. The 60-year-old man continued, "That puts my mind at ease. Mingying, I was also controlled by the walking corpses this time, which is why I targeted you. I hope you don't mind." After speaking, the 60-year-old man looked intently at Mingying. To be honest, he was also quite uneasy. After all, the woman's voice had only been manipulating him, amplifying his deepest desires. In the end, the 60-year-old man himself still wanted to kill Mingying, but he had always concealed it well. Mingying, having known many brain-devouring individuals in his past life, was intimately familiar with the profound mysteries of mind control. However, he didn't reveal this now, instead smiling and saying, "Of course, I trust the chief." For some reason, Mingying's words brought a sense of relief to the 60-year-old man, who then smiled and said, "That's good." Mingying waved his hand and said, "You said you knew what I wanted. I'd like to hear Huaju's sincerity." The 60-year-old man nodded, his expression serious, and said, "From now on, my words represent Huaju, you can rest assured." Mingying nodded. The 60-year-old man paused for a moment, then said, "We can establish an agreement. I've initially considered 3 points. First, Huaju acknowledges your status. Your city can serve as one of Huaju's many bases. Second, Huaju can continue to provide you with material support, just like other bases. Third, Huaju will provide you with weapons support, just like other bases." After speaking, the 60-year-old man looked at Mingying. Mingying thought for a moment, then thought to himself, "These old men in Huaju are indeed cunning. I haven't even said anything yet, and they've already guessed everything I want." Thinking this, Mingying smiled and nodded, "Chief, you are indeed astute. These 3 points are exactly what I want. Today, I will sign this agreement with you. At the same time, I will also provide you with 3 equivalent items. First, my city will do its utmost to protect the people of China, capable of protecting 20 million people, and can double that number if necessary." The 60-year-old man's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he nodded emphatically, "Excellent. Second, Huaju will provide me with supplies, and I will continue to provide Huaju with food. However, the exchange rate has changed, it's now 1 to 20. "Good." The 60-year-old man nodded. Although the exchange rate had doubled, considering how aggressively you treated them before, it was already more than enough that they hadn't completely turned against you. Third, I will provide Huaju with military support to help you hunt some high-level mutated beasts. Of course, I won't do this for free, you'll need to provide equivalent resources. Upon hearing this, the 60-year-old man immediately stood up and solemnly said, "On behalf of the people of China, I thank you." Mingying waved his hand, then suddenly sighed and said, "Chief, the days ahead will be far more difficult than they are now. To be honest, I don't want to be the only one left in the world." Upon hearing this, the 60-year-old man's expression changed slightly. Mingying continued, "The United States has detonated so many nuclear weapons. In the next 2 or 3 months, large amounts of radioactive material will fall with the rain, and many humans will die." The 60-year-old man nodded. He had considered this consequence. However, Mingying's next words made his eyes widen in disbelief. Meanwhile, under the influence of radiation, mutated beasts and zombies will evolve at an accelerated pace. The terrifying mutated beasts in my cookbook will soon appear. What? The 60-year-old man was shocked, then suddenly realized, no wonder the zombie race was so determined to instigate a world-class nuclear war. So that's it. Thinking of this, a sudden flash of inspiration struck the 60-year-old man, and he exclaimed, "How did the zombie race know that radiation would accelerate evolution? Besides, they should have only recently developed intelligence. How could they possibly have such a deep scheme?" Mingying frowned deeply upon hearing this, saying, "I've been wondering about this too." In that instant, both the 60-year-old man and Mingying sensed a massive conspiracy enveloping all of humanity, and the future of humanity remained shrouded in darkness. "Chief, no matter what, we have to face it," Mingying said, shaking his head. "Let's settle on these 6 points for the agreement. Each side will abide by 3. The 60-year-old man was still pondering the zombie clan's conspiracy and hadn't quite come to his senses. Mingying reminded him again, and the old man finally snapped out of it, nodding hurriedly. He was about to have his secretary draft the agreement for them to sign when Mingying stopped him. "No need for a paper agreement. Just keep it in mind, Chief," Mingying said with a smile. "Agreements are entirely based on equal strength. Whether it's signed or not, what's the point? If the strength is unequal, a written agreement is less valuable than toilet paper. If the strength is equal, even a verbal agreement is more honest and trustworthy than anyone else's. Alright, let's consider this a gentleman's agreement." The 60-year-old man nodded. Mingying immediately stood up and said, "Then that's settled. By the way, I need a Sichuan fighter jet to accompany me at all times." The 60-year-old man nodded and smiled, "Okay, no problem. As a reciprocal return, I'll give you one last big gift, swat that mosquito in your head," Mingying said, waving his hand and tossing out a figure the already crippled Sichuan. "Surgery him. Use some medicine, he should be able to recover." Mingying leaped from the office window, his voice carrying over. With a loud thud, Mingying landed steadily and sped away from the safe zone. Can he really eliminate that voice in my head? The 60-year-old man urged his subordinates to rush to treat Sichuan, while he himself rushed to the window, staring intently at Mingying's departing figure, his heart growing increasingly excited. Even the highest-ranking leader is human, they too fear illness and death. Meanwhile, Mingying had already rushed out of the safe zone, a cell phone in his hand. On the phone screen, a text message notification read, "Building 6, Tianfu Street, Yuku Building. Chapter 31 Have a drink with me." The principle of mind control is actually quite simple. To put it bluntly, the brains of those with brain domain evolution are exceptionally developed, capable of generating extremely strong brainwaves that interfere with surrounding beings, causing them to experience hallucinations. However, brainwaves are inherently very weak and attenuate significantly. Generally, the effective range of mind control by a 6th-tier evolved being is only about 5 or 6 kilometers. For the 6th-tier female zombie king to attempt mind control on a 60-year-old man, she couldn't possibly be more than 5 kilometers away from the Huaju safe zone. At this moment, Wang Yufi's text message arrived again, and Mingying immediately made a guess. Meanwhile, in the Yuku shopping mall outside the Huaju safe zone, 2 figures stood facing each other. "Why did you betray me?" The female zombie king was neatly dressed, her face calm. Across from her stood a figure with sallow skin and bloodshot eyes, none other than Wang Yufi. "I betrayed you?" Wang Yufi laughed, his face contorted with rage. "I was originally human. You turned me into a zombie. This deep-seated hatred. I only regret that I'm too weak to kill you." The female zombie king shook her head. "You're wrong. I'm saving you. We gods are the most perfect race." "Gods? I think it's the zombie race," Wang Yufi sneered. The female zombie king shook her head. "You haven't seen our world yet, so it's normal to have reservations. I don't blame you. That human is coming. Let's go." "Go." Wang Yufi shook his head. He had secretly texted Mingying, determined to fight to the death. How could he just leave like this? Sigh. The female zombie king sighed, her eyes gradually brightening. At the same time, Wang Yufi's expression suddenly became blank. Then, his face contorted with rage, as if he had become a mindless zombie. His crimson eyes scanned them all, and he immediately spotted several fresh corpses in a corner. "Roar!" Wang Yufi roared, completely losing his mind, and frantically pounced on the corpse, biting it and devouring it. Hundreds of meters away, Mingying's figure flashed, appearing in the distant plaza. Mingying's gaze sharpened, immediately spotting the female zombie king. At the same time, his eyes glanced at the scene in the corner of the mall, and he froze. Yu Fei. Mingying instantly recognized Wang Yufei, feeling completely stunned. Yufei has turned into a zombie. Mingying felt a chill run through him, his mind instantly recalling the moments he and Wang Yufei fought side by side in his past life. Did you do this? A strong sense of reluctance surged through Mingying's heart, and his gaze fixed on the female zombie king, unable to hold back his roar. The female zombie king giggled, clapped her hands, and Wang Yufei immediately stopped, strangely running to her side, bowing his head obediently. Mingying's face turned ashen. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a large alloy spear. He slowly said, "You will pay the price for your foolishness today. I, Mingying, swear to the heavens that your entire zombie race will be wiped out because of your stupidity." The female zombie king laughed and said, "Wait until you see the true face of our divine race before you speak such boastful words." "You can't stop me," the female zombie king said, taking a step forward. "Is that so?" Mingying thrust his spear horizontally, blocking her path. Roar! Wang Yufei roared and lunged forward. Mingying frowned slightly, sweeping his spear to pin Wang Yufei down. But Wang Yufei seemed oblivious, still roaring ferociously, flailing his arms wildly at Mingying. "Yufei, you can go now," Mingying sighed, preparing to kill Wang Yufei. But the next second, the female zombie king's eyes lit up. Wang Yufei jolted, regaining his senses. Seeing Mingying, he was utterly terrified, his voice hoarse as he cried out, "Mingying!" Seeing this, Mingying's spear paused, stopping 3 feet in front of Wang Yufei. Wang Yufei suddenly let out a bitter laugh, lunging forward, the spear piercing his heart. Mingying was immediately alarmed and quickly withdrew his gun, moving far away. He saw Wang Yufei look down at his shattered chest, then look up and smile bitterly. "Mingying, you see, I'm no longer human. Kill me. I don't want to become a zombie after losing consciousness." Mingying remained silent, then shook his head. "As long as your consciousness remains, as long as you still yearn for humanity, I cannot kill you." Having said that, Mingying looked at the female zombie king and said, "I'll remember this grudge. You can leave, I won't kill you." "Mingying!" Wang Yufei cried out in alarm. Mingying shook his head. This female zombie king could control Wang Yufei, so she was fearless. If he attacked her, she would control Wang Yufei to stop him, and then she could escape calmly. "Mingying, let's join forces and kill her." Wang Yufei's bloodshot eyes blazed with killing intent as he continued, "Remember the text message I sent you? I have a way to break free from her control in a short time." Mingying's eyes lit up instantly. The female zombie king's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she screamed, "Impossible! I used a secret technique of my divine race. How could you, a 4th-tier zombie, possibly break free from my control? Try and see," Wang Yufei roared. "Mingying, you go." Mingying transformed into a black shadow in a flash, instantly appearing in front of the female zombie king, roaring, "Die!" The female zombie king screamed and instantly retreated several meters, then turned and ran without looking back, simultaneously trying to control Wang Yufei to attack Mingying. But Wang Yufei roared, his eyes momentarily becoming dazed, then instantly regaining clarity, only to become dazed again, repeating this 7 or 8 times in just a few breaths. "Yufei, are you out of your mind?" The female zombie king cried out. "My life?" Wang Yufei instantly regained his senses, then snarled, "My life is long gone." Before he finished speaking, Wang Yufei was instantly engulfed again, and gradually, black, foul blood flowed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, his life force rapidly waning. Mingying also saw Wang Yufei's condition and immediately became extremely anxious. His killing intent towards the female zombie king intensified. With a boom, he entered a superhuman state, instantly appearing behind the female zombie king. He thrust his spear straight through her chest. The female zombie king was instantly terrified, immediately abandoning her control over Wang Yufei. She screamed towards the sky, and at the same time, several figures of the female zombie king appeared before Mingying, fleeing in different directions. "That trick again." Mingying frowned. He truly had no way to break this trick at the moment, and could only try to force his way through. However, his mental awakening level was not high, and it would take several seconds to break through the female zombie king's illusion. Those few seconds were enough for the female zombie king to escape quite a distance. "Mingying, kill!" Suddenly, Wang Yufei roared, his eyes flashing with a terrifying red light. Instantly, the scene before Mingying changed. The phantoms of the female zombie king vanished, and he saw her real body had already leaped more than 10 meters away, preparing to escape behind a tall building. "Die!" Mingying roared, instantly giving chase. In his godlike state, Mingying's direct combat prowess surpassed all other 6th-tier warriors, and his speed was astonishing. He caught up with the female zombie king within 5 steps. The female zombie king screamed shrilly, but it was utterly futile. After Mingying caught up, she only lasted 3 moves before a spear pierced her head, and her body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, in the Huaju safe zone, the 60-year-old man suddenly understood the female voice that had been echoing in his mind, and his mind instantly cleared. "I'm healed," the 60-year-old man exclaimed with joy. Outside the safe zone, Mingying stood with his spear sheathed, while Wang Yufei remained silent. The two faced off for a long time. Suddenly, Mingying sighed, stored his spear in his mysterious space, and 2 bottles of wine appeared in his hand. He tossed one to Wang Yufei, opened the other for himself, found a place to sit down, and smiled, "Have a drink with me." Chapter 32 I'll build a tomb for you. Wang Yufei looked at the bottle of baijiu in his hand and laughed. He opened the bottle and said, "Old man's liquor, good liquor indeed. It's just a pity I can't taste it anymore." "After becoming a zombie, you lost your sense of taste too?" Mingying asked curiously. "Not really. Meat tastes delicious, especially raw meat. As for other flavors, I don't really feel them anymore," Wang Yufei said, shaking his head. Mingying didn't speak. He opened the bottle, raised it high, and laughed. "Come on, have a sip." Wang Yufei also laughed and raised his bottle. The two of them tilted their heads back and drank heavily. "Mingying, after you finish drinking, will send me on my way," Wang Yufei suddenly said. Mingying was stunned, gripping the bottle in his hand, frozen. "My consciousness is getting more and more blurred. Without the female zombie king's control, I'll soon become a mindless zombie," Wang Yufei said with a wry smile. "What?" Mingying frowned, remaining silent. "Don't overthink it. Everyone dies eventually. I'm already quite satisfied that I managed to kill the female zombie king before I died. Besides, dying with dignity at the hands of my own people isn't a bad thing," Wang Yufei laughed. After becoming a zombie, he had long lost his fighting spirit. Now that his revenge was complete, he no longer wanted to live. "Come on, let's drink." Wang Yufei raised the bottle and laughed heartily. "All right." Mingying raised the bottle and drank it down in one gulp. "I'll tell you a secret," Mingying said with a smile, wiping his mouth after taking a sip. "Oh." Wang Yufei was also somewhat curious. He had always been very curious about Mingying. "Don't you think I'm a bit eccentric, knowing everything about the post-apocalyptic world?" Mingying said. Wang Yufei's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he nodded, saying, "I've had that thought for a while." Mingying smiled and said, "Would you believe me if I said I'm a reincarnated person?" "Ha!" Wang Yufei was stunned, somewhat incredulous, but he immediately cursed, "Damn it, my Samoyed at home has grown to 5 or 6 meters tall, what can't I believe?" Mingying laughed heartily. "In our past life, we were close friends who fought side by side." Wang Yufei was taken aback again, then laughed, "So that's how it is. No wonder you looked at me strangely when we first met. Damn it, I thought you were gay." "Ah." Mingying hesitated, then raised his bottle and laughed. "Come on, have a drink." Wang Yufei also raised his glass, then said, "Mingying, after I die, tell my grandfather all this truthfully. Don't tell my sister." Mingying nodded solemnly, downed the wine in the bottle in one gulp, smashed the bottle with a clang, stood up, and said with red eyes, "Yufei, I can't bear to part with you." Wang Yufei was silent for a moment. He also wanted to cry, but his withered body was long since devoid of any liquid except for black, foul blood. "Come on, promise me, kill a few more zombies in the future, as revenge for me." Wang Yufei opened his arms and said frankly, "Don't worry, the entire zombie race will die." Mingying said firmly, a short spear appearing in his hand. "All right." Wang Yufei nodded emphatically, saying, "Hurry up and do it. Without the female zombie king's guidance, I feel my consciousness growing heavier and heavier. I'm afraid I'll lose consciousness in the next second." "All right." Mingying nodded, his short spear flashing, piercing directly into Wang Yufei's skull. Wang Yufei's body shuddered violently, collapsing limply to the ground. "Yufei!" Mingying cried out, kneeling on the ground with a thud. He felt a heart-wrenching pain, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Wang Yufei was dead, but Mingying, still alive, was in even greater agony. After a long while, Mingying slowly rose from the ground. Looking at Wang Yufei's withered face, his heart ached even more, and tears flowed again. He whispered, "Yufei, I will build a grave for you." With that, Mingying squatted down. His fingers, sharp as knives, tore through the concrete, and he slowly dug a pit about 2 meters long. After the pit was dug, Mingying pulled the short spear from Wang Yufei's head, then moved Wang Yufei into the pit. Just as he was about to fill it back with soil, Mingying looked at Wang Yufei's sallow face and a thought struck him, well, water can cure the zombie virus. I can't let Yufei leave this world carrying the virus. With this thought, Mingying retrieved a large bucket of well water from his mysterious space and began pouring it over Wang Yufei, starting from his forehead, covering his entire body. The moment the well water touched Wang Yufei's body, it hissed and crackled. The water visibly seeped into Wang Yufi's body, turning his previously sallow skin completely black. Mingying poured all the well water in the bucket over Wang Yufi in one gulp. Finally, suppressing his reluctance, he filled the pit back with soil, erected a tombstone for Wang Yufi, and then left with his head bowed. The walking corpses, they really deserve to die. Mingying walked along the road, feeling his killing intent growing stronger and stronger, almost uncontrollable. Then I'll start with the walking corpses near Huaju. Mingying looked up at the darkening sky, walked to the street, found a place to sit, and placed his alloy spear across his lap. Nighttime was the walking corpses' shining moment. Even the Huaju security forces dared not go out on missions at night, relying solely on their concrete fortifications for strict defense. Mingying, a living, breathing man sitting on the ruined street, immediately attracted the attention of the walking corpses. Soon, a walking corpse staggered to the end of the street. Roar! Sensing the strong human scent on Mingying, a walking corpse roared and charged. Mingying swung his alloy spear, piercing the walking corpse's skull. That night, the howls of the walking corpses echoed outside Huaju, plunging the entire safe zone into panic. Many people took to the streets, talking anxiously among themselves. "Old one, what's wrong with the zombies outside today? It doesn't feel good. Could there be another zombie horde? Maybe. The entire security team is on the fortifications tonight. Ugh, this is troublesome. Let's hurry home and get our weapons." Okay. Inside the official building in Huaju, the 60-year-old man, now back to his former vigor, stood by the window, somewhat worried. He thought to himself, the zombie king's mind control over me is gone, so Eagle should have succeeded. But what's causing the zombie horde outside? The roars of the zombies outside grew louder, but the security team members on the safe zone's fortifications waited a long time without seeing the zombie horde, leaving them stunned. This night was destined to be agonizing. All the security team members waited anxiously until dawn, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Daylight brought a sense of security to everyone. First Brigade, lead a team out to investigate. Roger that. Immediately, a team of security team members sped out of the safe zone. A moment later, a series of exclamations suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. "Commander, Commander, zombies, zombies." On the fortified position, the old eagle from the Huaju security department, upon hearing this, thought they had encountered a zombie horde. His expression changed drastically, and he urgently ordered, "No lingering. Retreat. Commander, no. The zombies are all dead. The entire no man's land is littered with zombie corpses." The captain's voice trembled with excitement. "What? Walking corpses everywhere. I feel like all the zombies outside Huaju are dead this time. You stay put, I'm coming right away." Half an hour later, exhilarating news spread throughout Huaju. The zombies in the northernmost part of the no man's land had all died overnight. The killer was none other than Mingying. And at this moment, Mingying had already rushed to the northwest region, still relentlessly killing. Is he going to wipe out all the millions of zombies in Huaju? Everyone in Huaju was stunned. Just as Mingying was rampaging through the no man's land, slaughtering zombies, the newly backfilled soil at Wang Yufi's grave suddenly trembled slightly. Chapter 33: Wang Yufi's Resurrection. For 4 whole days, Mingying slaughtered the zombies outside the Huaju safe zone. Initially, he had to actively seek out the zombies, but as the commotion grew, the zombies in the entire Huaju no man's land awakened. Most importantly, the low-level zombies were mindless. Even after hundreds of thousands of their kind had been killed, they still relentlessly attacked Mingying. Mingying immediately stored his spear in his mysterious space and replaced it with an alloy battle sword. The strength of a 6th-tier evolved being was beyond human imagination. With a single sweep of the alloy battle sword, over a dozen zombies were instantly decapitated. Mingying was like a human harvester, rampaging through the zombie horde, leaving a trail of severed limbs in his wake. After 4 days of relentless slaughter, until utterly exhausted, Mingying's rage gradually subsided. Finally, with a long roar, he broke free of the zombie encirclement and returned to Huaju. At this moment, the entire Huaju was silent, everyone silently watching the figure strolling towards them from outside the safe zone. This figure was like a god, like a demon. Single-handedly, he slayed hundreds of thousands of zombies, almost wiping out all the zombies within a radius of several kilometers outside the safe zone. Such an achievement is virtually unparalleled since the apocalypse. Upon returning to the safe zone, the entire population of Huaju erupted in fervent cheers. Everyone lined both sides of the street, chanting Mingying's name incessantly. Some even wept, kneeling on the ground. Mingying was already exhausted, but when he saw the scene in the Huaju safe zone, his heart stirred. He vaguely recalled the Sichuan music he heard when he first came to Huaju to see Elder Zhang. That stirring, soaring Sichuan music seemed to contain this very will. In a daze, Mingying's emotions were stirred, sometimes soaring, sometimes surging, sometimes charging forward, sometimes steadfast. Mingying walked along the central avenue of the safe zone, with security teams maintaining order on both sides. The crowds were still cheering, but Mingying seemed oblivious to the commotion outside. At this moment, the bugle call in his mind grew louder and louder. Mingying suddenly slowed down, taking 7 steps calmly. When he took the 8th step, a bright light suddenly shone in his eyes, and his entire aura changed. At the same time, the people throughout the safe zone seemed to feel an invisible wave of power washing over them, instantly gaining a sense of security. Is this the 7th rank? Mingying thought to himself. Wan Yufi's zombification and death, the 4 days and 4 nights of frenzied killing in the no man's land, returning to Huaju and seeing the fervent and sincere gazes of the people, and finally, recalling that bugle call. With so many factors combined, Mingying finally took that step he had never reached in either his previous or present life, the 7th rank. The 7th rank is already a legendary realm. Even in his previous life, only a very few people had reached this level, each one a legend among legends. Just as Mingying reached the 7th rank, in the far north of China, on a towering snow-capped mountain, snow and rock fragments suddenly swirled, and a hidden cave blasted open in the mountainside. A figure emerged from the cave, none other than Lu Piaopio, the female zombie king whom Mingying had killed not long ago. After emerging from the cave, the female zombie king looked up at the blinding sunlight in the sky. Her crimson eyes slowly cleared from their dazed state, as if she were slowly awakening. Oh, I see. I didn't expect a pioneer to emerge among the primitive people, and one so powerful at that, even killing my number 9. Interesting. The female zombie king, Lu Piaopio, looked down at her wrist and noticed the number 7 imprinted on it. Number 7 is significantly stronger than number 9. According to the primitives, she should be at the 8th rank. That pioneer is only at the 6th rank. We'd better hurry and kill him. The female zombie king suddenly roared to the sky, her voice soaring into the heavens. Then, she leaped off the cliff. This female zombie king had actually reached the 8th rank, and at this moment, she was directly attacking Mingying. If Mingying knew, he would probably be furious. Damn it, according to the usual tropes, isn't the great demon king supposed to never make a move, instead sending minions of similar strength to the protagonist to feed him experience points? This female zombie king is completely unpredictable, directly crushing the 6th rank Mingying with her 8th rank strength, giving him no chance whatsoever. Of course, the female zombie king didn't know that Mingying had already reached the 7th rank. However, even if Mingying had reached the 7th rank, he wouldn't be a match for the female zombie king. Unbeknownst to them, a huge shadow had already loomed over the humans. At the same time as the female zombie queen resurrected, outside Huaju, at the spot where Mingying killed female zombie queen number 9, a low growl suddenly came from Wan Yufi's grave. Immediately, the freshly backfilled soil crumbled with a whoosh. A dark, withered hand broke through the soil and slammed it to the ground. Dirt flew, the tombstone collapsed, and a figure rose from the grave. Who am I? The figure looked down at his hand, then looked around, revealing his face. It was Wan Yufi. At this moment, Wan Yufi was completely black, emitting a putrid stench, but the hole between his eyebrows was rapidly healing, soon returning to its original state. At the same time, the blackness on Wan Yufi's body was rapidly fading, turning into the withered yellow of a normal zombie. I'm called Wan Yufi, and where am I? Wan Yufi covered the wound on his forehead, seemingly because this wound had caused him to lose much of his memory. Suddenly, Wan Yufi's eyes lit up as he saw the zombies scattered on the ground. A surge of hunger welled up within him, and with a boom, he pounced, tearing at a zombie. A moment later, a security team appeared at the end of the street. The leaders immediately spotted Wan Yufi crouching on the ground and shouted, "On alert! On alert! Zombies!" Instantly, 5 heavy machine guns unleashed a dense barrage of fire, locking onto Wan Yufi. Wan Yufi instinctively sensed danger, let out a roar, and dashed away, so fast he was almost invisible, breaking through the heavy machine gun fire and disappearing behind the dense ruins of buildings. The security team members were stunned, then shouted, "Chase him!" Instantly, the roar of motorcycles filled the air as a group of men gave chase. Tanks rolled over him, filling in his grave and crushing the tombstone into pieces. By then, Wan Yufi had already run hundreds of meters, plunging into the dense buildings like a dragon entering the sea. The security team members gave chase for a while, but had no choice but to give up. Chapter 34 Future Challenges. No one knew about Wan Yufi's resurrection, not even Mingying. Wan Yufi, whose skull had been pierced, had actually been revived by the nourishment of the abundant well water. At this time, after returning to the Huaju safe zone, Mingying went straight to the Zhang family's residence. Instantly, the Zhang family became the most sought-after family in the entire Huaju, their gates bustling with activity. Important figures from Huaju lined up outside the Zhang family's gate to pay their respects. "Thank you," Zhang Yun whispered in Mingying's ear, her face flushed, as she stood with him by the window. Mingying, feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, was deeply moved. Hearing Zhang Yun's words, he immediately laughed. "What are you thanking me for?" Zhang Yun blushed even more. Mingying's stay at the Zhang family's residence was tantamount to announcing to the public that his relationship with the Zhang family was extraordinary. Anyone who dared to covet the Zhang family in the future would have better think twice. A day later, the jet-black Xiao-class fighter jet soared into the sky, speeding eastward. Simultaneously, Huaju issued a nationwide announcement, adding a new base to the existing plan of 50 bases, named Mingying City. The news sparked nationwide jubilation. Everyone was curious about the origins of Mingying City. It had never been heard of before, seemingly appearing overnight. Inside the Xiao-class fighter jet, Mingying, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun sat facing each other, all looking relaxed. Suddenly, Mingying spoke. Huaju has acknowledged Mingying City's status. The real challenge is about to begin. Upon hearing the words Mingying City, Zhang Yun's eyes lit up, while Zhou Fang's gaze dimmed. Zhou Fang naturally understood the meaning behind the Mingying in Mingying City. There will be many challenges ahead, but 3 are the most urgent, Mingying continued. The first is the ecological collapse caused by the US nuclear test. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun's expressions immediately turned serious. Not long ago, the US launched its last 3,000 nuclear weapons, detonating them high in the sky. Large amounts of radioactive material travel through the clouds to all parts of the world, and it won't be long before this radioactive material reaches the Earth's surface. Millions will die from radiation poisoning. Most egregiously, the US had buried 4 nuclear weapons beneath the Osaka volcano in Japan. The terrifying nuclear explosion directly activated the volcano, sending millions of tons of volcanic ash carrying concentrated radioactive material into the sky, which will soon fall to China via rainfall. What is the second challenge? Lu Jun asked. Mingying paused for a moment, then slowly said, the second is an invasion from an eastern island nation. What? Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun were all stunned. China is so powerful now, the island nation shouldn't dare to invade, right? Lu Jun was also somewhat incredulous. Indeed, over the past few decades, China has grown increasingly powerful. Even if the island nation had 1,000 times the courage, it wouldn't dare to invade China again. China is currently preoccupied with its own problems, and the island nation, after this nuclear explosion, is no longer suitable for habitation. If they don't come, they'll only face certain death, Mingying said, shaking his head. In his previous life, the island nation had landed on the eastern coastline, initially pleading with China for protection. However, upon discovering China was preoccupied with its own problems, the islanders revealed their true colors, occupying large swathes of the east and committing atrocities of burning, killing, and looting. The islanders deserve to die. Lu Jun said grimly. China and the island nation had a blood feud in history, and as a former soldier, Lu Jun naturally harbored no goodwill towards them. What is the third challenge? Is it the accelerated evolution of the mutated beasts? Zhang Yun asked, vaguely guessing something but unable to believe it. Sure enough, Mingying nodded upon hearing this. Immediately, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun all felt a chill run down their spines, thinking, the most terrifying thing has indeed come. Mingying continued, next, under the influence of radiation, the mutated beasts and zombies will evolve at an accelerated pace. In the next month, some incredibly terrifying mutated beasts will appear. I estimate that 10 days after the radiation rain, a large number of mutated beasts will reach the 5th rank, a few will reach the 6th rank, and even a very small number will reach the 7th rank, Mingying predicted. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun's expressions changed drastically. Of the 3, only Zhang Yun had reached the 5th rank, Zhou Fang and Lu Jun were only at the 3rd rank. With this level of strength, they were simply no match for 5th, 6th, or even 7th rank mutated beasts and zombies. And these 3 were already considered among the most powerful evolved humans. After Mingying finished speaking, the entire cabin fell silent. Mingying, let's begin our special training, Lu Jun suddenly said. Beside them, Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang also looked at Mingying expectantly. Under everyone's gaze, Mingying nodded and said, next, not only will you undergo special training, but I will also be rescuing a large number of civilians, identifying outstanding evolved individuals among them, and providing them with special training as well. Great! Everyone was overjoyed. After a moment, the Xiao-class fighter jet began its slow descent, soon arriving at the airport in Linhu City. Chief Huayu of Linhu City was already waiting. Upon seeing Mingying, this bigwig of Linhu City had a strange expression, but then immediately greeted him with a broad smile, saying, City Lord Ming, hello. Behind Huayu, a group of high-ranking officials from Linhu City were immediately dumbfounded. Wasn't their chief Huayu Yu Donchuan's good brother? Hadn't Mingying crippled Yu Donchuan? Why was Chief Huayu so enthusiastic towards Mingying? In truth, Huayu had his own unspoken grievances. Huaju has already issued a notice, fully acknowledging Mingying's status. A city lord that's the level of a commander of 50 bases, even higher than Huayu himself. Most importantly, Mingying has food and medicine. If Linhu City becomes unsustainable, they'll all have to rely on Mingying City. Seeing Hua Yu's enthusiasm, Mingying smiled in return, thinking to himself, everyone says Hua Yu is resolute and a good brother to Yu Dongchuan. It seems the rumors are unreliable, this guy is very shrewd. Commander Hua Yu, I only have one matter to attend to in Linhu City this time. I'll leave after I'm done, Mingying said directly, not giving Hua Yu a chance to ingratiate himself. Hua Yu was taken aback, then nodded and smiled, okay, Linhu City will always be your hometown. Mingying also nodded with a smile. It was just polite talk, take it with a grain of salt. Anyone who took it seriously was a fool. Mingying came to Linhu City this time to take the Doomsday Fortress with him. After all, once Mingying City had completely descended, he and his family would need a place to live. Back in the safe zone of Linhu City, walking along the streets of Baiyuan residential area, Mingying was quite emotional. Baiyuan residential area was still the same, except that there were many more people on the streets, all practicing the 8 extremes collapse. Suddenly, a joyful shout rang out, and 2 figures, one tall and one short, waved from afar. Ming Shen, it's me, Qian Bao. The taller man strode over, but was stopped by the security guard standing nearby. Let them come over, Mingying said with a smile, and the Hua Yu brigade leader beside him nodded quickly. These two were Qian Bao and Shen Tian's. Qian Bao was known as Gene's Awesome in the Baiyuan Residential Community's owners group, while Shen Tian's was a businessman who, in his previous life, had risked his life transporting supplies and built a considerable business. Mingying had drunk with the 2 men before and held them in high regard. Oh? Reached the 2nd rank? Mingying's eyes lit up when he saw Qian Bao. He had only given him a bottle of well water, yet he had already reached the 2nd rank, demonstrating considerable talent in cultivation. I can take them both with me. Qian Bao has considerable talent, and Shen Tian's can form a caravan to serve Mingying City, Mingying thought to himself, outlining a future for the two. From now on, you two will follow me, Mingying said with a smile. Qian Bao and Shen Tian's were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. News of Mingying's actions in Huazhou hadn't yet reached Linhu City, but Mingying's reputation there was considerable, he was the renowned Ming god. Okay, Qian Bao and Shen Tian's nodded repeatedly, quickly standing behind Mingying. Beside them, Hua Yu watched with envy. Chapter 35 Even Immortals Eat. After recruiting Qian Bao and Shen Tian's into his team, Mingying returned to the post-apocalyptic fortress next to the Baiyuan residential area. This post-apocalyptic fortress had 8 floors in total, 3 above ground and 5 underground, entirely constructed of solid concrete with layers of special metal alloy, making it virtually indestructible. Mingying quite liked the fortress, so before officially establishing Mingying City, he made a special trip back to Linhu City to relocate it. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Mingying stepped forward. With a thought, a massive phantom of a world appeared out of thin air, enveloping the entire safe zone of Linhu City. This time, it was Linhu City's turn to be shocked. Almost simultaneously, all the residents of Linhu City, whether practicing martial arts in the streets or resting at home, felt an invisible wave instantly engulf the entire city. My God, how did a city wall suddenly appear in the distance? It's so tall! Someone exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the massive phantom of the city wall that had suddenly appeared all around. Ah, a mutated beast. Wait, something's not right, it's a cow. Someone spotted the mutated cow Big White, initially terrified, but then realizing Big White was lazy and docile, completely harmless. This. Hua Yu and the others were also seeing the phantom of the mysterious space for the first time, and were speechless with shock. When they looked at Mingying again, their eyes were filled with deep fear. This man is too mysterious, too mysterious. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Mingying waved his hand, and in an instant, the enormous phantom of the world vanished into thin air, along with the apocalyptic fortress in front of them. Ha! Hua Yu also came to his senses, but then found a huge crater in front of him, and the apocalyptic fortress was gone. This high-ranking official from Linhu City felt his mind go blank, completely stunned by the scene before him. From now on, I will never oppose him, no matter who I oppose. Hua Yu made a decision in an instant. Beside them, Qian Bao and Shen Tian's were even more speechless, their mouths agape, practically large enough to fit eggs, utterly unable to utter a single word. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun, however, showed some resistance and managed to remain conscious. That's a wrap, Mingying clapped his hands, rousing everyone. Holy crap, Ming Shen, you're a god. Qian Bao suddenly shouted, almost kneeling down. Beside him, Shen Tian's nodded repeatedly, then suddenly blurted out, damn, isn't this just cultivation? They've even used the techniques of Immortals Grotto Heavens. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then deeply agreed. Mingying was speechless, these people were incredibly imaginative. Little did Mingying know that his 2 uses of the mysterious spatial materialization ability would spark a cultivation of Taoism and immortality craze in China, a craze that lasted for quite some time. After moving the post-apocalyptic fortress into the mysterious space, Mingying visited the Wang family and told Grandpa Wang Chong about Wang Yufi's situation. Grandpa Wang Chong said nothing upon hearing this, simply waving his hand to signal the housekeeper to see the guest out. Mingying didn't linger, leaving the Wang family with plenty of well water before departing. However, as Mingying stepped out of the Wang family villa's courtyard, a glance caught sight of old Master Wang Chong sitting alone, quietly polishing his alloy rifle, his figure forlorn and heartbreaking. Mingying sighed, and could only lower his head and leave. Wang Yufi's situation was also a source of pain for Mingying. A moment later, the Xiao-class fighter jet soared into the sky again, heading east. Mingying and the others sat silently in the cockpit. But just as the Xiao-class fighter jet departed, a piercing cry suddenly rang out from the Wang family villa. Wang Yi collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face, her eyes bloodshot, repeatedly calling out brother. Wang Yi's expression grew increasingly sorrowful. At the same time, a strange aura emanated from her body, and her once lustrous black hair turned white at a visible speed. Yi! Old Master Wang Chong cried out in alarm. Wang Yi slowly stood up. Her once jet black hair had turned completely silver white, but her eyes shone with a frightening light, radiating a captivating brilliance with every movement. Wang Yi walked to the table, grabbed the well water Mingying had left behind, and drank it down in one gulp. After consuming 13 bottles of well water, she wiped her mouth, returned to her bedroom, and locked herself inside. Meanwhile, the Xiao-class fighter jet was flying at high speed at high altitude. After only 7 or 8 minutes, it began to land, finally settling on a dilapidated airport. Mingying, are we sure we want to build a city here? Lu Jun asked hesitantly. Throughout the flight, all they had seen through the aircraft windows was ruins. The surviving humans had all fled to other cities. The airport where the Xiao-class fighter jet landed was an abandoned, unattended airport, located after extensive reconnaissance using drones. Even now, several zombies were wandering around the edge of the airport. In short, this was a complete no-man's land, an undeveloped area, a region teeming with danger. Choosing to build a city here? Mingying, didn't you say before that extremely terrifying mutated beasts would appear in the sea? This place is only a little over 100 kilometers from the coastline, Zhou Fang said with some concern. Mingying nodded, saying nothing more. After the cockpit door opened, Mingying leaped out of the plane, then with a wave of his hand, he stored the Xiao-class fighter jet into his mysterious space, much to the horrified gazes of the passengers. Clean it up first. Mingying brandished his alloy spear and charged out. This airport was located on the outskirts of this coastal city, surrounded by fertile farmland, making cleaning easy. Moreover, the terrain was flat, making it an ideal location for a mysterious space. Qian Bao and Shen Tians were also there, both were evolved beings. Seeing Mingying and the others lead the charge, they roared with excitement, grabbed their weapons, and followed. After a whole day of work, the 6 of them had cleared out all the mutated beasts and zombies within a radius of several kilometers. They then returned to the airport building, feeling completely refreshed. During the cleanup, they also discovered several deer-like mutated beasts, all around the 3rd tier, with robust physiques and exceptionally ferocious appearances. Unfortunately, even the most ferocious mutated beasts were nothing more than food for Mingying and his companions. Under Mingying's influence, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun had all become gluttons. The mere mention of mutated beasts made their eyes light up, and they'd be sharpening their knives. They couldn't resist, the mutated beasts were just too tempting. Mingying took the mutated deer carcass into the mysterious space. When he emerged, the deer meat had been thoroughly cleaned. Mingying also brought 2 large iron pots and a barbecue grill. The cook whom Mingying had rescued at the sand pit was also brought out. Upon seeing Mingying, the man was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, almost collapsing to his knees. Mingying's actions in the mysterious space were nothing short of divine intervention. This realization was already deeply ingrained in the minds of everyone present. I never expected a deity to see me alone. I'm so happy. Old Zhang, the cook, felt both excited and nervous, wondering what was so special about him that this deity, Mingying, had chosen him. Could it be because I've been praying every day lately, and the deity has taken notice of my sincerity? Old Zhang muttered to himself, thinking that once he got back, he would be even more devout in his faith in Mingying every day. However, Mingying's next words left Old Zhang dumbfounded. Old Zhang, from now on, you don't need to do any other chores, you'll just cook for me, Mingying said with a smile. Old Zhang was stunned, somewhat dumbfounded. Cooking? Do deities eat too? Chapter 36 Mingying City finally established. But then, a look of pure joy flashed in Old Zhang's eyes. I've been chosen by the gods. Does that mean I'm now one of their people? I can become an immortal myself. Old Zhang was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly as he busied himself. Mingying prepared 2 large pots, one for cooking rice, and the other for venison. He also cut off a small portion of the mutated deer for grilling. Soon, the rich aroma of meat filled the airport. Old Zhang was incredibly excited and focused even more intently on cooking. A pot of spicy venison simmered vigorously, the thick broth bubbling and boiling. The savory flavor of the venison, combined with the spices, was even more enticing after being simmered in the broth, making Mingying's mouth water. Beside him, on the grill, about a quarter of the venison was skewered. Old Zhang carefully turned the grill, turning the meat as he grilled it. The mutated deer was massive, over 2 meters tall, its skin sizzling with fat, dripping oil and emitting a rich aroma as it blazed over the fire. Old Zhang occasionally brushed honey onto the roasted meat, sprinkling it with 5-spice powder and cumin. The enticing aroma could be smelled for kilometers. Mingying and the others waited impatiently, their hearts pounding. Finally, when the meat was cooked through, they swarmed around it, pushing Old Zhang aside. Hey, don't rush. We haven't even salted it yet, Old Zhang exclaimed. But Mingying, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun immediately grabbed knives and quickly devoured half a piece of deer meat. Mingying, still wanting more, even grabbed a few bones and gnawed on the remaining bits of meat. God. Old Zhang watched Mingying gnaw on bones, and suddenly felt his faith crumble. After finishing the roasted meat, the group had only eaten about a third of their fill. Mingying, in particular, immediately set his sights on the spicy venison. They squatted around the large iron pot, bowls in hand, chopsticks in hand, scooping meat from the pot. What kind of people are these? Old Zhang was on the verge of tears. This was half a mutated venison. The meat alone must have weighed 300 or 400 pounds, and these people had eaten it all? Moreover, judging from Shengxian's appearance, he didn't seem full. After finishing the meat, he pitifully ate rice soaked in the broth. Shengxian, should I make another pot? Old Zhang kindly asked. Mingying thought for a moment, then shook his head. Eat less tonight. Eating too much is indigestion and unhealthy. Old Zhang. That night, after eating and drinking their fill, the group found a room to rest. The next day, as soon as it was light, they got up, their faces beaming with anticipation. Because today, Mingying City is about to be born. Many people were gathered at the airport today. Besides Mingying, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun, Mingying's parents, Ming Yuxuan and Li Rulan, were also present, as were Rong Saru, Zhang Yang, Qian Bao, Shen Tians, and others from Taxian County. Everyone, today our Mingying City is about to be born. You are all witnesses to Mingying City, Mingying said solemnly. The crowd was both nervous and excited, very curious about how Mingying would build this giant city. Mingying stepped forward from the crowd and stood on the concrete ground at the edge of the airport, his gaze calmly fixed on the flat fields in the distance. Suddenly, Mingying's eyes lit up, followed by a deafening roar of thunder in the sky. A gigantic, illusory world appeared out of thin air, enveloping the open space over 10 kilometers in front of them. Simultaneously, a deafening rumble echoed through the sky, the clouds above their heads being ripped apart, revealing the dark starry sky outside. Everyone was stunned, including Mingying. Mingying hadn't expected that the transformation of Mingying City into a physical entity would cause such a massive commotion. At the same time, all global satellite communications were disrupted. Even a US satellite located directly above Mingying's area exploded with a loud bang, its fragments drifting through the cosmos. Meanwhile, in the Chinese Air Force Command Center, all satellite monitoring feeds were completely black. The seismological department immediately detected violent seismic waves emanating from the direction of Yanhai City. Meanwhile, the illusory world of the mysterious space had solidified more than halfway, and the people in the city were all prostrate on the ground, too terrified by the terrifying divine power to even lift their heads. Concretize it. Mingying, feeling a wave of mental fatigue, knew that materializing Mingying City wouldn't be easy, so he immediately rallied his spirits and shouted. With a boom, the illusory world finally solidified, and the massive city crashed to the ground. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet tremble violently several times, seemingly unable to bear the weight of Mingying City. Heavens! A colossal structure with walls 500 meters high fell from the sky, finally crashing to the ground. The sheer force of this sight instantly rendered everyone incapable of thought. Qian Bao and Shen Tians collapsed to the ground, their faces deathly pale, their lips trembling uncontrollably, as if they had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in their lives. What a magnificent city! Zhang Yang from Tai County couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. He too had been startled, but a surge of pride welled up within him. He, Zhang Yang, was a witness to this colossal city, and now he was in charge of its construction, a true veteran whose future status within the city was sure to be extremely high. After the city landed, the clouds in the sky slowly healed, the enormous hole gradually closing, obscuring the dark starry sky. Soon after, satellite communications were restored, and the Chinese leadership, through satellite communication, discovered with astonishment that a remarkably magnificent city had appeared on the outskirts of Yanhai City. The 60-year-old man sat before the screen, staring at the massive 500-meter-high city wall, momentarily stunned. Then, a glint of light flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, Mingying, oh Mingying, I can no longer tell whether you are the savior or the nemesis of my nation. Looking back at Mingying City, Mingying, after condensing the mysterious space into reality, felt a surge of mental fatigue, yet his heart was filled with excitement. His city had finally come to fruition. Let's go in and take a look. Mingying led the way. While building the city wall, Mingying had also left a 7 or 8 meter high passageway in each of the 4 directions. Compared to the 500-meter height of the wall, these 7 or 8 meter high tunnels were practically negligible. However, once inside, they found the 7 or 8 meter high tunnel to be quite tall, and the space was surprisingly spacious even with everyone walking side by side. Mingying, this city wall is terrifying. It's so incredibly high, like a mountain. Li Ruolin exclaimed. Mingying laughed, Mom, this is just the initial stage of the city wall. I plan to continue raising it, aiming for 1,000 meters, even 2,000 meters high. Only then will Mingying City be truly impregnable. Hearing Mingying's words, everyone envisioned a colossal city over 1,000 meters high, and they were all stunned. Oh no, I feel like my worldview has collapsed, Xianbao said, shaking his head vigorously, somewhat comically. Everyone burst into laughter. Mingying was also in a good mood today, laughing, Today, our Mingying City is officially established. We must celebrate properly. Today, the whole city will feast on meat. Everyone was even more delighted at this. The longer these people followed Mingying, the more they were influenced by him, practically turning into carnivores. Their eyes would light up at the mere mention of meat. This news quickly spread throughout Mingying City, and the people erupted in cheers, their adoration for Mingying reaching its peak. Chapter 37 I like them both. Mingying City finally appeared in the real world, and even Mingying, who had planned ahead, was incredibly excited. That night, the entire city of Mingying was bustling with activity. Over 30,000 people gathered in the open-air square, where rows of large iron pots were lined up, simmering with boiling meat broth. People were no longer as pampered as before, and their celebration was extremely rustic, simply boiled meat. Various mutated beast meats, seasoned with simple spices, simmered in a large pot, filling the entire square with a rich aroma of meat. Mingying and his group, however, opted for a slightly more upscale meal. Ming Yuxuan, Li Ruolin, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, Rong Saru, and the 2 little ones, Wen Wen and Xiaodong, sat at one table. Nearby, Mingying's relatives, along with Zhang Yang, Xian Bao, Shen Tianz, and several former officials from Tai County, also sat at several other tables. Each table was neatly arranged with over a dozen kinds of vegetables, including meat from mutated beasts and various vegetables from the mysterious space, all steaming hot and incredibly tempting. Come on, today is the first day of the founding of our Mingying City. Let's raise a glass and drink together. Mingying raised his glass and said with a smile. Everyone smiled and raised their glasses. That night, the entire Mingying City was in a frenzy of celebration. The people rarely had such a relaxed moment, and smiles were on everyone's faces. Some were dancing, some were singing, creating a lively scene. At Mingying's tables, drinks were also laid out. The others, rarely having the chance to drink with Mingying, were all exceptionally eager, constantly toasting him, trying to get the great city lord drunk. Unfortunately, Mingying, a 7th-tier evolved being, had such terrifying physical strength that even with 4 tables and nearly 40 people, they couldn't get him drunk. In the end, Zhang Yang and the others were completely drunk, slumped over the table like dead pigs. Xianbao was even more exaggerated. He ran to the construction site, hugged a pillar, and cried loudly, while Shen Tianz lay on the ground shouting that he wanted to go out and make his way in the world. Even Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang had drunk quite a bit. The 2 beautiful women were flushed, their eyes fixed intently on Mingying, their expressions radiant. Mingying, come on, another bottle. Lu Jun staggered, carrying a bottle of liquor, and found Mingying, his face still flushed. Mingying had probably drunk over 10 kilograms of baijiu by this time, and was finally a little tipsy, but he became even more enthusiastic, picking up the bottle and drinking with Lu Jun. Mingying, I want to drink with you too. Zhou Fang suddenly shouted, staggering over to Mingying's side, grabbing the bottle and slamming it down in front of him. Mingying was taken aback, but then he saw Zhou Fang staring at him intently, her eyes burning with desire. Feeling a little uneasy under her gaze, Mingying quickly smiled and said, Okay, let's drink. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Fang grabbed the bottle and tilted her head back to chug it down. Not far away, Rong Saru, who hadn't drunk much, looked at this with a complicated expression. Zhou Fang had talked a lot with her in the bedroom that day, so she naturally knew about Zhou Fang's feelings for Mingying. Okay, Mingying, I want to drink with you too. Suddenly, Zhang Yun staggered over. No, I drank with Mingying first. Zhou Fang protested, shifting her position and pushing Zhang Yun aside. Zhang Yun also protested. With a thud, she slammed the bottle down on the table, her face flushed red, looking like a little lion, and shouted, If you're not satisfied, let's drink. Drink then, who's afraid of who? Zhou Fang shouted. This. Mingying was a little bewildered. Damn, drinking can actually be a skill. Seeing this, Lu Jun immediately grabbed Mingying, shaking his head and saying, "Mingying, let's have another round." As he spoke, he quickly winked at Mingying, and the two of them dashed to a nearby table to continue their drinking contest. Until midnight, after Lu Jun finished his 11th bottle of baijiu, he finally collapsed drunk on the table with a thud. Mingying's head was also a little heavy. He swayed as he stood up, only to find Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang holding hands intimately at the next table, also drunk. "Great city lord, would you like to drink more?" Suddenly, a clear, melodious female voice rang out behind Mingying. Mingying turned around and saw Rong Saru smiling faintly, holding a wineglass and looking at him. Mingying scratched his head, grabbed the wine bottle, and laughed. "Of course I'll drink Sister Saru's wine." He lightly clinked glasses with Rong Saru, who took a sip and smiled. "The city lord seems troubled." Mingying smiled upon hearing this, sat down at the table, looked at the crowd in the distance, and said with a worried expression, "The future will be difficult, perhaps even every day from today onward will be difficult." "That's not what I meant." Rong Saru rolled her eyes at Mingying. "Not that?" Mingying was taken aback, but then saw Rong Saru looking at Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang, and he immediately understood. However, Mingying didn't know where to begin, and remained silent for a moment. "Is it difficult for you to choose?" Rong Saru asked softly. Mingying thought for a moment, then shook his head. Rong Saru, with her keen intellect, immediately understood Mingying's meaning. The choice itself wasn't difficult, the difficulty lay in articulating it. Sigh. Rong Saru glanced at Zhou Fang, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. However, she still picked up her wineglass and smiled. "Great city lord, you are a truly great hero. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, you certainly don't understand them as well as we women do. I still think you'd better make a decision sooner rather than later. The longer you drag it out, the more it will hurt the other person." Mingying nodded bitterly, lightly clinked glasses with Rong Saru, and downed his wine in one gulp, without immediately answering her. "Or, you could like both of them," Rong Saru suddenly said. Mingying was taken aback by her words, then a thought struck him. He shook his head and laughed. "You, Saru, are teasing me too." Rong Saru also laughed, saying, "I'm not joking. In this day and age, it's normal for powerful men to have several wives." Mingying didn't respond to Rong Saru's words. He stood up and said, "I'm not drinking anymore, I'm not drinking anymore. Any more and it'll be too much. If a mutated beast comes along, we'll all be wiped out." With that, Mingying, as if granted a pardon, slunk away. Rong Saru watched Mingying's retreating figure, a smile playing on her lips. She thought to herself, "Sure enough, men are all big jerks. They want it but won't admit it." Rong Saru was a former high-ranking executive at a large company. She had experienced countless cutthroat competition in the business world, and her heart was already incredibly shrewd. She had suddenly asked the question, then stared intently into Mingying's eyes, instantly noticing a burning light flash in them the moment he heard, "I like them both." However, that light was quickly suppressed by Mingying. Rong Saru glanced at Mingying, then at the already drunk Zhou Fang, and thought to herself, "Zhou Fang, your future is going to be tough, but at least there's still some hope." Thinking of this, Rong Saru suddenly felt a pang of envy, and the image of her ex-husband resurfaced in her mind. She sat silently for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh and downing her glass of white wine in one gulp. Chapter 38 is now officially operational. After fleeing Rong Saru in disgrace, Mingying raced up the ladders behind the city wall, quickly ascending the towering tower. Alone, he gazed into the distance. In the darkness, Mingying could vaguely make out numerous dark shadows in the distance. These were mutated beasts that roamed at night. In the future, this direction will be where the battles are most fierce, Mingying thought heavily. Lu Jun, Zhou Fang, and others had always disagreed with building Mingying City in this location because it was too close to the coastline. Mingying had previously stated that the sea was a paradise for mutated beasts, and that in the future, large numbers of terrifying mutated beasts would inevitably crawl from the ocean onto the land. At that time, Mingying City would bear the brunt, the first to face these mutated beasts. If we don't choose this location for Mingying City, are we just going to let these terrifying sea beasts advance unchecked? Mingying shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mingying had never been a particularly benevolent or righteous person, much less a so-called saint. The reason he was doing this was because of everything he had experienced in his past life. Mingying knew perfectly well that if he didn't do everything in his power to help and guide humanity, the future of humanity truly might face extinction, and the possibility was extremely high. In his previous life, back in the 9th year, Mingying had realized this. At that time, humanity was practically clinging to life in a few isolated bases. If humanity perished, what use would Mingying's individual strength be? Humans, after all, are social creatures. Mingying City is still very weak. We need to start building a defense system, and the military forces also need to begin training, Mingying quickly planned in his mind. Starting tomorrow, physical training will begin. Select 4,000 people and use 1,000 kilograms of well water daily to nurture them. Those who develop force after 5 days will receive focused training, Mingying thought to himself. Also, Mingying City can accommodate 20 million people, but only 30,000 have moved in so far, far from its limit. We need to start admitting more people. An announcement will be made tomorrow through official Chinese channels. We also need some weapons and equipment. Ordinary people can use weapons to deal with low-level mutated beasts. Mingying stood on the city wall, thinking about many things until midnight before turning and descending the city walls. That night, nothing happened. The next morning, everyone sobered up. Rong Saru prepared breakfast early. Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang seemed to remember their embarrassing behavior the day before, both sitting silently at the table with their heads down. After Mingying sat down, he immediately noticed their awkwardness and laughed. He then changed the subject, saying, "Everyone, hurry up and eat. From today onwards, Mingying City will officially be on track. There are still many things to do, so everyone should be prepared." Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted, and their eyes lit up. Mingying City is currently in dire need of reconstruction and truly requires a major undertaking. My initial consideration is to divide Mingying City into 2 systems, Mingying said, grabbing a large steamed bun, taking a bite, and then speaking. Everyone looked on with curiosity, but Rong Saru's eyes lit up. One system is the standard administrative management system, which Zhang Yang will be in charge of, and you, Si Ro, will also participate, Mingying said. Rong Si Ro nodded, somewhat excited. Administrative management was her forte, and she could finally make a difference. The other system is the guard team, which is what we need to focus on developing next. Lu Jun, you'll be in charge of the guard team, Mingying said, looking at Lu Jun. Lu Jun was immediately taken aback. What? You can't handle it? Mingying laughed. Lu Jun shook his head repeatedly, also incredibly excited, and immediately said, "I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Mingying nodded and said, "The guard team is initially planned to be divided into 4 battalions, one for each of the 4 sides of the city wall, with the eastern battalion being the most important. You'll come with me immediately to select 4,000 people through physical fitness tests. Tell them that once they pass the selection, they'll eat rice, mutated beast meat, and vegetables every day," Mingying said. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Currently, Mingying City has enough food, but it's mostly sweet potatoes. Getting rice and vegetables is still difficult. Sweet potatoes are fine occasionally, but eating them every day gets quite monotonous. Therefore, Mingying proposed that those who pass the selection process will be able to eat rice and vegetables every day, and even mutated beast meat. Everyone laughed. This was the most realistic temptation. We'll select 4,000 people. Each person can take half a gin of potion daily. After 5 days, those who become evolved humans will be promoted to squad leaders. As for the benefits, in addition to eating rice, vegetables, and mutated beast meat daily, they can bring 3 family members to enjoy this privilege, Mingying continued. After finishing speaking, Mingying looked at Rong Saru and said, "It would be best to have a currency system. As the population of Mingying City grows, we can't rely on this model anymore." Rong Saru nodded and said, "I discussed it with Zhang Yang before. We plan to use electronic ID cards, binding everyone to one." Oh, Mingying's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Rong Saru and Zhang Yang to have already come up with a plan, and he immediately felt relieved. It's good to be with smart people, I don't have to use my brains so much. Lu Jun, the guard team's structure is battalion, company, and squad. Figure out the specifics yourself, Mingying said with a smile. Lu Jun nodded. Hey, what about me? Zhang Yun, who had been idle, became anxious. Yes, me too, Zhou Fang quickly added. Ever since that drunken incident, Zhou Fang seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally competing with Zhang Yun, unwilling to fall behind in anything. Everyone laughed at this. Mingying rubbed his forehead and said with a wry smile, "How could I not assign you 2 cultivation geniuses something?" Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang, hearing this, finally relented and said, "Tell me, what do you want us to do? You 2 only need to do one thing, cultivate and forever become the most powerful evolvers in Mingying City," Mingying said seriously. "In future battles, the greatest reliance will be on top-tier evolvers. This is enough to turn the tide of battle." As he spoke, Mingying's gaze swept over Lu Jun and Rong Saru, and he continued, "Sister Saru, Lu Jun, you have other tasks, but you must never forget cultivation." Rong Saru and Lu Jun both nodded. Over breakfast, Mingying laid out his plans, and the others offered their opinions. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. After breakfast, they left the post-apocalyptic fortress. Half an hour later, news spread throughout the construction site of Mingying City. Mingying City was recruiting guards. Once you became a guard, you could eat unlimited rice, vegetables, and mutated beast meat, and you wouldn't have to participate in construction work. Most importantly, once you became a guard, you would receive guidance from City Lord Mingying and have the opportunity to become a superhero like him. The news caused an uproar throughout Mingying City. Within 10 minutes, a line over a kilometer long formed at the recruitment office. Mingying City was finally officially operational. Chapter 39 The Radiation Rain arrives. Only through suffering can one truly appreciate happiness. The more one cherishes happiness, the more willing one is to fight to protect it. Therefore, when the conscription notice was issued, every citizen immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed to the conscription office to line up. Even more surprisingly, among those queuing were elderly people in their 60s and 70s. I'm telling you, young man, stop nagging. When I was in the army, you were still playing in the mud. What are you doing? Why are you pushing me? Why can't I sign up? Several elderly men, their hair half-white, blocked the conscription office, shouting loudly. Grandpa, the guard team isn't a joke, it involves fighting mutated beasts and zombies, the young man at the conscription office patiently explained. What do you mean? Do you think I can't carry a gun or swing my fists anymore? How about we have a little spar? The old man retorted. The young man at the recruitment office was speechless. These former veterans no longer met the requirements for military service, but each one was frighteningly stubborn. Refusing them wasn't an option, and accepting them wasn't an option either. It was a real dilemma. Not far away, Mingying saw this and immediately laughed. He dialed Zhang Yang's number and said with a smile, recruiting shouldn't discourage others. We can create a reserve force system. Although they can't join the guard unit, we should at least give them hope. Especially those retired veterans, we should respect them. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yang stood and answered, his expression extremely respectful. He quickly grabbed a piece of paper and jotted it down, saying repeatedly, yes, I've noted it all down. Please rest assured, City Lord, I'll carry it out immediately. A moment later, another message spread throughout Mingying City. Those who couldn't join the guard should not be discouraged. As long as they completed the basic shooting test and met the requirements, they could join the reserve force and be awarded medals. This was entirely designed for the veterans. The veterans were older and certainly couldn't keep up with the physical fitness tests, but they were extremely skilled at shooting. If the fighting became intense, these veterans could grab a gun and be thrown into battle, definitely a force to be reckoned with. Half a day later, Lu Jun found Mingying and reported on the morning's recruitment situation. Lord, we recruited 1,626 men this morning, all strictly according to the physical fitness test results. 99% are young and strong, Lu Jun said solemnly. This afternoon, we'll increase our efforts and should be able to recruit 4,000. We can distribute the potions tonight. Good, Mingying nodded in satisfaction, specifically instructing, keep a close eye on them, find some promising talents and train them intensively. In addition to the 4,000-strong guard, we need to build a 400-strong elite force. Lu Jun's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded emphatically, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Mingying nodded, thinking of Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang. Having them lead the 400-strong elite force was a good idea. From now on, these 400 men would be the highest-level military force in Mingying City. After Lu Jun finished his report, Zhang Yang and Rong Saru found Mingying. Zhang Yang handed him a document and reported, City Lord, this is our preliminary plan for city management, basically similar to the previous official system. Mingying took the document, glanced at it briefly, and found it completely incomprehensible. He immediately felt a headache coming on and tossed it to Rong Saru, saying, from now on, you two can decide these things. Don't ask me. Zhang Yang and Rong Saru both nodded. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He thought for a moment, and finally spoke, City Lord, Mingying City was initially built to house 20 million people, but currently only 30,000 live there. What's wrong? Mingying asked. Zhang Yang quickly said, everyone's talking about how big the houses will be once they're built. We're a little worried. That is indeed a problem. Having experienced his previous life, Mingying understood human nature far too well. That's how people are, their desires are never satisfied. When life is in danger, the only thought is survival. When hungry, the only thought is to have enough to eat. When homeless, the only thought is a thatched hut to shelter in. But even after these desires are fulfilled, more desires arise. Countless desires intertwine, ultimately painting a vibrant and colorful picture of humanity. This is perfectly understandable, but Mingying needed to intervene, because this was his territory. You draft a plan, Mingying instructed, leaving the rest to others. We can encourage the people's enthusiasm, but we can't let their desires expand unchecked. The specific implementation was best left to Zhang Yang and Rong Saru. Sure enough, Zhang Yang and Rong Saru's eyes lit up upon hearing this. They understood Mingying's stance, and the rest would be easier. As for how to motivate the people and how to curb their boundless desires, the two had countless solutions in mind. Nothing else, you can go about your business, Mingying waved his hand. Zhang Yang nodded. Rong Suru glanced at Mingying, then bowed and retreated, leaving him with a captivatingly curved silhouette. After Zhang Yang and Rong Suru left, Mingying went for a stroll alone. Mingying City was currently in dire need of reconstruction. Construction sites were filled with cranes and the roar of machinery. Mingying noticed that besides residential buildings, the city had a vast network of underground pipes and numerous ditches. All of this was built to the specifications of a standard city. Knowing that prolonged periods of radiation rain were coming, Zhang Yang and the others had paid particular attention to waterproofing and drainage, constructing numerous rainproof corridors and rapid drainage systems. At the very center of Mingying City was a 4,000-meter-long planting area. Mingying had built a smaller city wall around it, only 20 to 30 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide, with armed security personnel stationed on the walls. Inside the city wall enclosure was a vast expanse of lush green farmland, planted with large quantities of sweet potatoes, a small amount of rice, vegetables, and some fruit, which occasionally improved the people's diet. Mingying moved the well to the center of the planting area, next to a large pool. Every day, 1,000 kilograms of well water, mixed with ordinary water, was pumped into the fields using a pump next to the pool. The entire planting area exuded a vibrant, thriving atmosphere. On the walls, the security team members stood solemnly, never daring to relax their vigilance. They all knew this was humanity's hope for survival. After touring the planting area, Mingying went to the 500-meter-high outer wall, only to find that many zombies were now wandering around it. Some mutated beasts had even begun attacking the outer wall, leaving scratch marks on the hard stone. Next, I need to strengthen the city wall's defenses. We can't just passively defend. I wonder when the weapons from Linhu's city will arrive, Mingying thought to himself, taking out his phone and sending a message to Huayu in Linhu's city. Suddenly, a drop of liquid landed on the screen in his hand, then more drops fell, mingling with black dust. Mingying was startled, then took a deep breath. The first radiation rain had finally arrived. Chapter 40 Coping with Radiation Rain. Mingying City, located on the coast, was likely the first city in China to experience radioactive rain. Mingying watched the black raindrops fall from the sky, his gaze gradually deepening, as if he were transported back to his past life. Back then, when radioactive rain fell, he could only huddle shivering in dilapidated temporary buildings. The raindrops are corrosive, especially the first wave of radioactive rain. The concentration of radioactive material is unusually high. Mingying stretched out his palm to catch the rainwater. Even with his level of evolution, he felt a slight stinging pain in his hand. This kind of radioactive rain, if it fell on an ordinary person, would probably cause skin ulcers in no time. And now, with humanity facing a severe shortage of medicine, skin ulcers would quickly lead to infection. It's possible that this first wave of radioactive rain would kill tens of millions of people. The people of Mingying City also sensed the radioactive rain. Many, unable to find shelter in time, were drenched and immediately felt as if their skin was being burned, letting out cries of agony. Mingying returned from the city wall, but this time he didn't go back to the Doomsday Fortress. Instead, he went directly to the newly built official building in Mingying City. At this time, Zhang Yang, Rong Suru, and others were gathered inside the building. People were coming and going in the corridors, all looking anxious. Secretary Zhang, Secretary Rong, the test results just came back. The rainwater contains a large amount of radioactive material, at a concentration 1,600 times the human tolerance limit. If an ordinary person gets wet in the rain, their skin will quickly ulcerate. If they are exposed to rain for more than 10 minutes, they will die within a short time, a middle-aged man reported to Zhang Yang with a grave expression. The middle-aged man reported again, the temporary treatment center is now overflowing with people. Many were working on the construction site and got soaked in the rain. Zhang Yang and Rong Suru remained silent for a good 10 seconds before Zhang Yang finally asked, "How's the rescue arrangement going?" The middle-aged man replied, "Everyone has been settled, but medicine is extremely scarce. Currently, we can only provide basic cleaning and bandaging. The situation isn't optimistic." Zhang Yang glanced out the window. The window was now filthy, covered in radioactive material. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's worry deepened. He said, "Even if they don't get wet, the ground and windows are covered in radioactive material. It's difficult for them to survive." Wait, the ground is covered in radioactive dust? Thinking this, Zhang Yang's expression suddenly changed. He jumped up from his chair, grabbed his umbrella, and rushed outside, urgently shouting, "Oh no! Food! Food!" Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Yes, if the radioactive rain falls and the crops in the planting area are completely destroyed, the entire base will be finished. Secretary Zhang, don't panic. At this moment, Rong Suru suddenly spoke up, stopping Zhang Yang. Rong Suru said, "I already inquired before I came. The radioactive rain did fall on the fields, but the impact is not significant." "What? Everyone was stunned, but then Rong Saru took out a small bottle of liquid, shook it, and said, "The person in charge of the planting area said that the water used to irrigate the crops contains X pesticide, so it has strong radiation resistance. I've already asked the research department to test it and see if the pesticide has any effect on radiation. I believe the results will be available soon." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the word potion. After all, the effects of the X potion had been so incredible, it was practically a panacea, not only treating the X virus but also having miraculous effects on wound healing and colds. Before Rong Saru could finish speaking, there was a knock at the door. A young woman, disregarding etiquette, pushed the door open and exclaimed excitedly, Secretary Rong, the experimental results are in. The potion is effective." As she spoke, the young woman handed a document to Rong Saru. Rong Saru took the document and examined it carefully. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she said, "Xiao Lu, make 10 copies for the leaders." The young woman nodded repeatedly and left with the document. "Why make copies?" "Xiao Lu, just read it briefly," Zhang Yang said directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu paused, then picked up the documents and began to read aloud. Upon investigation, the medicine is extremely effective in treating radiation-induced injuries. Firstly, applying the medicine to the affected area after a 100-fold dilution can produce immediate results. Secondly, for those with severe radiation exposure, first applying the medicine to the affected area with a 100-fold dilution, followed by oral administration of a 20-fold dilution, can produce immediate results. Thirdly, watering plants with a 10,000-fold dilution can help them resist radiation and grow normally, and the grains will be radiation-free. As Xiao Lu read each word aloud, the eyes of everyone in the conference room lit up. "Logistics department, how much medicine do we have left?" Zhang Yang asked directly. In the conference room, a beautiful woman glanced at the documents in her hand and replied, "We have 1,600 kilograms left." 1,600 kilograms. Zhang Yang repeated several times, seemingly calculating whether the medicine was enough. "Secretary Zhang, I've done some calculations, 1,600 kilograms of medicine will only last for 3 days, the beautiful woman from the logistics department said with a worried expression. Hearing this, everyone felt a pang of worry. "Why don't we go ask the city lord?" suggested the beautiful woman from the logistics department. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all looked at Rong Saru. Rong Saru, startled by their gazes, quickly smiled wryly. "Why are you all looking at me? I don't know how much potion the city lord has left." The crowd immediately gave her a look that said, "You're the city lord's person, we don't believe you." Rong Saru was speechless. Just as she was about to speak, a guard outside stammered, City lord, hello." Mingying, holding an umbrella, strolled in from the rain. After entering the building, he handed the umbrella to the guard and pushed open the door. "City lord." In the conference room, everyone immediately stood up, their expressions respectful. Mingying responded calmly, then looked at Rong Saru and Zhang Yang, saying, "Focus all your efforts on treating the civilians, save them first. As for the other bases in China, write a detailed report on our experience with the radiation rain and send it to Huaju. We'll leave the rest for now." "Yes, city lord." Zhang Yang nodded immediately, then hesitated for a moment, asking, "Should we inform Huaju about the experimental report on the medicine's ability to treat radiation?" Zhang Yang's words carried an unspoken meaning, given the unpleasantness between Mingying and Huadu. The others were unsure of Mingying's stance towards Huadu and were momentarily at a loss for what to do. "Tell us the truth," Mingying said with a smile. "We are all Chinese, and we cannot stand by and watch our people suffer." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all laughed. Their last trace of worry vanished, and they showered him with flattery, saying, "City lord, you are truly wise." The meeting room erupted in laughter. The problem was solved, and the atmosphere became lively. "Gentlemen, if other cities want medicine, we can't just give it to them casually. We are currently short of supplies, and I'm hoping to get a good price for the medicine," the beautiful woman who had been in charge of logistics said with a smile. Of course, everyone echoed. "City lord, what do you think?" The beautiful woman's eyes shone brightly as she glanced at Mingying, seemingly seeking his opinion. She was beautiful, around 30 years old, the prime of her mature and charming life, like a ripe peach, exuding an alluring aura. The others in the conference room were old friends of this beautiful head of the logistics department, and upon seeing her, they lowered their heads and chuckled to themselves. Only Rong Saru sat in her chair, puffing and puffing, without uttering a word. Chapter 41. The hothead of Huaju. Mingying knew these officials' temperaments well. They were all shrewd and calculating. To the delicate and beautiful head of the logistics department, Mingying smiled and said, "Director Hua, don't worry, Mingying City never suffers a loss." Director Hua's eyes lit up immediately, and she almost jumped for joy, waving her fist like a little girl, excitedly saying, "That's great." Everyone burst into laughter. "If there's nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting. Siro, you stay and accompany me to the planting area," Mingying said. Upon hearing this, everyone got up and left the meeting room, their hearts filled with even more envy for Rong Siro. Rong Siro was also happy, knowing that Mingying was backing her up, otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to handle these seasoned, cunning officials. Soon, an armored vehicle departed from the official building and headed towards the planting area. In the car, Mingying suddenly asked, "Have there been any problems with city operations lately?" Rong Siro thought for a moment and said, "Everything is going smoothly. Today's radiation rain shouldn't have too much of an impact. It's just..." Hearing Rong Siro's hesitation, Mingying couldn't help but smile and said, "Tell me, is it something to do with management?" Rong Siro's eyes lit up, and she asked curiously, "How did you know?" Mingying smiled without answering. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not know these intricacies? Rong Siro said, "Mingying City is newly established, a complete blank slate. Whoever draws a circle first will have an advantage. Therefore, the management is getting restless. But they don't know your intentions, so it's still just an undercurrent, not out in the open." Mingying laughed upon hearing this, saying, "These guys, they just escaped with their lives, haven't even settled down yet, and they're already vying for fame and fortune." Rong Siro also laughed, but she still said, "Although I haven't worked in the system before, the principles should be the same. Corporate management needs material incentives, and management in the system should also need incentives." Mingying nodded, saying, "Of course, let them be. They can't cause any major trouble in Mingying City. At worst, we can start all over again." Rong Siro felt Mingying's confidence, her eyes brightening with admiration. "Keep an eye on them for me, and keep them in check, lest they go too far and I can't even spare their lives," Mingying said grimly. "Okay," Rong Siro nodded. Mingying City wasn't large, it was only a 2-minute drive from the official building to the planting area. Mingying and Rong Siro went to the planting area together, glanced around briefly, and then left. Mingying's suggestion to go to the planting area was actually casual. His main purpose was to speak with Rong Siro privately. Firstly, to tell Zhang Yang and the others that Rong Siro was different from them, and they needed to be careful around her. Secondly, to give Rong Siro some confidence, allowing her to boldly restrain the current high-ranking officials of Mingying City. Mingying City was still rebuilding and desperately needed these capable managers, but they couldn't be allowed to go too far. The radiation rain lasted for most of the day, and the entire city of Mingying looked as if it had been stained with ink, filled with black radioactive dust. After the rain stopped, the temporary medical station was packed with people. Fortunately, there was plenty of well water, and the people received treatment quickly. Then Zhang Yan led his men, using large water wheels to wash away the radioactive dust throughout the city. It must be said that the administrators of Mingying City were incredibly dedicated. Almost everyone was responsible for a specific area and personally participated, resulting in remarkably high efficiency. Meanwhile, Huaju received news from Mingying City. Radioactive rain had already fallen in Mingying City and would soon reach other cities. A comprehensive analysis report on the Mingying City radioactive rain was also attached, including treatment plans for radiation injuries using medicine, dosages, bandaging methods, and more, all very comprehensive. The Huaju government immediately took this seriously and organized a high-level meeting. In the meeting room, heads of various departments were gathered. At the front table, 7 chairs were arranged side by side, with a man in his 60s sitting in the center. And the 4th chair from the right was none other than Zhang Heng. The Zhang family has now become a powerful and influential clan in Huaju, and Zhang Heng himself has risen in status, becoming one of the leaders of Huaju. "Gentlemen, news came from Mingying City today that the radiation rain following the nuclear explosion has arrived, and the problem is quite serious," the 60-year-old man said in a deep voice. Then, another senior official read through the report from Mingying City. The entire conference room fell silent. "Let's hear your thoughts," the 60-year-old man said. "This is the official decision-making model in China, democratic decision-making, centralized and unified, and extremely efficient. Sir, I think we should issue a notice as soon as possible, advising all citizens to stay home unless absolutely necessary. I suggest the Ministry of Health draft a detailed guideline for radiation rain protection," a high-ranking official said. Everyone nodded immediately. The food problem is a major issue. If the radioactive rain falls, the harvest might be wiped out. We need to build shelters immediately. And the water source. I think this is the biggest problem right now. Once the radioactive rain falls, the water will be contaminated. If people drink the contaminated water, they'll suffer serious consequences. Sir, Mingying City said that the mutated beasts and zombies will evolve at an accelerated pace after experiencing the radioactive rain? If that's true, the defenses of the safe zone might need to be reinforced further. For a moment, everyone spoke freely, offering many ideas, and the meeting room was bustling with activity. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Sir, Mingying City said that the potion can treat radiation injuries, but we're running low on it. Also, other cities in China will likely see a surge in demand for the potion. We need to consider this carefully." Upon hearing this, the 60-year-old man nodded. Instantly, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Heng, as if saying, "We're counting on you." Zhang Heng was taken aback by this. Standing Committee Member Zhang, this is all up to you. Mingying is your son-in-law, asking him for the medicine will be much more effective than us doing it, another bigwig from Huaju said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng quickly shook his head and said, "What are you talking about? Public matters are public matters, and private matters are private matters. Asking him for 100 or so kilograms in my personal capacity is no problem, but asking for thousands or tens of thousands of kilograms is unacceptable." You're kidding. Zhang Heng has been navigating the officialdom for years. These high-ranking officials are all shrewd and calculating. They think they can get anything with just a few nice words? No way. Standing Committee Member John, what you're saying isn't quite right. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s stood up and said, "Now that China is in trouble, every Chinese citizen has already done their part for the country. Also, Chief, I've always felt that our fear of that Mingying isn't quite appropriate." Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Damn, this guy just arrived, right? Someone thought to themselves, who is this guy? I've never seen him before. With a brain like that, how did he manage to rise to my level? The 60-year-old man's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. He didn't recognize this person either. However, Mingying had previously gone on a killing spree in Huaju, wiping out almost a third of China's high-ranking officials, so many people had been temporarily brought in to fill the gaps. And just like that, a hothead appeared. Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? Sit down right now. A middle-aged man next to him immediately exclaimed, tugging at the man's sleeve. The man was about to speak again. The middle-aged man finally lost his temper and hissed, "Do you even know how you got your current position? Do you even know where your predecessor went?" Chapter 42 Taming Mutant Beasts. The man was taken aback, sensing the awkward atmosphere. It was his first time attending a meeting of this caliber in Huaju, and he had hoped to make a good impression and cultivate a hardliner image. At this moment, he felt his performance seemed to have botched. After the man sat down, the middle-aged man immediately exclaimed, "You're new to Huaju, and you haven't even done your research? You don't actually believe your predecessor died from the X virus, do you? What? Damn it, how could Huaju have chosen someone as brainless as you?" The middle-aged man was speechless, then hissed, "Please, go home and do your research. Your predecessor was killed by that Mingying. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be in this position." The man froze, dumbfounded, a chill running down his spine. No wonder everyone was looking at me strangely, even the commander looked at me strangely. I'm doomed. The man instantly felt his future was bleak, completely stunned. Mingying was someone you couldn't mention or offend in Huaju. This person was merely a passing incident. The bigwigs in the conference room were all shrewd individuals, and one of them immediately changed the subject, laughing, "Zhang Heng, you're too cunning. We haven't even started talking yet, and you're already trying to benefit your son-in-law." The awkward atmosphere instantly dissipated, and the others quickly joined in the laughter. However, how many of them were genuinely laughing and how many were faking it was unknown. However, genuine or fake laughter was irrelevant to Zhang Heng. He was genuinely happy at this moment. Because, it was Zhang Heng who had to handle the matter of exchanging the medicine with Mingying. His approach to negotiating the medicine with Mingying would definitely be more effective than anyone else's. However, Huaju wouldn't accept it for free. Standing Committee Member Zhang, I'll leave this matter to you. However, Huaju's supplies are running low, so we must use them sparingly, the 60-year-old man said with a smile. Zhang Heng nodded emphatically and said, "I'll take the Xiao-class fighter jet there immediately." A moment later, the Xiao-class fighter jet soared into the sky from Huaju. At the same time, the entire country of China received the news and entered a state of high alert, guarding against the arrival of the first wave of radiation rain. Furthermore, Huaju quickly released a series of informational materials, educating all citizens about radiation protection. The entire country of China instantly entered a tense but orderly rhythm to deal with the radiation rain. After the radiation rain, Mingying city underwent a thorough cleanup, washing away all the radioactive dust. Every citizen drank diluted well water, and basically none suffered from radiation exposure. Meanwhile, after separating from Rongsaru, Mingying stayed alone in the planting area, walking towards the northeast corner. There stood a sapling taller than a person, the very willow branch Mingying had collected earlier. This willow branch was inherently weak. Despite being watered daily with well water, it grew slowly until Mingying killed the willow tree and brought back the crystal. After absorbing the crystal, the little willow tree began to grow wildly. In just a few days, it grew from a little over a foot long to more than a person's height, and it also developed a considerable level of intelligence. "Little willow, you'll go to the east of the city from now on. They need you there," Mingying said with a smile. Instantly, the willow branches swayed wildly, some even twisting and gently brushing against Mingying's shoulder, looking quite charming. "Let's go, I'll take you," Mingying said with a smile. As soon as Mingying finished speaking, the soil beneath the willow tree churned, and several roots emerged from the earth, quickly converging to form 2 legs. Mingying smiled upon seeing this, thinking to himself that this willow tree was smarter than the previous one. Having its roots converge into 2 legs made walking much easier, and it wouldn't leave as many tracks along the way. The willow tree's 2 legs wiggled and twisted, slowly adapting for a few moments, and then it began to move forward on its own, just like a tree man. Mingying laughed heartily, walked to the willow tree, and the 2 of them, tree and tree, slowly walked towards the east gate of Mingying city. I really need to find the crystal the big willow tree mentioned earlier. With the crystal, little willow's growth rate will increase several times over, Mingying thought as he walked. Mingying valued this willow tree highly. If it could grow to the 6th rank in time, it would definitely be a major fighting force. At that time, if it stood outside Mingying city, its millions of willow branches would cover the sky, and what mutated beast could possibly rush up? As for the mutated chicken Aji and the cow Dabai, Mingying had already given up hope. Dabai was too lazy and could only be a cow for milking. As for Aji, he was lazy and gluttonous. If he weren't clever enough, Mingying would have slaughtered him and made soup long ago. Moreover, after Mingying city was built, Aji actually ran away in a flash, and now Mingying had no idea where the guy had gone. Alright, you can stay here from now on. I'll water you every day, Mingying said with a smile, leading the little willow tree to the foot of the outer city wall of Mingying city and gently stroking its branches. The little willow tree trembled immediately, appearing quite joyful. Perhaps I should go find some more mutated beasts to tame, Mingying suddenly thought, realizing a way to quickly improve Mingying city's strength. Now that Mingying had some free time, and his strength was unlikely to improve any further in the short term, he could certainly implement this method. So, Mingying turned back to the Doomsday Fortress, retrieved an alloy rifle, slung his tactical backpack over his shoulder, filled 4 or 5 bottles of well water, and left Mingying city. Accompanying Mingying were Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun. This time I'm going to tame a few mutated beasts, Mingying told the 3 of them, explaining his purpose for the trip. All 3 men's eyes lit up, their hearts filled with excitement. Zhang Yun even laughed, then we can all tame a few mutated beasts as mounts. Of course, Mingying laughed. Holy crap, I want to be a dragon rider. Lu Jun laughed heartily. Too bad there aren't any dragons among the mutated beasts. Mingying chuckled, who said that? Some lizard-like mutated beasts evolve into something almost identical to Tyrannosaurus rex, perfectly fulfilling your wish. Awesome. Lu Jun's eyes immediately lit up. What man doesn't dream of being a dragon rider? Mingying, are there any flying dragons? Lu Jun then asked. Yes, evolved from bats, do you want one? They're covered in viruses, Mingying laughed. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun immediately shook his head, saying, that thing is too disgusting, let's forget about it. If you want a flying mutant beast, just catch a bird and raise it slowly, Mingying said. Lu Jun thought for a moment, then shook his head again, saying, I still prefer a Tyrannosaurus rex, it's more powerful. Zhang Yun, however, laughed, then I want a bird mutant beast. I've always loved flying, and it would be wonderful if I could have a flying mutant beast to carry me through the skies. What about you, Zhou Fang? What kind of mutant beast do you want? Mingying asked with a smile. Me. Zhou Fang was taken aback, then shook her head, saying, I haven't thought about it. The 4 of them drove the pickup truck, chatting and laughing, and soon left Mingying city, heading into the vast wilderness. Just as they were talking and laughing, dozens of kilometers away in Yanhai city, several enormous figures gathered together. One of the figures was so enormous it was almost despairing, blotting out the sky like a mountain. This was a mutated colossal elephant, far larger than the ones they had encountered in Linhu city. Its body stood over 100 meters tall, covered entirely in thick, needle-like fur. Beside the elephant was a monkey 20 to 30 meters tall, and next to the monkey was a jet-black wild horse with sharp horns, about 20 meters tall, its body bulging with muscles and its mouth full of fangs, looking incredibly ferocious. The 3 mutated beasts gathered together. The monkey spoke first. You all saw what happened that day. That giant city is very mysterious, we'd better not provoke it. This monkey also spoke fluent Mandarin, its copper bell-like eyes gleaming with intelligence. Old ape, this isn't something we can decide. If we retreat now, and that one becomes angry, we'll all die, a deep, resonant voice rang out. It was the giant elephant speaking, also in Mandarin. These mutated beasts are truly intelligent, each of them speaks human language, demonstrating a high level of intelligence and indicating their advanced evolutionary level. Chapter 43 Taming the Unicorn. These mutated beasts are already at such a high level. What kind of being is this that one they speak of? It's simply unimaginable. Old ape, that being has instructed us to probe this city soon, the unicorn black horse said in a deep voice. Should we do it or not? Upon hearing this, the mutated beasts fell silent. After a few seconds of silence, the old ape said, You yourself said it's that being's order, how dare we disobey? Sigh, the city walls alone are 400 or 500 meters high, and I don't even know how thick they are. I can't break through them, the giant elephant said loudly. Beside it, the old ape rolled its eyes and sneered, "Old elephant, are you really stupid or just pretending? Going to ram the city walls? Are you prepared to risk your life?" Beside it, the giant elephant and the unicorn black horse's eyes lit up. "Yes, let's probe it. Who said it has to be risking our lives? Just get a few henchmen to storm it, then we guys can go for a quick look around, that'll be it. Life is our own, whoever risks their life is a fool." "Old ape, you're really shrewd," the giant elephant chuckled. "Then we'll have to plan this carefully." Old ape chuckled too, just about to speak, when suddenly a long roar came from afar. "What a huge elephant! Enough to eat for days." Mingying's eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement. Yesterday, a night of revelry saw 30,000 people in Tai County feast to their heart's content, completely consuming the meat reserves of Mingying City. Man cannot live a day without meat. At this moment, seeing this giant elephant was like seeing a huge piece of meat for Mingying. His eyes widened. As for tamed mutated beasts, that was long forgotten. When Mingying was hungry, he even considered killing Aji for soup, let alone a purely wild mutated beast like this. Humans? Several mutated beasts spotted Mingying and his companions, and immediately laughed. Humans were far too many for these mutated beasts to handle. These two-legged creatures were far too weak, only their strange weapons posed any real threat. "Unicorn, go kill them," the old ape said coldly. The unicorn black horse responded, its massive body roaring forward, almost transforming into a streak of black light as it charged towards Mingying and the others. So fast. Lu Jun's gaze sharpened. He was a speed-type evolver with extremely fast reflexes, but at this moment, even his visual perception couldn't keep up with the speed of his opponent. This made Lu Jun acutely aware of the difference in speed. Of course, Lu Jun was only at the 3rd rank, while this unicorn black horse was at least at the 5th rank. The difference between them was already enormous. With a boom, Mingying activated his power, entering a super god state, his speed increasing dramatically, instantly leaving Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun behind. "Zhang Yun, this unicorn black horse is yours. I'm going to kill the giant elephant," Mingying shouted, leaping onto the flat platform beside him, then soaring over the unicorn's head, directly charging towards the old ape and the giant elephant in the distance. Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun immediately felt a sense of impending doom. Zhang Yun brandished her alloy spear and shouted, "Be careful, I'll lead the attack." Zhou Fang's gaze sharpened as she watched Zhang Yun lead the charge alone, feeling increasingly aware of her own slow evolutionary pace. "Old ape, this person is not simple," the giant elephant said in a deep voice. The old ape also stood up, his gaze solemn. These two mutated beasts had both reached the 6th rank, stronger than the one-horned black horse, and their intelligence was not low either. Seeing Mingying charge forward, the two beasts already had a plan in mind. Suddenly, the old ape shouted, "Giant elephant, let's attack." Upon hearing this, the giant elephant crashed through a small building beside it with a loud bang and charged towards Mingying. However, the next second, the giant elephant let out a furious roar. "Old monkey, what do you mean?" The old ape actually turned and ran, its 20-meter-tall figure surprisingly agile, disappearing into the dense buildings in a few leaps. "Wow, it's really become intelligent," Mingying was speechless, but he wasn't disappointed, turning his gaze intently to the giant elephant. After all, he didn't eat ape-like mutated beasts. The colossal elephant, chilled by Mingying's burning gaze, was too large to escape. It could only roar, its trunk, tens of meters long, lashing out at Mingying. Mingying roared, his figure flashing several times as he dodged. The elephant's trunk instantly shattered several buildings, raising a cloud of dust. In the distance, Zhang Yun and the others watched this scene with bated breath. Then Mingying burst out of the dust, moving with astonishing speed, relentlessly attacking the elephant. Moments later, with a mournful cry, the colossal elephant, over 100 meters tall, slowly collapsed to the ground. A large alloy spear was firmly embedded in its head, deeply driven, with only a small section of the spearhead visible. "Done!" Mingying grabbed the exposed end of the spear, gave a low shout, and pulled the alloy spear from the giant elephant's head. With a gentle shake, blood splattered across the spear, revealing its gleaming metallic sheen. Then Mingying sat atop the giant elephant, leisurely watching Zhang Yun and his companions battle the unicorn black horse in the distance. Trying to run. Mingying laughed. The unicorn black horse had already noticed the old ape had escaped, and the giant elephant had even fallen. It immediately panicked, twisting its body and charging straight at Lu Jun, trying to find a weak point to break through. Lu Jun was instantly enraged, shouting, "Damn it, you look down on me." Suddenly, his legs grew several sizes larger, his speed increasing rapidly. With several leaps, he dodged the unicorn black horse's charge, then pushed off the building behind him, flipped over, and jumped onto the unicorn black horse's back. Horses are inherently averse to humans riding on their backs, let alone a mutated horse with intelligence. Before Lu Jun could even settle in, he felt a violent jolting that nearly split his backside in two. However, he was also incredibly brave. He drew a short knife from his calf and plunged it into the unicorn's back, then gripped it tightly. The unicorn, in pain, became even more ferocious. At the same time, Zhang Yun shouted, and his alloy spear flashed, piercing the unicorn's abdomen, severely wounding it. Good! Lu Jun exclaimed with delight. The unicorn, severely injured, bled profusely. It struggled for a short while before its strength waned, and finally, it lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, Mingying leaped down from the giant elephant's head, walked to the one-horned black horse, pulled out the alloy spear that was piercing its belly, and laughed. From now on, you're with me, understand? The one-horned black horse's scarlet eyes still flashed with a frenzied killing intent, struggling to stand up, but Mingying stomped on its head. Mingying's strength was immense. Even if the horse were at its peak, let alone already severely injured, it wouldn't be able to move an inch if Mingying had stomped on it. Lu Jun, come here, hold its mouth shut, Mingying laughed. Lu Jun immediately stepped forward, held the one-horned black horse's mouth shut, and Mingying poured a bottle of well water directly into its mouth. Instantly, the one-horned black horse's scarlet eyes regained their clarity, and it looked at Mingying and the others with a look of submission. Meanwhile, aided by the well water, the wounds on its abdomen and back were healing rapidly. After 3 to 5 minutes, a loud neigh rang out. The unicorn black horse had stood up, then lowered its head and gently nuzzled Mingying, appearing very docile. It's done! Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Let's try it. Mingying, also curious, immediately leaped onto the unicorn black horse's back. The unicorn black horse seemed to sense Mingying's intention, immediately galloping off at breakneck speed, almost invisible, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye, several times faster than the pickup truck. Great! With this unicorn black horse, our travels will be much more convenient. Mingying was overjoyed. Chapter 44. I'll talk to your sister. Although the old ape escaped, Mingying was quite satisfied with the successful killing of the giant elephant and the subjugation of the unicorn black horse. He called Zhang Yang in Mingying City, asking him to send a convoy to transport the giant elephant's carcass. This giant elephant should be enough to feed Mingying City for more than 10 days. When Zhang Yang received the call, the beautiful head of the logistics department was reporting to him, complaining bitterly that Mingying City's mutated beast meat was running out, and if they didn't replenish it in time, they would have trouble eating in the future. Mingying's call made Zhang Yang's eyes light up instantly, making the beautiful head of the department feel uneasy, and she forgot what she was about to say. Didn't you want mutated beast meat? The city lord just slaughtered a mutated elephant. Come on, get some people to load the trucks. Zhang Yang slammed his hand on the table and slipped out of the office. The beautiful section chief's eyes lit up instantly. Thinking of Mingying, she licked her crimson lips and, with a brisk pace, chased after Zhang Yang, asking, "Where is the city lord?" A moment later, a large convoy of green military trucks roared out of Mingying City, speeding towards Yanhai City. Upon hearing they were going to move meat, the security guards, each carrying a heavy machine gun, shouted excitedly. More than 100 kilometers away, on the easternmost coastline of Yanhai City, the old ape raced along, finally disappearing into a massive warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, the old ape stopped, its expression surprisingly solemn. Its tall figure moved stealthily, as if afraid of disturbing some terrifying being. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past. The old ape let out a scream, as a figure pounced on its shoulder, opening its blood-red maw to reveal a mouthful of fangs, biting down hard on the old ape's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the entire corridor crimson. Gradually, the old ape lay motionless on the ground, while the short figure slowly rose, revealing a withered, sallow face. It was a walking corpse. The walking corpse's mouth was full of blood and flesh. It squinted its eyes, chewed carefully for a moment, then swallowed gently, before strolling towards the hall. In the hall, a tall figure stood with his hands behind his back. Upon entering, the walking corpse immediately bowed low and prostrated itself on the ground, trembling at the tall figure's feet, its appearance humble, like a pet dog. Suddenly, the tall figure slowly turned, revealing a pale yet handsome face, a young man. On the upper right side of this young man's fair and handsome face, a small number 8 was clearly imprinted. That old ape fled in disarray. It seems the baby elephant is dead too. Tisk tisk, Lu Piaopio's message was indeed true. A pioneer has emerged among humans, the tall young man chuckled. I'll go and meet this pioneer first. With that, the tall young man kicked aside the walking corpse on the ground, slowly walked out of the warehouse, glanced up at the sun in the sky, and his scarlet eyes gradually turned pitch black. In a flash, without warning, the tall young man's speed instantly increased to its maximum, disappearing at the end of the street in a few breaths, rushing westward. At the same time, Mingying suddenly felt a pang of unease and couldn't help but frown. Mingying, what's wrong? Zhou Fang noticed Mingying's frown and immediately asked. I feel something's not right, Mingying said, voicing his concern. Evolvers have an incredibly strong sense of danger, especially someone like Mingying who had experienced countless battles in his previous life. Could it be the ape that escaped earlier? Mingying pondered, but immediately dismissed the idea. He was already a 7th-tier evolved being, he wouldn't be afraid of a 6th-tier mutated beast. You guys go back to Mingying City first, Mingying suddenly said. What? Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun were all taken aback, then shook their heads in unison, saying, no. Mingying was speechless for a moment, then explained, even I felt threatened this time, which means the enemy is at least a 7th-tier mutated beast, or even a zombie king. You're too weak right now, staying here won't be of any help. Then we can go together, Zhang Yun said urgently. Mingying shook his head and said, we can't escape. Where is Mingying City? Which way should we run? Why don't you put away Mingying City and we run together? Zhou Fang suggested. Mingying shook his head directly, we're going to build a city. Sooner or later we'll encounter all sorts of challenges. We can't run away at the first sign of trouble. How can one grow without experiencing hardship? Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun were about to speak when suddenly a long howl echoed. You guys run! Mingying's expression changed instantly. He finally realized that the enemy was undoubtedly a 7th-tier being. The howl grew closer and closer, and one could imagine the owner of the sound rapidly approaching at an extremely terrifying speed. You guys ride away quickly! Mingying shouted, then his figure flashed, and he galloped off in the direction of the sound. Mingying! Zhang Yun exclaimed, just about to give chase, when Lu Jun grabbed him. Mingying tells us to leave, so we leave. Even the strongest among us is only at the 5th rank, going there would only cause trouble, Lu Jun said urgently, then added, let's hurry back to Mingying City and change our weapons. Alright, let's go back first. Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang gritted their teeth, and the three of them jumped onto the back of the unicorn black horse. The unicorn black horse's legs had been trembling since hearing that long howl, it had longed to run away. Now, receiving the order, it immediately began to gallop wildly, its speed like lightning, startling Lu Jun and the others. At this moment, Mingying also let out a long howl, echoing the tall young man's howl and standing in opposition. Dozens of kilometers away, the tall young man heard Mingying's cry and laughed. He's actually reached the 7th rank. This pioneer is quite strong. Finally, I can unleash my full power. A dozen minutes later, Mingying and the tall young man clashed. Without a word, they exchanged a deafening blow. Mingying swept his alloy spear horizontally, creating a sonic boom. The tall young man was even more terrifying, directly striking the alloy spear with his palm. Finally, the tall young man's palm collided with the spear, producing a metallic clang. A 7th-rank zombie king. Mingying's gaze sharpened. A 7th-tier zombie is already considered a high-tier zombie. These zombies are as hard as steel, and their hands and legs are comparable to divine weapons. No wonder they dared to clash head-on with the alloy spear. The tall young man and Mingying instantly clashed. Both were 7th-tier beings, possessing terrifying power with every move, quickly destroying most of the ruins of Yanhai City. After fighting Mingying for several minutes, the tall young man had sustained some wounds, while Mingying remained calm and composed, his attacks relentless. This person is stronger than me. The tall young man thought in shock. He quickly flashed away from Mingying's spear attack range, then smiled faintly at Mingying and said, Pioneer, shall we talk? Talk. Mingying's gaze sharpened, then he smiled and said, what do you want to talk about? The tall young man was greatly surprised that Mingying was willing to talk. He had only mentioned it casually, but Mingying had actually agreed. You are indeed a clever pioneer. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Yuanzong, the tall young man said with a smile. You believe in Lu too? Mingying sheathed his alloy spear, his brow furrowing. Wan Yufei had later told him that the female zombie king actually had a name, Lu Piaopio. You might have met someone named Lu Piaopio, she was my companion, the tall young man laughed. I'm different from her. I believe humans can coexist peacefully with us. Oh, Mingying smiled and said, my name is Mingying. The tall young man's smile widened, and he was about to speak when suddenly, Mingying, who had already given up, flicked his wrist, and a short alloy spear shot out, instantly striking the tall young man in the face. At the same time, Mingying, wielding his alloy spear, followed closely, charging towards the zombie king Lu Yuanzong, roaring, I'll talk to your sister. Die, you bastard. Chapter 45 Zhang Heng's arrival. While Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Tao Fei were engaged in a subtle power struggle, Zhang Yang was working feverishly. The giant elephant carcass was simply too large, and its body's defenses were incredibly formidable, even a chainsaw couldn't cut it open. Finally, Mingying had to step in, using an alloy battle blade to cut the giant elephant apart. They worked until nightfall before finally transporting the elephant, and a large group sped towards Mingying City. This giant elephant was a treasure trove. Its meat was extremely rich in energy and edible, its hide was incredibly tough, even heavy sniper rifles couldn't penetrate it, making it the best material for leather armor. Its ivory and bones were even harder than special alloys, and the Huazhu Academy of Sciences had already begun experimenting with forging weapons from parts of mutated beast bones, making them extremely valuable. Therefore, Mingying's haul from killing the giant elephant was immense, and everyone in Mingying City was overjoyed and full of energy. After the convoy from Mingying City departed, atop a tall building a dozen kilometers away, the tall young man Lu Yuanzong stood silently, his eyes flashing with a crazed killing intent. Damn primitives, they really deserve to die. They actually injured me. Lu Yuanzong's face was cold. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he muttered, "That damned bitch Lu Piaopio is actually coming." Meanwhile, in a base in the northernmost part of China, the zombie Lu Piaopio stood smiling in the base's official building, surrounded by crimson blood and corpses. The zombie Lu Piaopio had actually slaughtered the entire high command of the base. Lu Yuanzong, your body is too weak, Lu Piaopio seemed to be talking to herself, yet also to someone else. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, Lu Yuanzong sneered, "You're still better than someone who's already lost an avatar. Tell me, why are you contacting me from so far away? Don't tell me you miss me." Lu Piaopio giggled, "How could I? Can't I miss you? If that's all you're going to say, I'll cut off the connection," Lu Yuanzong said coldly. Long-distance communication is no joke. He's only at the 7th level now, it's incredibly difficult. "Is that pioneer with you?" Lu Piaopio asked, a chilling killing intent flashing in her eyes. The loss of one of her avatars was a devastating blow, making her a laughingstock among her kind. Therefore, her killing intent towards Mingying was the strongest. "What? You still want to come? Aren't you afraid of losing another avatar?" Lu Yuanzong knew Lu Piaopio's thoughts and immediately laughed. "I hope you don't die." Having received a satisfactory reply, Lu Piaopio snorted coldly, immediately severing the connection. Then, with a howl, she opened her blood-red maw and began tearing at the corpse in the room. Meanwhile, Mingying City welcomed a distinguished guest, Zhang Heng. The Xiao-class fighter jet landed directly on the city wall of Mingying City. Zhang Heng descended the ladder and was utterly astonished by the colossal city before him. This colossal city surpassed all the bases in China, even the safe zone of Huaju was insignificant compared to it. It should be noted that the city walls were 200 meters wide, yet the Xiao-class fighter jet didn't even land at the airport, but instead stopped directly on the city wall. Mingying and Zhang Yun were already waiting. Zhang Yun was overjoyed to see Zhang Heng, calling out "Dad," before running off, leaving Mingying behind. Zhang Heng, seeing his daughter, was filled with emotion. How long had it been since his most worried youngest daughter had become a powerful evolved being, even stronger than those in Huaju? And the one who brought about all this change was the black-haired young man before him, Mingying. Mingying smiled faintly at Zhang Heng. Beside him, Zhang Yang and a group of high-ranking officials from Mingying City stood on either side, their expressions reserved. Zhang Heng was now one of the leaders of China. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Yang and the others were all flattered and immediately arranged the highest level of hospitality. Zhang Heng exchanged a few words with Mingying, and immediately, someone guided them in an armored vehicle towards the official building. Zhang Yang even arranged a reception banquet. Mingying, upon hearing Zhang Yang's report, was both amused and exasperated. "I had Sister Si prepare everything at home, it seems it'll all go to waste." Zhang Heng, however, laughed heartily, "I think we shouldn't waste it. I haven't eaten with Xiao Yun in a long time either, let's go to your place." "Really?" Zhang Yun exclaimed with delight. She disliked official social gatherings the most, everyone was welcoming and seeing off guests, flattering each other, and telling jokes. It was all so pointless. Seeing this, Mingying didn't say anything more and smiled, "Then we'll listen to Uncle Zhang." Immediately, the armored vehicle turned around and headed towards the post-apocalyptic fortress where Mingying lived. Zhang Yang and his group, following behind the convoy, were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that Zhang Heng, already one of the leaders of China, would be so close to Mingying, going directly to his home for dinner. "Our city lord has too much influence." Standing committee member Zhang actually went directly to his home for dinner, someone remarked. Zhang Yang glanced at the man upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Don't say such things again, understand?" Seeing Zhang Yang's cold expression, the man immediately shuddered and quickly replied, "Understood, understood." Zhang Yang then said, "It's alright if you don't know some things about the city lord, but don't comment on them casually, understand? You think that standing committee member Zhang going to the city lord's private residence for dinner was giving the city lord face?" Everyone was puzzled. Wasn't that right? Standing committee member Zhang was one of the leaders of China. But you don't know, the fact is, the city lord invited standing committee member Zhang to his private residence for dinner as a gesture of respect for him, Zhang Yang said leisurely. What? Everyone was instantly stunned, feeling their minds reeling. Their city lord had become this powerful? From now on, don't discuss anything related to the city lord. Remember, this applies to everything. I don't want to hear it a second time, Zhang Yang said coldly. Zhang Yang usually kept a low profile in front of Mingying, but in front of these subordinates, his word was law. Now that he spoke, everyone nodded repeatedly, and at the same time, they revered Mingying as a god. Inside Mingying's post-apocalyptic fortress, Mingying, Zhang Heng, Zhang Yun, Ming Yuxian, Li Rulan, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and others were already seated. Rong Saru was busy in the kitchen. Xiao Susu and Xiao Tong, seeing the meal, cheered and wanted to join them at the table, but Rong Saru quickly stopped them. Seeing this, Mingying frowned and said, "Sister Saru, today is a family meal. Let Xiao Susu and Xiao Tong eat." Zhang Heng also smiled and said, "Miss Rong, let the children join us." Rong Saru was taken aback, then nodded somewhat shyly. "Sister Saru, don't bother, leave the kitchen to Lao Jian," Mingying added. "Ah." Rong Saru was surprised, not expecting Mingying to invite her to eat with them, and immediately felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Mingying gave a wry smile. Li Rulan quickly stood up and pulled Rong Saru aside, saying with a smile, "Saru, come and sit down quickly." Rong Saru, unaware of Mingying's glorious deeds in China, was still thrilled to see Zhang Heng sitting nearby, thinking to herself, "I'm actually dining at the same table as the leaders of China." After Rong Saru took her seat, everyone began to eat. Today, Rong Saru and old Zhang cooked together. Although the dishes on the table were few, they were very exquisite, consisting of 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. The meat dishes were all from recently hunted mutated beasts, prepared in several ways: braised, salt and pepper, and in soup. The vegetable dishes were also freshly picked from the planting area, incredibly fresh. The family ate casually, all looking relaxed. "Mingying, I'm here with a mission from Huaju," Zhang Heng said bluntly after the meal, subtly elevating Mingying to a level where he could be considered an equal to the entire city of Huaju. Mingying smiled and nodded, saying, "Uncle Zhang rarely comes all this way, so we certainly can't let him leave empty-handed." Chapter 46, The Base is Destroyed. Hearing Mingying's words, Zhang Heng was immediately relieved and said, "The radiation rain is about to fall, and China's demand for medicine will surge." Mingying nodded. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, then looked at Mingying and slowly said, "Huaju means that you should provide as much medicine as possible. Of course, Huaju will do its best to provide you with equivalent supplies. How much does Huaju want?" Mingying asked. After advancing to the 7th rank, the mysterious space did not expand again, but Mingying gained another ability, and his well water consumption also increased significantly, now exceeding 5,000 kilograms per day. "Huaju hopes you can provide 2,000 kilograms of medicine per day," Zhang Heng said cautiously, feeling quite uneasy, wondering if Mingying could produce that much medicine. 2,000 kilograms of medicine per day, that's already a terrifying amount. If Mingying hadn't reached the 7th rank, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford such a large quantity. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, Mingying fell silent, which made Zhang Heng's heart skip a beat. Before coming, the 60-year-old man had spoken with him privately, with only one request to negotiate as much as possible, the more medicine the better, but no less than 1,200 kilograms. Mingying's silence not only made Zhang Heng's heart skip a beat, but also Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, Lu Jun, and the others beside him. Zhang Yun quickly said, "Mingying, if you don't have 2,000 kilograms, a little less is fine." Zhang Heng also nodded quickly. However, the next second, Mingying shook his head and said, 2,000 kilograms it is, but I have one additional request. Upon hearing Mingying's agreement, Zhang Heng immediately perked up, his eyes shining, and immediately said, "What request? Tell me." "Only half of these medicines can be used to treat radiation injuries for the public, the rest must all be used to help the evolved individuals accelerate their evolution," Mingying said slowly. Recently, Mingying had been feeling uneasy. From Wang Yufi's zombification and death in battle, to the female zombie king Lu Piaopio, and then to the mysterious walking zombie king he encountered not long ago, he vaguely sensed a huge conspiracy slowly unfolding, and humanity was only just beginning, not even at the very beginning. This made Mingying extremely uneasy. Zhang Heng was taken aback upon hearing this. If only 1,000 kilograms of the potion were available to combat the radiation rain, the number of civilian casualties would definitely skyrocket, which was not what China wanted to see. "How about this? I will provide Huaju with 2,500 kilograms of potion every day. 1,500 kilograms will be used to combat the radiation rain, and the remaining 1,000 kilograms must be used to fully cultivate evolved humans," Mingying suddenly said, having made up his mind. Zhang Heng was stunned upon hearing this, then a look of wild joy welled up inside him. Huaju's requirement for him was a minimum of 1,200 kilograms. In fact, he had already been prepared to agree to Mingying's previous conditions, but he hadn't expected Mingying to directly add another 500 kilograms of potion, completely exceeding Huaju's expectations. "Mingying, China is grateful to you," Zhang Heng said excitedly. Mingying smiled wryly, "Uncle Zhang, let's not talk about this. I've really not feeling well lately. I feel like something big is about to happen." "Ha!" Zhang Heng was confused and about to speak when his secretary hurriedly knocked on the door. She entered and whispered a few words in his ear. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Heng's expression changed drastically. Mingying, with his exceptional hearing, also heard the secretary's words and immediately frowned. A base in the northernmost part of China had been overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, and all its inhabitants were dead? This news silenced everyone. China was currently constructing 51 safe bases across the country, bringing hope to everyone. But unexpectedly, just a few days into the operation, one had been destroyed. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. Another zombie king? Mingying wondered. It seems we need to accelerate the training of evolved humans even more. Currently, we humans have no means to deal with high-level zombie kings, Mingying said slowly, looking at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng nodded bitterly, thinking to himself, Huaju encountered this problem a long time ago. It's useless against the zombie king, and it's useless against you too. Uncle John, let's leave the potion issue at that. The most urgent thing for Huaju is to train several super evolvers in each base, at least to stop the high-level zombie king's assassination attempts, Mingying suggested. Once we have high-end evolvers, we can then train more ordinary evolvers. Zhang Heng nodded. Mingying continued, Uncle John, let's get back to the point. I'm providing Huaju with the potion. In return, Huaju needs to provide me with building materials and weapons, all kinds of weapons. Zhang Heng was taken aback. What weapons do you need? He asked. I need anti-aircraft machine guns and armor-piercing bullets. If necessary, I need missile support from Huaju, Mingying said. I need 1,000 anti-aircraft machine guns, and the ratio of armor-piercing bullets to ordinary bullets is 1 to 3. I need a sufficient quantity. Currently, firearms are still very useful against low-level mutant beasts and zombies. Alright, I can agree to that on behalf of China, Zhang Heng nodded. As for firearms, all of China's arsenals at various bases are operating at full capacity. As long as supplies are adequate, they can basically produce as many as needed. Besides that, I need the Academy of Sciences to help me develop some new melee weapons, Mingying said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned. The Academy of Sciences was indeed working diligently on the skeletons of mutated beasts and had also created some weapons. However, only a very few people knew about these things. How did Mingying know? But Zhang Heng didn't think too much about it and agreed. After all, the Academy of Sciences was researching weapons for powerful evolved beings, and Mingying, as the current top evolved being, was undoubtedly qualified to possess them. Okay, no problem, Zhang Heng nodded, immediately agreeing. By the way, Mingying, based on your previous recipes and the currently known mutated beasts, China has compiled a new illustrated guide to mutated beasts. I brought it with me this time. Please take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be added. Zhang Heng had his secretary take a thick illustrated book from his briefcase and hand it to Mingying. Mingying's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this, and he smiled, that's great. My previous recipes were a bit too simple. Mingying then opened the Mutant Beast Encyclopedia, finding it filled with colorful oil paintings. Each mutated beast's image, name, habits, level, and other information were clearly displayed. Huaju divides mutated beasts into 100 levels, comprising 10 major tiers. From level 10 onwards, the classification is similar to Tier 1 to Tier 9, but more specific and scientifically sound. For example, the level 38 mutated beast, the Fang Boar, is a Tier 3 mutated beast, while the level 32 mutated beast, the Mastiff, is also a Tier 3 mutated beast, but their strength differs considerably. Huaju truly has many experts, Mingying thought to himself, highly approving of the Mutated Beast Encyclopedia. He then carefully examined it, pointing out some issues one by one. This armored rhinoceros should be a level 52 mutated beast, not level 49. This black wasp is only a second-tier mutated beast individually, but once in a swarm, it's enough to easily wipe out a fifth-tier mutated beast, so it should be considered a level 55 mutated beast. The black blade mantis is underrated. This kind of mutated beast is a natural killing machine. I suggest that mature black blade mantises be rated level 91. Mingying spoke for over half an hour straight, while Zhang Heng's secretary frantically took notes, writing everything down. In this way, we humans have a detailed understanding of mutated beast races, and at least we won't attack blindly. Alas, the destruction of Base 37 was a heavy blow to China. Zhang Heng couldn't help but sigh. The destruction of the northern Base 37 meant the deaths of millions of people, which weighed heavily on his heart. How about this, once the weapons from Huaju have all arrived, I'll go to the northern base to see what the situation is, Mingying said after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. Chapter 47 Brand New Weapons. With Mingying, this powerful figure, agreeing to help, what problem couldn't be solved? It's important to know that, to date, Mingying has never failed in his missions, whether dealing with mutated beasts, zombies, or humans. Great! I'll contact Huaju right away, Zhang Heng said directly, instructing his secretary to dial Huaju's number before grabbing his phone and leaving. 2 minutes later, Zhang Heng excitedly returned, smiling, Huaju has sent a full 10 Xia-class fighter jets, transporting all your weapons. They'll arrive in an hour. Mingying's eyes lit up immediately, and he laughed. Looks like Huaju's really going all out this time. Everyone burst into laughter. An hour later, 10 Xiao-class fighter jets circled high above Mingying city before landing steadily on the city wall, where Mingying and the others were already waiting. This time, Huaju truly went all out. Mingying only requested 1,000 anti-aircraft machine guns, but Huaju delivered 2,000. This means there's almost one anti-aircraft machine gun every 20 meters along the city wall. Such defensive density is terrifying. Moreover, in addition to anti-aircraft machine guns, Huaju also equipped itself with many heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, making it quite effective against low-level mutant beasts. As for ammunition, Huaju provided an abundant supply. 6 of the 10 Xia-class fighters were loaded with ammunition, and there will be a continuous supply later. Most importantly, Huaju also sent several weapons experts to Mingying to guide Mingying city in building its own production system, enabling it to become self-sufficient. This deeply impressed Mingying with Huaju's sincerity and trust. However, what truly impressed Mingying with Huaju's sincerity were the several large crates that accompanied the Xia-class fighters. Super alloy warriors. These super alloy weapons, crafted from the bones of mutated beasts, represent almost the pinnacle of Huaju's current technological achievements. 3 bone spears and 4 bone swords, some white and some black, were neatly arranged before Mingying, radiating a chilling aura. These 7 weapons were all forged from the strongest bones of mutated beasts, the result of countless machines being worn down in the process. Good heavens! Mingying grasped the brand new bone spear, finding it surprisingly heavy, and was immediately delighted. Knowing that Mingying's current strength was enough to easily lift a small car with one hand, making him practically a humanoid beast. As for the alloy gun he used before, it only weighed a little over 100 kilograms, feeling like straw in Mingying's hands, utterly unwieldy. But this bone spear, conservatively estimated to weigh 1,500 kilograms, had an astonishingly high density. It was made from the bones of some unknown mutated beast. The spearhead was a simple spike, very primitive, the only striking feature being the several extra blood grooves. Looking at the minimalist version of the large gun before him, Mingying couldn't help but admire it. And these battle swords, those are the sharp blades from that mutated mantis, Mingying said, glancing at the 4 bone battle swords beside him, a smile spreading across his face. Back then, outside Halen City, Mingying had fought 13 mutated beasts of the same level, including a mutated mantis covered in sharp thorns that had inflicted considerable damage on him. Later, missiles ravaged the land, nuclear weapons struck, and all the mutated beasts died. Unexpectedly, China sent people to the nuclear blast zone and even found the remains of these mutated beasts. These remains, preserved intact even in the nuclear blast, clearly indicated their exceptional material. Everyone, choose one, Mingying said with a smile, looking at Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun. The 3 had been eyeing it with gleaming eyes for a while. At Mingying's command, they rushed forward. I'll take this battle sword, Lu Jun declared, his eyes fixed on a black battle sword over 4 feet long, clearly delighted. You have a good eye, kid, Mingying chuckled. This black battle sword was, after all, forged from the 2 forelegs of that mutated mantis. That day, Mingying had been caught off guard and stabbed through by one of them. Lu Jun chuckled. I want this spear, Zhang Yun declared, eyeing a bone spear. Zhou Fang, on the other hand, chose 2 small battle swords, each over 3 feet long, also entirely black, likely derived from the spikes of a mutated mantis. Damn, how are they so heavy? Lu Jun picked up the long sword but couldn't lift it easily, his expression changing slightly. Beside him, Zhou Fang did the same, choosing 2 swords, one in each hand, her hands trembling slightly. So heavy, Zhang Yun remarked, but having reached the 5th rank, her strength had increased considerably. While the bone spear felt heavy, she could still wield it. Looks like we can't use these weapons yet, Lu Jun said with a wry smile, putting down the mantis swords. Once you and Zhou Fang reach the 5th rank, you should be able to use these battle swords, Mingying said with a smile. As for Zhang Yun, once you reach the 6th rank, you should be able to handle this alloy spear with ease. Zhang Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he smiled, really? Looks like I'll be able to use it soon. Mingying was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled wryly. He had completely forgotten who Zhang Yun was. She was the dragon flame goddess, a terrifying being who could break through to the next level at the drop of a hat. Lu Jun, get these anti-aircraft machine guns in place and have people stand guard day and night. Be constantly on guard against attacks from mutated beasts and zombies, Mingying quickly instructed after everyone had put away their weapons, preparing to head to Base 37. Mission accomplished. Lu Jun stood straight and gave a crisp salute. Mingying returned the salute, then said, I'm going to the northern base to see who slaughtered the entire base. At this point, Mingying's eyes turned sinister, and his tone became hostile. Even a base in the north has millions of people. To be slaughtered by zombies like that is intolerable to Mingying. I'll go with you, Zhang Yun said quickly. Mingying shook his head and said, you have to stay. There's still a zombie king here, and it's reached the 7th rank. You have to stay here and watch over it. Ah, everyone was immediately shocked. A 7th-rank zombie who could stop it except Mingying? It's all right. He's injured and won't attack the city anytime soon. I'll go north and be back in half a day at the earliest, Mingying said with a smile, then picked up his bone spear and walked towards the Xia-class fighter jet. A moment later, the Xia-class fighter jet soared into the sky, hurtling northwards. On the city wall of Mingying City, Zhang Yun, Zhou Fang, and Lu Jun watched Mingying's fighter jet depart, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Sigh, we're still too weak. We can never help Mingying. Lu Jun suddenly slammed his fist on the city wall, sighing. Beside him, Zhang Yun and Zhou Fang remained silent. Enough talk, I'm going to train. It's really too comfortable right now. Today I'm going to run 100 laps around the city wall. Lu Jun declared fiercely. He took a deep breath, and with a whoosh, his figure shot out, sprinting along the massive city wall, so fast he was almost invisible. Lu Jun was a speed-type evolver. Running at full speed was most beneficial to his evolution. Back then, in his quest to become an evolver, he ran tirelessly through the Baiyuan residential area, until his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth bled. Finally, with the help of well water, he managed to become an evolver at the last moment. During this time, Lu Jun himself felt he had become complacent. Zhang Yun accompanied Zhang Heng for a while, her mind preoccupied with her cultivation. She surprisingly gave her father a send-off gesture, laughing, "Dad, you should hurry back to Huaji too." Zhang Heng was taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. "You silly girl, actually telling your old man to leave." Zhang Yun chuckled. However, Zhang Heng did indeed need to hurry back to Huaju, so he didn't linger. A few minutes later, 10 Xia-class fighter jets soared into the sky and left Mingying City. I need to cultivate too. I can't hold Mingying back. Zhang Yun watched her father's Xia-class fighter jet disappear into the clouds, then glanced at Lu Jun, who was still running at full speed, and made up her mind. Looking at Mingying again, the Xia-class fighter jet sped across the sky. Mingying gazed out the porthole at the endless earth, his mind preoccupied with recent events. In my past life, I was too naive. I thought the higher UPS of the walking corpse race were just evolved ordinary walking corpses. Now it seems that's not the case. This race is far more complex than I imagined, and it seems to be involved in a massive conspiracy. Mingying rubbed his temples, feeling immense pressure.